In the pursuit of celestial fortune and destiny, you have engaged in a clandestine struggle with the demon empress for 100 millennia. Until today, she has made an appointment with you. The vanquished willingly submit to servitude. However, what she remained unaware of was that, throughout the millennia, in countless encounters, you have merely toyed with the notion of engagement. Even that celestial aura is merely a wisp of breath you casually released a millennium ago. At this moment, Xiaoyueying gazes into your eyes, filled with disbelief. You had previously engaged with this sovereign, concealing your true prowess. For countless millennia, you have never determined a victor. She has secluded herself for a millennium in preparation for this battle. Yet now, she cannot withstand even 3 strikes. I have ensured to retain a modicum of my strength. However, do not despair. Empress, you are the one who has persevered the longest thus far, which is indeed impressive. You pinch your fingers together to offer words of solace, but to Xiaoyueying, this consolation appears as nothing short of a blatant mockery. To expect this emperor to submit to you is but a dream. Since her emergence in the realm of demons, she has wielded unparalleled strength to subdue all. How could she ever submit to another? It appears that the illustrious demon Lord Empress intends to go back on her word and reconsider her stance. Xiaoyueying curled her lips into a meaningful, icy smile. The emperor had indeed proclaimed that the defeated would become the servant of the victor. However, it was never stipulated that this would commence in the present world. With that, her entire being surged with spiritual energy, a terrifying force radiating from her core, potent enough to engulf the entire divine realm. Gazing at the woman before you, who intends to detonate her divine form, you shake your head in resignation. It appears that even as she is Lan, she must drag you along with her. Xiaoyueying's act of self-detonation will undoubtedly annihilate her very soul, rendering her incapable of entering the cycle of reincarnation ever again. From the very outset, she had no intention of genuinely becoming your slave as per the agreement. To prevent your escape, she swiftly moved beside you, embracing you tightly. However, you neither evade nor delay, you merely lower your head and smile indulgently at Xiaoyueying in your arms, even proclaiming that you do not wish to be a slave to your true self. Isn't that rather proactive? In the instant of the self-detonation, with a casual wave of your hand, you conjure a protective shield containing the explosion of the formidable Wei Jiao. Yet, despite this, the 9 heavens and 10 realms still tremble in response. Both the divine and demonic clans were profoundly astonished upon witnessing this scene from afar. After the aftermath subsides, the sky is left with a vast, gaping void, devoid of any presence. Since then, you have vanished from the sight of the multitude. A century hence, upon a street in the realm of mortals, a man clad in a fitted, lightweight garment emerged onto the thoroughfare, while perched upon his shoulder was a raven, entirely cloaked in ebony. The protagonist of this tale, known as Yizi, recalled that this city of Yuan City was once referred to as either Changxian City or Little Stone City. As he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. The passers-by nearby, upon witnessing the man engaging in conversation with thin air, turned their gazes in his direction, intrigued by his peculiar behavior. Under the perplexed gazes of the crowd, the crow tilted its head and spoke. "Lord Mu, have you forgotten? It was originally called Little Stone City, but has now been renamed Celestial Fate City." The man paid no heed to the astonished gazes of those around him, merely sighing in reflection upon the profound transformations that the world has undergone over the past century. The crow hesitated for a moment, then brought its beak close to your ear, whispering that it is said if 2 fated souls arrive in this city of destiny on the 7th day, they shall encounter one another. I believe it is about time for you to contemplate seeking a lady as a companion. Upon hearing this, the man pondered the question earnestly. He had contemplated it before, yet throughout this lengthy period, he had never encountered a woman who could truly captivate his heart. To pique his interest ever so slightly, it was only the woman who once sought to devour herself. Alas, she perished in a self-destructive explosion a century ago. As you find yourself lost in contemplation and nostalgia, a cacophony of pursuit emanates from a short distance down the street. Quick, seize her. Do not allow her to escape. A group of armed men, brandishing clubs, is in hot pursuit of a young maiden. A maiden's garment flutters at the balcony, Her bare arms are adorned with scars. Yet it is merely a fleeting moment of turning back. The young girl, unaware of what she had collided with, fell to the ground. You lowered your head and scrutinized, and upon catching sight of her pair of violet eyes, you could not help but be reminded of a dear acquaintance from a century ago. The sight of the slave was unsettling. Ultimately, we have captured you. The host first severed your retreat, leaving you no escape. A few pursuers from behind swiftly approached, brandishing their weapons and preparing to strike down. The young girl, upon witnessing the situation, resignedly closed her eyes. Yet, in that very moment, the familiar sensation of pain failed to manifest. A folding fan gracefully caught the seventh piece of firewood. The man, upon seeing someone obstructing his path, swiftly gestured for his followers behind him to take action. The level of proficiency displayed indicated that this was not their first time committing violence in public. With a mere snap of your fingers, a resounding crack echoes through the air. The crowd that surged forward, along with their weapons, disintegrates into dust. The young girl sat on the ground, gazing at the scene before her, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. Bored, you shook your head dismissively, leaving the demon girl who remained seated on the ground in a state of daze, and then you walked away without a glance back. After a moment of hesitation, the young girl, despite her frail and wounded physique, summoned her strength to crawl before you and knelt down, imploring, "Please accept me as your disciple." You waved your hand in a gesture of refusal, not out of disdain for the identity of the young demoness, but simply due to a lack of interest in imparting the art of cultivation. In the depths of a young girl's heart, a resolute determination seemed to take form. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze. "Senpai, I am willing to devote myself to you, to serve you as a lifelong companion, eternally by your side." Upon hearing this, you paused in your departure once more. Gazing at her grimy little face, you shook your head. "In this lifetime, I have witnessed countless sights of the world. The number of those who aspire to serve me could easily extend beyond the heavens themselves. Why then should I require the service of a mere girl like you?" After much hesitation and stammering, the young girl, feeling discontented, pouted and softly retorted, "I am still young. In a few years, my appearance and figure will surely surpass those of the women you have encountered." Feeling unconvinced, he rose to his feet and ran to a nearby well, plunging his entire head into the water. Moments later, the once soiled visage was cleansed, revealing a freshly radiant countenance of Zhang Huanran. Upon encountering this visage, it appears as though you were gazing upon some rare and exquisite treasure. Even the crow perched upon the shoulder, upon witnessing the true visage of the maiden, could not help but widen its inky black eyes in astonishment. She bears a striking resemblance to that person from the past. "How are you?" Noticing you gazing at herself, a hint of shyness appeared on the youthful visage of the girl. The only asset she possesses now is her beauty. In order to avoid being discovered and judged, she has consistently made a deliberate effort to present herself in a disheveled manner. I must concede, my dear, that you possess a certain captivating charm. Yet, before I determine whether to accept you, you must first answer a singular question. Though I harbor some suspicions in my heart, I cannot refrain from uttering the inquiry. "Is your name Shimingshi?" The young girl nodded in perplexity. Amusingly, you could not help but burst into laughter upon witnessing the scene. Little did we expect that, after a century, we would meet again in such a comical manner. "What is so amusing?" Shimingshi pouted her lips, displaying a displeased expression. "Is it really that funny, just hearing the name? What does it even mean?" "Apologies. I suddenly recalled some delightful memories." You gazed at her form with keen interest, a naturally enchanting and ethereal physique, with bewitching eyes akin to those of a demon. "It must indeed be her. My dear, I have had a change of heart. From now on, you shall be mine, not as a disciple, but as a servant." Shinmingshi's face revealed a moment of hesitation. As if lost in thought, her expression transformed into one of determination. "If I were to become your servant, devoted to your service, would you impart upon me the secrets of cultivation?" She may willingly become a diligent and selfless servant, but only on the condition that the other party can genuinely impart to her the art of cultivation. Otherwise, she would rather not submit herself as a slave to another. You cast a miraculous elixir before Shinmingshi. "Consume it, and I shall devote all my efforts to your instruction." Having spoken, you turned and departed. As Shun Mengshi cradled the divine elixir, Shun Ju hesitated. Rest assured, should I wish to harm you, there would be no need for such means. This is merely a pill to heal the bruises within you. You jest without a glance back, as if you were fully aware of every move made by Shun Mengshi behind you. Shun Mengshi cast a displeased glare in your direction. Subsequently, he ingested the elixir, allowing it to settle within his being. In the next moment, a warm current surged from her abdomen, enveloping her entire being. Even the wounds she had previously endured no longer elicited any pain. Shun Mengshi hurriedly quickened her pace to catch up with you. Upon learning its name, the raven perched upon your shoulder has been intently observing the young maiden. Shun Mengshi, noticing the raven's gaze, also lifted her eyes towards it. She was equally intrigued by the crow that had just spoken in human tongue. It is the esteemed one's pet, for it caws beside the esteemed one. Thus it is named Crowlet. The crow flutters its wings, its face adorned with a sense of melancholy. Initially, it found the name quite charming, resonating with a sense of familiarity. However, one fateful day, it encountered a gaggle of quacking ducks among mortals. Dear Master Mengshi, do you not also find the title of master somewhat excessive? Upon hearing the crow's address, Shun Mengshi was momentarily taken aback. Just call me Mengshi, she replied. I am merely a humble servant. How could I possibly deserve such a grand title? You seem to be somewhat verbose. Please take that room. The folded winnings in your hand reveal a vortex of spiritual energy. Drawing it in, Shun Mengshi gazed at the scene before her, suddenly reminded of another matter. What about you, esteemed senior? I am yet to learn your name. My true name is Mu Changxian. From now on, refrain from addressing me as senior. Let us adopt a different appellation. For reasons unknown, upon hearing this name, she experienced an inexplicable sense of familiarity, intertwined with discomfort. It seemed she had encountered this name before, yet she could not recall where. Upon hearing your desire for a new title, Shun Mengshi stammered, Master. At these words, you smiled with satisfaction, having awaited a century to finally hear the term master. This title is quite fitting. Shun Mengshi gazed at you and softly said, I truly find it difficult to utter these words. Could we perhaps use a different term? Each time I contemplate addressing you as master, it feels as though a stone is lodged in my throat, making it exceedingly hard to speak. Since you are so reluctant to address me as your master, I shall not impose. Henceforth, you may refer to me as your husband. As soon as these words were spoken, a blush instantly crept across Shun Mengshi's cheeks, and her eyes involuntarily flickered with a hint of panic. How could she possibly utter such a thing? Master, husband, choose one. You raised 2 fingers. Speaking in an unequivocal tone, Shun Mengshi pursed her lips, hesitating to speak at last. Where are we to go? You pointed in a certain direction. Is this it? Shun Mengshi turned her gaze towards the indicated path, her expression one of confusion. A tavern? What purpose do we have here? A meaningful smile graced your face. Is there truly any need for inquiry? I, of course, have brought you here for an intimate rendezvous. Do hurry along. With that, you strode confidently inside. Shun Mengshi stood outside the inn, her thoughts instantly in disarray. Resolved, she steeled herself and stepped inside. Upon entering the room, you immediately directed your gaze towards her and commanded, remove your clothing. Shun Mengshi was taken aback. She had initially believed you to be a decent person, only to discover that you were just like the others from the past. As a woman of the demon clan, I am not as delicate as your human kind. As she spoke, Shun Mengshi shed her tattered garments, yet the blush on her face remained impossible to conceal. At the moment when the garments were shed, a delicate form, marred by vivid bruises, laid bare before you. Your expression becomes solemn. The smile upon your face gradually fades away. The wounds upon your body. Who inflicted them? In the city of Tianyuan, the Wu family sought to subjugate me, intending to deliver me to others. When I refused, I was met with violence. Shun Mengshi, with a face increasingly contorted by fury, proclaimed that one day I would make those individuals pay dearly for their transgressions. You are aware of her languid demeanor. If one were to offer assistance, she would naturally decline. Now that the garments have been discarded, it is time for us to attend to more pressing matters. You rise and approach Shun Mengshi directly. Shun Mengshi's heart raced uncontrollably. Just as she believed you would transform into a beast and act upon her, she realized you had already passed by her side without even a brush of contact. You stand in the room, a sheep among the flock, extracting a barrel of the sacred spring. Rest assured, when I request that you shed your garments, it is merely to invite you to bathe. With such a meager and uninspiring form, I harbor no interest whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Shen Mingxi's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. She had already mentally prepared herself, only to find that she had been overly anxious. What was even more infuriating was that you dared to express disdain towards her. Shen Mingxi let out a soft sigh as she gently stepped into the spirit spring. At first, she believed that immersing herself in the warm water would alleviate the wounds on her body. However, once she submerged herself, she felt as though she was enveloped by a soothing warmth. The spring should be soaked for at least an hour as a starting point. The lengthy wait does not necessitate constant observation. With leisure at hand, you might peruse a book to pass the time. As Shen Mengxi observed you engrossed in your book, she couldn't help but pout. Here she was, a stunning beauty, bathing in the open before you, yet you remained utterly indifferent, absorbed in your reading. What a lack of discernment. She glanced down at her own bag, and a flicker of self-doubt crept into her heart. In the blink of an hour swiftly passes. May the once pristine celestial spring now appear somewhat murky. Shen Mingxi pinched her nose, her face contorted in distaste. To her dismay, such a multitude of impurities had emerged from within her own body. It seems the effect is quite remarkable. You glanced at the young girl emerging from the spiritual spring, and she smiled gently. At this moment, she bears an even greater resemblance to that figure from the past. Shen Mengxi noticed your unwavering gaze fixed upon her, and a subtle smile crept upon her lips. With a sense of triumph, she lifted her head, contradicting her earlier claims of disinterest in her own unremarkable physique. What a hypocritical soul you are. Even when discovered, you still have no intention of averting your gaze. Under the unadulterated scrutiny of those eyes, Shen Mingxi suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Have you had your fill of this? My lord, you helplessly shook your head, withdrew a set of exquisite purple garments from the fairy ring, and tossed them into Shen Mingxi's hands. Now, you may emerge from the water. Shen Mengxi hesitated for a moment, turning her back to you as she donned her garments, though she had previously asserted that she would not be as delicate and bashful as the women of the human race. Her cheeks had already flushed with warmth. However, despite her efforts to maintain a calm demeanor, her subconscious haste in donning her garments did not escape your notice from behind. A playful smile inadvertently graced your lips. She remains, as ever, so concerned with her image. Before long, Shen Mengxi had donned her elegant attire. My master, when will you impart the teachings of cultivation to me? Gazing into her yearning eyes, you spoke softly. Before I impart my teachings upon you, you must first answer a question. Why do you choose to become my servant in your pursuit of enlightenment? You are filled with curiosity regarding why a woman, who in her past life would rather not submit to servitude, suddenly chooses to become a slave for the sake of her cultivation. Although it is said that due to the circumstances of reincarnation, certain transformations may have occurred. At present, the young girl before me bears an astonishing resemblance to the one from my memories, both in appearance and demeanor. Yet upon hearing your words, Shen Mengxi fell into a contemplative silence. It is the Wu family, yet it is not solely the Wu family. The true object of my vengeance lies beyond them. Your interest was immediately piqued by the words. Who else could possibly occupy such a significant place in this girl's thoughts? Shen Mengxi's delicate visage appeared to be lost in contemplation, yet she could not quite grasp the elusive memory. I too am unaware of the identity of this figure. Since the moment of my birth, a vague silhouette has lingered in the recesses of my mind. Whenever I recall that individual, a profound anger envelopes me. My instincts whisper that this person must undoubtedly be my arch-nemesis. The very reason I strive to endure, even to the extent of willingly becoming a servant to others, is to seek retribution against that figure residing in the recesses of my mind. Upon hearing this description, you fell into a profound silence. How is it that this girl still wishes to prey upon me after her reincarnation? Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, a playful smile graced your face. Perhaps the original self has discerned the identity of the person you mentioned. Upon hearing this, Shen Mengxi immediately grew anxious and hurriedly pressed you for the identity of that individual. yet you merely smile. That individual possesses an extraordinary level of cultivation, far beyond what you can currently comprehend. Now that you are aware, it serves no benefit to you. Shen Mingxi's delicate face was struck with astonishment. She had not anticipated that the individual in her mind possessed such formidable prowess. A sense of defeat inevitably welled up within her. Then, she inwardly inquired, "Master, how do you truly measure against that person?" Upon hearing this, you were taken aback. "Surely, this girl doesn't expect me to undermine myself, does she? My true self stands equally matched with that person, indistinguishable in prowess." As expected, at that moment, Shen Mengxi gazed upon your exquisite visage, which revealed a hint of anticipation. "Since you, my master, are indeed quite comparable to that individual, might you assist me in eliminating him?" Upon hearing these words, you were instantly enveloped in silence. In the depths of autumn contemplation, you ponder for an extended period, seeking a strategy. Did you not once express a desire for personal vengeance? If I were to intervene on your behalf, what significance would your retribution hold? Upon hearing your words, Shen Mengxi eagerly implored, "I wish to commence my cultivation at once." Witnessing the success of the past, a sigh of relief escaped your lips. With a smile, you pointed towards her arm, signaling that the journey of cultivation had commenced. Chapter 10. Of course, it is because I wish to see has it already begun? Xiaoyueying gazed down at her own body. A look of bewilderment etched upon her face. The individual had claimed to have commenced her training, yet she felt nothing amiss, not even aware of when it had begun. Noticing her confusion, Changxian spoke up to remind her, "Did you not notice that when you just acted against me, your strength had significantly increased?" Xiaoyueying's expression changed as she realized that her clenched fists were brimming with power. In her moment of anger towards Changxian, she had been oblivious to it. With a deep breath, Xiaoyueying attempted to swing her fist with all her might towards the front, and in an instant, the sound of her fist slicing through the air echoed ominously. Completion of the 9th layer of body tempering. Unbeknownst to her, after a brief slumber, she had unwittingly ascended to the pinnacle of body tempering. It is well known that ordinary cultivators in the mortal realm build their foundations from a young age, refining their bodies. Those from affluent families may utilize medicinal liquids for body refinement, while others must rely solely on rigorous physical training or endure physical blows to achieve their goals. Regardless of the method, this arduous process typically spans several years, even decades, demanding relentless perseverance until one attains the ultimate state of body tempering. Yet, she had merely immersed herself once in that divine liquid for body refinement and had directly completed her physical cultivation. What Xiaoyueying did not realize was that the divine liquid for body tempering had not only allowed her to surpass the boundaries of body tempering in a brief moment, but had also unknowingly fortified her body to its utmost potential. The reason she had only reached the 9th layer of body tempering was simply due to the classification within that realm, which comprises 9 layers. In truth, body tempering consists of 20 layers, and at this moment, her physical condition could likewise attain completion. The effects of the body tempering were remarkable, as she had absorbed the majority of the medicinal properties. Changxian scrutinized Xiaoyueying's physique with satisfaction gleaming in his eyes, then commanded, "Since you have completed body tempering, it is time to awaken your meridians. Lift your garments from your abdomen. I shall assist you in this endeavor." Enveloped in joy, Xiaoyueying trusted him completely. Loosening her silken sash and lifting her inner garments to reveal her smooth, fair abdomen, Changxian gently placed a finger upon her dantian, and at that moment, Xiaoyueying distinctly felt a warm surge of spiritual energy flowing into her dantian. This energy spiraled above the dantian, drawing in and coalescing the surrounding spiritual essence, gradually forming a radiant spiritual orifice suspended above her dantian. The instant the orifice took shape, the emanating spiritual energy coursed through her entire network of meridians, as if connecting every pathway and nourishing them in a single sweep. Once the spiritual energy permeated every corner of Xiaoyueying's being, Changxian slowly withdrew his finger. Xiaoyueying gazed in astonishment at her arms, where she could clearly see the glowing spiritual veins coursing beneath her skin, intricate networks of radiant energy spreading throughout her body. until the luminous glow gradually faded away. After undergoing a thorough cleansing of her entire being with spiritual energy, she felt an overwhelming sense of ease and vitality coursing through her. She could even distinctly perceive the faint, ethereal essence drifting between heaven and earth. To sense the spiritual energy of the world and have it flow seamlessly within her was no mere awakening of spiritual channels. It was the realm of spiritual communion. This realm signifies not only the unimpeded flow of spiritual energy through one's meridians, but also the profound understanding of the celestial forces. Having reached this stage, she had truly embarked upon the path of cultivation. At this moment, she had transcended both the body refinement and awakening stages, advancing directly into the realm of spiritual communion. Gratitude surged within Xiaoyueying as she joyfully thanked Changxian, her previous grievances washed away by her newfound elation. It is worth noting that for most cultivators, opening spiritual channels requires considerable effort. Even those with some talent, after achieving the pinnacle of body refinement and adequately preparing spiritual stones for refinement, often need several days. Those with lesser aptitude, even with all necessary herbs and spiritual stones, may require months to awaken their channels. Yet, Changxian had merely pointed, allowing her to condense her spiritual channel in an instant and facilitating her communion with the spiritual essence. How could she not be delighted? Perhaps if you express your gratitude by addressing me as your master, I would be even more pleased, Changxian remarked. Hearing this, Xiaoyueying felt a sense of satisfaction in her thanks, though Changxian suggested a slight improvement. Biting her lip, she blushed and quietly expressed her gratitude anew. Thank you, Master. Each time she attempted to address Changxian as Master, it felt as though her tongue was inexplicably tied, making it difficult to utter. This time, it sounded much more harmonious. Changxian nodded, a content smile gracing his features. Xiaoyueying shot him an exasperated glance. Such a mischievous individual. He insisted on being called Master to feel satisfied. However, considering he had truly aided her breakthrough, she decided not to dwell on it. As she discreetly adjusted her attire, she suddenly became aware of a lingering question. Master, did you ask me to expose my abdomen solely to assist me in opening my spiritual channels? Indeed, why else? Changxian replied playfully. Is direct skin contact necessary for helping someone awaken their channels? Xiaoyueying inquired, her curiosity piqued. Initially, she had believed that physical contact was essential for Changxian to assist her, only to find that a gentle touch of his finger on her abdomen was sufficient. It seemed that revealing her midriff was not truly necessary. As if confirming her suspicions, Changxian shook his head slowly and answered confidently, not at all. Opening spiritual channels is as effortless for me as breathing. Even without any contact, I could assist someone from a distance. Then why did you want me to expose my abdomen? Xiaoyueying's lovely face clouded with confusion upon learning that revealing her skin was unnecessary, even for contact. In response, Changxian articulated his answer with utmost conviction. It is simply because I wish to see it. Xiaoyueying's expression faltered, her cheeks twitching slightly as her gaze bore down on Changxian. Her silver teeth clenched tightly in frustration, fists tightly balled, her entire being trembling uncontrollably. This shameless, detestable scoundrel. Once again, she had fallen prey to his tricks. The gratitude and fondness she had painstakingly cultivated for him dissipated in an instant. At this moment, she yearned to deliver a powerful punch to his face. Amused by Xiaoyueying's demeanor, resembling an irate cat poised to strike, Changxian could not help but burst into joyous laughter. Had this been a previous encounter, she would have undoubtedly retaliated with a sword, vowing to fight him to the bitter end. How remarkably obedient she seemed now, yet her eyes glinted with a murderous intent. As Changxian's laughter echoed in her ears, Xiaoyueying averted her gaze, stifling her frustration. She understood that even if she unleashed all her strength in a punch, it would only serve as a mere tickle for him. After a bout of joyful laughter, Changxian fixed Xiaoyueying with a knowing smile, teasingly inquiring, having fulfilled our agreement by teaching you the ways of cultivation, are you not now obliged to adhere to your duties as a slave as per our accord? Chapter 11. The duties of a bedwarmer, the responsibilities of a slave. Xiaoyueying's face revealed a hint of confusion, and an unsettling premonition surged within her. Indeed, had it not been previously agreed upon? I shall guide you in your future cultivation, and you are to become my eternal servant, devotedly attending to my needs. Surely, you have not forgotten this, nor do you wish to retract your promise, have you? Changxian gazed at Xiaoyueying with a playful smile, amusement dancing in his eyes. Xiaoyueying furrowed her delicate brow and then resolutely replied, I have not forgotten. I, Xiaoyueying, am a person of my word. Once I have made a promise, I shall certainly uphold it. Excellent. Your duties henceforth will include serving me tea, massaging my shoulders, and assisting with changing clothes. Whenever I have a need, you are obliged to fulfill it. Changxian smiled with satisfaction as he succinctly outlined the responsibilities that awaited Xiaoyueying. No problem. After hearing the requirements, Xiaoyueying nodded confidently, her demeanor light and assured. Compared to the exhausting labor she once endured as another slave, this task of serving tea seemed remarkably effortless, devoid of any challenge. Moreover, remaining by this fellow's side would not only ensure ample sustenance, but also provide her with fine attire and the opportunity to cultivate her skills. Reluctantly attending to him felt hardly burdensome. Since you comprehend your role, let me witness how you attend to my needs. Changxian turned his gaze to the darkening night outside the window and then slowly rose from his seat. It is getting late, and I desire to retire early. With a smile, he looked at Xiaoyueying and opened his arms, the implication unmistakable. Xiaoyueying pouted slightly, but obediently approached him. Just as she intended to extend her hand to assist Changxian with changing clothes, she was unexpectedly interrupted. No. I do not sense your earnestness in serving me. While I do not expect perfection, you ought to at least greet me before proceeding, don't you think? Changxian gently shook his head, feigning disappointment. Irritated, Xiaoyueying shot him a glare, then squinted her eyes and smiled, curtsying like a demure maid. Master, Yueying is about to assist you with changing clothes. May I proceed? The latter part of her statement was almost spat out through gritted teeth. Her tone did not convey the essence of a devoted servant, but rather hinted at something more sinister. If only her demeanor could be a touch more gentle. However, to transform this girl into a more docile presence would be quite a challenge. Nevertheless, there would be ample time in the future. Her training could be gradual, acceptable albeit reluctantly, considering this was her first time assisting with changing clothes. Changxian chose not to be overly critical and begrudgingly acquiesced. Once given permission, Xiaoyueying shot him a disgruntled glance before stepping forward to slowly remove his outer garments. Before long, Changxian stood at the edge of the bed, donning only a white undergarment, watching with keen interest as Xiaoyueying meticulously folded the discarded clothing. Although it was her first attempt at folding clothes, Xiaoyueying quickly mastered the task through her observations of other maids. Standing proudly with her hands on her hips, she admired the neatly folded garments resting on the bedside. With a self-satisfied nod, she thought to herself, "Isn't tea serving simply a matter of routine? This is hardly a challenge." Turning around, she caught sight of Changxian, who stood at the edge of the bed, gazing intently at her. With a slight frown, she inquired, "Master, did you not say you were going to change and retire for the night?" "Indeed, I'm merely waiting for you." Changxian replied with a light chuckle. "Waiting for me?" Xiaoyueying blinked in confusion. "Yes, otherwise, what did you think?" Changxian said with an air of casual certainty. "I am preparing to retire, and you do not suppose that merely changing me is sufficient, do you? Warming the bed and attending to my needs are also part of your duties." "Warming the bed? Attending to you?" Xiaoyueying's expression turned to one of shock, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she hurriedly retorted. "You did not mention that I was required to warm your bed and attend to you. Must I explicitly state such things?" Changxian raised an eyebrow, then continued with a tone of inevitability. "Have I not made it clear? Whenever I require something, you are to fulfill it." As she spoke, Changxian leaned closer to Xiaoyueying, gazing into her exquisite face with a knowing smile. "You must understand, you are no ordinary servant. You are my personal attendant, and thus, warming the bed and attending to my needs falls squarely within your responsibilities." Xiaoyueying felt a rush of embarrassment, her cheeks aflame as she glared at Changxian with gritted teeth, her heart racing with anxiety. She had thought she had misunderstood his intentions, feeling a twinge of guilt for believing he desired her for her physical form. Yet, it turned out there was no misunderstanding. This insufferable man indeed wished for her to attend to him. He had merely been waiting for her to finish her bath and cleanse herself. Is it merely warming the bed and attending to you? After a moment of hesitation, Xiaoyueying huffed, her face still flushed, and shed her outer garments, leaving only her undergarments before diving beneath the covers. With a kick of her legs and her eyes tightly shut, she lay still upon the bed, adopting a resigned attitude as if to say, "I am at your mercy." Changxian couldn't help but smile faintly at her reaction. After extinguishing the candlelight with a flick of his fingers, he joined her under the covers, feeling the presence of the one beside her. Xiaoyue Ying's heart raced to an unbearable degree. Although she had resolved to submit, the reality of the situation filled her with trepidation and unease. "You seem a bit tense. Are you afraid I might devour you?" Changxian teased, noticing her rigid form as he lay on his side, propping his head on his hand. "And no, I am not." In the midst of darkness, Xiaoyueying opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retorted. However, her flustered demeanor lacked any persuasive power. Changxian found her reaction to be exceedingly amusing. "Rest assured, my dear, tonight I merely require your warmth for the bed. I have no intentions of taking advantage of you." Xiaoyueying's expression froze in disbelief. It turned out that this fellow only intended for her to warm his sheets, without any actual desire for her companionship in a more intimate sense. It seemed she had once again misjudged his intentions. Just as she began to relax, an arm suddenly encircled her slender waist beneath the covers, and a hand gently caressed her abdomen. Chapter 12. This is my sleeping habit. The moment his fingers made contact with her skin, Xiaoyueying's body was instantly enveloped by a surge of electricity, causing her to tremble lightly as her form tensed to its utmost. How surprisingly sensitive this girl is, Changxian thought, taken aback. Every minute reaction of Xiaoyueying's body was keenly felt beneath his palm. He never anticipated that the formidable demon empress would possess such sensitivity. Didn't you say you wouldn't do anything?" Xiaoyueying turned around, her charming face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment as she glared at Changxian. It was agreed that he would not take advantage of her. Yet in the next moment, his hand had reached out, leaving her completely unprepared. That despicable man. In the face of Xiaoyueying's accusation, Changxian feigned innocence. "I truly have not done anything." "Then what is your hand doing?" Xiaoyueying retorted, her irritation palpable. She could distinctly feel the warmth lingering from his palm on her abdomen. "Oh, this is merely my sleeping habit," Changxian enlightened, chuckling lightly as he explained. "I prefer to hold something while I sleep. Rest assured, I am merely holding you. I shall not do anything else." With that, Changxian's hand casually squeezed her soft belly. After being nourished by the celestial spring, Xiaoyueying's skin was as delicate as silk, soft as cotton, and her slightly plump abdomen was particularly supple and elastic. Her delicate brows twitched slightly as she clenched her fists beneath the covers. Vexed as she called out, "Master, what is your hand doing?" "Oh, that. When I hold something while sleeping, it's natural to have the habit of squeezing a little," Changxian replied with righteous conviction, as if his hand had no choice but to squeeze, as if he were not to blame. Xiaoyueying gritted her teeth in frustration, but ultimately chose to release her tightly clenched fists, turning her back to Changxian, allowing him to wrap his arms around her waist. Compared to surrendering herself to him, merely allowing him to hold her and give a gentle squeeze was indeed not a significant matter. Yet, every time that man's hand inadvertently glided across her belly, she could not help but shiver as if struck by lightning. This tingling sensitivity caused her cheeks to burn crimson. Fortunately, shrouded by the darkness of the night, she tightly closed her eyes, biting down on her teeth to conceal her embarrassment, striving to suppress any sounds. However, how could mere darkness conceal her from Changxian's keen gaze? Despite her deliberate act of turning away to feign sleep, her flushed cheeks and the struggle to endure were all too evident to him. Changxian smiled slightly, gently pressing his fingers on various acupoints of her abdomen, exerting a slight force. In that fleeting moment of pressure, Xiaoyueying's entire body quivered, the electrifying sensation causing her to involuntarily emit a soft moan. Realizing her loss of composure, Xiaoyueying quickly covered her mouth, her face a mix of shame and anger as she turned to confront Changxian. However, before she could utter a word, she suddenly realized that the spiritual energy coursing through her meridians had become invigorated, surging throughout her entire being. Changxian leaned close to Xiaoyueying's ear and whispered, "Your body harbors a significant residue of celestial spring energy, which is sufficient to propel you into the next realm. While this energy still lingers, you must refine and absorb it entirely, solidifying your spiritual apertures and fortifying your meridians. Once you master the condensation of this spiritual energy, you shall have entered the realm of spiritual refinement." With that, Changxian gently tapped the spiritual aperture between Xiaoyueying's fingers, causing it to awaken and become vibrant, with spiritual energy surging within, guiding the energy through her meridians in a gentle flow. Upon hearing that this pertained to her cultivation, Xiaoyueying's expression turned serious. She could no longer hold Changxian accountable and promptly closed her eyes, following his instructions to absorb and refine the residual energy within her. Under Changxian's protective guidance, Xiaoyueying could distinctly feel the spiritual energy residing in every meridian within her body, all while the surging energy remained perfectly contained. With countless delicate meridians interwoven throughout her being, he not only assisted in activating all the residual energy, but also ensured that not a trace was left behind. Xiaoyueying, too astonished to linger on her amazement, immersed herself wholeheartedly in the process of refining the residual energy. In an instant, she entered a meditative state, enveloped in a gentle embrace of flowing spiritual energy. The residual energy within her meridians was absorbed and fused at a visibly astonishing rate, with luminous spiritual light blossoming in her apertures and a layer of shimmering radiance enveloping her meridians. The spiritual energy contained within the celestial spring was both remarkably pure and concentrated. For an ordinary individual to fully refine and absorb, it would require considerable time and effort. Yet, having bathed in the celestial spring twice, Xiaoyueying, under the influence of the vast residual energy within her, absorbed and refined it at a speed thousands of times greater than the average person. Such a pace of absorption and refinement was virtually unparalleled across the 9 heavens and 10 realms. Even the 9 most formidable disciples he had trained previously could not compare. Having witnessed Xiaoyueying's speed during her body refinement, Changxian felt no surprise at her astonishing rate of refinement. If she lacked such innate talent, even he would not dare to assert that she could reach the true God realm within a year. Under Changxian's watchful protection, Xiaoyueying remained quietly immersed in her focused state of refining energy, feeling the warmth radiating from her back and unknowingly experiencing a long-lost sense of security. Since her birth as an orphan, she had no memories other than a vague silhouette she sought for vengeance. Throughout her wanderings and escapes in the mortal realm, she had never experienced a single day of peace. Later, when she was captured and reduced to slavery, her life was marked by relentless toil and punishment, sometimes deprived even of the chance to rest. At this moment, lying on the soft and comfortable bed, his body gradually relaxed, and the tightly wound nerves began to ease. A wave of drowsiness quietly surged within him, and his eyelids grew increasingly heavy until, in a state of unconsciousness, they gently closed. How is it possible that this girl has fallen asleep? Changxian glanced down at the curled-up figure in his arms, the serene and tranquil countenance of Xiaoyueying. With a mix of helplessness and affection, he shook his head and pulled the blanket up a little higher over her. Observing her in such a deep and peaceful slumber, he ultimately could not bring himself to awaken her for a second round of sleep. Beyond his reluctance, he noticed that even in the depths of her dreams, Xiaoyueying's body continued to naturally refine the residual spiritual energy within her. Thus, there was no pressing need to rouse her. Let this girl sleep on. Chapter 13, When Necessary. One may speak to the true self on the following morning. Xiaoyueying slowly opened her sleepy eyes, enveloped in the comforting warmth of her blankets, and found herself momentarily drifting back into a drowsy state. She had dreamt once more, a recurring dream that had visited her countless times before. In the dream, within a magnificent and imposing palace, she sat upon the emperor's throne, while countless individuals reverently prostrated themselves at her feet. However, the scene abruptly shifted. In the void above, she was struck down by an ethereal, indistinct figure, plummeting into a deep abyss, losing all consciousness. It was unclear how much time had passed when she awoke to find herself a homeless waif, wandering aimlessly. Subsequently, she was captured and forced into slavery, enduring daily beatings and torture. After devising an escape, she fortuitously encountered a formidable individual who took her in. Though this person spoke in a manner that was rather irksome and laden with dark humor, they treated her with a degree of kindness. Not only did they heal her wounds and cleanse her body, but they also provided her with clothing and a warm bed to sleep upon. A warm bed. As this thought crossed her mind, Xiaoyueying gradually awakened, her eyes snapping open. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself face to face with a warm chest, and she could distinctly feel a pair of arms wrapped around her waist. At that moment, she lay curled up in the embrace of this individual, cocooned in the covers. Xiaoyueying began to recollect certain details. The figure who had sheltered her in her dreams became increasingly clear. Raising her gaze, she beheld a strikingly handsome and refined face. "You're awake," Changxian remarked, looking down at the girl nestled in his arms, a look of indulgence gracing his features. "As a slave, waking later than your master is not acceptable. I shall overlook it this time, but do not let it happen again." Xiaoyueying remained silent, her violet eyes gazing helplessly at Changxian. Indeed, it was he. The dreams held a kernel of truth. After her descent into slavery, she had been taken in by this very man, becoming his exclusive servant. Moreover, she had spent the entire night in his embrace. What truly irked her, however, was her own behavior. She had curled up like a little girl, lying peacefully in this man's arms. Unbelievable. Seeing the true self, you appear rather displeased. Changxian teased, observing her expression of helplessness and annoyance. "How could I dare to be displeased, my beloved master? Might I request that you loosen your grip? Otherwise, I cannot rise to serve you in changing attire." Xiaoyueying wore a light smile on her face, yet her teeth were clenched in frustration. The matter of changing attire could wait. The opportunity to rest in the embrace of the true self was one that few women would ever have. It was a rare privilege, and the true self graciously permitted her to linger a while longer in his arms. "What a rare opportunity," Changxian jested. "You simply wish to take advantage of me." Xiaoyueying's cheeks twitched slightly, and she shot him an exasperated glare, resolutely rejecting him. "Not necessary. This opportunity is better left for other women, my master." With that, Xiaoyueying freed herself from Changxian's embrace, rising to don her garments. Changxian reclined on the bed, propping his chin on one hand, watching her with a smile as she dressed, and he reminded her, "Should you ever need, do not hesitate to speak to me. I am not one to withhold." "As if I would," Xiaoyueying retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, biting her silver teeth in playful defiance. "How infuriating!" "Ha ha!" Observing Xiaoyueying's flustered and indignant expression, Changxian's eyes sparkled with amusement, and he felt a deep sense of satisfaction, slowly extending his arms. "Little Ying, come dress me." "Oomph." Hearing the endearing address, Xiaoyueying huffed in discontent, but nonetheless stepped forward to assist Changxian in dressing. During the process, she suddenly recalled her meditation on refining spirit power from the previous night and gasped in surprise. What's wrong?" Changxian inquired, perplexed by her sudden exclamation. "It seems I accidentally fell asleep while refining my spirit power last night," Xiaoyueying confessed, feeling a tad embarrassed. Last night, Changxian had guided her in cultivating the spirit power within her, yet she had inadvertently drifted off to sleep. So that's what you were worried about." Changxian chuckled dismissively. "Do not fret. Your talent surpasses my expectations. After you fell asleep, the residual spirit power within you completed its refinement on its own." As he spoke, Changxian pointed to Xiaoyueying's palm and instructed, "Attempt to concentrate your spirit power into your hand." "Oh!" Xiaoyueying complied, trying to channel her spirit power into her palm. In the next moment, strands of verdant spirit energy swirled and coalesced in her hand, weaving together into a ball resembling a mass of intertwined threads. Witnessing this, joy illuminated Xiaoyueying's eyes. The so-called refining spirit realm allows one to freely concentrate their spirit power in any part of their body after attuning to it. Spirit power can adhere to one's body like armor or gather in the limbs to enhance explosive strength. To be able to manipulate her spirit power at will and gather it in any part of her body meant that she had indeed entered the refining spirit realm. In just one night, she had successfully refined the residual spirit power within her, stepping into the realm of refining spirit. Just as Xiaoyue Ying reveled in her joy, a dark purple aura emanated from within her, infusing the intertwined strands of spirit power. In an instant, it was as if a drop of clear water fell into ink, turning the once verdant spirit energy into a deep, inky purple. Unlike the gentle green spirit power, this dark purple energy harbored a savage, violent force, suffused with demonic and sinister energy. The power of demons. Changxian's eyes narrowed slightly, yet he quickly regained his composure. Xiaoyueying was born with an innate demonic physique, embodying the bloodlines of ancient demon and devil clans. With half of her being demon and the other half devil, her spiritual energy was naturally transformed into demonic power, influenced by the revered bones and bloodlines within her. This demonic power rivals divine strength, far surpassing the typical powers of celestial beings and spirits. Although he had anticipated that Xiaoyueying would awaken her demonic abilities, the speed at which it occurred exceeded his expectations. Merely at the spirit refinement stage, she had already activated her demonic bloodline. What is this? Observing the swirling demonic energy enveloping her, Xiaoyueying's delicate features displayed surprise, casting a worried glance at Changxian. Do not fret. This change in spiritual energy is a result of your unique constitution. Such power is unparalleled in this world and symbolizes your extraordinary talent, Changxian explained. Having sparred with her countless times, he was acutely aware of the formidable nature of this demonic power. The demonic force. Xiaoyueying stared in awe at the energy coiling around her arm, her eyes sparkling with delight and excitement. As this purple-black energy manifested, she could distinctly sense a greater power at her command. Though she was unsure of its nature, it certainly felt formidable. With this strength, perhaps her chances of vengeance in the future would be greatly enhanced. Chapter 14. It is not as though I am unwilling to provide for you. With a creak, the door swung open, and Changxian and Xiaoyueying emerged from the room. Thank you, Master. Xiaoyueying expressed her heartfelt gratitude, following closely behind Changxian. This time, she made sure to include the title Master. Last night, not only did Changxian refrain from taking her, but he also protected her meridians and guided her in refining the spiritual energy within her, aiding her breakthrough into the spirit refinement realm. Coupled with his previous deeds, she suddenly felt that, aside from his slightly irritating manner of speech, he might indeed be quite a good person. In response to Xiaoyueying's gratitude, Changxian simply smiled graciously. It was rare to see this girl so sincere. Her calling a master was significantly sweeter than before. He almost forgot about it. As they walked, Changxian noticed that the surroundings had grown remarkably quiet, and he recalled the crow he had summoned back into his folding fan. With a flick of his wrist, the fan unfurled. The two sides of the fan depicted a vibrant landscape, filled with an array of extraordinary creatures, creating a breathtaking spectacle as if myriad beasts had gathered in the world. Most astonishingly, the creatures within the painting moved as if they were alive, with a mere blink. The beasts shifted positions. Crow, come fort. At Changxian's call, a crow from the illustration appeared to come alive, flapping its wings as it soared out of the fan and landed gracefully on his shoulder. Master, I knew you would be lost without me. The crow's large, watery eyes gazed at Changxian with a look of profound emotion. Upon noticing the enchanting Xiaoyueying in her purple dress beside him, the crow's expression shifted to one of surprise, its dark, round eyes darting about. During its absence, Xiaoyueying had undergone a remarkable transformation, becoming even more captivating, and her cultivation had ascended to the spirit refinement realm. Moreover, she had just emerged from the same room as the master. What had transpired last night in its absence? It was curious. Could it be that the master and Lady Yueying had? Oh, was the master so swift in his actions? The crow pondered, yet hesitated to ascertain the truth. It inched closer, ready to probe with a question, but was met with Changxian's stern admonition. Crow, If you entertain any strange thoughts, I shall simply return you to your confinement." The crow, understanding its place, retreated in silence. Truly, the master was remarkable. He knew what it wished to inquire without it even having to speak. After departing from the inn, Changxian and Xiaoyueying strolled leisurely through the bustling streets. The moment Xiaoyueying's graceful figure appeared on the thoroughfare, passers-by were immediately captivated, turning their heads in awe. Even the men holding their girlfriends could not help but pause, turning back to gaze in fascination. Of course, what awaited them was the piercing gaze of their beautiful companions. Xiaoyueying followed Changxian with an expression of indifference, completely disregarding the sounds around her, while her eyes curiously surveyed the various street snacks. After merely resting for a night, her stomach inexplicably felt empty once more. As they passed by a steamy bun shop, suffused with the rich aroma of meat, Xiaoyueying instinctively slowed her pace, her eyes fixated on the large meat buns, her face nearly emblazoned with the desire to indulge. Changxian, noticing the hopeful yet shy expression on Xiaoyueying's face, secretly smiled to himself. He purposefully chose to ignore her and continued walking forward, casually remarking as he walked, "I've heard that the meat buns here are large and succulent, with an exceptional flavor. Especially when they are freshly steamed, the aroma is enticing, and with a single bite, the juices flow, leaving an unforgettable taste. Everyone who has tried them sings their praises." Xiaoyueying listened intently, swallowing hard as her mind endeavored to savor the meat's fragrant essence based on his description, her face alight with anticipation for Changxian to procure some for her. However, Changxian suddenly shifted his tone, exclaiming, "What a pity. I have grown weary of such meat buns." Upon realizing that Changxian had no intention of buying the buns, Xiaoyueying's cheeks flushed with urgency. She glanced at the meat buns beside her and then at Changxian, feeling a tumult of emotions within. She despised the idea of imposing on others and preferred to rely on herself whenever possible. The thought of asking Changxian, who was ostensibly her master, to buy her meat buns was exceedingly difficult for her to voice. Yet, having just heard Changxian's delightful description, her curiosity piqued. She longed to experience the taste herself. He might be tired of them, but she had never had the chance to try. As they were about to pass the bun shop, Xiaoyueying wrestled with her thoughts and ultimately could not suppress her urge to stop. Master, I want to." Her face flushed crimson, her fingers nervously fidgeting as she stammered. What is it?" Changxian halted in his tracks, turning back with a feigned expression of confusion. I want to try that bun." After a moment of hesitation, Xiaoyueying finally mustered the courage to voice her wish. "Oh, so you want to eat a bun? You could have just said so. I'm more than willing to buy them for you." Upon hearing the words he longed to hear, a triumphant smile spread across Changxian's face. Seeing that smug grin on Changxian's face, Xiaoyueying's cheeks blazed with embarrassment, and she gritted her teeth, glaring at him. Her heart suddenly filled with realization. This insufferable man must have seen her desire for the meat bun from the very beginning. He was deliberately waiting for her to ask him. She promptly retracted her earlier impression of him as a good person. This individual is truly a person of perverse taste and ill intentions. "Here, take this." Changxian approached the meat bun stall and purchased several large buns, which he handed to Xiaoyueying. "In the future, should you desire anything, do not hesitate. Simply express your wishes directly to me." Gazing at the steaming, freshly made buns before her, Xiaoyueying pressed her lips together, hesitating momentarily, but ultimately succumbed and accepted the buns. Although accepting them made it seem as though she was merely a pawn in Changxian's game, she resolved to uphold the admirable virtue of not wasting food. Having already been deceived once, it would be even more regrettable to forfeit the buns after having been tricked. Huffing and puffing, she shot a glare at Changxian before eagerly taking a bite, the hot juices bursting in her mouth, causing her to exhale sharply. Changxian found the sight amusing. "Slow down, there's no one competing with you." "Oof." Xiaoyueying huffed defiantly, then took another large bite, seemingly determined to prove her resilience against the heat, only to scald herself once more. "Oh, so hot, so hot." Changxian shook his head in disbelief. This girl is so stubborn. Yet in this regard, she is remarkably similar to her former self. Chapter 15. As I fulfilled my master's wish, The steaming meat bun brought an exuberant joy to Xiaoyueying, akin to that of a young girl who has just received a confection. With each bite of the succulent bun, her radiant smile blossomed, reflecting sheer happiness. Her enchanting eyes, akin to a radar, scanned the food stalls lining the street with keen interest. Every action of Xiaoyueying was observed by Changxian, whose expression inadvertently revealed a blend of affection and amusement as he spoke. Xiaoyueying, extend your hand. Xiaoyueying's face displayed a hint of confusion as she obediently stretched out her palm. Changxian produced a silk pouch and placed it gently in her hand. What is this? Upon receiving the pouch, Xiaoyueying felt an unexpected weight in her grasp. Here is your allowance, Changxian remarked with a gentle smile. In the future, should you wish to purchase anything, you may do so on your own. As the words left his lips, Xiaoyueying eagerly opened the pouch, and her eyes widened in astonishment as they filled with the sight of gold pieces, each gleaming like pebbles. The resplendent glow nearly blinded her. She gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief, and impulsively bit into one of the gold ingots, leaving a delicate mark of her small tooth. Is this truly gold? With such wealth, one could purchase an entire city, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. Master, do you truly intend to gift me this gold? Never had she imagined that, as a slave, she would possess such riches, enabling her to acquire whatever her heart desired. Otherwise, why would I bestow it upon you? Changxian replied, amusement dancing in his eyes at her respectful address. Of course, if you prefer not to accept it, you may return it. Hearing her master's title imbued with reverence, Changxian found it rather amusing. After receiving the gold, Xiaoyueying's demeanor seemed to improve considerably. Who said I would refuse it? She quickly tucked the pouch into her bosom, fearing that Changxian might reclaim it. Her perception of him shifted once more. She realized she had misjudged this man. He was genuinely kind-hearted, perched upon Changxian's shoulder. Yazi observed the interaction with a knowing gaze, contemplating the affection bestowed upon Xiaoyueying. My lord truly dotes on Lady Yue, he mused. Having accompanied Changxian for millennia and witnessed countless celestial beings and sorceresses, many possessing unparalleled beauty and profound cultivation, Yazi had never seen anyone receive such indulgence from his master. Even it, the most loyal and cherished companion, had never experienced such treatment. Had nothing transpired the previous night, it would have found this hard to believe. In that moment, Yazi came to a sudden realization, as if all had been revealed to it. Though it had anticipated this outcome, the rapid progression surprised it. Truly, its master was swift in action. With the gold in hand, Xiaoyueying immediately began to survey her surroundings, running to a nearby stall to purchase 2 savory pancakes, savoring them with delight. Changxian glanced over, silently observing the contentment radiating from Xiaoyueying. This girl, had she been so easily satisfied in her past life, would not have ended up like this. Noticing the gaze of Changxian upon her, Xiaoyueying squinted her eyes warily, silently cradling the sesame cake in her arms, her expression clearly conveying that she was not about to share it. However, after a moment's hesitation, she generously extended one of the cakes from her hand to Changxian. Here, for you, I invite you to partake. You wish for me to eat a sesame cake. Changxian looked at the cake being offered to him, his expression a mixture of surprise and amusement. Indeed, ordinary folks cannot enjoy the sesame cakes I present. Xiaoyueying nodded with pride, echoing what Changxian had previously said to her. With a helpless smile, Changxian accepted the sesame cake and began to savor it slowly. Throughout his life, he had received countless lavish gifts, divine weapons, magical treasures, elixirs, and celestial beasts, each a treasure capable of inciting turmoil and contention in the world. Yet today marked the first time he had received a sesame cake as a form of invitation. This was perhaps the most inexpensive yet rare gift he had ever received, especially considering that the money spent on this sesame cake had come from him. Given his cultivation level, tasting any food now was merely a pursuit of indulgence. Over the long years, he had savored the delicacies of 9 heavens and 10 realms, as well as countless worldly gourmet dishes. To him, sesame cakes held no novelty and certainly did not rank among the culinary experiences he had encountered. Yet today, the sesame cake had a unique flavor. Just as she had said, her invitation to partake in the sesame cake was not something just anyone could experience. Seeing Changxian accept the cake, Xiaoyueying beamed with delight, relishing the cake in a bun with great enjoyment. The two, adorned in exquisite attire, strolled along the street, each savoring their sesame cake, drawing curious glances from those around them. With their ethereal beauty and refined demeanor, they appeared ill-suited to indulge in such street food. As they ambled while munching on their cakes, Changxian's attention was particularly drawn to a noodle shop they passed. The establishment was bustling, with a steady stream of patrons entering and exiting, a thriving business indeed. The line of customers extended outside, starkly contrasting with the other, nearly deserted eateries along the way. Above the entrance hung a sign inscribed with Old Lu Noodle House, prominently displayed at its center. The noodle shop was truly thriving, observing the continuous flow of customers. Xiaoyueying could not help but exclaim, her curiosity piqued. Such a prosperous business must surely indicate that the food here was quite exceptional. Old Lu Noodle House. Changxian raised his gaze to the noodle shop ahead, feeling an inkling of familiarity, and inquired of his companion, Yazi, have I visited this place before? Now that you mention it, my lord, I do recall. A century ago, you indeed came here and dined here. However, at that time, it was merely a small noodle stand called Little Lu Noodle Stand. As the raven pondered thoughtfully, it flapped its wings and responded. To its surprise, the humble noodle stall it once knew had transformed into a full-fledged noodle house in its brief absence, confirming that it was indeed a place from the past. Changxian felt a twinge of nostalgia. The last time he visited, the streets were lined with modest mobile stalls. Yet now, a century later, towering restaurants adorned both sides. Beside him, Xiaoyueying cast a silent glance at Changxian, inwardly scoffing. This is not merely a fleeting moment. 100 years have indeed passed. Since they were here, they might as well venture inside. Changxian's interest piqued, and he, along with Xiaoyueying, stepped into the noodle house. Chapter 16. Bestowed with a century of longevity inside the noodle shop, every seat was occupied, and the atmosphere was vibrant with lively conversation and the rich aroma of noodle soup. It was a scene of bustling excitement. Dear patrons, I apologize, but there is quite a queue at the moment, and I kindly ask for your patience, said the attendant at the front desk as Changxian entered the establishment, wearing an apologetic expression. Not to worry, I merely stopped by to take a look, Changxian replied, surveying his surroundings before inquiring, is Lu Gaoshan present? Are you looking for my grandfather? Lu Haofeng asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. At over a century old, his grandfather Lu Gaoshan had long bid farewell to all his acquaintances. It was improbable that he would have any old friends left, especially not someone as youthful and striking as the man before him. Is Lu Gaoshan still alive? Changxian nodded, a light smile gracing his lips. It was no wonder he found the young man before him somewhat familiar. He was indeed the great-grandson of Lu Gaoshan. In the blink of an eye, the once youthful boy at the noodle stand had now become a great-grandfather. Please wait a moment. I shall summon my grandfather, Lu Haofeng said, suddenly reminded of tales his grandfather had often recounted about his youthful adventures, his heart racing with recognition of Changxian's extraordinary presence. He hurriedly rushed to the back of the noodle shop to fetch him. Before long, voices emerged from behind the curtain. Is it the Wu family again? Lu Gaoshan's voice inquired. No, grandfather, it is a young man who claims to know you and has come specifically to seek you out, Lu Haofeng replied. As the voices grew nearer, a frail figure, stooped and supported by a cane, slowly parted the curtain. A young man has come to see me? Lu Gaoshan's brow furrowed slightly, his tone laced with curiosity. Yes, grandfather, I do not recognize him, but he asserts that he knows you. Perhaps he is an acquaintance of yours? Lu Haofeng said cautiously, assisting Lu Gaoshan as they walked. An acquaintance? Upon hearing this, Lu Gaoshan's brow knitted further. He struggled to recall who might be seeking him. Most of those he once knew had already passed on, and the few remaining were merely fleeting acquaintances, none who would have a close enough bond to visit him. Who could it be? As he crossed the threshold and beheld Gu Changxian's ethereal and upright figure standing at the front desk, Lu Gaoshan's expression froze in astonishment. It was as if he had witnessed something miraculous. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Gu Changxian. Memories from a century ago surged forth like a tidal wave in his mind. This gentle, handsome visage, this noble, upright stature, this celestial aura. Nothing had changed. Even after 100 years, this figure remained indelibly etched in his memory. It is him. It is indeed him. The esteemed immortal. Lu Gaoshan stood in a daze. His gaze fixed upon Gu Changxian, oblivious to the sound of his cane clattering to the ground. Lu Gaoshan, it has been quite a while. Gu Changxian greeted him with a gentle smile. When he first encountered this lad a century ago, he was merely a young child assisting in a shop. Yet now he appeared as a frail old man with a head of white hair. Upon hearing Gu Changxian's salutation, Lu Gaoshan snapped back to reality, hastily bending forward in a tremulous bow, neglecting the cane that Lu Haofeng had retrieved for him. Immortal, he stammered. At this utterance, the noodle shop erupted in astonishment. The once bustling atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, as every patron turned their curious and incredulous eyes towards Gu Changxian. Some held their wine cups suspended in midair, while others spilled their drinks unknowingly, and a few remained frozen mid-slurp of their noodles, gazing upward in disbelief. In the contemporary world, very few mortals manage to live beyond a century. Even among those who do, the number who can still speak clearly and walk with a cane is exceedingly rare. Lu Gaoshan, having surpassed a century, still walked with ease, conversed effortlessly, and exhibited a vibrant spirit, making him a well-known centenarian legend in Tianyuan City. Many had sought him out to inquire about the secret to his longevity, to which he would merely shake his head with a serene smile, recounting a tale of a childhood encounter with an immortal. It was said that this immortal was strikingly handsome and gentle, accompanied by a crow perched upon his shoulder, exuding an otherworldly presence. Initially, Lu Gaoshan assumed that this celestial being was merely a wealthy patron seeking a respite from lavish feasts by sampling his humble roadside stall. Surprised yet intrigued, he offered his warmest hospitality. After a pleasant exchange, the immortal requested a bowl of longevity noodles, which Lu Gaoshan believed was for himself, without a second thought. It was only after preparing the dish that the immortal revealed it was a gift intended specifically for him, a token of their fateful meeting. In the midst of attending to other customers, Lu Gaoshan turned to find the immortal had vanished, leaving the untouched bowl of longevity noodles on the table. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, he ultimately consumed the dish himself. In the following years, he experienced no ailments whatsoever. Even during a time when the city was plagued by illness, claiming many lives, he remained unscathed. Only then did he realize that he must have encountered a legendary immortal in his youth. It was indeed that bowl of longevity noodles that contributed to his enduring vitality, allowing him to remain spirited and healthy even at his advanced age. This extraordinary tale, which he delighted in sharing with the descendants of the Lu family and all who inquired about his secret to longevity, has become a well-known story throughout Tianyuan City, a cherished topic of conversation among its residents. However, after a considerable passage of time, most people merely regarded it as a mere anecdote or intriguing tale, much like the allure that draws young men and women to this city of destiny in search of love, with few believing it to be true. Yet now, the multitude has witnessed Lu Gaoshan treating the man before him with utmost respect and deference, addressing him as Master Xianzhong, coupled with the characteristics of the raven mentioned in the rumors. It is unmistakable that this gentleman is indeed the fabled Xianzhong of lore. Lu Haofeng, standing nearby, gazes at Gu Changxian with astonishment. Although he had sensed this possibility in his heart, he never anticipated that he would one day lay eyes upon the Xianzhong his grandfather had spoken of. Could it be that the tales told to them in their childhood were not mere fabrications? And now, after a century has elapsed, this esteemed Xianzhong has returned once more. Chapter 17. She didn't really want to eat. Has your health remained robust after a century? Gu Changxian inquired with a smile. Following the battle of the dual venerables, he had withdrawn from the world, spending his time wandering among mortals. Before his prolonged slumber, he passed through this place and fortuitously encountered a noodle stall run by a young lad, whereupon he sat down to engage in casual conversation. During their discourse, upon hearing the lad's wish for longevity, he considered their meeting a stroke of fate and casually gifted him a bowl of longevity noodles. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it seemed likely that the lad would indeed live to a ripe old age. "Thanks to your grace, my health is splendid," Lu Gaoshan replied cheerfully. His azure eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, his countenance radiating vitality, hardly resembling a centenarian. "The last time I saw you, you were merely managing a small stall, and now you have established a noodle house. It appears to be thriving?" "Indeed. This noodle house is now run by 4 generations of the Lu family, and we have been fortunate to receive the affection of our neighbors and townsfolk." Lu Gaoshan surveyed the establishment with pride and warmth before eagerly asking, "Esteemed immortal, would you care to sample our fare once more?" Changxian initially intended to decline, but upon glancing at the pouting Xiaoyueying beside him, he chuckled and said, "Since we have passed by, I shall indulge." Xiaoyueying slightly furrowed her brows, her lips forming a petulant pout. What did that glance mean? Did he think she was yearning for a meal? She didn't particularly want to eat. "Fomer, hurry and bring out the set of tables and chairs from the storeroom. Quick!" Upon hearing Gu Changxian's decision to stay for a taste, Lu Gaoshan beamed with joy, appearing several years younger, and promptly instructed Lu Haofeng to make the preparations. "Yes, yes." Lu Haofeng, not daring to delay, swiftly ran off to comply. Before long, a vintage set of tables and chairs was arranged in a corner on the second floor of the noodle house, leaning against the railing. This furniture, in stark contrast to the other brand-new tables and chairs in the establishment, emanated an aura of age, yet bore no signs of decay from the passage of time. "Is this the very bench I once sat upon?" Gu Changxian recognized the set immediately as the one he had occupied a century ago. Time had rendered it immortal, transforming it into spirit wood. "Indeed, esteemed immortal, this set of tables and chairs, which you once graced, has been preserved in my home all this time, never forsaken," Lu Gaoshan said with nostalgia, recalling how he had kept it upon discovering its imperishable nature. Despite offers exceeding 10,000 taels of silver from friends, he could never bring himself to part with it. He had always envisioned that if the immortal were to return, he would present it anew. Little did he expect that after a century, his wish would be fulfilled. "Esteemed immortal, please take a seat." Lu Gaoshan promptly invited Gu Changxian to sit, then stood by in anticipation, asking, "What would you like to eat this time? Perhaps the same shredded meat noodles as before?" After Gu Changxian seated himself alongside Xiaoyueying, he chuckled lightly. "A plate of peanuts and a jug of fine wine." The crow, with a flourish, descended from Gu Changxian's shoulder to the tabletop, puffing out its chest as it proclaimed, "Very well, very well." Lu Gaoshan nodded repeatedly, amusement dancing in his eyes. A century prior, he had already witnessed this remarkable crow, capable of human speech, order dishes, and enjoy libations, so he felt no surprise. However, Lu Haofeng, seated nearby, could not conceal his curiosity as he scrutinized the crow. While it was not uncommon for cultivators to be accompanied by spirited spirit beasts, those that could articulate human language were indeed a rarity in the world. If one were to merely listen, it would be nearly impossible to discern that it was a crow making the orders. The crow proudly tilted its diminutive head, while Gu Changxian playfully remarked, "It is merely a gluttonous crow." Lu Gaoshan chuckled, redirecting his gaze to the enchanting Xiaoyueying. "Esteemed lady, what would you like to eat?" Xiaoyueying picked up the menu from the table, her eyes darting over the densely packed options, momentarily overwhelmed by indecision. The various noodles and snacks appeared delightful, yet she was uncertain which would be the most delectable. Observing her dilemma, Gu Changxian smiled gently and decisively instructed Lu Gaoshan. "She has quite the appetite. Let us have one of everything you offer." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyueying peered over the menu with a displeased expression in her violet eyes. Yet she refrained from voicing any objections. "Please wait a moment, esteemed sir. I shall prepare everything personally," Lu Gaoshan said with a smile. Bowing slightly before making his way towards the kitchen, supported by his cane. "Grandfather, you are not as young as you once were. Allow me to handle the cooking." Lu Haofeng interjected, rushing forward to assist Lu Gaoshan, concerned for his grandfather's well-being. Other family members gathered around, equally worried. "Indeed, grandfather, let's take care of this. If anything were to happen to you, it would be quite troublesome. You should rest. That simply will not do. The esteemed sir has come all this way. I must personally host him." Lu Gaoshan, undeterred by their protests, resolutely decided to take charge of the kitchen. Ever since encountering the immortal 100 years ago, he had harbored the desire to repay the kindness of that life-extending bowl of noodles. Now, a century later, he was determined not to let this opportunity for gratitude slip away. Seeing Lu Gaoshan's unwavering resolve, the others could only offer resigned smiles, recognizing that they could not dissuade him. Soon, Lu Gaoshan returned, personally serving a steaming bowl of shredded meat noodles before Changxian. The remaining dishes and wine were brought forth by Lu Haofeng and a woman with her hair elegantly styled in a bun. As the woman arranged the bowls of noodles on the table, she couldn't help but cast curious glances at Changxian. In this world, cultivators are not particularly rare. Various sects have been established across different regions, and with a stroke of fortune, one might occasionally glimpse the figure of a wandering practitioner. However, individuals possessing the remarkable demeanor and grace akin to Changxian are indeed scarce, not to mention one who has been remembered by her grandfather for a century. The woman's curious gaze did not escape Changxian's notice. Turning her head toward the woman, Changxian offered a gentle and friendly smile. "Are you the great-granddaughter of the Lu family?" "And no, esteemed immortal," the woman stammered, her expression suddenly flustered upon being caught in her furtive observation. And she quickly lowered her head to respond. "Esteemed immortal, she's my great-grandson's wife, named Shui," Lu Gaoshan interjected, gesturing to the woman beside him who was assisting him. He then turned to her and instructed, "Xiaoyueying, why don't you greet the esteemed immortal properly?" "Greetings, esteemed immortal," Shui replied promptly, bowing in respect. Changxian's gaze swept over Shui, finally resting upon her abdomen. Observing this, Xiaoye's brows furrowed slightly. With a strand of unchewed noodle dangling from her mouth, she regarded Changxian with a displeased and scrutinizing stare. What on earth is she suddenly staring at someone else's wife for? Chapter 18. Do not underestimate adults. Suddenly, under the gaze of the immortal, Shui felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness and tension. After a moment, Changxian withdrew his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips as he turned to Lu Gaoshan and congratulated him, saying, "Congratulations. It seems that before long, you shall cradle your great-grandson in your arms." Lu Gaoshan and the others were momentarily taken aback. Then their faces lit up with astonishment as they incredulously asked, "Immortal, do you mean?" Changxian did not respond verbally, merely nodding with a smile. "Ha ha ha, this is truly splendid." Lu Gaoshan's countenance was adorned with a radiant smile, and Lu Haofeng joyfully took Shui's hand, gazing expectantly at her abdomen. This could only mean that he was to become a father. However, after a fleeting moment of joy, a shadow of worry began to replace the delight on Lu Haofeng's face. After a brief hesitation, he suddenly knelt before Changxian, earnestly bowing his head in respect and imploring, "Immortal, my wife has been frail and sickly since childhood. The doctor has warned that if she were to bear a child, it could endanger her life. Yet, having a child together is our lifelong aspiration, as well as the future continuation of the Lu lineage. I humbly beseech you, immortal, is there any way to improve my wife's fragile health?" Moved to tears, Shui gazed at Lu Haofeng's kneeling figure, and she too knelt beside him. "Immortal, I do not seek anything for myself. I only wish for the health of the child within me, for the safety and well-being of his future great-granddaughter-in-law and great-great-grandson." Lu Gaoshan also looked at Changxian with a pleading expression. Changxian's face reflected contemplation as his gaze turned with interest towards Xiaoyueying, and he subtly transmitted a thought. "Little Xiaoyueying, what do you think? Should I assist them?" Startled by Changxian's transmission, Xiaoyueying paused in her actions, casting a puzzled glance at him. "Why are you asking me?" "Nothing in particular. I merely wish to hear your opinion." Xiaoyueying fell silent, glaring at Gu Changxian with annoyance. After a moment of hesitation, she quietly replied, I see no compelling reason to assist these people. Then that means you will not help. Gu Changxian inquired with a smile. That's not what I meant. Xiaoyueying shot him a glare, continuing, though I find no necessity to aid them. Your powers are vast. Protecting them should not pose a challenge for you, merely a trifling endeavor. I believe extending a helping hand to this mother and child is not without merit. Upon hearing Xiaoyueying's response, Gu Changxian felt a flicker of surprise, and a smile of delight appeared on his face. Indeed, this girl was much more endearing than before. As Gu Changxian wore that affectionate yet peculiar smile, Xiaoyueying couldn't help but furrow her brow, feeling quite displeased. What does this fellow mean? Asking her such odd questions, and then revealing that irritating smile. Everyone, please rise. Since this child has crossed paths with me, it must be fate. Gu Changxian lightly waved his fingers, and a delicate jade vial floated gracefully before Lu Haofeng. This vial contained a spiritual spring, capable of nurturing the body and calming the spirit. Just a single drop dissolved in hot water each day would suffice. Remember, only one drop daily. Do not be greedy. Thank you, esteemed immortal. Lu Haofeng carefully accepted the jade vial, filled with excitement and gratitude, and once again bowed solemnly to Gu Changxian. With this vial of spiritual liquid, he would no longer worry about the safety of mother and child. The kindness of the immortal is a debt my Lu family cannot repay. Lu Gaoshan, moved to tears, immediately knelt, trembling on the ground, bowing in appreciation. Let this suffice as payment for a meal. No need for further thanks. Gu Changxian gently raised his hand, and Lu Gaoshan and the others were lifted by a gentle breeze. Upon hearing that it was merely a matter of waiving a meal's cost, Lu Gaoshan bowed again in gratitude. Then, leaning on his cane, he shakily approached the second-floor railing and announced to the crowd below, Ladies and gentlemen, I express my heartfelt thanks for your past support. Today, our Lu family has received joyous news. To show our gratitude for your previous kindness, all expenses today are waived, and you are invited to share in our family's good fortune. Not only have we encountered the immortal once more, but we have also learned of our great-grandson's impending arrival, and we have received the immortal's assistance to continue our lineage. Truly, we are blessed with consecutive joys. One meal's cost is nothing. We can forego business today. With Lu Gaoshan's proclamation, the noodle shop erupted with excitement, patrons raising their glasses to congratulate him fervently. Congratulations, Old Lu. It seems you're about to welcome a great-great-grandchild. If Old Lu says so, we shall not hold back. With such a stable demeanor, it seems he could even wait to embrace a great-great-great-grandchild. Ha ha ha. In no time, the noodle shop was bustling with activity, as the Lu family's 4 generations eagerly engaged in the reception, busying themselves immensely. Master, what you just gifted them is the spiritual spring, isn't it? Xiaoyueying gazed at the jade vial in Lu Haofeng's hand, perplexed as she looked toward Gu Changxian. Indeed, Gu Changxian replied with a gentle smile, focusing on stirring the steaming noodles in his bowl. But why bestow such a treasure upon a mortal? Did you not mention that the spiritual spring is exceedingly precious? Observing Gu Changxian's nonchalant demeanor, Xiaoyueying furrowed her brow, her confusion deepening. Having experienced the spiritual springs cleansing herself, she could assert with certainty that its spiritual energy far surpassed that of most elixirs and medicines in the world. Even a single drop would be a coveted treasure sought after by countless cultivators. Yet, such a valuable spiritual spring was given away without hesitation to an ordinary mortal. She truly cannot comprehend it. Did you not express a desire for me to assist them? As Gu Changxian stirred the noodles in his bowl, he raised his head to look at Xiaoyueying and retorted, I merely suggested that you could lend them a helping hand, but I never implied that you should bestow such a precious celestial spring. Surely there are other means to embrace that woman and her unborn child. Why squander such a valuable resource? Xiaoyueying, taken aback, hastily began to explain. Though she had hoped Gu Changxian would assist Shen Shui and her child, she certainly did not anticipate him gifting them a vial of celestial spring. Unfazed by Xiaoyueying's bewilderment, Gu Changxian chuckled lightly. It seemed that little Yueying was concerned about the precious spring. Meanwhile, beside them, Yizi, after downing a bottle of wine in one go, raised his head proudly and interjected, "My lady Xiaoyueying, you underestimate our esteemed master." Chapter 19. Because of you, little moon shadow. Your special Xiaoyueying turned with a puzzled expression to the side, looking at Yazi. Yazi held her head high, wearing an air of pride, and continued to speak languidly. That bit of celestial spring is but a trifling matter for the esteemed one, hardly worth mentioning, while it may be invaluable to others. For him, it is merely everyday drinking water. Changxian rested his arm on the table, gazing at Xiaoyueying with a look of indulgence. Yazi was correct. The celestial spring could be used daily for Xiaoyueying's bathing and rinsing without hesitation. I didn't mean it that way. Xiaoyueying blushed, playfully glaring at Changxian. She merely intended to spare him from wasting the celestial spring, yet he spoke as if she were concerned about future supplies for herself. Are you suggesting that little moon shadow is thinking of the esteemed one? Changxian inquired with a teasing smile. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyueying's cheeks flushed even deeper, and in a huff, she popped a snack in her mouth. Absolutely not. You can give it to whoever you please. I don't care. Observing the slightly petulant Xiaoyueying, Changxian smiled faintly, his fingers tracing the air lightly, causing the tea on the table to form the character of fate. The esteemed one does not bestow gifts lightly. In this world, all things are governed by fate. Be it cultivators or mortals, one cannot escape the companionship of fate in this life. Seizing opportunities leads to success. Encountering kindred spirits fosters deep connections. Everything encountered in this world can be deemed as earthly ties. Xiaoyueying gazed at the character on the table, her delicate brows furrowing as she attempted to comprehend. So, you believe the Liu family is fated to you, and thus you plan to grant them an opportunity? Yes, one could say that. However, this is not the primary reason, Changxian responded, revealing a mysterious smile. Curious, Xiaoyueying, still chewing her food, inquired. Then what is the main reason? That, of course, is due to the esteemed one's interest, Changxian replied, fixing his gaze on Xiaoyueying with a smile. Interest? Indeed. The esteemed one has traversed the 9 heavens and 10 realms, never hesitating to bestow opportunities upon others, leaving traces of his presence throughout the world. When revisiting these places in the future, one often discovers unexpected rewards from the opportunities left behind. A century ago, the esteemed one granted Liu Gaoshan a bowl of longevity, and today he leaves a thread of celestial affinity for his descendants. What do you think will happen in another 100 years? Changxian took a bite of noodles before setting down his chopsticks, his expression brimming with interest. Having stood at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens and 10 realms for thousands of years, this life has been far too long and dull. One of the few amusements is to travel through the 9 heavens and 10 realms, leaving his footprints and connections across the world. Upon my next return to this familiar place, I shall have the opportunity to either reclaim the fateful connections left behind or extend them further. Just as it is now, preserving these moments for a future visit will undoubtedly lend them a unique charm. It is akin to holding countless seeds, their types unknown, which can be sown across various realms. After enduring the passage of time, these seeds will sprout, break through the earth, and bear fruit, allowing me to discern the causes planted in the past and the fruits they yield. Upon hearing Changxian's inquiry, Xiaoyueying was momentarily taken aback, as enlightenment dawned upon her. The encounter a century ago, when he gifted a bowl of longevity to Liu Gaoshan, had given rise to the present-day Liu's Noodle House. Today, fortuitously passing by, he bestowed a bottle of celestial spring water upon Liu Gaoshan's descendants. With the spiritual energy contained within that bottle, the child in Shun Shui's womb would be nurtured from the embryonic stage by the spring's blessings, destined never to be an ordinary mortal. Henceforth, the Liu family would transcend their mortal existence and embark upon a path of cultivation. What he eagerly anticipated was how the Liu family, after receiving such celestial favor, would evolve in the future. Noticing that Xiaoyueying seemed to grasp his meaning, Changxian could not help but ask with a smile, "Isn't this rather intriguing?" Xiaoyueying refrained from responding, merely rolling her eyes in annoyance, secretly musing to herself. Indeed, he was a person of peculiar whims. suddenly struck by a thought. Xiaoyueying looked at Gu Changxian with curiosity and asked, "Why did you choose to keep me by your side?" If Gu Changxian's intent was to leave seeds for future fruition, he could have simply left her behind without further concern, yet he chose to retain her presence. Gu Changxian regarded her with a meaningful glance, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he spoke in an affectionate tone, "Because, little Xiaoyueying, you are special. In this world, apart from myself, no one can truly contain you. If I do not keep you close, I cannot rest easy." What does that even mean? Xiaoyueying frowned in dissatisfaction, glaring at Gu Changxian. It sounded as though if he did not keep her by his side, she would inevitably encounter endless calamities. Although she had once contemplated annihilating all in the world during her time as a wandering slave, subjected to relentless humiliation, it had merely been a fleeting thought. She had never intended to act upon it. Never mind. Just consider it a special bond between you and me, which is why I keep you close to witness the outcome firsthand. Completely disregarding Xiaoyueying's displeased glare, Gu Changxian smiled indulgently, first lifting some noodles from his bowl to place on the plate of the crow, followed by distributing a portion into her bowl as well. "My lord," the crow, filled with gratitude, eagerly grabbed a noodle and slurped it into its beak. To receive food personally distributed by his lord was a privilege not easily granted to ordinary beings. In contrast to the overwhelming sense of honor felt by the crow, Xiaoyueying glanced at the noodles in her bowl, then wrinkled her nose in displeasure, shooting another discontented glare at Gu Changxian. "Please do not treat me as if I were a mere pet," she exclaimed. "Very well," Gu Changxian replied with a smile. Yet he continued to ladle noodles from his bowl into Xiaoyueying's. With a mix of irritation and disbelief, Xiaoyueying glared at Gu Changxian while slurping the noodles into her mouth. She had every reason to believe that his decision to keep her by his side was merely to indulge some peculiar whim of his, just as he was treating her like a pet in this moment. Amidst the vibrant and joyous atmosphere of the noodle shop, a peculiar voice suddenly resonated from outside. "Oh, how lively the noodle shop is today!" Chapter 20. The Wu family has provoked the true master. A sudden commotion shattered the lively atmosphere of the noodle shop, plunging the scene into an abrupt silence. Entering with an air of arrogance was a man with a defiant expression, twirling 2 jade beads in his hand, accompanied by dozens of burly warriors. Upon his arrival, the crowd's demeanor shifted, faces paling with trepidation as they quickly ducked to the side, fearing the wrath of this formidable figure. This man was none other than Wu Sheng, the second son of the Wu family in Tianyuan City. The Wu family wielded immense power within Tianyuan City, a force that none dared to confront. Wu Sheng, notorious for his extravagant lifestyle and reckless behavior, exploited his family's influence, wreaking havoc throughout the city without remorse. He had once brazenly killed a young man in the street, and despite the gravity of his crime, he never set foot in a prison, let alone a government office. Instead, it was the family of the victim who was imprisoned under charges of disturbing the peace. When they were finally released, the mother and daughter were found lifeless in their cell, their bodies battered and disheveled, leaving only the father to emerge from the ordeal. Grief-stricken, he soon succumbed to madness, taking his own life shortly thereafter. Since that dark day, no one in Tianyuan City dared to provoke the Wu family again. Wu Sheng swaggered over to a table, and the patrons who had been seated there hastily stood, bowing their heads as they scurried past him, not daring to meet his gaze. Business at Lu's noodle shop had evidently been thriving. Today seemed to be a fortunate day, as it appeared customers were not required to pay for their meals. With such generosity from the Lu family, it was assumed they were not short on funds. Was it not time to settle this month's business fees? Once the patrons had departed, Wu Sheng plopped himself into a chair, propping his legs on the table, and with an air of arrogance, he addressed Lu Haofeng, who appeared visibly perturbed. Despite his discontent, Lu Haofeng, wishing to avoid conflict with the Wu family, retrieved a bag of silver from the counter and placed it before Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng opened the bag, casting a brief glance inside before smirking and declaring, "It's insufficient." Lu Haofeng's expression shifted to one of shock as he stepped forward to count the silver himself, incredulous as he queried, "Where is it lacking?" "It's 50 taels, just as always." "That has changed," Wu Sheng interjected, raising a finger with an air of superiority. From today onwards, your Liu family's noodle shop shall remit 100 taels each month. A gasp rippled through the onlookers at the mention of 100 taels. In this day and age, accumulating even a few taels of silver monthly was a mark of affluence for most. 100 taels represented an astronomical sum, one that would take an average person years to amass. The Wu family's demand for such a hefty monthly fee was unprecedented. Since the Wu family had emerged, all merchants operating in Tianyuan City were required to pay a monthly business fee based on the size of their establishments. The larger the premises, the greater the fee. On the surface, this commercial fee serves as a public expense, purportedly for the construction of a capital and maintaining public order. In reality, however, the entire monthly collection of fees has found its way into the private coffers of the Wu family and local officials. This has long been common knowledge among the populace. Initially, when measuring the area for Liu's noodle shop, it was agreed that they would pay a staggering 50 taels per month, which, thanks to a decent business, they could barely afford. Yet now, without any warning, the demand has suddenly risen to 100 taels per month, clearly indicating that they have no intention of allowing Liu's noodle shop to continue its operations. Furious at such unreasonable behavior, Liu Haofeng could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to argue. Our noodle shop operates on meager profits, with monthly revenue not even reaching 100 taels. How can we possibly pay that amount? That's not my concern, came the retort. If you lack the funds, either borrow some or obediently close your shop and vacate the premises. Wu Sheng, preoccupied with the jade bead in his hand, did not even spare Liu Haofeng a glance. Liu Haofeng trembled with rage, yet felt utterly powerless. The Wu family's influence in Tianyuan City was far beyond what common folk like them could confront. Today is the last time I will advise you, Wu Sheng declared. You would do well to hand over your shop, and we could offer you a satisfactory price. Otherwise, he paused, his gaze overtly lecherous as it fell upon Shun Shui beside Liu Haofeng, a cold smile playing on his lips. Just now, I overheard outside that your Liu family is expecting a joyous occasion. What delightful news! At this, both Liu Haofeng and Shun Shui shuddered, a chill running through them. Undoubtedly, this was a blatant threat. Given the Wu family's notorious methods, no one would dare question their actions. Shun Shui, trembling in fear, grasped Liu Haofeng's arm. Although he too felt a sense of dread, he mustered his courage and held her hand to provide a semblance of comfort. Who is that man? Gu Changxian inquired, having moved to the balcony on the second floor to observe the boisterous Wu Sheng below. He had caught every word of the earlier conversation. Esteemed immortal, this man is Wu Sheng, the second son of the Wu family. They have long coveted our Liu family shop and have tried every means to force us to relinquish it. Liu Gaoshan sighed helplessly at this. Ever since the Wu family rose to prominence in Tianyuan City, colluding with the authorities to impose such commercial fees, the lives of shopkeepers and vendors within the city have been fraught with hardship. Liu's noodle shop, situated in the heart of the town and thriving, naturally became a target. Over the years, they've endured multiple financial extortions from the Wu family under various pretexts. No wonder this sounds so familiar. Is indeed that scoundrel, Xiaoyueying remarked, bringing a bowl to Gu Changxian's side. Upon spotting Wu Sheng, her expression darkened, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon him. Xiaoyueying, do you know him? Gu Changxian asked. Of course. My body bears numerous wounds, all inflicted by his hand. Xiaoyueying's icy gaze fixated on Wu Sheng, as she recounted the various torments he had subjected her to during her time as a slave in the Wu family. To ensure her obedience, they employed every method imaginable to torment her daily. They clamped her fingers with pincers, seared her flesh with scalding irons, and lashed her with thorny whips, among other cruelties. The reason she willingly embraced the role of a slave was solely for the sake of cultivation, driven by the desire for vengeance. The Wu family was her primary target for retribution, and he, Wu Sheng, was no exception. Upon hearing Xiaoyueying's harrowing tale, Gu Changxian's gaze intensified with a trace of coldness directed towards Wu Sheng. Esteemed immortal, I have heard that the Wu family is not only backed by governmental power, but also enjoys the support of formidable sects. Now that I have had the fortune to meet you again, my wishes are fulfilled. There is no need for you to intervene on behalf of the Liu family. This establishment may be relinquished to the Wu family. Lu Gaoshan interjected hastily, sensing Gu Changxian's intention to intervene. He had chosen to open this noodle shop in hopes of one day encountering the esteemed immortal again. Now that his wish had been granted, he felt it unnecessary to risk offending the Wu family any further. However, Gu Changxian held a different perspective. That simply cannot be allowed. The Wu family has harmed my own kin. With that, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Gu Changxian's eyes as he descended the staircase from the second floor. Step by step, as if treading upon the very fabric of the void. Chapter 21. What if I insist on intervening? Celestial, esteemed elder. As they gazed upon Gu Changxian, who walked upon the air, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. Wu Sheng also lifted his gaze towards Gu Changxian, his brow furrowed. Yet his expression remained one of defiance and disdain. He had encountered numerous cultivators before. What was so remarkable about merely walking on air? Esteemed cultivator, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. What if I insist on intervening? Gu Changxian hovered in midair, looking down upon Wu Sheng with an expression of indifference and scorn. Ordinarily, the Wu family was not known for courtesy. Even many cultivators would curry favor with them due to their influential connections. It was the first time Wu Sheng had been so openly disregarded, causing him to furrow his brow in displeasure, and he immediately invoked his family's backing. Sir, the Wu family has a rather favorable relationship with the celestial immortal sect. Are you certain you wish to oppose us and the sect? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd at the mention of the celestial immortal sect, their faces reflecting apprehension. The sect, which had risen to prominence a century ago, was not only the most powerful faction in the Eastern Huang Kingdom, but also the mightiest sect in the world, with tens of thousands of disciples. No sect dared to confront them. It was unimaginable that the Wu family had established such a connection with the celestial immortal sect. No wonder the Wu family had always behaved so brazenly. Observing the fearful expressions around him, Wu Sheng's confidence swelled, and he lifted his head with arrogance, eagerly awaiting Gu Changxian's submissive apology. Until now, whenever he mentioned the celestial immortal sect, no one had dared to defy him. However, this time, Wu Sheng received no response as anticipated. He was met only with Gu Changxian's dismissive retort. And what of it? Wu Sheng stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom that anyone in this world would dare disregard the celestial immortal sect. Who on earth was this person? His father had once advised him to be amicable with cultivators, regardless of their prowess, and to avoid provoking them. But if he were to retreat in disgrace, he would surely become the laughingstock of Tianyuan City. What a blow to his pride. At that moment, one of his subordinates, struck by a sudden realization as he beheld Gu Changxian's ethereal form, rushed to Wu Sheng's side and exclaimed, "Second young master, he appears to be the one who killed several of our brothers yesterday and rescued that demon slave. Oh, so it is you. What a fortunate coincidence. It saves me the trouble of searching elsewhere for you." Upon hearing that Gu Changxian was the one responsible for the deaths of his family members, Wu Sheng's eyes gleamed with renewed determination. After learning that his kin had been slaughtered in the streets, the Wu family had immediately launched a search to locate the assailant, seeking retribution and to reclaim the demon slave. He had intended to collect a debt while passing by, but this unexpected encounter was a fortuitous boon. "Your Excellency, where is the demon slave of the Wu family? If you hand her over obediently, I might grant you a swifter death." Wu Sheng threatened Gu Changxian with an air of arrogance. "My lord, let this insignificant insect be dealt with by me. There is no need for you to intervene." Yi frowned, flapping his wings as he perched upon Gu Changxian's shoulder, regarding Wu Sheng and his companions with disdain as if they were mere fools. They are always ignorant insects daring to offend his exalted master. To have a master deal with such pests is nothing short of sacrilege. There is no need for you to take action, Yi. I have long grown accustomed to these reckless insects, Gu Changxian replied calmly, his heart untroubled, as he softly called out, "Xiaoyueying." As the words fell, a stunning figure leaped gracefully from the second floor, her expression icy as she fixed her gaze upon Wu Sheng and the others. Upon seeing the enchanting and ethereal beauty that was Xiaoyueying, Wu Sheng found himself momentarily entranced, his eyes betraying a glimmer of greedy desire. What a beautiful woman! I have never encountered such a captivating beauty before. If I could possess her, my life would be complete. Fair maiden, do you wish to oppose the Wu family as well? How about we become friends? I might even introduce you to the celestial sect. What do you say? Wu Sheng approached, attempting to present himself as a gentleman. Yet his eyes roamed lewdly over Xiaoyueying's figure. Sensing the filth in Wu Sheng's gaze, a flash of cold, murderous intent flickered within Xiaoyueying's violet eyes. Her face contorted in disgust. With scoundrels like you, just seeing you makes my skin crawl. Suddenly humiliated in such a manner, Wu Sheng's face flushed with rage. Yet he soon realized that the woman before him looked increasingly familiar. Those violet eyes and that manner of speaking. Could she be the very demon slave the Wu family is searching for? It is you. Wu Sheng shifted from anger to shock, staring incredulously at Xiaoyueying. This stunning woman before him was indeed the demon slave who had escaped from the Wu family. The transformation was astonishing. Had he not recognized her voice, he might have failed to identify her entirely. Finally recognizing her, Xiaoyueying declared nonchalantly, "You have been looking for me, and here I stand before you." Well, well, well. I quite like this change," Wu Sheng exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with greed as he licked his lips in anticipation. Had he known the filthy demon slave was capable of such beauty, he would have cherished her differently from the start. However, it is not too late to discover this now. Seize her, kill the men, and take the women alive, Wu Sheng commanded coldly, waving his hand to his subordinates behind him. Since it has been established that Changxian was the one who killed the members of the Wu family yesterday, there is little left to ponder. The consequence of offending the Wu family is singular: death. Upon receiving the command, a multitude of subordinates drew their long blades from their waists, clamoring as they surged forward. Let me witness the prowess of this esteemed cultivator. I have never fought against a cultivator before. For the vengeance of my fallen brothers, slay him. Observing the armed throng advancing, Changxian regarded them with disdain. He turned to Xiaoyueying beside him, imparting his wisdom as a mentor would. "Xiaoyueying, your cultivation has advanced swiftly, yet your foundation remains unsteady. Engaging in combat with others will not only solidify your realm, but also allow you to accumulate experience. Let today serve as your first lesson in practical combat." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyueying broke into a smile, her exquisite face illuminated by a sanguine excitement. "Yes, master." Chapter 22, With my presence. Feel free to pursue your desires. As the words fell, Xiaoyueying darted forward, her figure transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished in an instant. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the spot where she had just been, momentarily stunned. In the next heartbeat, the two foremost figures felt a dark silhouette brush past them, followed by searing pain in their abdomens. When they looked down, they were horrified to find their midsections brutally torn open, grotesque wounds exposing their stark white bones, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. A bewildered exclamation escaped their lips, their faces etched with disbelief as their bodies collapsed to the ground. Xiaoyueying stood beside the lifeless forms, her bloodthirsty and exquisite figure adorned with splatters of crimson. Witnessing this scene, the remaining crowd halted in their tracks, their pupils dilating in sheer terror. They had scarcely perceived the actions of this demoness before the two had met their gruesome end. "What are you all dawdling for? Get her! Capture her!" Wu Sheng's menacing voice echoed from behind, filled with rage. "She is but a mere demon slave, and yet you allow yourselves to be paralyzed by fear. The Wu family has paid a handsome sum for your services. Move!" As the crowd remained frozen in trepidation, Wu Sheng's furious roar spurred them into action. They were numerous, and soon a mix of bandits and desperate outlaws among the hired guards regained their composure, their expressions darkening with malice as they charged towards Xiaoyueying with weapons drawn. A disdainful smirk curled at the corners of Xiaoyueying's lips as she sidestepped a descending blade, her hand forming a lethal claw that slashed across her assailant's face. Her energy-infused talons cut through flesh like a razor, leaving deep gashes that rendered the man screaming in agony as he dropped his weapon, clutching his mangled visage. Another seized the opportunity to strike from the side, swinging his blade at her. Yet to Xiaoyueying, the speed of the ordinary warrior seemed as though it had been slowed to a crawl, utterly inadequate. She grasped the edge of the sword with one hand, while the other swiftly severed his neck in a flash. The remaining assailants closed in from all directions, but she merely cast a contemptuous glance at them. With a graceful movement akin to a nimble wildcat, she darted through their ranks with astonishing speed. Moments latte. Disbelief painted the faces of the remaining attackers as they clutched their throats, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. With a resounding thud, one by one, they fell to the ground. Only one remained, trembling in terror, his grip on his weapon betraying his fear. He longed to flee, but his legs felt weak and unresponsive. In a heartbeat, Xiaoyueying appeared before him, her slender, blood-stained claws encircling his throat. "Spare me," the man stammered, his voice quivering with desperation. But before he could finish, a sharp crack echoed as she crushed his neck, his head drooping lifelessly. With a single hand, Xiaoyueying lifted the lifeless body and turned her gaze towards Wu Shang, her delicate face adorned with a chilling and bloodthirsty smile. "It's your turn now," she declared, releasing her grip on the corpse, which thudded to the ground. The sound of the body hitting the floor resonated within Wu Shang's heart like a heavy stone, stirring tumultuous waves of terror. His expression was one of sheer disbelief as he stared at the merciless Xiaoyueying. The subordinates she had just slain were the elite of the Wu family, each possessing formidable strength, at least at the 8th or 9th level of body refinement. Such prowess would typically place them among the ranks of martial arts experts. Yet they fell before her as easily as chicks underfoot. Just yesterday, she had been nothing more than a powerless slave, subjected to humiliation and violence. The other patrons in the noodle shop cowered in fear, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they beheld the blood-stained Xiaoyueying. They could hardly fathom that this seemingly harmless and exquisite young woman could unleash such ferocity. Even Changxian regarded her with surprised scrutiny, recognizing in her the faintest semblance of the once-feared demon empress. Her ruthless methods were reminiscent of her former self. Xiaoyueying flicked the blood from her palms, her demeanor cold as she approached Wu Shang. "No, don't come any closer. You dare to attack me? I am the second young master of the Wu family, and my father will not spare you." Wu Shang's face was painted with dread as he instinctively retreated, stumbling backward and landing on the ground, a warm liquid streaming down his leg. Gone was his previous arrogance. Without the protection of the Wu family guards, he was merely a worthless wretch, devoid of any martial prowess. Xiaoyueying looked down at Wu Shang with disdain, grasping his face in her hand, her fingers applying pressure as her sharp fingertips slowly penetrated his skull. Feeling the impending doom of his crumbling head, Wu Shang cried out in terror, "You can't kill me. I'm a formal disciple of the Celestial Immortal Sect. I'll be going there tomorrow. If you kill me, they will not let you go." At his words, Xiaoyueying's brows furrowed slightly, her hand hesitating. If he were merely Wu Shang of the Wu family, she would have no qualms about killing him. However, as a disciple of the Celestial Immortal Sect, his identity complicated matters. To slay a disciple of the sect would be tantamount to declaring war against them. Although she longed to crush Wu Shang with her bare hands, she was uncertain about the true might of the Celestial Immortal Sect, fearing that killing him might bring trouble to Changxian. Noticing Xiaoyueying's hesitation, Wu Shang regained some composure, his tone turning arrogant once more. "The Celestial Immortal Sect is the foremost sect of the realm. If you truly kill me, they will surely hunt you down and will not let you go." Xiaoyueying's expression wavered as she turned to glance at Changxian behind her. Without the need for Xiaoyueying to utter a word, Changxian discerned her unspoken inquiry, a confident and serene smile gracing his countenance as he gently remarked, "Little Yueying, remember this. There is nothing in this world that can cause me concern, nor is there anyone capable of threatening or intimidating me. As long as I am here, you are free to pursue your desires." "Yes, master." Upon hearing Changxian's response, Xiaoyueying's face contorted into a fierce grin, her heart now devoid of any reservations. At this point, Wu Shang began to panic. "Wait, are you truly intent on provoking the Heavenly Immortal Sect?" No sooner had Wu Shang's words escaped his lips than he felt the sharp claws of Xiaoyueying penetrating deeply into his skull, his cranium gradually being crushed. A harrowing wail echoed throughout the establishment until, with a resounding crunch, his head was obliterated, the sound abruptly ceasing. A few drops of crimson blood splattered upon Xiaoyueying's fair and exquisite visage, enhancing her already bloodthirsty allure. Chapter 23. It is time to attend to serious matters with the death of Wu Sheng. An immediate silence enveloped the room. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief, struggling to comprehend that the once formidable Wu Sheng had perished so suddenly. Yet, as they gazed upon the lifeless bodies of Wu Sheng and the Wu family's guards, the grim reality forced them to accept the truth. Xiaoyueying looked at her blood-stained palms, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips, her heart still racing with exhilaration from the aftermath. Perhaps it was the thirst for vengeance that fueled her, despite it being her first experience with taking a life. She felt no guilt, only an indescribable thrill coursing through her veins. The guards of the Wu family, who had once been beyond her reach, now crumbled before her like mere tofu. Her body moved with instinctive grace, each action flowing seamlessly without hesitation. Even after vanquishing Wu Sheng and his cohorts, a lingering excitement trembled within her, bordering on addiction, leaving her unsatisfied. An inexplicable urge to unleash her fury and eradicate everything consumed her thoughts. Her bloodthirsty violet eyes instinctively surveyed the others around her, causing those who met her gaze to recoil in terror. At that moment, a fist gently tapped against Xiaoyueying's head, dissipating her murderous thoughts and clearing her vision. "Oh," Xiaoyueying protested, rubbing her head in annoyance as she turned to face Gu Changxian. "Why did you hit me again? Next time you decide to act in public, you ought to exercise a bit more restraint. Otherwise, you'll frighten others," Gu Changxian advised, gesturing to the bloodied scene and the terrified onlookers huddled against the walls. Afraid to even breathe. "Why should I care about what others think?" Xiaoyueying pouted defiantly. She had long sworn in her heart that anyone who dared to humiliate her would be repaid 1,000-fold. Given the atrocities Wu Sheng and his companions had committed against her, merely disemboweling them and crushing their skulls felt like a lenient reprisal. You may disregard the opinions of others, but what about the true essence of the master? Gu Changxian leaned closer, a playful smile gracing her features. Xiaoyueying's cheeks flushed crimson, and with a defiant glare, she muttered, "Even if you were the master, why should I concern myself with your feelings?" The reason is quite simple. If the master is pleased, there will be a willingness to guide you in your cultivation and treat you to delicious meals. Is that reason not sufficient? Gu Changxian inquired, inching closer to Xiaoyueying's face. All right, I understand." Xiaoyueying blushed, gently pushing Gu Changxian away, reluctantly conceding. There was no other choice. For the sake of her future cultivation, she would begrudgingly agree for this individual to exercise a bit more restraint. It was certainly not because the prospect of enjoying delectable food swayed her. Seeing Xiaoyueying relent, Gu Changxian's face broke into a delighted smile. His intention to temper Xiaoyueying's actions was not solely attributed to personal reasons, but primarily to prevent her from becoming entranced by the pleasures of slaughter. Just moments ago, he had palpably sensed her unyielding bloodlust after she had dispatched Wu Sheng and his companions. Had he not intervened in time, it was likely that she would have indeed acted upon her violent impulses. However, one could hardly fault her for this. The demon race is inherently bloodthirsty. It is precisely this nature that earns them the title of demons. Moreover, Xiaoyueying, being a hybrid of both the demon and possesses a naturally demonic physique, rendering her susceptible to the influences of her bloodline and the allure of violence. Now that she remained by his side, it was only natural for him to guide her in mastering the control of her innate tendencies. Although the prospect of nurturing another demon empress was intriguing, he deemed it prudent to refrain. Another such endeavor might prove overwhelming. Lu Gaoshan. Gu Changxian turned to call out to Lu Gaoshan. "Yes, esteemed elder. How may I serve you?" Lu Gaoshan, assuming Gu Changxian had a matter to discuss, hurriedly approached, casting a timid glance at Xiaoyueying beside him. No one could have anticipated that this seemingly innocent and breathtakingly beautiful young woman harbored such a bloodthirsty and ruthless nature. Reflecting upon their recent conversation, a shiver of trepidation coursed through him. As Lu Gaoshan anxiously awaited, he was met with Gu Changxian's refined and gracious compliment. "The Lu family's meat noodles are, as always, delectable." "Ah, thank you, esteemed elder, for your kind words." Lu Gaoshan stammered, momentarily taken aback. A century ago, he had received a similar commendation. At that time, he had been unaware of the extraordinary capabilities of the individual before him. Now, Hearing the same praise again, he felt a mix of astonishment and elation. Honored to realize that his family's noodles had been acknowledged by the elder not once, but twice. Such an honor is a rarity in this world. It was precisely this casual remark from Gu Changxian that would herald another century of prosperity for the Lu family. Who could resist the allure of tasting the dish praised by an immortal? Now that the meal is finished, let us depart, Xiaoyueying. It is time to attend to more pressing matters. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gu Changxian, with one hand gripping his folding fan and the other gently ruffling Xiaoyueying's hair, gracefully made his way out from the noodle shop. As he passed by the blood-soaked ground littered with corpses, his steps stirred golden ripples, causing the blood to recede and the shattered remains to disintegrate into wisps of ash. The once pungent scent of blood that had filled the noodle shop vanished in an instant. The scene left the onlookers utterly speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. Merely passing through could purify the land and return the remains to dust. Even those fortunate enough to have encountered other cultivators could not suppress their silent admiration. Truly divine. Xiaoyueying shot an annoyed glare at Gu Changxian before swiftly catching up to his side. Pressing matters? Where are we going? Aren't you seeking revenge? Let's start with the Wu family. Without turning back, Gu Changxian replied with a faint smile. He had originally intended to take Xiaoyueying to the Wu family. It was merely a coincidence that they passed by the Lu family's noodle shop and decided to stop for a moment. Now that the meal was concluded, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Upon hearing about the Wu family, Xiaoyueying's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her delicate face once again adorned with a fierce and bloodthirsty gleam as she eagerly rubbed her fists together, brimming with enthusiasm, until Gu Changxian and the others departed. Lu Gaoshan and the patrons of the noodle shop remained at the entrance, gazing into the distance. The onlookers regarded Lu Gaoshan with envious eyes, recognizing the immense fortune of the Lu family in encountering such a celestial being. Alas, I nearly forgot to request the esteemed immortal to bestow a name. Lu Haofeng suddenly recalled the missed opportunity to have Gu Changxian name his child, and he couldn't help but thump his thigh in regret. Lu Gaoshan, with his profound gaze fixed on the direction where Gu Changxian had vanished, slowly shook his head and murmured, "To receive a name from an immortal requires sharing in their celestial blessings. My Lu family has already been greatly favored by the esteemed immortal. How could we dare to further covet such a gift?" The mere fact that this child was acknowledged by the immortal was already a tremendous blessing. Henceforth, let the child be named Lu Yuxian. Lu Yuxian. Excellent. As you wish, grandfather. Lu Haofeng softly repeated the name, nodding in agreement. At that moment, unbeknownst to everyone, the child within would one day ascend to the divine realm, becoming a deity after a long absence from the mortal world. Chapter 24. In the name of the great man, purge the filth. In the esteemed residence of the Wu family in Tianyuan City, 2 guards, a robust and a slender one, stood at the entrance, idly stifling yawns. How utterly tedious! While others accompanied the second young master in merriment, I am left here to stand sentinel. The more stoutly built man leaned against the door, cradling his spear in his arms, expressing his dissatisfaction with a grumble. Indeed, typically, accompanying the second young master on his outings yields quite a bounty. The last time I trailed him, we dealt with some unruly fellows, and, in his elation, the second young master generously rewarded each of us with dozens of taels of silver. The other man chimed in, reminiscing about the previous adventure with Wu Sheng, his face alight with anticipation and satisfaction. It is not merely a bounty. The burly guard scoffed disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at his companion, before his expression transformed into one of lascivious delight. Are you aware of the Zhang family in town that sells confections? The one with the exceptionally beautiful daughter who is soon to wed? Indeed, that very one. During our last visit to collect debts, the second young master, taken by her beauty, dragged her into a room for an indulgent escapade. You cannot fathom the wails that erupted from within. They were so loud that even I was stirred. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, painting vivid images of the encounter, his pride evident in every word. The slender man listened, captivated, yet soon displayed a look of disdain. The second young master's pleasure has little to do with you. Of course it does. The robust man huffed with self-satisfaction, continuing, with a nostalgic gleam in his eyes. After the second young master had his fill, he allowed us brothers to take turns indulging as well. Why did I not seize such an opportunity? The slender man lamented, regretfully slapping his thigh. Perhaps the second young master is once again reveling in that household. The burly man shared in the regret, lamenting his absence from Wu Sheng's side, feeling the weight of having been left to guard. Given the strength of our Wu family, who would dare provoke us? It is a sheer waste of time for us to be standing here. Precisely. Were it not for the esteemed guests visiting today, we would not be here braving the elements. The slender man nodded in agreement. As the two conversed, a stunningly beautiful figure appeared before them, striding confidently towards the entrance. Upon catching sight of Xiaoyueying, both men were momentarily taken aback, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Having lived in Tianyuan City for so long, they had never encountered a woman of such breathtaking beauty. Having previously stoked their desires, the guards could hardly contain themselves upon witnessing such a vision, and they hurriedly approached her. "Miss, this is the Wu residence. You must not approach casually. Who are you seeking? I can notify them for you." "No need. I have come specifically to see you all," she declared with confidence. "I bring a gift for everyone in the Wu family." Xiaoyue Ying's delicate palm curled into a claw, her charming visage revealing a bloodthirsty and excited smirk. "The young lady is far too courteous. What might she bestow upon us?" Upon hearing that gifts were to be presented, the two men's expressions brightened with joy, mistakenly believing that fortune had smiled upon them, their greedy gazes already roaming over Xiaoyueying. In the next moment, a slender hand pierced straight through their throats. The two stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock, utterly unprepared for the audacious act of violence from the stunning girl before them. Even more terrifying was the realization that, given their skills, they had not even caught a glimpse of her movements. Xiaoyueying's icy gaze fixated on the two before her as she coldly declared, "I shall send the entire Wu family to their demise." With that, her palm swept across their throats, and their heads rolled from their necks. What is happening? Hearing the commotion outside, several guards stationed within the door cautiously opened it to peer out. As the door swung ajar, Xiaoyueying transformed into a fleeting shadow, a bloodthirsty smile gracing her lips as she leapt into the Wu family estate. In an instant, the interior of the estate was drenched in blood, with severed limbs flying in all directions, and anguished wails echoed throughout the halls. Changxian, hands clasped behind his back, strolled leisurely into the Wu family residence, observing Xiaoyueying reveling in the carnage with a hint of helplessness. He had already advised this girl to exercise a modicum of restraint. She had outwardly acquiesced, yet had evidently disregarded his counsel. "Yazi, this Tianyuan city has a certain affinity with me, and I detest the idea of filth contaminating this place. You shall pay a visit to the government office," Changxian stated, his gaze fixed calmly upon the bloodshed wrought by Xiaoyueying. "If we're to cleanse, let's do so thoroughly. There is no longer any need for the government office to exist in collusion with the Wu family." "Understood, my lord." Upon receiving the command, Yazi swiftly transformed into a shadow and vanished from Changxian's shoulder. In the Tianyuan city government office, Kai Mingchong lounged comfortably on a bed, his rotund belly filled with indulgence. Several women, clad only in scanty garments, surrounded him, kneading his shoulders, pouring wine, and feeding him fruits, basking in a life of leisure. In a corner of the room, heaps of silver and jewelry were piled high, with even the bed itself constructed from stacked silver, epitomizing a life of opulence. "My little beauty, come let your lord indulge a kiss." Kai Mingchong leered at the plump figure before him, pulling her onto the bed. "Master, how vexing." The girl feigned reluctance, her words of protest belied by the smile that lit her face as she willingly loosened her scant attire. Just as the storm of passion was about to break, a guard outside cried out in panic, "Master, the second young master of the Wu family has attacked at the Liu family's noodle shop." "Is that so? Did I not say that the Wu family's affairs are of no concern to us? Let them kill each other, it matters not. After a while, once young Master Wu has finished, send people to apprehend those who oppose him, just as before. Any charge will suffice to cast them into the dungeon." Just as he was about to mount his horse, he was interrupted by a subordinate. Kai Changming, displeased, lifted his gaze from the woman and angrily berated his men outside. As his words faded, a croaky voice suddenly resonated from within the room. Your Excellency speaks the truth. Such tainted beings as you only serve to tarnish this world. Who is it? Kai Changming exclaimed, startled, as he hastily rose from the woman and surveyed his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a crow that had mysteriously perched upon the beam. This bird, it is speaking, in the name of the Lord. Cleanse this world of filth. You insects shall vanish from existence. The crow, dismissive of Kai Changming's presence, cast a cold glance at him and immediately decreed the death sentence for all within the government office. Kai Changming, bewildered and unable to comprehend the unfolding events, was taken aback as the crow suddenly emanated an incredibly radiant golden light. In an instant, before anyone could react, their bodies and souls were obliterated by the brilliant glow. Within the blink of an eye, the entire city magistrate's office was engulfed in dazzling golden flames, consuming everyone within. A cacophony of wails and cries echoed throughout the skies of Tianyuan City, relentless and haunting. Those outside attempted to extinguish the flames, only to find that these golden fires could not be quenched. In the days that followed, the world would come to refer to this as the heavenly punishment of divine fire. Chapter 25. No need for such trouble. I have come in person. Within the grand hall of the Wu family, Elder Peng, this is but a modest token of respect from our Wu family to the heavenly immortal sect. The head of the Wu family, Wu Qing, slowly pushed a delicately adorned brocade box before a middle-aged man with a distinguished mustache, his face brimming with sycophantic eagerness. The individual who commanded such reverence from the prestigious head of the Wu family was none other than Peng Su, one of the 6 esteemed elders of the heavenly immortal sect. With his formidable cultivation in the celestial spirit realm, coupled with his status as an elder of the sect, he was a figure of high regard wherever he went. Even other sect leaders of similar cultivation would defer to him. Seated with an air of superiority, Peng Su cast a glance at the brocade box beside him, and with a flick of his fingers, it opened of its own accord. At the moment the box unfurled, a collection of large, lustrous spirit stones sparkled with ethereal light before his eyes. In the mortal realm, spirit stone veins are exceedingly rare, and those of high purity are even scarcer. Cultivators primarily rely on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, often secluding themselves in their abodes, which renders each spirit stone immensely valuable. Upon beholding the plump and radiant spirit stones, Peng Su's eyes lit up with satisfaction and delight. His demeanor shifted instantly, and he smiled broadly, remarking, "What you say is quite true, esteemed head of the Wu family. Your eldest son has become a highly sought-after prodigy within our heavenly immortal sect, having been personally taken under the wing of our esteemed elder as a direct disciple. Given time, his achievements may well surpass my own. I am ever eager to assist you. As for your request regarding your second son, tomorrow marks the day when our sect recruits disciples. Your second son may accompany me back, and I shall ensure he secures a position as an outer disciple without issue." "Ha! I truly appreciate your efforts, Elder Peng. My 2 less-than-promising offspring will surely rely heavily on your support within the heavenly immortal sect." Hearing that his eldest son had already been accepted as a personal disciple by the esteemed elder, and that his second son could also join as an outer disciple, Wu Qing's face radiated with joy, his heart swelling with elation. With his eldest son Wu Xing firmly established as a direct disciple of the sect's elder, the Wu family standing in Tianyuan City was further solidified. In the future, not just within Tianyuan City, but across the entire realm, no one would dare to provoke the Wu family. The Wu family was destined to thrive. By the way, esteemed head of the Wu family, have you arranged the matter requested by the elder? Peng Su inquired, waving his hand to collect all the spirit stones into his spatial ring, his eyes narrowing as he spoke in a hushed tone. The matter requested by the elder is of utmost importance, and I would never dare to neglect it. I have already prepared the demon clan slave, and my eldest son delivered it yesterday. However, one particularly unruly one managed to escape from the estate when we were unprepared. Wu Qing replied cautiously, concern etched on his face. Upon hearing that one was missing, Peng Su's brow furrowed, revealing his displeasure. Master Wu, to be frank, the Grand Elder has reached a critical juncture in his cultivation. Should we lose even one, the Grand Elder may become displeased. Rest assured, Elder Peng, I shall ensure you face no difficulties. I shall immediately dispatch additional personnel to scour the entire city for the one who escaped. She will surely find no means of evasion. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Peng Su felt a tightening in his heart and promptly assured, I will take care of it. Upon hearing this, Peng Su nodded in relief. With Master Wu's assurance, I can rest easy. If there are no further matters, please summon your second son, Wu Sheng, and I shall escort him back to the sect. Certainly, I shall send for him at once. Wu Qing responded, rising to call upon his subordinates to bring Wu Sheng back. However, before he could utter a word, a cacophony of anguished wails erupted from outside the estate. Who are you? How dare you attack the Wu family? Upon hearing the commotion, Wu Qing furrowed his brow and bellowed towards the outside. What is happening? Why the uproar? Do you not know I am entertaining esteemed guests? My lord, it's bad. Intruders have broken in. A subordinate scurried into the hall, panic-stricken, pointing towards the courtyard. What? Wu Qing's expression turned to one of disbelief at the news of an invasion. The Wu family holds a significant position in Tianyuan City. How can anyone dare to oppose them? To make matters worse, Elder Peng Su is present. This is a blatant affront to the Wu family. After the initial shock, Wu Qing felt a stinging anger rise within him, roaring, such audacity. Send everyone in the estate to eliminate these intruders. Bring me their heads. As his voice fell, a silvery, enchanting voice echoed from outside the hall. There is no need for such trouble. I have come personally. With that, two lifeless bodies flew into the hall, grotesque claw marks marring their chests. Wu Qing looked up to behold a stunning young woman, her hands stained with blood, standing at the entrance. Her cold gaze fixed upon him. Beside her stood a remarkably handsome young man. Outside the hall lay a scene of carnage, the ground soaked in blood. Wu Qing was taken aback. The guards within his estate were elite fighters he had procured at great expense from the martial world. Yet, they had perished in such a brief span of time. Lo Qing, knowing the formidable strength of his opponent, Wu Qing hastily called out to the man, standing silently with his sword held low. The man, known as Lo Qing, is the most renowned assassin in the martial world. With just a single strike, he can bring down any foe, earning him the title of One-Sword Lo Qing. If the guards of the Wu estate are skilled fighters, then Lo Qing is the pinnacle among them. Aside from lacking enlightenment, he had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement, undoubtedly standing at the apex of mortal warriors, indeed, the foremost among practitioners beneath the celestial realm. Given the methods employed by the Wu clan, it was inevitable that he would garner animosity from others, a fact Wu Qing was acutely aware of. Thus, when he was ambushed by Luo Qing, he managed to corrupt him with an annual bribe of 10,000 taels of silver, compelling him to eliminate his employer and become his personal bodyguard, never to leave his side. To date, Luo Qing had removed numerous obstacles for him, proving to be his most capable aide. Luo Qing, eliminate her, Wu Qing bellowed, pointing at Xiaoyueying. Upon receiving the command, Luo Qing slowly approached, sword in hand, positioning himself before Xiaoyueying. His gaze cold and filled with disdain as he scrutinized the young maiden before him. Her entire being was riddled with vulnerabilities. It seemed yet another exquisite flower was destined to wither today. With that, Luo Qing gripped the hilt of his sword with one hand and the scabbard with the other, lunging towards Xiaoyueying. Frowning slightly, Xiaoyueying waved her hand, and with a sickening thud, a bloodied head flew forth, crimson droplets scattering through the air as the head tumbled to the ground. Xiaoyueying cast a puzzled glance at the lifeless head of Luo Qing, who had failed to meet her expectations. She had anticipated a formidable foe, only to find him so easily vanquished. Chapter 26. I can handle this myself. Who on earth are you? Gazing at the lifeless body of Luo Qing on the ground, Wu Qing was overwhelmed with shock. The formidable Luo Qing, nearly at the pinnacle of martial prowess, had perished so effortlessly at the hands of this young girl before him. Why does no one recognize me? Were you not searching for me? A cold smile crept across the lips of Xiaoyueying as she playfully regarded Wu Qing and the others. It's you. Upon hearing this, Wu Qing's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he looked at Xiaoyueying. He recalled the demon slave who had fled, seemingly powerless. Yet the demoness before him had effortlessly slaughtered numerous guards of the Wu family. The transformation that had occurred within a single night was utterly inconceivable. To possess such spiritual energy and attain the realm of spirit refinement at such a tender age, this is indeed a rare gem among the demon race. It appeared that the head of the Wu family had prepared an exquisite gift for the Grand Elder. Should the Grand Elder be informed, he would undoubtedly reward the Wu family handsomely. Peng Su regarded Xiaoyueying with eyes filled with admiration and avarice. He marveled at her celestial beauty while simultaneously yearning for her pure and refined cultivation. Talented individuals capable of cultivation in this world were already scarce, and those who could reach the spirit refinement stage at such a young age were even more rare, a testament to her extraordinary innate gifts. If she were to be confined and nourished with elixirs to enhance her cultivation, she could easily serve as an invaluable furnace for over a century. Even he found himself tempted by the notion. Seeing that Peng Su mistakenly believed Xiaoyueying was a specially prepared offering, Wu Qing momentarily found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to clarify the misunderstanding. The slaves he had acquired were all devoid of any cultivation, having been purchased at high prices from various corners of the world. During the previous training of the demon slaves, Xiaoyueying had been the most disobedient and had endured the most severe beatings. Although she had displayed resilience, she had shown no signs of any cultivation prowess, unable to resist even the weakest of guards. Now, her attainment of the spirit refinement realm left him utterly bewildered, with no explanation to offer. After all, it was unheard of for someone to transition from having no cultivation to reaching the spirit refinement stage in just one night. Perhaps it would be best for the Wu family head to withdraw for now. The realm of spirit refinement is beyond what mere mortal warriors like yourselves can contend with. Peng Su lifted a teacup from the table, adjusted the lid, and spoke leisurely. This has truly been an amusing day for you. Elder Peng, your assistance today is greatly appreciated, and in the future, the Wu family will certainly present you with an even more generous gift. Wu Qing clasped his hands in apology and bowed, stepping aside in a show of respect. Under different circumstances, he would have been in a state of panic. Yet at this moment, he felt no fear whatsoever. For by his side stood none other than one of the 6 grand elders of the Celestial Fairy sect, Peng Su. There is no need for extravagant gifts. With this demonic girl, it may well be I who must prepare a substantial present for the Wu family. Peng Su chuckled and shook his head, then turned without a glance to his disciple, standing behind him. Su Chang, apprehend this remnant of the demon clan. Just ensure he remains alive. Do not hesitate to use force. Yes, master, replied the man named Su Chang, drawing his sword and stepping forward. Casting a disdainful glance at Xiaoyueying sitting behind him, Peng Su revealed a confident expression, certain of victory. Su Chang was his direct disciple, and just days prior, he had successfully broken through to the Spirit Master realm. Dealing with someone at the Spirit Refining realm would be effortless. Xiaoyueying, do you require my assistance? Changxian inquired from behind, a light smile gracing his lips. No need. I can handle this kind of opponent on my own. Xiaoyueying decisively refused, her delicate face radiating confidence and a murderous intent. Her hands transformed into claws as she swiftly charged towards Su Chang. Seeing this, Changxian did not insist further, but watched quietly with a smile. Although Su Chang held a higher cultivation level than Xiaoyueying, her innate talent and combat instincts made her more than capable of dealing with someone who had only recently entered the Spirit Master realm. Allowing her to engage directly would serve as valuable training. As Xiaoyueying charged towards him, Su Chang furrowed his brow and quickly unleashed several waves of sword energy. Clear wind sword technique. As the blade sliced through the air, numerous transparent sword energies cleaved through the walls and floor, heading straight for Xiaoyueying. Sensing the sharpness of the sword energy, Xiaoyueying leaped into the air, deftly maneuvering off the ground and walls, her movements as agile and swift as a cat, evading all the sword energies. Su Chang's expression shifted from indifference to astonishment. Despite being merely at the spirit refining realm, Xiaoyueying's speed was astonishingly rapid, leaving him struggling to keep up. How could a mere spirit refining practitioner exhibit such incredible velocity? In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyueying had appeared before Su Chang, her claw-like hands infused with spiritual energy slicing downwards. Panicking, Su Chang hastily swung his sword to block. Yet, at the moment Xiaoyueying's claws descended, his sword was instantly shattered into several pieces. The terrifying claws tore into his chest, leaving behind 3 gruesome and prominent gashes of blood. Ah! Su Chang cried out in agony, his face filled with terror. The spirit sword in his hand was of considerable value, and with his spiritual energy enveloping the blade, it not only maximized its power, but also enhanced its defense. Even someone from the Earth spirit realm, a level above him, might hesitate to claim they could sever his sword with a single strike. Yet, Xiaoyueying had done so with her bare hands. What kind of potent and sharp spiritual energy does this demoness possess? As Xiaoyueying's other claw descended, Su Chang, now bereft of his sword, lost all will to fight. In a state of panic and fear, he turned towards Peng Su and shouted for help. "Master, save me." The confrontation between Xiaoyueying and Su Chang unfolded before Peng Su's eyes, leaving him utterly astonished that his most esteemed disciple could not withstand even a single strike from a demon of the spirit refining realm. It was a profound embarrassment for him. Nevertheless, as his sole direct disciple, in a moment of desperation, Peng Su sprang to his feet, slamming his palm toward Xiaoyueying's face. "Demon spawn, how dare you harm my disciple? Prepare to meet your end." Xiaoyueying's delicate features registered shock. She had never anticipated that Peng Su, as an elder, would act so shamelessly, disregarding the principles of martial ethics by launching a sneak attack while she was engaged. At that moment, she had no time to retreat or evade. If Peng Su's full force were to land upon her, it could very well claim her life. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, an ethereal figure, standing with an aura of grace, appeared beside Xiaoyueying like a specter, and a faint golden barrier of spiritual energy materialized, intercepting Peng Su's strike. Chapter 27. Your death will hold greater value. Xiaoyueying, when engaging in battle with others, must not focus solely on the immediate threat, neglecting the other adversaries, particularly those who pose the greatest danger to you. Changxian, with his hands clasped behind his back, turned to Xiaoyueying, revealing a gentle and captivating smile. "I understand," Xiaoyueying responded softly. Her cheeks flushed with surprise as she glanced at Changxian, who had appeared beside her without her notice. Just moments ago, she had confidently declared her independence. Yet now she found herself relying on him for salvation, feeling utterly embarrassed. "Who are you?" Peng Su exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. With his cultivation at the heavenly spirit realm, he was astonished that this man before him had merely used a spiritual barrier to thwart his advance. No matter how he channeled his entire spiritual energy, he could not budge the barrier that stood before him. His attention had been solely on the demon girl, completely unaware of the formidable power wielded by the man standing behind her. He had not sensed any aura of spiritual energy emanating from him. Yet from the faint golden barrier in front of him, he felt an unprecedented pressure of spiritual energy. This golden, radiant energy was vast and pure, a sensation he had never encountered in his life. "You are not yet worthy to know my name," Changxian replied coldly, casting a dispassionate glance at Peng Su. With a gentle squeeze of his hands, Peng Su's entire being was suddenly compressed by an invisible force. "Wait, please, senior, spare my life." Peng Su cried out in anguish, desperately pleading for mercy. Since entering the heavenly spirit realm, he had positioned himself at the pinnacle of the world. Yet he had never felt such despair and powerlessness. Before this man, he felt like mere dust, entirely at his mercy, without a shred of ability to resist. Soon, amidst his cries of desperation, Peng Su's form was entirely compressed in midair, first to the size of a brick, then to that of a thin sheet of paper. And finally, he dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Su Chang and Wu Qing looked on in horror, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. The strength of the heavenly spirit realm is second only to that of the sage realm, representing the pinnacle of martial prowess in the world. Yet, a powerful figure like Peng Su had been utterly annihilated without a chance to fight back, leaving not even a trace behind. Who exactly is this man before them? Su Chang and Wu Qing could no longer maintain their composure, their gazes towards Changxian filled with dread. Peng Su had been their greatest support, yet he had been extinguished in an instant. If someone as formidable as Peng Su could be so easily vanquished, what hope did they have for resistance? Please spare my life. My old master's dealings with the Wu family have nothing to do with me. I was forced to partake in his misdeeds. Su Chang, terrified, fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Xiaoyueying cast a cold glance at Su Chang, then raised her hand, mercilessly crushing his head with a single strike. In her daily life, she despised those who wield their power to bully others, only to disassociate themselves at the first sign of trouble, washing their hands of all responsibility. She held such petty individuals in utter contempt. Just moments ago, as violence erupted, she had not detected even a hint of coercion in this person's demeanor. When Su Chang met his demise, the blood that splattered forth fell at Wu Qing's feet, causing his legs to buckle beneath him, and he sank heavily to the ground. At this moment, within the vast Wu family estate, he was the sole survivor amidst the carnage of lifeless bodies. Yet one individual was still missing. Xiaoyueying approached Wu Qing, surveying the surroundings, and upon failing to locate the person she sought, she furrowed her brows and inquired coldly, "Where is Wu Xing?" Wu Xing, the eldest son of the Wu family, was an individual of extraordinary talent in cultivation, having become an official disciple of the celestial immortal sect from a young age. It was precisely due to his exceptional aptitude that the Wu family experienced a rapid ascent. Strangely enough, the one she most desired to eliminate was not the cruel Wu Sheng, who constantly tormented her, but rather the exceptionally gifted Wu Xing. Wu Sheng was merely a bully, an unrepentant wastrel, while Wu Xing was different. Having been taken in as a disciple of the celestial immortal sect at an early age, he had swiftly evolved into a practitioner, earning the admiration and envy of countless individuals. In his daily demeanor, he presented himself with a dignified air, often exuding the elegance of a refined cultivator, which attracted numerous accolades and the affection of young maidens. However, unbeknownst to many, he was a beast clad in human guise, indulging in debauchery and cruelty, relishing in the torment of others. After satiating his desires, he would often eliminate his victims to silence them forever. In his eyes, all slaves and servants existed solely to serve and entertain him, and should they ever displease him, he would not hesitate to subject them to brutal punishment. She had witnessed numerous maidens of pleasing appearance being taken into his chambers, only to meet their grisly ends at his hands. On one occasion, he had brought home a female disciple of the celestial immortal sect who admired him, only to toy with her before obliterating her cultivation and discarding her to his subordinates, who would torment her day and night until her demise. Had it not been for her own unseemly appearance and her identity as a member of the demon clan, which seemed to afford her some measure of protection, she likely would not have escaped his clutches upon the discovery of his dark secret. Even so, mere fortune could not shield her from a severe beating. Wu Xing, unlike Wu Sheng, was a practitioner with considerable power, and his strikes were merciless. Each lash he delivered could rend flesh and draw blood, leaving wounds that took days to heal. The ghastly scars that marred her body, particularly the deeper ones, were all inflicted by Wu Xing. She had come to the Wu family estate with the intent to eradicate every last member of the household. Wu Xing was certainly not to be spared. He returned to the celestial immortal sect yesterday. Wu Qing stammered in reply. He left. Yes. Wu Qing nodded, trembling with fear. Upon learning that her target had departed, Xiaoyueying's brows knitted together in displeasure. She had meticulously devised plans for Wu Xing's demise, only to find him absent at the crucial moment. I have answered your question truthfully, but might you spare me? I am willing to donate all the wealth of the Wu family, to reform myself in the future, to engage in benevolent deeds, and to never commit wrongdoings again. Wu Qing hastily bowed his head in supplication, his face a mask of profound regret for his past transgressions. Yet, the only response he received was the emotionless, cold gaze of Xiaoyueying. Your death will hold greater value. With that, Xiaoyueying's hand transformed into a blade, striking without mercy, severing half of Wu Qing's head, denying him any chance to plead for mercy. After this grim act, Xiaoyueying turned to face Gu Changxian, a flicker of anticipation glimmering in her beautiful eyes. Without her needing to speak, Gu Changxian understood her unvoiced desire, a gentle, indulgent smile gracing his lips. Let's go. I shall accompany you to the celestial sect. Yes, master. Xiaoyueying's charming smile radiated gratitude as she swiftly returned to Gu Changxian's side. In the air above, the crow flapped its wings, returning to rest upon Gu Changxian's shoulder, and together, the trio, one man, one woman, and one bird, leisurely departed from Tianyuan City. Soon, news of the annihilation of the Wu family and the government office spread throughout the entire Tianyuan City. Chapter 28. What do you think I brought you here for? In the lush and flourishing woods, Gu Changxian strolled leisurely with Xiaoyueying amidst the trees. Master, are we not heading to the heavenly immortal sect? Where's this place? Xiaoyueying glanced around. Her eyes met with the verdant foliage, and she could not help but question Gu Changxian beside her. After departing from the Wu family, Gu Changxian had led her deep into this forest. The woods were dense and vibrant, filled with the sounds of birds chirping and beasts roaring, with rustling noises emanating from the thickets. Upon entering the forest, she caught a whiff of various mixed scents of demonic beasts, as if danger lurked everywhere. This place was known as the Demonic Beast Forest, a gathering ground for beasts in the mortal realm. Gu Changxian walked ahead, casually stating without looking back, Demonic Beast Forest? What are we doing here? Xiaoyueying's delicate brows furrowed in confusion. As a solitary man and woman, do you think I brought you to such a place for no reason? Gu Changxian turned his head, a mischievous and enigmatic smile gracing his lips. How would I know what my master intends by bringing me here? Xiaoyueying felt a tightening in her chest, her fair face involuntarily flushing slightly as she glared back at Gu Changxian with a fierce expression. The secluded tranquility of the forest meant that even if something were to happen, likely no one would know. It is said that some people particularly revel in such wild escapades. Amidst Xiaoyueying's anxious and suspicious thoughts, Gu Changxian chuckled lightly, teasing, of course. It is for cultivation. It is merely 100 miles across to reach the heavenly immortal sect from here, and we can arrive in a day. Your realm is on the verge of a breakthrough into the spirit control realm. Traversing this demonic beast forest before heading to the heavenly immortal sect is the perfect opportunity for your cultivation. Oh, then master, let us begin at once. Upon hearing it was for the purpose of shortening their journey and for cultivation, Xiaoyueying's eyes brightened with enthusiasm. However, the way he spoke, filled with ambiguity, made her overthink the situation, this insufferable fellow. With this thought, she couldn't help but cast a resentful glance at Gu Changxian, perched on her shoulder. The crow also wore an expression of bemusement and disappointment. It had thought that Gu Changxian had brought Lady Yueying to the deep mountains for something more intriguing, only to find it was merely for cultivation. It was such a letdown, having almost been overly excited. Arriving at a cliffside, Gu Changxian, with a thought, retrieved a spiritual stone from his celestial ring and tossed it into Xiaoyueying's hands. This spiritual stone is for you, given your talent. It should be just enough for you to break through to the spirit control realm. Xiaoyueying cradled the spiritual stone in her hands, instantly captivated by its allure. The stone was a deep purple, roughly the size of 2 palms, its surface translucent and lustrous, with not a hint of impurities visible within. Spiritual stones are minerals formed from the condensation of heavenly spiritual energy over long ages, typically buried deep within mountains, adhering to rocks and concealed within the soil, inevitably carrying some impurities. From her previous experiences, she knew that among a pound of spiritual stone, at least half was often useless impurities. However, the spirit stone in her hand exhibited no trace of impurities, its exquisite nature resembling that of a meticulously crafted masterpiece rather than a naturally formed gem. Merely cradling in her palm allowed her to perceive the ethereal, pure spiritual energy emanating from the stone. This single spirit stone was worth 100 ordinary ones, perhaps even more, and it might indeed be sufficient for her to transcend to the next realm. Xiaoyue Ying's face lit up with joy as she eagerly held the spirit stone, sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and entered a meditative state to refine and absorb its essence. In an instant, the spiritual energy within the stone transformed into ethereal, dreamlike strands of color, swirling and coalescing around her, visibly merging into her body at an astonishing pace. Observing this scene, Changxian could not help but express a hint of admiration. The stone he had given Xiaoyueying was no ordinary spirit stone. It was a magical spirit stone from the demon realm, its purity nearly flawless and 100 times that of a typical spirit stone. Yet in her hands, it was consumed in the blink of an eye. As the spirit stone gradually dimmed and disintegrated, the spiritual energy surrounding Xiaoyueying intensified, radiating outward into the environment. Beasts in the forest, within 100 miles, seemed to sense this extraordinary aura, instinctively raising their heads and rushing toward her location. Yazi, drive them away. Changxian instructed the raven perched on his shoulder. Within his consciousness, he could already perceive thousands of beasts charging forth. The abundance of spiritual energy naturally attracted these creatures. And given Xiaoyueying's inherent demonic nature, the aura she emitted had a unique ability to draw in magical beasts. In that fleeting moment, the beasts in the vicinity were irresistibly drawn to her. These creatures possessed low cultivation levels, all responding to their instincts. And the best way to disperse them was to invoke their innate fear. Leave it to Yazi. I won't allow a single one to approach. With the command received, Yazi soared into the sky, gracefully hovering above the cliff. Begone! Yazi gathered its breath, unleashing a powerful caw that reverberated through the air, its aura radiating outward. In an instant, the ground trembled, and all beasts within 1,000 miles who sensed this presence halted in terror, fleeing in a panic without a backward glance. After driving away all the encroaching beasts, Yazi returned, proudly landing back on Changxian's shoulder. It felt rather beneath its noble status to chase away such insignificant creatures. But since it was the master's command, it reluctantly complied. After all, fulfilling the master's wishes and earning their trust was an unparalleled honor. Upon Yazi's return, the spirit stone in Xiaoyueying's hand had completely transformed into spiritual dust, gradually merging into her being. As all the ethereal energy enveloping her body was drawn within, Xiaoyueying suddenly radiated a dark purple aura from within. This dark purple energy surged like flames, gracefully enveloping her and swirling around her form. Soon after, it dissipated, much like fire fluttering away with the breeze. Xiaoyueying slowly opened her eyes, and a flicker of spiritual brilliance danced within her enchanting purple irises. Master, have I truly transcended into the spirit master realm? She inquired, raising her hand with a look of uncertainty and curiosity, casting an inquiring gaze towards Changxian. The enormous spirit stone, which appeared to be brimming with profound energy, had been drained in mere moments. It felt as though she had only closed her eyes for a brief moment, and now it was all over. She was left wondering just how much she had absorbed and whether she had truly broken through. Chapter 29. This is a rare opportunity. Congratulations, Xiaoyueying. You have successfully entered the realm of spirit mastery. A smile of congratulations graced Changxian's face as he gently raised his hand, causing Xiaoyueying to be lifted into the air by an invisible force. The realm of spirit refinement merely allows one to condense their spiritual energy within their body, while the realm of spirit mastery signifies true mastery over spiritual energy, wielding it at will for one's own purposes. This realm is the most pivotal stage in all cultivation, as it lays the foundation for future endeavors. The realm of spirit mastery is divided into 3 stages: controlling the air, manipulating objects, and finally, mastering the laws. Controlling the air allows one to manipulate their own spiritual energy to traverse the void, free from the constraints of the heavens and earth. Xiaoyueying, having just broken through to the realm of spirit mastery, begin your practice with controlling the air, Changxian instructed. But master, what should I do? Xiaoyueying gazed down at her floating form in the air, feeling somewhat lost as she looked to Changxian for guidance. Gu Changxian smiled gently. Controlling the air is quite simple. Just gather your spiritual energy beneath your feet and envision yourself standing upon it. He had taught many disciples before, often as a way to pass the time, and he felt a sense of satisfaction watching them grow. However, guiding Xiaoyueying brought a distinctly different joy to him. Following Gu Changxian's instructions, Xiaoyueying concentrated, gathering her spiritual energy beneath her feet, as if an invisible brick had materialized there. Soon, she felt an additional point of support beneath her, and gradually, she stood suspended in the void. "Master, I did it!" Xiaoyueying exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked up at Gu Changxian. "Now, try to walk to the edge of the cliff," Gu Changxian suggested, glancing at the space beneath her feet. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed towards the precipice. Beyond the edge, the wind howled fiercely, and a sea of clouds swirled below, obscuring the depths that extended hundreds of meters down. If she were to fall, survival would be uncertain at best. Xiaoyueying swallowed hard, a look of hesitation crossing her face. Having just learned to stand in the void, she feared that a moment's instability could send her plummeting. Is Xiaoyueying afraid, or does she lack confidence in her ability to control her spiritual energy? What will she do when faced with heights of thousands or even tens of thousands of feet? Gu Changxian teased, observing her uncertainty. What is there to fear? It's merely stepping out to the edge of the cliff, and I won't be defeated by it. Xiaoyueying retorted playfully, casting a defiant glance at Gu Changxian. Fully aware that he was trying to spur her on, she resolutely turned and stepped into the air, making her way to the high precipice. Her proud heart refused to allow her to be underestimated, especially by this insufferable fellow. For some reason, she felt that being belittled by him was far more unbearable than death itself. Xiaoyueying extended her arms, carefully maintaining her balance as she walked along the precipice, peering down to behold the verdant expanse of forest sprawling beneath her. The once mighty trees appeared diminutive from her vantage point, and gusts of wind occasionally swept past her. Despite a flicker of trepidation within her heart, she endeavored to remain composed, suppressing any signs of anxiety upon her visage. Should she betray a hint of fear, that insufferable fellow would undoubtedly mock her. How easy is this for me? There is hardly any challenge. After adjusting her balance, Xiaoyueying cautiously turned to face Gu Changxian, her face radiant with pride. "Is that so?" Gu Changxian replied with a subtle smile, retracting the ethereal energy that had been supporting Xiaoyueying. As the energy dissipated, she felt her stability falter, and in a moment of panic, the power she had summoned beneath her faltered as well. Just then, a powerful gust of wind surged, causing her to lose her footing and plummet from the heights. Xiaoyueying gasped, while Gu Changxian stood serenely at the edge of the cliff, observing her descent. Just as her delicate face was about to meet the earth, an invisible force cradled her once more, suspending her in midair, her countenance hovering a mere 5 centimeters above the ground. With a gentle lift of his finger, Gu Changxian summoned Xiaoyueying back up from the precipice. Hundreds of meters below. "The moment I withdraw my energy, you fall. It seems you are far from mastering this," he teased, casting a playful smile at her. Xiaoyueying gritted her teeth, her expression a blend of resentment and indignation as she glared at Gu Changxian. This wretched man had withdrawn her energy without a word. Clearly, he had intended to amuse himself at her expense. During her fall, she nearly believed she was doomed. Even the crow regarded Xiaoyue Ying with sympathy. "Master is truly wicked." Knowing Lady Yueying is still unskilled in manipulating her energy, he deliberately led her to the cliff's edge. Gu Changxian couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Xiaoyue Ying's woeful expression. "Were you frightened?" "Not at all," Xiaoyueying retorted defiantly, though her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Gu Changxian was momentarily taken aback, realizing she was indeed frightened. "Very well, I apologize. As a means of atonement, I shall reluctantly teach you how to fly. This is not an opportunity afforded to just anyone." "Absolutely not." Xiaoyueying, still indignant, vehemently refused. Yet, no sooner had she spoken than Gu Changxian wrapped his arms around her waist, and with a mere tap of his toes, they transformed into a radiant streak soaring skyward, disappearing into the vast expanse of clouds. Overwhelmed by the astonishing speed, Xiaoyueying instinctively shut her eyes and buried her face in Gu Changxian's embrace. The raven, which had been perched on his shoulder, was abruptly dislodged before it could react. Wait for me, my lord," it exclaimed as it realized it was left suspended in mid-air, while Gu Changxian and Xiaoyueying had long vanished into the distant sky. It flapped its wings desperately, calling out as it pursued them. As a refreshing breeze caressed her face, Xiaoyueying felt the surrounding speed diminish, and she gradually opened her eyes. Before she could voice her discontent, she was captivated by the landscape unfolding beneath her, irresistibly drawn into its splendor. In that moment, she soared through the heavens. Accompanied by birds and beasts, the clouds and mists enveloped her like an ocean, while the mountains and forests below resembled an endless tapestry of nature, continuously sweeping past her gaze. At that instant, it felt as though she could behold all the wonders of the world. How does it feel to fly through the skies? Is it not delightful? Gu Changxian inquired with a smile, glancing at the entranced Xiaoyueying. She shot him a disgruntled glare, reluctant to admit her enjoyment. Yet the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her true feelings. Observing the evident improvement in Xiaoyueying's mood, Gu Changxian smiled contentedly and gradually loosened his hold around her waist. Chapter 30. I shall not abandon you. As the hand around her waist loosened, Xiaoyueying felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Gu Changxian intended to let her fall. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on his hand. Gu Changxian paused for a moment, then offered a reassuring smile, gently taking hold of her delicate hand. "Do not worry, I shall not let you fall." "Umph, I am not afraid." Xiaoyueying's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she haughtily huffed in protest, mumbling a feeble defense, yet she dared not release Gu Changxian's hand. Instead, she turned her head away, blushing fiercely, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Gu Changxian had long grown accustomed to her stubbornness. He smiled silently, guiding her through the mountains and gliding over the shimmering lakes, ascending alongside the waterfall, soaring toward the heavens. Simply wielding spiritual energy allowed them to traverse the vastness of the world, unrestrained and free. Xiaoyueying reveled in the embrace of nature, feeling a subtle thrill stir within her. Her cultivation had initially been driven by a desire for vengeance, to ensure she would never be bullied again. Yet at this moment, her training seemed to evoke something far more profound. Strangely, as she soared through the skies, she sensed a familiar feeling, as if she had once danced through the heavens with such abandon. "Shall I attempt it myself?" Perceiving that Xiaoyueying was gradually acclimating and becoming enraptured, Gu Changxian wore a look of encouragement. After a brief hesitation, Xiaoyueying solemnly nodded in agreement. Observing her resolve, Gu Changxian slowly released her hand once more. As his grip fully loosened, Xiaoyueying felt a sudden weightlessness, her body gently arcing downward through the air. Yet this time, after a moment of startled panic, she quickly regained her composure, closing her eyes to reflect on Gu Changxian's previous teachings, focusing intently on her own spiritual energy. In a moment, streams of spiritual energy began to coalesce around her, lifting her gently like a soft breeze. Slowly, she opened her eyes to find herself suspended amidst the clouds, her face lighting up with astonishment. She had succeeded. "Well done," Gu Changxian praised, having slowed his descent to stay by her side as she fell. Given her previous cultivation level, he knew that mastering the art of flight would be no challenge for her. Typically, a novice in the realm of spiritual manipulation would require many arduous days of practice to achieve such freedom in the skies. But for this girl, it was merely a matter of familiarization. Xiaoyueying, slightly smug, lifted her fair neck and, with a flourish of her hands, leapt past Gu Changxian. It seemed she wished to challenge him further. Gu Changxian looked at her with a mix of amusement and exasperation, flying alongside her. No matter how fiercely she summoned her spiritual energy, he maintained his position, hovering a head taller than her. After all, any exertion of his own energy would feel like bullying her. Xiaoyueying seethed in frustration, yet found herself utterly powerless against Gu Changxian. Gu Changxian derived great amusement from the sight of Xiaoyueying, visibly vexed yet utterly powerless to retaliate against him. A smug and mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. Feeling as though she were the subject of mockery, Xiaoyueying exerted every ounce of her spiritual energy to accelerate. The outcome, as one might predict, was inevitable. As a novice in the realm of spirit control, she swiftly depleted her energy, helplessly plummeting from the heights. If your spiritual energy is insufficient, do not overexert yourself. Prolonged flight in the air consumes a considerable amount of energy for you at this stage, Changxian admonished, cradling the descending Xiaoyueying in a princess carry, feigning exasperation in his tone. Leaning weakly against Changxian, Xiaoyueying gritted her teeth, her small face a picture of defiance. Yet she had no surplus energy left to ascend once more. Master, the crow, flapping its wings and arriving late, gasped for breath as it called out. The master flew with Lady Xiaoyueying so swiftly that it is indeed a challenge for me to catch up in this manner. Fortunately, just before it was completely exhausted, it finally managed to reach the masteress' side. Crow, you have arrived. It seems we have strayed quite far from the monster beast forest. It is time to return, Changxian remarked, glancing back towards the direction they had come from. Return? The crow's expression shifted to one of shock. Its wings were nearly smoking from the effort, and after such a struggle to arrive, the master was suggesting they head back. Crow, keep up. Before the crow could voice another word, Changxian vanished from sight, still holding Xiaoyueying. Previously, he had slowed his pace immensely to allow her to learn to fly. Now that she had mastered the art, there was no need to restrain his speed on the return journey. Master, please take me along with you. Gazing at the spot where Changxian had just been, the crow hurriedly began to speak, but before it could finish, both he and Xiaoyueying had disappeared from view. In the vast expanse of the mountainous forest, only the crow remained, a solitary figure standing alone. It had exhausted all its strength to reach this place, and now it found itself devoid of the energy to fly back. Was this fate truly to be its undoing? Ever since the master has had Lady Xiaoyueying, he no longer takes me along. The crow lamented, casting its gaze skyward in sorrow. The echo of its mournful call reverberated through the forest, resonating in the empty valleys, a haunting sound that lingered long after it had faded. Meanwhile, in a mere blink, Changxian had found a suitable cave for refuge, still carrying Xiaoyueying. I believe I heard the crow's voice. Xiaoyueying turned to peer into the distance outside the cave, then looked back at Changxian, her expression tinged with concern. Master, are you not going to bring the crow back with you? Do not fret. It will return on its own. Changxian reassured her with a smile, then produced several spiritual stones, placing them into her hands. Little Xiaoyueying, you have already grasped the art of flying. Now, let us attempt to manipulate objects. But first, you must replenish your spiritual energy. Oh! Xiaoyueying accepted the spiritual stones and promptly seated herself, cradling them in her hands as she entered a meditative state to absorb their energy. Since Changxian has expressed her thoughts, there seems to be no need for her to worry about the safety of the crow. Soon, several spiritual stones transformed into ethereal dust were completely absorbed, and Xiaoyueying's own spiritual energy was once again restored to a robust state. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that Changxian had, unbeknownst to her, procured a colossal round stone, towering as high as two individuals stacked atop one another, positioned before her. Is my spiritual energy restored? Then, let us commence the practice of object manipulation. Beginning with something simple, I have selected a small stone, weighing approximately 1,000 jin. Xiaoyueying, I urge you to attempt lifting it with your spiritual energy without allowing your hands to make contact. Changxian gently gestured towards a nearby round stone. Xiaoyueying. Gazing at the immense stone before her, Xiaoyueying blinked in a dazed manner. 1,000 jin heavy stone? Shouldn't this individual reconsider her words? Merely standing before this colossal rock, she could already feel the weight it exuded. How is this at all simple? Chapter 31. The Trial of the Divine Object. Lifting the 1,000 jin boulders. In an effort to avoid being underestimated by Changxian, Xiaoyueying furrowed her delicate brows and resolutely approached the colossal circular stone. After a moment of contemplation, she extended her hands, allowing tendrils of verdant spiritual energy to flow like gentle streams down her arms, enveloping the boulder in a shimmering embrace. Once the energy enveloped the stone, she began to channel it, slowly attempting to lift the massive weight. With gritted teeth, Xiaoyueying summoned her spiritual force, her body trembling slightly under the strain. To manipulate spiritual energy for lifting heavy objects requires an immense reservoir of power, sufficient enough to elevate the weight, as well as precise concentration at the focal point of the energy. Otherwise, even if her spiritual energy were adequate to lift the boulder, failing to concentrate it at a specific point would render the task impossible. At that moment, Xiaoyueying felt the crushing weight of the boulder pressing down on her outstretched arms. If she were to concentrate her energy solely in her hands, lifting the stone would pose no challenge. However, attempting to raise it solely through the manipulation of her spiritual energy proved to be exceedingly arduous. Despite exerting nearly all her strength, the boulder merely quivered slightly before falling silent once more. Her spiritual energy was too dispersed, lacking the necessary focal point. To lift this stone, there is no need to grasp it entirely with your hands. Simply raise it from below, Changxian observed from the side, a smile gracing his features as he offered guidance. Xiaoyueying shot him an exasperated glance before refocusing on the imposing boulder, gradually condensing the enveloping energy beneath it. When she exerted her force again, she was astonished to find that the situation had drastically changed. The enormous boulder trembled lightly and, to her amazement, began to lift off the ground, rising slowly into the air. However, before she could revel in her success, the boulder ascended a mere 10 centimeters before crashing back down with a thunderous thud. Although her energy had become more concentrated, it lacked the stability required to maintain the elevation. Remember, spiritual energy is like the wind and water, formless and unbound, elusive to touch, yet capable of carrying and overturning all when it surges with strength. Xiaoyueying, what you must accomplish is to ensure that your energy is as fierce as a tempest and as tumultuous as a tidal wave. Securing it firmly, Changxian instructed earnestly, gesturing towards the cave ceiling. When you manage to lift this stone to that height, you will be deemed successful. Xiaoyueying gazed upward, her countenance momentarily taken aback. The cave she inhabited was far from small, with the distance to the ceiling above the boulder measuring at least 4 meters. She was required to elevate this 1,000-gene stone by 4 meters to achieve success. Was this truly within her capabilities? Casting a glance at the smiling Changxian beside her, a flicker of determination ignited in her eyes as she resolved to attempt once more to gather her spiritual energy and lift the boulder. She knew that if she uttered the words too difficult, she would undoubtedly be met with the teasing remark, "Is Xiaoyueying incapable of even this?" She must prove herself. She cannot allow this man to underestimate her. Gritting her teeth, Xiaoyueying once again gathered her spiritual energy to lift the massive stone with all her might. This time, guided by Changxian's teachings, she stabilized the energy beneath her, and the stone swiftly rose to a height exceeding 2 meters. However, just as it reached nearly 3 meters, the stone came crashing down heavily to the ground. In an instant, the cave floor trembled slightly, and a deep pit formed beneath. How infuriating! So close! Breathless and exhausted, Xiaoyueying gazed at the stone that had returned to its original position, feeling a deep sense of frustration. Moments before, she had sensed that she was on the verge of pushing the stone to the cave's ceiling, yet fatigue had overtaken her, leaving her just short of breath. "Take your time. There is no need to force it," Changxian gently advised. Xiaoyueying, however, paid no heed. Instead, she took a deep breath and stubbornly attempted to lift the stone once more. Yet after several attempts, the stone invariably fell back down at slightly over 3 meters. With each successive crash, the ground sank further, paradoxically increasing the height to the cave ceiling. To lift this stone to the cave's top with her current cultivation at the spirit control realm seemed a daunting challenge. Changxian quietly observed Xiaoyueying's relentless efforts, pondering silently. The trial he had set was indeed exceedingly difficult. Lifting this 1,000-gene stone to a height of over 4 meters was virtually impossible for one at the spirit control realm. Even those at the earth spirit realm might struggle to achieve such a feat. The reason he had deceived Xiaoyueying into believing that touching the cave ceiling was the criterion for success was primarily to motivate her and to test her limits. Achieving a height of over 3 meters was already quite remarkable. Little Ying, as he watched her persist in her efforts, Changxian was about to call out for her to stop, but the words caught in his throat, momentarily taken aback. He beheld Xiaoyueying gritting her teeth, slowly raising the massive stone once again. The emerald green energy enveloping her arms gradually morphed into a deep purple hue, and a more tumultuous and potent force surged forth from her entire being. The stone, buoyed by this dark purple energy, ascended at an astonishing speed. Before long, with a resounding thud, the 1,000-gene stone firmly struck the cave ceiling. Had it not been for the rock above, the stone might have risen even higher. I did it. Xiaoyue Ying's face beamed with joy as she quickly turned to look at Changxian. Well done, he responded, slightly surprised, followed by a gentle smile of praise. Although she had harnessed the power of demons, that power inherently belonged to her. Mastering it constituted success. For one at the spirit control realm, to elevate such a massive stone to this height reflected an extraordinary concentration and robustness of spiritual energy, surpassing the typical standards of the spirit control realm, even transcending the earth spirit realm. Xiaoying pouted slightly in pride. Yet, in that fleeting moment of triumph, she suddenly felt a sharp sting in her arm. Her complexion paled slightly, and her hands grew weak. As the ethereal energy dissipated, a massive boulder plummeted once more from the cavern above. At that very moment, Xiaoyue Ying collapsed forward, unwittingly positioning herself directly beneath the descending stone. Fortunately, just before the boulder struck, an arm encircled her waist, rescuing her from certain doom. Honestly, I've already warned you not to overexert yourself, Changxian said, his expression a blend of exasperation and affection as he gazed down at her. Meanwhile, the boulder that had threatened them now hovered ominously above his head. With a furrowed brow, Changxian focused intently, and the massive stone silently transformed into a wisp of ash, vanishing without a trace. Oof. I certainly did not overexert myself, Xiaoyue Ying retorted, her limbs dangling weakly, resembling a piece of meat suspended at Changxian's waist, her small face radiating defiance. Earlier, when she had summoned that demonic power, her body had suddenly experienced a sharp pang of pain, causing her to lose strength and allowing the boulder to fall due to the loss of its ethereal support. Yet, she could sense that the energy within her was far from completely depleted. Chapter 32. Allow me to teach you the simplest technique after refining a spirit stone and restoring her spiritual energy. Xiaoyue Ying exhaled a breath of turbid air, regaining her composure and vitality. How does your body feel? Changxian inquired with concern, his gaze fixed upon her as she completed the refinement of the spirit stone. It was merely a momentary mishap. There is no cause for alarm. Xiaoyue Ying replied with a faint smile, confidently raising her arm. Though she had experienced an inexplicable twinge of pain earlier, her spiritual energy had been replenished, and she no longer felt any discomfort, rendering her indifferent to the prior sensation. Perhaps it was as Changxian posited. Her energy had been on the verge of depletion, and she had merely endured the fleeting sting caused by the immense boulder. Are you truly all right? If you wish to rest, I would permit it, Changxian said gently, his demeanor warm. I'm not so fragile, Xiaoyue Ying retorted, rising to her feet with a dismissive glance, her expression brimming with pride. Please, master, let us commence with the next trial without delay. Seeing her determination, Changxian refrained from further comments and continued with the instruction of the subsequent training. Xiaoyueying, you have already mastered the arts of flight and manipulation. Now we shall progress to the mastery of techniques. If the realm of spirit control is the most pivotal stage in a cultivator's journey, then the mastery of techniques is paramount within the 3 phases of spirit control. The myriad laws of the universe are derived from one's own spiritual energy. All celestial arts and demonic skills are but manifestations of this energy. To master spirit control is to learn to condense, circulate, and ultimately command spiritual energy. Once you grasp this, comprehending all the myriad laws of the world will become effortless. Do you understand? I think I might. Xiaoyueying furrowed her brow, awkwardly scratching her cheek, suddenly feeling as though she needed to expand her intellect. Observing her half-understanding yet stubborn demeanor, Changxian could only smile wryly. It was evident that she had not fully grasped his explanation. Very well, I shall first teach you the simplest technique, one that you will easily comprehend. With that, Changxian's finger delicately traced through the air before him, and a slender rift in the void was torn open. The methods of spirit control are boundless and ever-changing. Even merely condensing spiritual energy between one's fingers can amplify its potency immensely. This technique of condensing energy is the most rudimentary form of spirit control, one that you have already mastered. Xiaoyueying, saying, gazed blankly at the rift in the void before her, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, the technique of condensing spiritual energy in one's hands was the simplest form of spirit control, one she had accomplished during the refining spirit realm. In comparison to Changxian, she suddenly began to doubt whether she truly possessed mastery over her abilities. She could only condense her spiritual energy in her fingertips, which merely enhanced the sharpness of her claws. How could she possibly tear through the void? Yet this individual effortlessly cleaved the void as if it were nothing. The stark contrast left her questioning her own capabilities. And what the next stage of spiritual manipulation? The subsequent phase is the release of spirit, which, as the name suggests, involves unleashing spiritual energy. This energy is gathered in the fingertips or weapons and then wielded in a strike. The individual she had previously battled employed a technique called the clear wind sword style, which exemplified this transformation of spiritual energy. As Changxian explained to Xiaoyueying, he flicked his fingers and an invisible sword aura instantaneously sliced through the cave's wall, extending outward into the open air. Wherever the sword aura swept, clusters of trees and rocks were severed, leaving behind smooth, even cuts. Xiaoyueying gazed at this spectacle in awe, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. She had witnessed Su Chong's sword aura during their encounter and had contemplated learning to execute such lethal strikes herself. How simple it seemed. Eagerly, Xiaoyueying attempted to concentrate her spiritual energy into her claws. Then, with a swift motion, she slashed forward. Whoosh! 3 invisible blades of energy erupted from her claws, leaving behind 3 fierce and striking claw marks on the ground. Staring at her own handiwork, Xiaoyueying was momentarily rendered speechless with delight. In her previous battles, she had merely swung her claws recklessly. Now, having mastered the art of slicing with spiritual blades, she could eliminate enemies from dozens of meters away. Though her power still paled in comparison to Changxian's, she felt a profound satisfaction with her current prowess. She was convinced that soon enough, she too would attain his level of mastery. Changxian nodded in silent approval. With the girl's innate talent, it was evident that she grasped concepts with remarkable ease. Previously, while learning to manipulate the air, she had mastered the control of her spiritual energy, and when lifting heavy stones, she honed her ability to concentrate that energy precisely. Once she mastered both aerial manipulation and object control, learning the art of spiritual laws would pose little challenge. It seemed that the release of spirit would not confound Xiaoyueying. Next, they would attempt the manifestation of spiritual entities. With a mere thought, Changxian conjured a series of ethereal swords formed from spiritual energy beside him. With a gentle wave of his finger, several of these swords flew past Xiaoyueying, darting through the void outside the cave like vibrant rainbows. Oh! Xiaoyueying stepped outside the cave, her gaze fixed in wonder upon the flying spiritual swords, entranced by their graceful movements. In Changxian's hands, each sword appeared as a living entity, weaving fluidly through the air. Beyond the manifestation of spiritual forms, there also existed the transformation of spiritual laws. The variations were boundless and infinite, with each technique differing in its essence. One merely needed to understand that the core was derived from the diverse transformations of spiritual energy. Changxian approached Xiaoyueying, slowly extending his palm, from which emanated wisps of ethereal energy. Under Xiaoyueying's gaze, the energy swiftly transformed into flickering arcs of electricity. In the next moment, the arcs subsided, morphing into a blazing inferno. Yet this was not the end. With a mere snap of his fingers, the flames conjured from his energy soared onto the spirit sword, seamlessly merging with its blade. A spirit sword ablaze with fire now stood before Xiaoyueying. Oh! Xiaoyueying could not help but gasp in astonishment. Although she had learned to harness spiritual energy, she could not claim the ability to simultaneously control and condense a spirit sword while infusing it with flames. Gradually, she began to comprehend Changxian's words and grasp the essence of his earlier statement regarding the freedom of manipulation. The energy in his hands transformed effortlessly, interweaving and merging. Each combination represented a novel technique. Only by reaching such mastery could one truly wield the spirit with unbridled freedom. Chapter 33. Look, isn't this remarkably swift? Xiaoyueying gazed at her palm, reminiscing about how Changxian had performed earlier as she endeavored to condense her spiritual energy within her hand. Before long, a layer of sharp, radiant spiritual energy enveloped her palm, and under her mental guidance, the ethereal energy ignited into a mesmerizing dark purple flame. With a swift motion of her claws, a series of splendid purple fire blades sliced through the air, traversing over 100 meters. The blades, as they grazed the ground, not only left behind menacing claw marks, but also scorched traces of burning. Xiaoyueying marveled at her palm, her heart brimming with joy. It seemed quite simple. "Oh dear, my Lady Ying, you nearly struck me," the crow. From the depths of the forest, the crow flitted out, wearied and with a face full of grievance. It had labored to return, only to nearly collide with several sharp claws upon its arrival. Had it not been for its quick reflexes, it might have been knocked from the sky. Crow, my apologies." Seeing that she had nearly harmed the crow, Xiaoyueying hurriedly expressed her contrition, extending her hand to catch the crow, which was now too fatigued to fly. "My Lady Ying has made astonishing progress. She is now capable of wielding spiritual energy to this extent." Perched in the palm of Xiaoyueying, the crow gazed back at the claw marks left on the ground, exclaiming in astonishment. Since my lady began following her master, it had only been 2 days at most. Yet in this brief span, she had evolved from someone utterly powerless to the realm of spirit control, mastering her spiritual energy to a degree rivaling those cultivators who have traversed this path for years. Such progress was unprecedented and awe-inspiring, far superior to her master's previous disciples. It's not so bad. At the crow's praise, Xiaoyueying couldn't help but allow a proud smile to grace her lips, humble as she waved her hand dismissively. "Little Xiaoyue, although you have grasped the essence of spirit control, mere demonstration is insufficient. It is only through applying your skills in actual combat that you can be deemed to have truly mastered them." Observing Xiaoyueying's growing pride, Changxian felt compelled to offer a reminder. Such a trivial achievement in spirit control should not inflate her ego too much. "Master, you may summon some demon beasts to test me. I shall not be afraid." Xiaoyueying turned to Changxian, raising her chin slightly, her face radiating confidence. "Oh, I must see this for myself." Changxian regarded Xiaoyueying with interest, chuckling as he instructed the crow, "Crow, gather all the nearby demon beasts." "Yes, my lord." Upon receiving the command, the crow wasted no time resting, swiftly darting toward the depths of the forest, while exuding its own aura as it circled through the trees. In an instant, nearly all the nearby demon beasts were startled and began charging toward the direction of Xiaoyueying. Before even catching sight of the beasts, Xiaoyueying felt the ground tremble as if a myriad of creatures were stampeding towards her. In the blink of an eye, a large throng of avian beasts gradually came into her view. So many. Having prepared herself for battle, Xiaoyueying was momentarily stunned by the sight before her. Although she had mentioned summoning some magical beasts, she had never anticipated such an overwhelming number. With so many beasts, they could easily trample her. Turning to her side to voice her complaint, she was taken aback to find that Changxian had mysteriously vanished from her side. "Do your best, Xiaoyueying," Changxian encouraged with a smile, hovering above her. Xiaoyueying, seething with frustration, shot an angry glare at Changxian, but before she could utter another word, the horde of magical beasts had already surged toward her. With no other options, she began to weave through the throng of beasts, deftly dodging their attacks, while wielding her sharp claws to slice through any that came too close. Having thoroughly mastered the art of spirit manipulation, her claws could effortlessly rend apart magical beasts of the same level with a single strike. Even those adorned with rocky or armored exteriors were no match for her. However, the sheer volume of beasts was overwhelming, and they continued to pour in relentlessly. In her efforts to evade them, she narrowly escaped several close encounters with their menacing claws and horns. "Xiaoyue, your speed is lagging," Changxian observed from above, his voice calm yet firm. "If you don't hurry, it could become quite dangerous. I've already reached my limit." After barely dodging another beast, Xiaoyueying shouted at the nonchalant Changxian, her voice laced with exasperation. She was giving it her all, yet that insufferable person continued to watch from above, offering little more than idle comments. "Is this truly your limit?" Changxian questioned, casting down shimmering golden spirit dust upon the beast below. In an instant, all the beasts that came into contact with the golden dust seemed to be invigorated, their speed surging dramatically. "What have you done?" Xiaoyueying gasped, her face paling as she beheld the horde of beasts now charging at her in a frenzied state. "I merely gave them a slight boost in speed," Changxian replied playfully. "How am I supposed to evade this?" Xiaoyueying exclaimed in disbelief. She had clearly stated she was at her limit, yet he had enhanced the beast's speed. "I believe in you, Xiaoyueying," Changxian winked down at her. "This is impossible." Xiaoyueying's forehead twitched in frustration as she directed a dissatisfied shout toward Changxian. Meanwhile, several claws of the beast narrowly grazed her cheek, severing a few strands of her hair. A sense of urgency surged within her, prompting her to desperately accelerate and evade. "See? You can still go faster," Changxian teased, a smile on his face. Xiaoyueying, while struggling to dodge the incoming beasts, shot another venomous glare at Changxian through gritted teeth. She felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and deliver a punch to that detestable fellow. "My lord, is this not too perilous for Lady Moonshadow?" After dispersing the horde of beasts, Crow returned to perch upon Changxian's shoulder, casting a concerned glance at the increasingly beleaguered Xiaoyueying below. If it were her, she would have no trouble handling such a situation. Changxian stood with arms crossed, his words brimming with confidence. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the struggling Xiaoyueying beneath him. Observing Changxian's serious demeanor, Crow could not help but smile knowingly, though he spoke otherwise. His heart was evidently filled with concern. Just as Xiaoyueying barely evaded the onslaught of other beasts, a scythe weasel, agile and petite, darted through the throng of creatures, swinging its scythe-like arm toward her neck. Chapter 34. With the presence of the true self, Changxian's brows furrowed as he prepared to intervene. However, he suddenly witnessed Xiaoyueying accelerate her movements once again, retreating swiftly as if she were but a fleeting shadow, evading the weasel's scythe-like strike. "Oh, my lord, she has successfully dodged." At this sight, Yizi could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Given Xiaoyueying's earlier speed, it seemed improbable that she would escape unharmed. Yet in that instant, she had unexpectedly heightened her velocity, narrowly evading danger. Amidst the throng of demonic beasts, Xiaoyueying's figure danced like a startled swan, gliding effortlessly as she dodged and maneuvered, a stark contrast to her previous struggle. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that her movements were soundless and graceful, as if she were treading upon the wind, her form flowing as freely as a gentle breeze, unencumbered by any restraint. Changxian observed this with an approving smile gracing his lips. In a moment of peril, this young girl had concentrated her spiritual energy beneath her feet, transforming it into a zephyr to enhance her speed. Her mastery over the gathering and manipulation of spiritual energy was nothing short of perfection. At this moment, her velocity had increased several-fold compared to before. Previously, he had merely instructed her on how to consolidate spiritual energy to augment her attacks. Yet now she had demonstrated an ability to adapt, understanding the opportune moments for utilizing her spiritual force. This was precisely what he had longed to witness. To become a formidable cultivator, one must adeptly harness their spiritual energy at crucial junctures, maximizing its potential. Especially when two cultivators of equal prowess contend. The victor will invariably be the one who skillfully employs their spiritual energy, minimizing waste and expenditure. Typically, cultivation requires years, sometimes decades, of rigorous practice and combat to master the nuanced application of every fragment of spiritual energy. Yet, this girl had managed to attain such exquisite proficiency in a remarkably short span. Truly commendable. With her enhanced speed, Xiaoyueying effortlessly avoided the onslaught of demonic beasts, dispatching them one by one with her claws. As she sensed the diminishing threat posed by the creatures before her, a confident and composed smile graced her lips. Soon, the horde of beasts surged past her, either perishing or fleeing in terror. Ultimately, only a colossal black bear, towering a full yard in height with its bristling claws, charged toward her. This was the final test left by Changxian. The bear's massive form thundered as it moved, causing the ground to tremble slightly, its mouth revealing two sharp fangs, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. Bristly black bear, a spirit of the earthly realm. Be cautious, Xiaoyueying. Oomph. Xiaoyueying scoffed dismissively and transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging forward, her palm poised to strike. Roar! The bristly black bear let out a fierce roar, bringing its massive paw down heavily towards Xiaoyueying. With a focused gaze, Xiaoyueying condensed her spiritual energy beneath her feet, swiftly evading the bear's powerful strike, and countered with a claw aimed at its chest. In an instant, the fur of the rugged black bear was torn apart like steel needles, exposing its flesh and blood. Roaring in agony, the bear emitted thunderous growls of rage, turning its head once more to reveal its drooling fangs towards Xiaoyueying. It was too shallow. Seeing the rugged black bear still possessed such strength after receiving a scratch, Xiaoyueying furrowed her delicate brows and took a step back to distance herself from the beast. The bear, with its earth spirit realm cultivation, indeed proved to be a more formidable opponent than other demonic beasts. However, just slightly, Xiaoyueying retreated, leaning against a rock, as the furious bear lunged at her, baring its fangs without hesitation. Seizing the opportunity, she leaped into the air, and the bear, unable to halt in time, sank its teeth into the rock with a violent crash, embedding itself within. With a thunderous sound, the massive stone shattered, debris raining down to bury the creature. As the rock collapsed, a cloud of dust erupted, and amidst the rubble, the rugged black bear broke free, still clutching a piece of stone in its mouth. Standing atop the debris, it crushed the rock with its teeth, its fierce gaze scanning the surroundings, yet failing to spot Xiaoyueying. Above its head, a playful voice rang out, "Big silly bear, I'm right here." Instinctively, the bear looked up at the sound, only to see Xiaoyueying descending from the sky, her claws infused with spiritual energy, transforming into a shimmering, ethereal talon aimed to strike. The spiritual claw, entwined with energy akin to sharp blades of wind, unleashed a flurry of energy blades upon descent. In an instant, the bear's tough hide was pierced by the energy blades, leaving it standing in a daze, its once fierce eyes gradually losing their luster. The next moment, with a resounding crash, the rugged black bear was cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground. An earth spirit realm rugged black bear was nearly vanquished in the blink of an eye by Xiaoyueying. Clapping echoed through the air as Changxian gracefully descended to the ground, a pleased smile adorning his face as he approached Xiaoyueying. "How can you still speak?" she exclaimed, her brows knitting together in frustration. "You nearly got me killed." Upon seeing Changxian approach, her expression was one of indignation and anger. The beast had accelerated its speed, and had it not been for her quick reflexes, she would have faced dire consequences. "That was merely to awaken your potential." Little Xiaoyueying, Changxian replied with a calm smile, gesturing toward the lifeless bear beside them. "Look, you're now far more adept at wielding your spiritual energy. Even this earth spirit realm bear was no match for you. You should be grateful to me, shouldn't you?" Xiaoyueying was momentarily speechless. Her teeth clenched as she glared at Changxian. Based on the evident outcome, she had indeed learned to better harness her spiritual energy amidst the crisis posed by the beasts, yielding a positive result. Yet the experience had left her quite displeased. But had she not learned to utilize her energy to evade, it could very well have been her lying there. As Xiaoyueying pondered, her anger intensified, and she questioned with a face marked by grievance and ire. "Rest assured, you shall come to no harm," Changxian confidently assured her with a smile. "Why?" Xiaoyueying furrowed her brow, inquiring. "Because I am here," Changxian replied gently, yet his words exuded an undeniable confidence that inexplicably instilled a sense of reassurance. "Oomph. Such sweet talk." Xiaoyueying was momentarily taken aback, pursing her crimson lips and casting a fierce glare at Changxian, choosing not to press further. At that moment, her heart still simmered with anger, yet it was no longer directed at the peril Changxian had almost thrust her into, but rather at the inexplicable comfort his words had brought her. She had long sworn to trust no one but herself. How could she feel solace from the honeyed words of this fellow? This was decidedly uncharacteristic of her. Just as Changxian and Xiaoyueying engaged in their conversation, a gentle, pale purple light began to emanate from the corpses of the surrounding demonic beasts, slowly enveloping them. This ethereal, lilac glow seeped forth from the bodies of the beasts, akin to strands of glowing silk, quietly merging into Xiaoyueying's being. Chapter 35. Look. This is how it is. What is this? Gazing at the swirling purple spiritual radiance around her, Xiaoyueying attempted to reach out and touch it, but the ethereal glow slipped through her fingers like air, leaving her with no sensation. However, as the purple light entered her body, she distinctly felt it coursing through her meridians and merging into her spiritual sea. This purple radiance, while resembling spiritual energy, was unlike any she had encountered before. It harbored the essence of beasts. Fear not, for this is demonic energy. Much like spiritual energy, it too can be absorbed and refined, enhancing one's cultivation. Yet, only those of the demon race can harness and refine this energy. Ordinary individuals cannot wield it nor extract it from other demons. Observing the purple light emanating from the corpses of the surrounding beasts as it flowed into Xiaoyueying, Changxian was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure and explained calmly, "Demonic energy? But why has it entered my body?" Xiaoyueying inquired, her expression growing increasingly perplexed. "That is undoubtedly due to your demonic physique, Lady Xiaoyueying. Within you lies the bloodline of ancient demon and devil races." A crow alighted from Changxian's shoulder to hers, tilting its head proudly, as if brimming with knowledge. "Demonique physique." Xiaoyueying stared blankly at her hands, then lifted her gaze to Changxian. "So, does that mean I am half demon, half devil?" Having no prior memories of her existence or the circumstances of her birth, she had never been aware of her dual heritage. "Indeed, little Xiaoyueying, you are the sole being of half demon, half devil heritage in the realm of the 9 heavens and 10 worlds. Noticing her confusion, Changxian chuckled lightly. "However, the bloodline of the devil within you is more potent, suppressing the characteristics of your demon lineage, which is why they have not manifested outwardly. Yet in truth, your demonic traits have begun to reveal themselves." "Demonic traits?" Xiaoyueying's brow furrowed in confusion as she lowered her head, examining her body from all angles, even twisting to glance behind her. If the defining feature of the devil race was their unique eyes, then the primary characteristics of the demon race were beast tails and ears. Yet, throughout her life, she had never exhibited any traits of the demon lineage. Her hands bore no fur, her head no horns or ears, and there was no tail to be found. Where could these demonic traits possibly be? After scrutinizing herself repeatedly with no discoveries, Xiaoyueying looked up again, her face a canvas of bewilderment as she sought answers from Changxian. With a gentle smile, Changxian pointed to her palm and red lips. "Little Xiaoyueying, have you not noticed that you tend to wave your hands during battle? That is a natural instinct of certain demon races. Moreover, you often bare your teeth, appearing as if you wish to bite. If I were to describe it, it resembles a playful little dog eager to nip at someone." "Hey, little dog?" Xiaoyueying's delicate face momentarily froze, quickly transforming into a scowl as she clenched her silver teeth, her hands curling into claws, glaring fiercely at the man before her, Changxian. This insufferable fellow. She had thought perhaps she bore some undiscovered traits of the demon race, only to find that he had the audacity to liken her to a beast, a mere puppy. He truly regarded her as a pet. Look at her now. Observing Xiaoyueying's vexation, Changxian couldn't help but chuckle heartily. "Hamo." Xiaoyueying's face flushed crimson. Unable to contain herself any longer, she lunged at Changxian, her silver teeth bared as she unleashed a flurry of strikes, employing all the skills he had just imparted to her. Yet, Changxian merely needed to shift his feet slightly, effortlessly neutralizing her every assault. Frustrated, Xiaoyueying cried out in a delicate voice, "Do not evade." The crow flapped its wings, hovering in midair with a resigned expression, observing the playful tussle between the two. "Oh dear, it seems the master has a penchant for provoking Lady Xiaoyueying. This has been the case before, and it remains so now. Perhaps this is one of the few joys the master finds in life. Little Xiaoyueying, you possess a body of demons. Apart from the spiritual energy of this world, you inherently resonate with the aura of both demons and fiends. Whether it be slaying demon kin or fiends, the essence within them will be at your disposal. Your innate constitution allows you to refine all demon auras and fiendish energies into your own spiritual strength, which is far more expedient than cultivating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth." After a bout of playful chasing, Xiaoyueying, now exhausted, leaned against the side, while Changxian stood with an air of calmness, his words laden with significance. Upon hearing this, the crow regarded Xiaoyueying with profound contemplation. Xiaoyueying's expression flickered, and she instantly grasped the implications of Changxian's words. In essence, as long as she continued to vanquish demon kin and fiends, She could consume the essence of their auras and elevate her own cultivation. His choice of words, specifically mentioning demons and fiends rather than mere beasts, suggested that it encompassed all beings imbued with demon aura and fiendish energy. In that moment, a surge of inexplicable impulse stirred within Xiaoyueying's heart, as if yearning to break free. Before she could fully comprehend this burgeoning desire, Changxian's voice drew her back to reality. Xiaoyueying, have you conceived some audacious thoughts? Though the demon body allows one to continuously elevate oneself by devouring the auras and energies of others, it equally risks being eroded by these very energies, ultimately succumbing to their control. Changxian leaned closer to Xiaoyueying, his deep, luminous gaze fixed intently upon her enchanting violet eyes, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Xiaoyueying met his gaze, feeling as though he could see deep into her soul. Flustered, she hurriedly protested, I have never thought of such a thing. Please, my master, do not always portray me as if I would resort to the senseless slaughter of innocents in pursuit of my cultivation. While I do wish to enhance my abilities swiftly, I would never contemplate such means. With that, Xiaoyueying cast an indignant glare at Changxian before turning her head away, feeling a twinge of guilt as she avoided his gaze. Very well, it appears I have misunderstood you, dear Xiaoyueying. Changxian gazed deeply at Xiaoyueying for a moment, then broke into a cheerful smile, gesturing towards the coarse black bear lying on the ground. It is getting late. Let us conclude today's training for now. Tonight, we shall prepare a sumptuous dish of braised bear paw from this demon. Upon hearing that dinner was about to be prepared, Xiaoyueying's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she no longer pursued the earlier matter of being treated like a pet, instead watching Changxian with eager anticipation. However, Changxian merely smiled at her gently and urged, I am quite hungry. I would appreciate it if you could lend a hand, Xiaoyueying. Chapter 36. At this moment, the protagonist's desire is simply to savor the dishes you prepare daily. Me? Xiaoyueying appeared utterly bewildered, hesitantly pointing a finger at herself. Is this fellow suggesting that she should cook? Surely, it cannot be you. Could it be the esteemed master? Have you ever encountered a master who serves their own servants? Changxian casually settled onto a nearby rock, a playful smile dancing on his lips. Xiaoyue Ying was left speechless, her gaze drifting to the lifeless body of the freshly skinned black bear on the ground, standing there in silence. After a prolonged moment, she finally spoke, her voice tinged with embarrassment and difficulty. I cannot cook. Fear not, for if you do not know how, you shall begin learning today. Did you not promise that you would be willing to learn anything for my sake? Changxian teased, today it is merely cooking. In the future, you shall also learn the arts of music, chess, and dance, all to entertain me in your leisure time. Music, chess, and dance. Upon hearing that she might have to learn these arts in the future, Xiaoyueying's face reflected shock, and her heart filled with dread. Merely cooking already left her devoid of confidence. The thought of mastering such refined arts was overwhelming. The very idea of dedicating herself to please him in such ways was met with resistance, especially when it involved this particular individual. Yet, she found herself unable to refute him, for it was a promise she had made. Now, as Changxian unreservedly honored his commitment to guide her in her cultivation, she too felt the obligation to fulfill her promise. Slowly, she approached the carcass of the black bear, staring blankly at it, her brows furrowed, utterly at a loss for where to begin. While she could manage to eat, the prospect of cooking felt like an insurmountable challenge. For the first time, she felt that cooking was more difficult than taking a life. First, she needed to place a pot over the fire and boil water, adding scallions, ginger, and garlic to eliminate any gamey odor. Observing Xiaoyueying's awkward predicament, Changxian smiled gently, waving his hand. Instantly, an array of pots, pans, and spices appeared before her, as if conjured from thin air. A natural, open-air kitchen emerged in the woods, each utensil adorned with intricate designs. Years ago, during his travels across realms, he had entertained the thought of mastering culinary skills, thus preparing a set of celestial-grade cooking tools which he had since stored away. Although long untouched, today they were fortuitously put to use. Gazing at the dazzling array of kitchenware before her, Xiaoyueying shot an exasperated glance at Changxian. She had intended to offer an excuse about the impossibility of cooking in such a place, but now that excuse had vanished. How was it that this fellow even carried a kitchen with him? Ugh, scallions, ginger, onions, what a nuisance. With no alternative, Xiaoyueying reluctantly followed Changxian's earlier instructions, step by step, setting the pot to boil, preparing the seasonings, all the while murmuring her complaints under her breath. Naturally, her grumbling did not escape Changxian's ears. He couldn't help but chuckle in resignation. This girl was quite diligent when it came to eating, yet her complaints about cooking were endless. Once you finish blanching, be sure to cleanly pluck the feathers and skin. I do not wish to bite into anything hairy, he remarked. All right, I understand. Please, master, do not interfere with my work. With a spoon in hand, Xiaoyueying turned sharply to admonish Changxian, her stance resolute. She then returned to her culinary endeavors with utmost seriousness. Changxian stood momentarily taken aback, then burst into a quiet chuckle. Had he just been lectured? After standing in the 9 heavens and 10 realms for so long, he had faced countless reverent or fearful gazes from the world. Yet, this was the first time someone had dared to lecture him in 100,000 years. An inexplicable sensation stirred within him, one that was oddly refreshing and not entirely unpleasant. Not only Changxian, but even Yi was left dumbfounded, astonished at the sight of Xiaoyueying chastising him without a hint of hesitation. The thought of others discovering that their esteemed master had been reprimanded was enough to cause a stir throughout the realms. Who would have imagined that someone would have the audacity to treat the master with such irreverence? Strangely, after being lectured by Lady Xiaoyueying, he seemed not the slightest bit displeased, but rather appeared quite pleased. In a sense, one could argue that Lady Xiaoyueying was now the foremost figure in the 9 heavens and 10 realms. However, given her status, it was somewhat understandable. Without Changxian's guidance, Xiaoyueying found herself at a loss once more after preparing the bear paw, so she turned back to him for assistance. Changxian was momentarily unsure of how to respond. How could this girl, who clearly knew nothing, so boldly demand that he silence himself? Ultimately, under Changxian's step-by-step guidance, after more than 2 hours, Xiaoyueying finally presented a braised bear paw before him. With a triumphant lift of her chin, her face radiated confidence and pride. Changxian picked up his chopsticks and gently prodded the bear paw, which was tender and succulent, juices flowing abundantly. As he savored a piece of the meat, a mysterious smile played upon his lips. How is it? Upon witnessing Changxian's peculiar smile, Xiaoyueying's brow furrowed, her expression a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Delicious, surpassing my expectations, Changxian praised. Really? Hearing his words, Xiaoyueying's face lit up with joy as she eagerly served herself a portion, taking a hearty bite. However, the moment she chewed the bear paw, her delighted expression faded as she disdainfully stuck out her tongue. You're lying. It tastes terrible. Is that so? I find it rather agreeable. Changxian replied, relishing another morsel of the bear paw. With the aid of celestial-grade cooking utensils, the dish was not inedible. The seasoning was simply a bit heavy-handed compared to the exquisite flavors crafted by the inn chefs. For Xiaoyueying, cooking for the first time, it had exceeded all expectations. Master, do you truly wish to continue eating? Seeing Changxian showing no signs of disdain, but instead savoring the dish with great delight, Xiaoyueying could not help but express her astonishment. Of course, why wouldn't he? What Xiaoyueying prepared is not something just anyone can taste in this world. Changxian remarked with a slight smile, his words laden with meaning. Well, that certainly holds true. Xiaoyueying's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her heart racing as she shyly averted her gaze. This fellow indeed possesses a talent for comforting and praising others. Yet, do not assume that this would bring her joy. Henceforth, I shall require you to prepare my meals thrice daily, dear Xiaoyueying. Observing her proud demeanor, Changxian could not resist teasing her further. Wait. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyueying nearly choked on her food, hurriedly pounding her chest to swallow, her face a picture of shock as she turned to Changxian. Master, I recall you mentioning that you do not need to eat at all, did you not? It is true, but the need to eat and the desire to do so are 2 different matters. At present, I simply wish to indulge in your culinary creations every day, Changxian said, flashing a charming smile at Xiaoyueying. Xiaoyueying, her face burned with indignation, and she glared at Changxian through clenched teeth. She realized that this man was deliberately trying to command her, to tease her. How infuriating! The crow, astonished, cast a furtive glance at Changxian. although it understood that the master was intentionally toying with Lady Xiaoyueying. It was the first time it had heard him utter such ambiguous words to a woman. Chapter 37. Little Moon Shadow as unexpected proactivity in the stillness of the night. Beneath a sky adorned with twinkling stars, the vast and dark forest lay in a serene slumber, enveloped in silence. Only the gentle caress of the breeze stirred the treetops, producing a soft rustle. Amidst the dimly lit woods, a delicate silhouette danced gracefully under the moonlight, leaping and twirling, her sharp claws slicing through the air, severing great trees with ease, leaving behind deep gashes upon the earth. The diligent practitioner of the night was none other than Xiaoyueying. After savoring a delectable braised bear paw, she devoted herself once more to her training. Today marked her breakthrough into the spirit mastery realm, and having learned the secrets of spirit manipulation, she was determined to enhance her practice further under the veil of night. However, in addition to honing her skills, there was another matter she wished to ascertain. Having diligently repeated the techniques imparted by Changxian, Xiaoyueying harnessed her spiritual power, her live form moving with an ethereal grace. Upon landing, she slowly raised her palm, clawing it into a fist as spiritual energy surged and coalesced into her claws. At the command of her will, the verdant energy enveloping her claws condensed, transforming into a fierce, dark violet hue. As Changxian had elucidated, this was the demonic power lying dormant within her. She could distinctly feel that, with the infusion of demonic energy, the pressure and potency radiating from her spiritual power had escalated to an entirely new echelon. Recognizing the formidable nature of this demonic force, she resolved to master it. Only then could she stand a chance against those of higher realms. With her violet eyes fixed ahead, Xiaoyueying unleashed her claw, imbued with demonic energy. In a powerful strike, the moment her claw descended, a series of ethereal blades erupted from her grasp, rending the ground beneath her and leaving behind a trail of fearsome gashes. The claw marks stretched over 100 meters, cleaving through trees and rocks alike, resembling the sweeping motion of a colossal beast across the earth. The stark contrast between these monumental claw marks and the delicate scratches left from her earlier practice was striking. Filled with exhilaration, Xiaoyueying marveled at her creation, her heart swelling with pride. Now adept at merging spiritual and demonic powers, she had amplified her strikes severalfold. Yet, before she could fully revel in her achievement, a sudden sharp pain shot through her arm. It was back again. This pain felt as though countless silver needles had simultaneously pierced her skin. She recalled experiencing something similar when attempting to lift a boulder using demonic energy earlier. This night, in addition to experimenting with the fusion of spiritual and demonic forces, she sought to probe the mysterious source of the discomfort that had previously afflicted her. The last time she had summoned a small amount of demonic energy, the pain was fleeting. However, this time, with a more potent infusion of demonic energy, the discomfort intensified and lingered, still not fully abated at this moment. It seemed that the origin of this pain was indeed the demonic power within her. Xiaoyueying gazed down at her subtly aching and trembling arm, her expression contemplative. Although the power of the demons was immensely potent, it seemed a bit overwhelming for her physique. Just then, a familiar and gentle voice drew her back from a reverie. Little Xiaoyueying, while diligence in practice is commendable, haste may lead to counterproductive outcomes. Changxian silently emerged from the dim woods into the moonlight, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Xiaoyueying. Xiaoyueying turned at the sound, casting an irritated glance at Changxian, who had appeared unbeknownst to her. It is still early. I was merely hoping to practice a bit more. But what about you, master? Why are you still awake at this hour? The maid responsible for warming my bed has yet to return, hence I find it difficult to rest, Changxian replied, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his lips. Xiaoyueying was momentarily taken aback. Am I also expected to warm your bed here? Why would you think otherwise, little Xiaoyueying? Your duties remain unchanged, regardless of the location. If I wish to rest, you naturally must attend to me, Changxian said with a smile, feigning innocence. But we are in the wilderness, Xiaoyueying exclaimed, glancing nervously around the surrounding woods. If we were in an inn in the city, it would be one thing, but here in the wild, how can you expect me to warm your bed? What is inappropriate about the wilderness? To use the earth as a bed and the heavens as a quilt. experiencing the beauty of nature and the grandeur of the world. Does that not sound delightful? Gu Changxian gestured towards the expanse above, chuckling dismissively. Xiaoyueying was left speechless, her face reflecting her astonishment. She realized that this man was genuinely intent on having her attend to him tonight. Choosing silence, she shot Gu Changxian a reproachful glare. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she began to undo her clothing. It's just the wild. There's no one else around. What is there to fear? Little Yueying, why are you suddenly undressing? Gu Changxian asked, feigning confusion as he observed her actions. Didn't you say I was to attend to you, master? Xiaoyueying retorted, a hint of annoyance in her tone. I did say you should attend to me, but I never mentioned you had to remove your clothing. You must understand. We are in the woods. Undressing here can be quite perilous, Gu Changxian teased with a mischievous grin. Well, you should have said that sooner, Xiaoyueying exclaimed, her cheeks reddening further as she glared at Gu Changxian, hastily redoing her clothing. This insufferable man had previously insisted she undress during their intimate moments, and now claimed it was unnecessary. Why hadn't he mentioned it beforehand? I did not expect little Yueying to be so proactive. However, if you truly wish to undress, I wouldn't mind, Gu Changxian remarked playfully. I mind, Xiaoyueying retorted without hesitation, her voice laced with indignation as she finished dressing and stormed past Gu Changxian in a huff. Gu Changxian chuckled softly, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the right hand of Xiaoyueying. Upon returning to the cave, he waved his hand casually, and a bed materialized on ground. He reclined upon the bedding, arms outstretched, looking at Xiaoyueying with a bemused expression. Oof. Xiaoyueying's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, with a soft huff. She boldly settled into Gu Changxian's embrace, unhesitatingly wrapping herself in the bedding and closing her eyes to sleep. After all, it was not her first time sharing a bed. It was merely a matter of letting him hold her for a while, nothing to be concerned about. Gu Changxian observed the seemingly indifferent Xiaoyueying nestled in his arms, a smile dancing on his lips as he gently encircled her arms. Soon, Xiaoyueying realized that the faint pain in her right hand had gradually subsided, replaced by a comforting warmth enveloping her. Though reluctant to admit it, being held by this fellow made her feel quite warm and facilitated her slumber. Watching the intimate scene between Gu Changxian and Xiaoyueying, Yizi couldn't help but display a look of hopeful contentment, fluttering her wings as she found a cozy spot nestled between the two. However, before she could settle into a peaceful sleep, the slumbering Xiaoyueying turned over, pinning her firmly beneath her back. And Master Yueying, I'm going to suffocate. Ugh. Chapter 38. Appealing in appearance. Yet just so, on the following dawn, as the first light of day broke and the forest lay shrouded in a delicate mist, silence enveloped the surroundings. Gu Changxian slowly opened his eyes, glancing down at the curled-up figure of Xiaoying, peacefully slumbering in his embrace. A mixture of amusement and helplessness welled up within him. Each time he invited this girl to warm his bed, she would feign reluctance, yet inevitably, she would end up nestled against him. Each night, she slept more soundly than he, awakening later than him, leaving one to wonder whether he was the one attending to her slumber or vice versa. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Changxian chose not to rouse Xiaoying, allowing her to rest in his arms. Meanwhile, the crow, trapped beneath her, tilted its head, its tongue lolling out, appearing lifeless. Just as Gu Changxian contemplated indulging in a few more moments of repose, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Turning towards the entrance of the cave, the crow, similarly pinned beneath Xiaoying, seemed to spring back to life, its eyes snapping open as it focused on the distance outside the cave. Master, someone was approaching. As soon as the words escaped its beak, a faint, desperate cry echoed into the cave. Help! Help me! Startled awake, Xiaoying bolted upright from Gu Changxian's embrace, swiftly turning her gaze towards the source of the voice outside the cave. Master, someone is in distress. Without waiting for Gu Changxian to respond, she dashed out of the cave, leaving behind only a fleeting silhouette. This girl. Gu Changxian shook his head in resignation, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. It was rare to witness her spirited nature. Perhaps it was indeed a good thing. In the forest, a young maiden with a ponytail, exuding an air of innocence and grace, darted anxiously among the trees. Behind her, several black and white creatures resembling baboons, agile and nimble, pursued her from the treetops, maintaining a steady distance. The black and white baboons, capable of overtaking her effortlessly, chose instead to bide their time, deliberately wearing her down. Once her strength waned, they would pounce all at once. At that point, even if she wished to fight desperately, she would likely be too exhausted to resist. With her limited strength, she was no match for such a multitude of baboons, and her stamina and speed could not shake them off. She had unwittingly fallen into a trap. In a state of panic, she lost focus on her footing and inadvertently kicked a protruding tree root, tumbling heavily to the ground. The black and white baboons, sensing their moment had arrived, leapt down, baring their sharp fangs as they lunged towards her. "Help!" The girl cried out in terror, her last plea for salvation, as she closed her eyes in despair, instinctively crossing her arms in front of her. At this critical moment, a sharp blade appeared from nowhere, instantly severing the black and white baboon in midair. Its body split in two and fell to the ground with a thud, blood pouring forth, resulting in its immediate demise. Hearing the commotion, the young girl cautiously opened her eyes, only to behold a delicate and graceful figure standing before her. The black and white baboons, upon seeing the sudden appearance of Xiaoyueying, immediately displayed fierce expressions, baring their sharp fangs as they leapt forward to attack. Clearly, they were unwilling to relinquish their prey after such a prolonged pursuit. Xiaoyueying cast a disdainful glance at the surrounding baboons, leaped into the air, and with her claws swirling, unleashed a flurry of blades. In an instant, as the blade spun, numerous baboons were sliced apart, their remains scattering like fragments from the sky. In but a moment, all the advancing baboons were annihilated. The girl gazed in disbelief at the scene before her, astonished and speechless. Although these baboons were merely at the awakening stage, they were agile in the forest and preferred to act in groups, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary cultivator to deal with so many. Yet, she had effortlessly vanquished them all. Although she appeared to be of similar age, her prowess was formidable. "Shouldn't you flee? Or do you intend to try again?" Xiaoyueying alighted back in front of the girl, her cold gaze fixated on the remaining baboons as she reprimanded them harshly. To her, these lowly beasts posed no challenge, merely a trivial task to be dismissed, and she couldn't even be bothered to exert herself further. Having witnessed Xiaoyueying's terrifying strength, the remaining baboons were already paralyzed with fear, turning and vanishing into the depths of the forest. After driving away all the baboons, Xiaoyueying turned to look at the girl, who sat frozen on the ground. The girl was about to express her gratitude, but upon meeting Xiaoyueying's otherworldly violet eyes, she was startled, instinctively exclaiming, "Demon, demon race." Observing the girl's fearful demeanor, Xiaoyueying furrowed her brow slightly, confirming she was unharmed before turning to leave. She bore no resentment towards the girl, nor did she mind her fear. It was commonplace for people to fear and loathe the demon race, a reality she had long since accepted. Moreover, she found some comfort in instilling fear. It dissuaded others from bullying her. Realizing her earlier rudeness as Xiaoyueying turned to depart, the girl quickly scrambled to her feet and hurried to her side. Thank you for saving me. My name is Xiaoyueying. May I ask your name, benefactor?" The girl referred to Xiaoyueying. Before Xiaoyueying could respond, a refined and gentle voice emerged from the woods, providing the answer on her behalf. As the voice echoed, Changxian leisurely stepped out from the nearby thicket with a crow perched on his shoulder. Xiaoyueying pouted slightly in displeasure at Changxian's presumption to answer for her. She preferred solitude and had been contemplating whether to inform the girl of her name when he had interjected. "May I inquire, young sir, who might you be?" As she gazed at the suddenly appearing Changxian, Zhong Guangguan's expression momentarily froze, prompting her to involuntarily address him with honorifics. Coming from a prestigious family herself, she had encountered numerous dignitaries since childhood, yet she had never encountered a young man with such extraordinary beauty and an aura that was both noble and gracefully refined. He held a folding fan in his hand, his handsome visage adorned with a gentle smile, and his every gesture exuded elegance and courtesy. Simply standing there, he evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Observing Zhong Guangguan's dazed admiration for Changxian, Xiaoyueying couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. Casting a sidelong glance at Gu Changxian, she conceded that he was indeed quite handsome, but nothing beyond that. Was it truly necessary to be so entranced? Chapter 39. You may have arrived in an opportune time. I am Gu Changxian, the master of this girl. Gu Changxian approached Xiaoyueying and placed a hand gently upon her head. Xiaoyueying arched her delicate brows and pouted her lips, yet remained silent, tacitly acquiescing. After all, the truth of the matter was undeniable. Her current status was indeed that of his personal servant, leaving little room for further discussion. Upon hearing that Gu Changxian was the master of Xiaoyueying, Zhong Guangguan was taken aback, her eyes darting between the two. In contemporary times, many individuals of the demon race were enslaved, including those specifically trained to serve as guardians. However, encountering someone as exquisitely beautiful and formidable as Xiaoyueying was an unprecedented experience for her. Coupled with Gu Changxian's affectionate demeanor towards Xiaoyueying, it scarcely resembled a master-servant relationship. Had she not heard Gu Changxian's declaration with her own ears, she might have believed that Xiaoyueying was a noble lady of the demon race, and that they were, in fact, companions. Did young Master Gu instruct Miss Xiaoyue to come to my aid? Zhong Guangguan inquired, turning her gaze toward Gu Changxian. Gu Changxian gently shook his head, affectionately patting Xiaoyueying's head. It was not I who came to your rescue, but this girl. The moment she heard your cry for help, she forsook her slumber and sprang into action. If you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards her. Wah, who said that? I merely happened to awaken and overhear. All right? I was not sleeping in. Upon being accused of sloth, Xiaoyueying's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she promptly retorted with a mix of indignation and charm. Zhong Guangguan was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a warm smile, turning once more to Xiaoyueying to express her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Miss Xiaoyue, for your timely assistance. Oomph. In response to Zhong Guangguan's gratitude, Xiaoyueying haughtily snorted, her eyes scrutinizing her in confusion. You alone cannot even contend with these mere monkeys. Yet you dare to venture into the demon beast forest? Gu Changxian's gaze also fell upon Zhong Guangguan, echoing Xiaoyueying's inquiry. Zhong Guangguan, possessing only the rudimentary cultivation of the enlightenment realm, had barely grazed the threshold of training, making her solitary passage through the perilous demon beast forest a decidedly reckless endeavor. Is this truly the demon beast forest? I had no idea. In response to Xiaoyueying's interrogation, Zhong Guangguan scratched her head sheepishly, her face lighting up with surprise. If this is the demon beast forest, does that mean we are quite near to the heavenly immortal sect? Xiaoyueying. Crow. Both Xiaoyueying and Crow exchanged exasperated glances at Zhong Guangguan, momentarily at a loss for words. This foolish girl seemed utterly oblivious, exhibiting a complete lack of awareness of the impending danger. Not even recognizing that she had entered the demon beast forest, she boldly traversed it alone with her meager cultivation. Had it not been for Crow's previous efforts to drive away the beast within, her meager strength might have already led her to become prey for some voracious creature. Miss Zhong, are you intending to journey to the heavenly immortal sect? Gu Changxian inquired softly. Yes, indeed. Zhong Guangguan nodded earnestly, her expression brimming with hope and anticipation. I have heard that today marks the annual opening of the heavenly immortal sect, a day dedicated to the recruitment of disciples. I made a special effort to arrive several days in advance from my home, eager to join the heavenly immortal sect and become one of its disciples. To become a disciple of the heavenly immortal sect? It seems, Miss Zhong, that your timing may be less than fortuitous. Upon learning of Miss Zhong's aspiration to join the sect, Gu Changxian offered a slight smile, his tone laced with a hint of significance. Why is that? Has the recruitment day been canceled? Miss Zhong's face displayed confusion, followed by a look of surprise. Or could it be that the recruitment has already concluded, and I have arrived too late? Not all. Miss Zhong, you have not arrived late. It is merely that the timing of your arrival may not be ideal. Gu Changxian chuckled softly, shaking his head without further elaboration, instead diverting the conversation. If I am not mistaken, Miss Zhong, you slipped away from home, did you not? Judging by your attire and your cultivation level, it is evident that you come from a well-off family, likely with a lineage of practitioners. In such circumstances, if one were to send their daughter to the heavenly immortal sect, it would be expected that she would have an escort. Yet here stands Ms. Zhong alone, resembling a child who has finally managed to sneak out for an adventure, entirely unguarded against the dangers lurking in the wilderness, clearly a sheltered young lady, unfamiliar with the ways of the world. Indeed, Changxian's speculation was accurate. Upon hearing him deduce that she had stealthily escaped, Miss Zhong's expression shifted to one of surprise. How did you know, young Master Gu? It would be quite difficult not to guess, considering you are here alone in the beast-ridden forest. Changxian teased lightly. I see Ms. Zhong lowered her head bashfully, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Observing the exchange between the two, Xiao's brows knitted together, her eyes darting back and forth between Changxian and Miss Zhong, feeling inexplicably displeased. It's merely a conversation. Why is that foolish girl blushing? It's as if she has never seen a man before. How ridiculous. Young Master Gu, why are you both here? Miss Zhong, her face still flushed, shyly fidgeted with her fingers as she quietly inquired. She typically spent her days at home, seldom interacting with other young men, particularly those of her own age. Yet Changxian was undoubtedly one of the most remarkable youths she had encountered, distinguished by his looks, demeanor, and eloquence. I intend to take this girl to the heavenly immortal sect. Changxian turned to Xiaoyue with a gentle smile. Xiaoyue, however, shot him an annoyed glance, seemingly uninterested in his words. It was rather peculiar. She appeared to be sulking for reasons unbeknownst to him. Young Master Gu, do you also plan to join the heavenly immortal sect? Upon hearing that Changxian intended to take Xiaoyueying to the celestial sect, Zhong Guangguan's eyes instantly brightened with joy, and she instinctively regarded Changxian and the others as fellow travelers destined to join the same esteemed sect. Before Changxian could utter a word, the raven perched upon her shoulder furrowed its brow, displaying visible displeasure, and could no longer contain itself. That insignificant sect, the celestial sect, is so feeble that even a mere breath from the master could obliterate it. How dare it claim the honor of having the master as a disciple? Such a notion is an ultimate affront to the master. Within the 9 heavens and 10 realms, there exists no sect worthy of the master's allegiance. Impudent girl, that wretched celestial sect. Just as the raven was about to voice its indignation, Changxian pinched its beak between her fingers, silencing it effectively. A bird that speaks. Zhong Guangguan's attention was immediately captivated by the raven, her curious eyes wide as she examined it. Having kept her focus on Changxian, she had merely regarded the raven as an ordinary pet bird. Witnessing its ability to articulate human language left her utterly astonished. She had encountered birds that could mimic speech, but to hear one speak so fluently was a first for her. Chapter 40 Indeed, fortune smiles upon us. This is Yazi, my beloved pet. Changxian introduced, after gently releasing Yazi's beak. A duck? What an amusing name. Upon hearing the name Yazi, Zhong Guangguan couldn't help but let out a giggle. How curious it was for someone to name a bird a duck. Gongzi is truly entertaining. Such an impudent little rascal. Yazi shot an indignant glance at Zhong Guangguan, then proudly lifted its long neck and declared, Pay heed, the name Yazi was bestowed upon me by my esteemed master. This is an unparalleled honor that no one else possesses, symbolizing my master's affection for me. Little rascal. Zhong Guangguan blinked in astonishment, her expression reflecting her surprise. It was the first time she had ever been referred to as a little rascal by a bird. This creature seemed even more intelligent than she had anticipated. Its speech was remarkably entertaining. Moreover, its tone bore an air of venerable authority. Curiosity piqued. Zhong Guangguan reached out her hand towards Yazi. However, before she could make contact, Yazi flapped its wings and elegantly perched upon Xiaoyueying's shoulder, proudly raising its head. With its noble status, it was not an entity to be touched by just anyone. Zhong Guangguan turned to gaze at Yazi on Xiaoyueying's shoulder, a hint of disappointment crossing her features. The bird was quite clever and amusing, yet alas, it was unapproachable. Miss Zhong, I am not here to join the Tianxian sect, but rather to visit it, Changxian remarked with a knowing smile, providing an answer to Zhong Guangguan's earlier inquiry. Upon hearing this, Zhong Guangguan's face revealed a look of confusion. Not to join the Tianxian sect, but to visit it. Regardless, you all are headed to the Tianxian sect, are you not? May I accompany you? Zhong Guangguan refrained from further probing. instead wearing a hopeful and somewhat bashful expression as she inquired. Changxian chuckled softly and nodded, since they were all traveling the same path. What was the harm in that? He could easily discern that Zhong Guangguan was apprehensive about traversing the treacherous beast mountain forest alone, unfamiliar with the way, which prompted her request to join them. After all, their destination was the same, and they were not far from the Tianxian sect. A brief companionship would pose no issue. Moreover, should he not take her along, considering her cultivation level, even a short distance would prove arduous for her to navigate through this forest of magical beasts. Wonderful. Thank you, Gu Gongzi. Upon hearing Gu Changxian's agreement, Zhong Guangguan's face lit up with joy, and she began to chatter excitedly. Gu Gongzi, did you know that the Tianxian sect is the paramount sect in the world today? Countless disciples belong to the sect, and each of the 6 elders is a legendary figure at the celestial spirit realm. The sect's leader is a rare prodigy, a heavenly beauty seldom seen in a century. It is said that she received guidance from a great master a century ago, and, within a mere span of 10 years, ascended to the holy spirit realm, becoming the youngest holy realm powerhouse in our Dongwang kingdom. Thereafter, she established the Tianxian sect, welcoming disciples and imparting teachings. The disciples of the heavenly immortal sect traverse the world, rooting out evil and vanquishing demons, their illustrious reputation echoing far and wide, thus establishing the preeminent sect of our current era. As she spoke, Zhong Guangguan's expression was fervent and impassioned, her hands gesturing animatedly, occasionally striking a heroic pose. My aspiration is to become a formidable practitioner akin to the leader of the heavenly immortal sect. With Miss Zhong's innate talent, it is undoubtedly within reach, Gu Changxian replied, a gentle smile gracing his face, momentarily taken aback by her words. Zhong Guangguan possesses a rare, celestial physique, displaying an extraordinary affinity for spiritual energy. Otherwise, she could not have reached the realm of enlightenment without a mentor. It is fair to say she is the most gifted individual he has encountered in his earthly journey. Her future achievements shall undoubtedly transcend the confines of this world. Is that truly so? I'm immensely grateful for your kind words, young Master Gu. Upon hearing Gu Changxian's praise, Zhong Guangguan's face lit up with joy and gratitude, though she instinctively recognized it as mere flattery. Yet, even if it were merely a polite compliment, it deeply inspired her, filling her with exhilaration. Just then, a soft scoff interrupted her elation. Rooting out evil and vanquishing demons. Why do I get the impression that the heavenly immortal sect is not as commendable as you claim? Xiaoyueying cast a disdainful glance at Zhong Guangguan, her words dripping with sarcasm and skepticism. The notion that the foremost sect could welcome individuals like Wu Xing, who was entangled with the Wu family, made her want to laugh. Zhong Guangguan turned to Xiaoyueying, her expression one of confusion. Instinctively, she sensed that Xiaoyueying harbored a strong aversion towards the heavenly immortal sect. Upon reflection, it made perfect sense. As a member of the demonic clan, her disdain for the righteous path of the heavenly immortal sect was entirely to be expected. Xiaoyueying's remarks rendered Zhong Guangguan hesitant to express any further admiration for the sect, plunging the atmosphere into silence. Noticing that her words had soured the mood, Xiaoyueying felt a pang of guilt, yet was at a loss for how to remedy the situation, leading to an awkward silence. If only I had refrained from speaking. Gu Changxian observed Xiaoyueying's discomfort with a hint of amusement, a slight smile curving his lips. Fortunately, the group had unwittingly exited the treacherous beastly forest and arrived at a broad pathway. Young Master Gu, it seems we have emerged from the beastly forest, Zhong Guangguan exclaimed, her previously anxious heart finally at ease, as she exhaled a sigh of relief, a grateful smile gracing her face. Throughout their journey, she had been apprehensive about encountering more formidable beasts, her mind constantly alert and uneasy. Had it not been for Gu Changxian and the others by her side, she would likely not have maintained such composure. Incredibly, they had encountered no other beasts along the way. It is widely known that the beastly forest is perilous, yet they had traversed it unscathed. It appears that the situation is not as perilous as rumored. Indeed, we are fortunate. Gu Changxian offered a faint smile, softly agreeing. Yazi cast a silent glance at Zhong Guangguan, realizing that the naive little fool's greatest stroke of luck was encountering an adult rather than evading any beastly threats. As the group continued along the main path for a while, Gu Changxian suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on the distant horizon, his brows furrowing in concentration. "What is it, young Master Gu?" Xiaoyueying and Zhong Guangguan noticed his demeanor and followed his line of sight. Before them, on the mountain road, a faint plume of black smoke was billowing ominously. "Is it on fire?" Zhong Guangguan exclaimed in alarm. "Child, this is no ordinary fire." Yazi perched on Xiaoyueying's shoulder, his round, dark eyes intently observing the distance. While Zhong Guangguan remained oblivious, he and the adult were acutely attuned to the surroundings. Beneath the acrid smoke, there lingered a scent of blood. Xiaoyueying seemed to sense it as well, delicately inhaling the air infused with that unmistakable aroma. Her expression suddenly turning grave. She was all too familiar with the scent of blood. This was not a mere fire's aftermath. Chapter 41. The Ones Who Seek Your Life. At the foot of the Changxian sect, in the village of Xianyu, one of the closest settlements to the sect, tranquility and harmony had long been the norm. The village enjoyed favorable weather, never once facing bandits or criminal elements. And even the beasts from a nearby forest were deterred by the protective powder sprinkled around the village by the Changxian sect. Under the aegis of the foremost celestial sect, the village earned the name Xianyu, and it was once regarded as a sanctuary even safer than the imperial palace. However, this village, sheltered by the world's premier sect, today faced an unprecedented calamity of bloodshed. The entire population of hundreds have been slaughtered, their lifeless bodies strewn across the streets, the vibrant hue of blood staining the thoroughfare, while flames consumed the village in a raging inferno. The villagers, with their eyes wide open, could not believe that Xianyu would suffer such a horrific fate. "Is everything nearly done?" A figure cloaked in black sat upon a corpse, resting his arm on his knee, his brow furrowed as he inquired of his companions below. "Rest assured, Brother Wang, all has been taken care of. With the more than 800 souls from Xianyu, it should suffice," replied a similarly clad comrade, his bloodied sword in hand, a smirk of mockery and pride on his face. In his grip was a pitch-black magic orb, swirling with dark, sinister energy. The souls of all the deceased villagers had been forcibly extracted and confined within the orb. Upon hearing the address of brother, the seated figure's expression darkened with displeasure. "I have told you before, do not call me brother in public. It could lead to trouble if overheard." "Oh, Brother Wang, what are you worried about? Aside from us brothers, who else is alive here?" The reprimanded man dismissed the concern, raising his blood-stained sword before him, its chilling gleam reflecting in his eyes as he arrogantly declared, "Even if there were, we could simply kill them, and no one would be the wiser." Wang Rui, upon hearing this, found a semblance of logic in his companion's words and chose not to pursue the triviality of titles any further. Instead, he spoke with a grave tone. "The slaughter of Xianyu must remain a secret. No one must know. Search thoroughly once more, leaving no one unexamined, not even a child." "Yes." The group of cloaked figures acknowledged the command and began to disperse, searching the remnants of Xianyu. Brother Wang truly overthinks. How could these mere mortals possibly evade us? The one holding the magic orb lazily surveyed his surroundings while complaining to his companion. "We might as well return early and enjoy ourselves with the junior sisters." Indeed, Brother Wang is far too cautious. Under our watchful eyes, there could not possibly be a single living soul left. His companion echoed, casually thrusting his sword into a nearby corpse to confirm its demise. At that moment, a water tank positioned at the entrance suddenly began to bubble. The two men clad in black, keenly sensing the unusual activity, furrowed their brows and cautiously approached the tank, swords drawn. They exchanged glances, revealing a smirk reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. It appears that Brother Wang's caution was well-founded. A little mouse had indeed hidden itself quite effectively. With that, one of the black-clad men raised his sword high and brought it down with great force. The blade sliced through the air, and with a resounding crash, the tank was cleaved in two. From the shattered vessel emerged a small girl, around 4 or 5 years old. Soaked to the skin, she gazed up at the men who had just taken her parents' lives, her expression a mixture of terror and sorrow, her eyes brimming with tears. "Ah, what a charming little girl. Do not interfere. Allow me this one." A cruel smile danced upon the black-clad man's lips as he eagerly approached, sword in hand. Another man, witnessing this, voiced his displeasure, grumbling about the delay, while standing aside with his sword at the ready, awaiting the unfolding spectacle. "Rest assured, it will be over swiftly," the advancing man replied dismissively, his gaze filled with mockery as it fell upon the trembling child curled up at his feet. "Do not be afraid. I am a good man, here to escort you to your parents. Surely, you long to be reunited with them, do you not? Big brother will take you to them right away." He chuckled wickedly, raising his sword high above his head. In the next instant, a flash of cold light streaked through the air, and the man remained frozen, sword raised, his expression blank. After a prolonged silence, without resolution, the man waiting behind frowned and impatiently urged, "Hurry up and finish it." As his words fell, the first man collapsed backward, his head rolling away, eyes wide with disbelief as he met a gruesome end. With his body crumpling to the ground, a lithe and exquisite figure emerged. Xiaoyueying's gaze was cold and unyielding as she fixed her eyes upon the remaining black-clad man. Who are you?" The man stammered in terror as he witnessed his companion felled in an instant, drawing his sword in a panic. "The one who comes for your life." Xiaoyueying's voice rang coldly as she vanished in a flash, transforming into a violet specter that swept past the man, her sharp claws slicing through the air with chilling brilliance. The man froze, caught off guard. Before he could react, blood erupted from his throat and chest. In disbelief, he looked down at his open chest, the sword slipping from his grasp as he sank to his knees, collapsing lifelessly to the ground with a thud. Xiaoyueying cast a cold glance at the fallen body before slowly approaching the small girl. Having been submerged in the frigid water for an extended period, the child shivered uncontrollably, her tiny frame curled in a desperate attempt to ward off the cold. Xiaoyueying extended her arms and embraced the little girl, enveloping her in warmth while channeling her own spiritual energy to raise the child's body temperature. How could this happen? Who could be responsible for such a heinous act? As Zhong Guangguan arrived from behind, her eyes widened in horror at the tragic scene of Xianyu village before her. She instinctively covered her mouth in shock. The village was strewn with lifeless bodies and pools of blood, flames reaching toward the heavens, and scarcely a living soul could be seen. Someone had mercilessly slaughtered every inhabitant of this village. It is worth noting that this was the village closest to the celestial immortal sect. At that moment, the remaining figures clad in black, drawn by the commotion, rushed forth with their swords drawn, encircling Changxian and the others in a tight formation. Chapter 42. I had no intention of allowing you to leave here alive. Disciple Liang. Upon witnessing the lifeless bodies of their comrades on the ground, the group of black-clad individuals was momentarily taken aback. These two disciples possessed the prowess of the spirit refinement realm, yet they had been ruthlessly slain in such a brief span of time. Who are you? Wang Rui cast a glance at the fallen comrades before turning his cold gaze toward Changxian and the others. Although they had opted to take action near the foot of the sect's mountain in a moment of urgency, they had chosen the relatively obscure village of Xianyu, situated beneath the Tianxian sect's mountain. This village, being close to the outskirts of the beast forest, rarely saw any passers-by, making it an ideal location for a covert operation. They had never anticipated the sudden appearance of these individuals, who had also killed two of their own. This should be a question we pose to you. Who are you, and why have you done this? This is the entrance to the Tianxian sect, and if discovered by its disciples, you shall not escape unscathed. Zhong Guangguan stepped forward in indignation, her voice trembling with fury. She had never before witnessed such a harrowing scene as that in Xianyu village, a field of corpses and flames soaring into the sky. Who could have imagined that this tragedy had befallen the village at the foot of Tianxian sect, discovered by the disciples of Tianxian sect? Ha ha ha! Are you calling for us? The black-clad individuals erupted into boisterous laughter at Zhong Guangguan's words, and in a bold display, they tore away their dark garments, revealing the customary azure robes of Tianxian sect disciples underneath. Zhong Guangguan was taken aback, her heart sinking, Disbelief etched across her face. The ruthless individuals before her were, astonishingly, disciples of Tianxian sect. How can this be possible? Do you not fear the repercussions from Tianxian sect? She stammered, trembling as she pointed at Wang Rui and his cohort, her voice a blend of indignation and horror. She could not fathom how these merciless figures could be associated with the righteous Tianxian sect. Perched upon Gu Changxian's shoulder, the crow observed Zhong Guangguan with a silent, incredulous gaze. These individuals, as disciples of Tianxian sect, were brazenly slaughtering villagers at the sect's doorstep, evidently sanctioned by powerful figures behind them. The authority of these figures within Tianxian sect must be formidable. Otherwise, they would not dare to act with such impunity. The young girl was still far too naive. Repercussions? Ha ha ha. Wang Rui and his companions laughed derisively at the very notion. You are bound to be disappointed. Our actions are in accordance with the orders of the Grand Elder, sanctioned by the sect itself. Do you truly believe we would face punishment? How is that possible? Zhong Guangguan whispered in disbelief, her eyes gradually losing their luster. Her legs weakened, and she collapsed onto the ground. In that moment, the hopes and fantasies she had harbored for Tianxian sect were mercilessly shattered by Wang Rui and his companions' words. The heinous acts of the celestial sect, which resulted in the slaughter of villagers, were indeed executed under the orders of an elder of the sect. It is truly astonishing that the celestial sect, renowned and revered by countless admirers as the foremost sect in the world, could stoop to such depths. I recall that today marks the day when the celestial sect recruits disciples. Could it be that this young lady has come to join our esteemed sect? Alas, what a grievous loss that would be. Would we not be forfeiting a beautiful and innocent little junior sister? It is indeed a pity. Otherwise, she could have called us her senior brothers and attended to us in turns. Ha ha ha. Wang Rui and his companions gazed at Zhong Guangguan with a mocking and avaricious expression, exchanging words without a hint of restraint as they divulged their sinister thoughts. Xiaoyueying, cradling the little girl, felt her icy murderous intent intensify in her violet eyes. Indeed, they are nothing but scum. Enough idle chatter. I regret to inform you that since you have stumbled upon us, none of you shall leave here alive. If you must lay blame, direct it towards your ill-fated presence in this place. Wang Rui's mocking demeanor faded. His eyes turned cold as he slowly drew his spiritual sword from his waist. The others around him wore cruel, sardonic smiles, advancing with their swords drawn, an aura of malevolence and demonic energy surging alongside their spiritual power. There is no need for apologies. I never intended to allow you to leave this place alive. Xiaoyueying scoffed derisively, gradually raising her clawed hand, her delicate face betraying a bloodthirsty excitement. Violet eyes. She must belong to the demonic clan. Be cautious. Wang Rui immediately discerned Xiaoyueying's identity, his gaze sharpening with newfound wariness. The demonic clan? How fortuitous. The demonic clan, brazen and ruthless, has taken the lives of the villagers of Xianyu village beneath the gates of our celestial sect. As we happen to be passing by, we shall eradicate this evil and avenge the deceased villagers and our two fallen junior brothers. Upon realizing Xiaoyueying's demonic identity, one among them suddenly brightened, a mocking smile gracing his lips as a scenario explaining the tragedy of Xianyu village sprang to mind. The demons slaughtered the villagers, and, as disciples of the righteous path, capturing the demons would spin the narrative perfectly. Surely no one would harbor a shred of doubt. This proclamation elicited a chorus of approval from the others. What a splendid narrative, truly worthy of Senior Brother Ding. No one would ever suspect us. Ha ha ha. Yet, this hinges on ensuring no other survivors remain. With that, their gazes grew ever sharper and colder, their grips on their spiritual swords tightening. These two young ladies are exceptionally beautiful, far surpassing the appearance of our sex sisters, especially that demonic woman. I have never encountered such a breathtaking beauty. Senior Brother Wang, can we perhaps keep these two lovely maidens alive for our amusement before we dispose of them? Gazing at Xiaoyueying's stunning visage and form, a glimmer of lustful desire flickered in the eyes of the onlookers, a pang of regret washing over them. We must not dawdle. lest we incite further trouble. The flames here may well attract unwanted attention. Others were directly slain, but the demoness was of considerable value. She could be preserved as a tribute for the Grand Elder, who would undoubtedly bestow generous rewards upon you. Should there be any delays, beware of the Grand Elder's reprimand. Observing that some still harbored ulterior motives, Wang Rui furrowed his brow in displeasure and sternly admonished them. Alas, what a pity! Since Brother Wang has spoken thus, we must proceed without hesitation. Upon hearing the mention of the Grand Elder's accountability, the crowd dared not entertain further thoughts, their expressions tightening as they brandished their swords and advanced with purpose. Xiaoyueying curled her lips into a disdainful, bloodthirsty smirk, then swiftly entrusted the little girl in her arms to Changxian. Master, I leave this child in your care. With that, Xiaoyueying darted forth like a specter, her form weaving swiftly among the throng. Before anyone could react, her razor-sharp claws either severed the waist of her foes or slashed across their throats, reducing their bodies to a grotesque disarray. The air filled with anguished cries and wails, mingling with the spurting blood. This girl, truly, even with a child present, she shows no restraint. Changxian, with a sense of resignation, gazed at Xiaoyueying as she wreaked havoc among the crowd. While cradling the little girl, he extended his hand to shield her eyes and cast a spell to muffle her hearing. Such a scene is far too harrowing for a young child to witness. Chapter 43, I have warned you. None of you shall leave. What is happening? This sorceress is incredibly powerful. Be cautious ahead. Under the bloody harvest of Xiaoyueying, flesh and limbs flew through the air, accompanied by unending wails and cries of anguish. In the blink of an eye, several companions perished on the spot. The remaining members of the heavenly immortal sect, gripped by terror, huddled together with their swords, their expressions filled with horror. They never anticipated that this sorceress before them would possess such terrifying prowess. What is the matter? Have I frightened you? If so, I sincerely apologize. Xiaoyueying grasped the head of a man whose body was reduced to a mere half, raising it high before her, her exquisite face adorned with a cruel and bloodthirsty smile. In that moment, the man acutely felt the swift passage of his life. Devoid of any trace of his previous arrogance, despair enveloped his heart. Please, save me, he murmured with his remaining strength, pleading for help from the others. No sooner had he spoken than Xiaoyueying tightened her grip, her sharp nails piercing into his skull, instantly crushing his head. This horrifying scene sent a jolt of shock through the others, causing their swords to tremble uncontrollably in their hands. Though they had killed many, they had never witnessed such a savage and bloodthirsty display. What was most terrifying was that they could not even track the movement of Xiaoyueying. Several companions had perished right before their eyes. This sorceress is formidable. Everyone attacked together. Wang Rui, sensing the dire situation, frantically coordinated the group to unite in their efforts. Upon hearing his command, the others immediately assumed the stances they had practiced, collectively charging towards Xiaoyueying from all directions, swords drawn. Xiaoyueying disdainfully surveyed the crowd, swiftly appearing before one individual. With one claw, she pierced his chest, while her other hand gathered spiritual energy to unleash a series of arc-shaped blades. In an instant, the blades sliced through the air, shredding and severing the bodies of the crowd. Even those who had prepared in advance, raising their swords in defense, were of no avail. The blades effortlessly cleaved through both their bodies and the swords they wielded. In mere moments, only Wang Rui remained among the more than 10 disciples of the heavenly immortal sect. Sorceress, you shall perish. Taking advantage of the distraction created by his fallen comrades, Wang Rui descended from above, directing his sword downward with force. Xiaoyueying raised her head, conjuring a barrier of spiritual energy with her hands. The moment the sword tip made contact with the barrier, a ferocious clash of energies ensued, sending ripples of spiritual power through the air. Wang Rui gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of his spiritual energy, while Xiaoyueying stood there, unfazed. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he realized the vast disparity in their powers. He understood she possessed the cultivation of the spirit master realm, yet he had not anticipated her spiritual energy to be so overwhelmingly robust. Though they were both at the same cultivation level, he found himself utterly powerless against her. This immense spiritual energy had surely transcended the spirit master realm. No, I must escape at once. Witnessing Xiaoyue Ying's astonishing power, fear gripped Wang Rui's heart as he began contemplating his escape. However, before he could take any action, a spectral claw of spiritual energy had already coalesced in Xiaoyue Ying's hand, firmly gripping the spiritual sword that he held. So this is the caliber of disciples from the celestial sect. A cold smile curled Xiaoyue Ying's lips as she tightened her grip, shattering the sword with a resounding explosion. With a forceful blast of spiritual waves, Wang Rui was hurled backward, landing heavily on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Xiaoyueying showed no mercy. Swiftly leaping toward him, Wang Rui, taken aback, barely had time to rise, hastily conjuring fireballs to thwart her advance. Xiaoyueying dismissed them effortlessly, slicing through each projectile with a mere flick of her hand. Realizing the futility of his efforts, Wang Rui abandoned all thoughts of his injuries and fled in panic. It dawned on him that this sorceress was simply beyond his capabilities to contend with. Watching him flee, Xiaoyueying's cold gaze sharpened, and in a gust of wind, she swiftly closed the distance, a bloodthirsty smirk playing upon her lips. Where do you think you're going? I have already stated that none of you shall escape. What? Wang Rui's face was a mask of sheer terror, and before he could utter another word, Xiaoyueying's hand, like a razor-sharp blade, swept across his throat. In an instant, a head flew through the air, landing with a dull thud on the ground. The battle concluded in mere moments. Changxian observed with a serene smile, showing no sign of surprise. If the beasts of the earth spirit realm could be easily torn apart by Xiaoyueying, how much more so ordinary practitioners of the spirit control realm? Behold, this is the true nature of the esteemed disciples of the celestial sect. Xiaoyueying kicked Wang Rui's severed head toward Zhong Guangguan, who was sitting dazed on the ground. Upon seeing the rolling head, Zhong Guangguan snapped back to reality, hastily pushing herself backward. Once she regained her composure, she mustered the courage to gaze at the bloody head. Still in disbelief as she questioned, could it be that these individuals are merely disguises of the demonic path, intending to frame the celestial sect? The celestial sect, renowned and lauded throughout the world, now revealed as the instigator of its disciples' heinous acts. She found it hard to accept. She would rather believe that these people were malicious impostors than accept that the esteemed disciples of the righteous path could behave in such a manner. Perched on Changxian's shoulder, the crow couldn't help but cast a disapproving glance at Zhong Guangguan. How naive this silly child was. If these individuals were indeed disguised as members of the demonic path, they could simply brazenly commit their crimes while wearing the garments of the celestial sect, without the need for subterfuge. Moreover, they could easily massacre in any remote village, rather than risk their lives by committing crimes at the foot of the celestial sect. Once discovered by the celestial sect, there would be no escape. The risk was far too great. The fact that these individuals chose to conceal their identities while audaciously committing acts of violence at the celestial sect's doorstep clearly indicated their confidence that they would not be caught. Or perhaps, even if discovered, the celestial sect would choose to ignore them. It is sufficient to indicate that they are disciples of the celestial immortal sect, acting under orders. Since you are so inclined, I shall acquiesce. Observing Zhong Guangguan still harboring hope and fantasies regarding the celestial immortal sect, Xiaoyueying furrowed her delicate brows, displaying her discontent, and deemed it futile to persuade her further. Zhong Guangguan lowered her head in despondence, her heart a tumultuous mess. Deep down, she had indeed sensed that these individuals might genuinely be disciples of the celestial immortal sect, yet she was reluctant to accept such a reality. Changxian extended his palm, and the soul-capturing pearls from Wang Rui and the others flew into his grasp of their own accord. With a mere thought, the souls of Wang Rui and the others were forcefully extracted from their bodies and drawn into the soul-capturing pearls. Miss Zhong, why not wait until you reach the celestial immortal sect and witness it for yourself? Then you shall know the truth. Changxian remarked with a faint smile at Zhong Guangguan as he gently clenched his hand, and in an instant, the souls of Wang Rui and the others were obliterated along with the shattering of the soul-capturing pearls. Chapter 44. No need. I have other avenues at the foot of the Changxian sect. A grand archway, crafted from jade, stands imposingly at the entrance, with the words Changxian sect elegantly carved in the center, adorned with swirling dragons and phoenixes. Today marks the annual opening of the sect's gates, a day dedicated to the recruitment of disciples. Countless individuals from various corners of the world have gathered here, drawn by the sect's renown. The entrance is now a sea of people, bustling with voices, encompassing men, women, the young, and the old, as a continuous stream of visitors arrives. Changxian, accompanied by Xiaoyueying and Zhongguangguan, merges into the throng at the foot of the Tianxian sect, following the crowd. The little girl they had rescued from Xiangyou village is now cradled in Zhongguangguan's arms. Amidst the clamor, the celestial gates atop the stone steps of the sect slowly open, and several figures soar forth from within. Witnessing this spectacle, the gaze of the crowd is collectively drawn to the figures gliding through the air. Each newcomer rides a flying sword, exuding an air of majesty as they sweep over the heads of the onlookers. Displaying their prowess, they perform somersaults mid-air before gracefully landing beneath the archway. This display immediately elicits gasps of admiration from the assembled crowd. Such is the demeanor of celestial beings. Truly, these are disciples of the Tianxian sect. Their skill in traversing the heavens is remarkable. Indeed, these individuals are inner disciples of the sect, each possessing extraordinary strength. Inner disciples. Are they not the most formidable practitioners of our time? If only I could join the Tianxian sect, I would surely return to my village riding a sword, allowing everyone to behold my prowess. Ha ha ha. Amidst the chorus of admiration, only Xiaoyueying furrows her brow slightly, her expression one of disdain and contempt. Is this not merely the simplest form of aerial flight? These disciples of the Tianxian sect, relying on their flying swords, move so sluggishly, clearly lacking mastery over their spiritual energy. What is there to commend? Even as one who has just stepped into the spirit control realm, I can exceed their speed without the aid of a flying sword, relying solely on my own spiritual control. I am Cheng Peng, an inner disciple of the Tianxian sect. At the behest of the Grand Elder, I am here today to oversee the recruitment of disciples for the Tianxian sect, announced the disciple named Cheng Peng, standing at the entrance and addressing the assembled crowd. The Tianxian sect invites disciples based solely on fate. Anyone with an affinity for the path of immortality may join us. Those who wish to seek the Tao and cultivate may step forward for the assessment. Upon his words, a throng of eager individuals rushes forward to form a line. Cheng Peng and several other disciples set up a table in front, upon which lay a collection of spirit-resonant stones. In the realm of mortals, the assessment of an individual's aptitude for cultivation primarily relies on these stones. By placing one S-palm upon a spirit-resonant stone, it awakens the meridians and spiritual points within the individual, allowing them to sense the celestial spiritual energy. If the stone resonates with the energy of heaven and earth, it will emit a radiant glow, indicating that the individual possesses a certain affinity for spiritual energy and is a promising candidate for cultivation. The stronger the resonance with the spirit stone, the more radiant its glow, signifying a greater aptitude for cultivation. Conversely, a complete lack of brilliance indicates that an individual is devoid of any potential for the path of cultivation. No resonance, next. No resonance, next. Soon, several individuals ahead failed to resonate with the spirit stone and were left to turn away in desolation. Many departed with expressions of bewilderment, gazing at their palms in disbelief, unable to fathom their utter lack of talent for cultivation. Among them, one person, upon receiving the news of no resonance, immediately voiced his skepticism. How could there be no resonance? My family elders have already tested me at home, and I was able to resonate. The test results lay before him. Did he suspect that the celestial sect was engaging in favoritism or deception? Cheng Peng furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as he reproached the man. This display of intimidation was hardly befitting of a righteous cultivator. He resembled a common thug. Under Cheng Peng's piercing gaze, the man's bravado swiftly diminished, and he dared not question further, leaving with a heavy heart and lingering resentment. The celestial sect was formidable, and Cheng Peng was a practitioner of the spirit mastery realm. How could a mere body-refining warrior dare to offend him? Following this incident, although the remaining individuals harbored doubts about the results, none dared to voice their concerns. Gu Changxian stood among the crowd, a flicker of curiosity igniting in his otherwise indifferent gaze. Under his discerning eyes, no being or entity could hide. He could easily discern whether one possessed the aptitude for spiritual veins or what bloodline qualities they bore. Among those who had recently been eliminated, many possessed spiritual roots and veins, qualifying them for cultivation, yet they had all failed the test. Conversely, some with barren qualifications, or even lacking any spiritual vein aptitude, had passed the test. The method of disciple selection by the celestial sect was indeed intriguing. Gu Changxian's eyes narrowed as he swiftly uncovered the underlying trickery. The stones presented by Cheng Peng and his associates were not spirit stones, but rather infusion stones. Infusion stones bore a striking resemblance to spirit stones. A mere infusion of spiritual energy would cause them to emit the same luminous glow. Cheng Peng and his cohorts discreetly infused energy beneath the table, creating the illusion of triggering a resonance with spiritual energy. The qualification for passing the aptitude test rested entirely in the hands of Cheng Peng and his companions. Yet, what did this fate referenced by the celestial sect's test truly signify? At that moment, a man with a shifty appearance sidled up to Gu Changxian, whispering, "My young master, are you also seeking to join the celestial sect? If so, I have some connections." "Oh, do tell," Gu Changxian replied, his interest piqued. In recent years, entering the celestial sect was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But now things have changed. There are new regulations. Anyone wishing to join the celestial sect must pay 200 spirit stones, or 2 million taels. This is not intended for me. I shall take a small portion, while the remainder is a tribute for those esteemed gentlemen. As long as you pay this fee and gain entry into the celestial sect, those gentlemen will undoubtedly look after you within its confines. You shall not suffer any loss. The beady-eyed man leaned closer to Gu Changxian, subtly indicating the individuals seated at the desk, namely Cheng Peng and others. Upon hearing this, Gu Changxian's expression transformed into one of sudden enlightenment. So this is the fate that determines entry into the celestial sect. It appears that with sufficient spiritual stones or silver, anyone can join. The question of how those without spiritual veins would cultivate within the sect is indeed thought-provoking. "My young master, what do you say? As soon as you provide the payment, I will arrange everything for you." The beady-eyed man rubbed his hands together, his demeanor eager and solicitous. From afar, he had already noticed Gu Changxian's presence within the crowd. His attire and aura clearly indicated he hailed from a wealthy family. The more introductions he made, the greater his share of the profits. In response to the beady-eyed man's fervent inquiry, Gu Changxian merely chuckled disdainfully. "No need for that. I have other avenues to pursue." Chapter 45. Of course it is to kill. Upon hearing Gu Changxian's words, the mouse-eyed man was taken aback, hastily advising, "Young master, aside from my connections, there exists no other means to enter the heavenly immortal sect. Is that so? Then I shall put it to the test." Gu Changxian replied with a teasing smile, then quietly instructed the young lady beside him, "Xiaoyueying, you should give it a try." "Huh? Master wants me to participate in the test?" Xiaoyueying furrowed her brow, a look of confusion on her face. She had come solely to kill Wu Xing, possessing no interest in the heavenly immortal sect's trials, nor any desire to join it. In her eyes, the disciples trained by this so-called greatest sect in the world were not only utterly worthless, but also morally repugnant. Despite the wicked nature of the fellow beside her, both his teachings and character were 1,000 times superior to those of the heavenly immortal sect. My intention for you to participate in the test is merely a different approach, a method that aligns with your preferences to infiltrate the heavenly immortal sect. Gu Changxian revealed with a knowing smile in response to Xiaoyueying's inquiry. Xiaoyueying was momentarily stunned, then understanding dawned upon her, a smile of excitement spreading across her face. "I understand, master." With that, She strode eagerly towards Changpeng's table under the puzzled gazes of the mouse-eyed man and Zhong Guangguan. As the stunning figure appeared before him, Changpeng's expression became momentarily dazed, utterly entranced. In his years at the Heavenly Immortal Sect, he had never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty. Although this young lady was not on the payment list, her captivating appearance left no room for refusal. "My lady, do you also wish to join our Heavenly Immortal Sect? If so, you have come to the right place. We are the foremost sect in the world, renowned far and wide. Should you join, I would be your senior brother and could personally guide you in your cultivation." Changpeng snapped back to reality, shedding his previous aloof demeanor to don a warm and welcoming smile. The other disciples of the Heavenly Immortal Sect exchanged envious glances. Brother Cheng is at it again. Every time he recruits disciples, he always seeks out attractive little junior sisters. This girl is exceptionally beautiful. How enviable. As Xiaoyueying made her entrance, the attention of everyone present converged upon her, marveling at her unparalleled beauty and grace. I intend to enter the Heavenly Immortal Sect, but not to join it." Gazing at the overly enthusiastic Changpeng, Xiaoyueying scoffed, her delicate features openly displaying disdain and revulsion. She possessed an acute sensitivity to the attitudes and inner thoughts of others. A single glance revealed the greed and lewdness lurking behind Changpeng's fervent facade. Indeed, the people of the Heavenly Immortal Sect were all of a kind. Upon hearing Xiaoyueying's words, Changpeng was momentarily taken aback. "Not here to join our Heavenly Immortal Sect? Then what brings you here?" Xiaoyueying's lips curled into a scornful sneer. Of course it is to kill." "Kill?" Changpeng was taken aback, his gaze fixated on the enchanting purple eyes of Xiaoyueying, and his heart trembled. It suddenly dawned on him that he had previously heard whispers of the demon race possessing certain distinctive physical traits, notably that some among them were born with unusual eyes. This woman is a demon. Before Changpeng could fully comprehend the situation, Xiaoyueying's claw struck heavily against his chest. With a gasp, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling backward and crashing into the stone steps behind him, blood erupting from his mouth. This sudden turn of events left everyone present in a state of shock. All gazes were fixed in disbelief upon the unexpectedly aggressive Xiaoyueying. Who in this world was unaware that the Celestial Fairy Sect was the preeminent sect, with its leader being a powerful sage? For a century, no sect or adversary had dared to provoke the Celestial Fairy Sect. Yet here, on a crucial day for recruiting disciples, someone had the audacity to openly attack a disciple of the Celestial Fairy Sect. How brazen and arrogant could this woman be? Did she not fear that she would not leave the Celestial Fairy Sect alive today? In that moment, a shared doubt arose within the hearts of the onlookers. "Cheng, Brother Cheng." At this juncture, the other disciples of the Celestial Fairy Sect finally regained their senses, exclaiming in alarm as they rushed forward to assess Changpeng's injuries. "Cough, cough. Capture her. She is a demoness. Do not let her escape." Changpeng clutched his chest, coughing up blood, his expression dark and fierce as he glared at Xiaoyueying, bellowing in anger. How dare a mere demoness launch a stealthy attack and severely wound him, causing him to lose face? He vowed that if this demoness fell into his grasp, he would ensure her suffering. Upon hearing Changpeng's words, the disciples of the Celestial Fairy Sect immediately drew their swords and charged toward Xiaoyueying. "Demoness, you dare be so audacious. You shall not escape." They rallied together, determined to subdue her. Xiaoyueying regarded the approaching disciples with disdain. With a swift motion, she glided past them like a specter. Each time her figure swept by, the disciples of the Celestial Fairy Sect were met with grievous wounds, blood spraying forth amidst their cries of despair. The disciples, primarily at the Spirit Refinement and Spirit Master stages, were as helpless as fish on a chopping board before her. In mere moments, the Celestial Fairy Sect's disciples lay sprawled in pools of blood, the alabaster stone archway stained crimson. Changpeng, filled with terror, turned and desperately scrambled toward the stone steps, seeking refuge within the sect. Xiaoyueying cast a cold glance, her claw slicing through the air to sever his body. Changpeng's eyes widened in horror as he collapsed lifelessly beneath the stone steps of the celestial fairy sect. Everyone stood frozen in place, their expressions filled with dread. No one could believe that this young girl had effortlessly dispatched all the disciples of the celestial fairy sect before their very eyes. Now, do you still believe that I cannot enter the celestial fairy sect? Changxian turned to the rat-eyed man beside him, a light laugh escaping his lips. The rat-eyed man, already petrified by Xiaoyueying's ruthless methods, snapped back to reality at Changxian's inquiry, trembling in fear as he promptly fell to his knees. Master, spare my life. Changxian cast a calm glance at the man on the ground, a faint smile gracing his lips. He chose to disregard him, holding a folding fan in one hand and clasping the other behind his back. Under the astonished gaze of the onlookers, he leisurely strode towards the gates of the Changxian sect. Miss Zhong, let us proceed. Oh. Upon hearing Changxian's summons, Zhong Guangguan regained her composure, carefully cradling the little girl as she followed closely behind him. At this moment, she suddenly realized the true meaning behind Changxian's earlier words. Indeed, he and Xiaoyue Ying intended to ascend to the Changxian sect, but unlike her intention to join the sect, their purpose was to bring destruction upon it. Chapter 46. Let the true self come forth. Hurry. Stop her. The demon, the witch is upon us. Quickly report to the elders. On the stone steps of the celestial sect, the wails of disciples echoed as they fell one by one. The lengthy staircase was strewn with lifeless bodies, blood cascading down the steps like a macabre river. Upon witnessing this horrific scene, the arriving disciples of the celestial sect were stricken with terror. Their arms, gripping swords, trembled uncontrollably, causing them to instinctively retreat. In their privileged lives as disciples of the celestial sect, many had never even slain a beast, and now, confronted with such carnage, they were utterly paralyzed by fear. Hundreds of disciples huddled together, none daring to advance. In stark contrast, Xiaoyueying surged through the ranks of the celestial sect, her spirit invigorated like a fierce storm. Changxian followed serenely behind, allowing Xiaoyueying to carve a bloody path ahead. Along their way, whether it was Cheng Peng by the mountain gate or the disciples attempting to obstruct them, all bore the taint of demonic energy and malevolence. The celestial sect, outwardly a prestigious establishment, had, in truth, become a concealed den of darkness. The path of demonic cultivation diverges sharply from the righteous way. It embraces unorthodox methods, employing blood sacrifices and slaughter as means to attain enlightenment, while refining souls to bolster one's practice. Such methods are deemed inhumane, leading to their classification as evil and being shunned by society. Yet one undeniable fact remains. This practice is remarkably expedient and accessible, allowing even those lacking innate talent to embark on their journey of cultivation, thereby elevating their prowess. In essence, the world is replete with individuals. While spiritual energy and resources are scarce, by utilizing others as cultivation resources, one can find spiritual stones everywhere. The allure of rapid ascension and the thirst for power can easily ensnare the unwary. Thus, those incapable of genuine cultivation or eager for swift success often succumb to temptation, stepping onto the path of darkness. Clearly, the disciples of the celestial sect, imbued with demonic energy, had already traversed this treacherous road. Ultimately, such individuals become irretrievably ensnared, a blight upon the world. Originally, the intent was merely to vindicate a beloved daughter, yet upon uncovering the celestial sect's descent into darkness, annihilating the entire sect became a mere matter of convenience. This witch, possessing only the cultivation of the spirit control realm, how could she be so formidable? Her profound and sharp spiritual power rivals that of the Earth's spirit realm. Close the gates. Activate the barrier. Witnessing Xiaoyue Ying's terrifying strength and tactics, the disciples of the celestial sect hastily retreated into the sanctum, sealing the gates behind them. At the moment the doors closed, a barrier of spiritual energy rose autonomously, enveloping the vast celestial sect. As the barrier ascended, Xiaoyueying leapt forward, striking the barrier with all her might. With a resounding crash, the sect's barrier remained unyielding, impervious as a fortress. As the individuals sheltered within the door observed the unfolding scene, they finally exhaled in relief, their faces adorned with mockery. The protective barrier of the celestial fairy sect was meticulously crafted by the esteemed sect master, and thus far, no one had ever managed to breach it. The sect master had proclaimed that within the mortal realm, none could shatter the barrier she had established. Even those who had ascended to the holy realm might find it an insurmountable challenge. How audacious of this mirror, which to presume she could enter our celestial fairy sect. After a single, vigorous attempt failed to penetrate the barrier, Xiaoyueying realized that the sect's defenses were beyond her current capabilities. She furrowed her brows in distress and turned to gaze at Changxian with a look of helplessness. Changxian chuckled softly, shaking his head in resignation, and extended a finger to lightly touch the void. Under the puzzled gazes of the celestial fairy sect disciples, a thunderous explosion erupted, shattering both the protective barrier and the main gate. The violent detonation instantly sent those standing behind the door hurtling backward, blood spewing from their mouths as they fell, gravely injured. In an instant, the sect was filled with cries of anguish and groans. Those who had stood at a distance were spared the brunt of the explosion, yet the shock they experienced was no less profound than the physical impact of the blast. The sect, the very sanctum of their existence, had been breached. The protective barrier had vanished. What on earth had just transpired? Gazing at Changxian, who stood gracefully just beyond the doorway, the members of the celestial fairy sect were stricken with disbelief. None could fathom what he had just accomplished with a mere gesture, an action that had rendered their supposedly impregnable barrier as fragile as glass. Could it truly be that someone existed in this world capable of shattering the celestial fairy sect's defenses? Zhong Guangguan, equally astonished, turned to look at Changxian. Her inner turmoil mirrored that of the celestial fairy sect, as she had assumed him to be merely a sheltered young master under Xiaoyueying's protection. Little did she anticipate the terrifying prowess he possessed. She had heard whispers of the sect's barrier, said to be impervious even to those of the holy realm. Yet he had effortlessly dismantled it with a single fingertip. With the barrier breached, Xiaoyueying strode through the shattered gate and onto the plaza of the celestial fairy sect, her expression brimming with excitement as she surveyed the crowd. Now that the barrier lay in ruins, there would be nowhere for them to flee. With that declaration, she formed her hand into a claw and leaped into the air, lunging toward the onlookers. At that moment, a resounding voice, as powerful as a bell, echoed from within the celestial fairy sect. Which impudent demoness dares to act with such audacity in the celestial fairy sect? The voice reverberated like shockwaves, forcing Xiaoyueying, mid-flight, to retreat. Changxian gently placed a hand on her back, steadying her descent. In the meantime, from within the inner sanctum of the celestial fairy sect, thousands of figures soared through the air, landing beside Changxian and the others, each one wearing a fierce expression, their gazes brimming with murderous intent. At the forefront stood an elderly man with white hair, his demeanor ominous, and his hawk-like eyes fixed intently on Changxian and his companions. He was none other than Yin Zhuahao, the Grand Elder of the Celestial Fairy Sect. Accompanying him were 4 other elders and a multitude of disciples from the sect. Upon the appearance of Yin Zhuahao and his companions, the disciples of the Celestial Immortal Sect erupted into fervent cheers. Marvelous! The Grand Elder has finally arrived. This enchantress and her cohorts shall not escape from our grasp. They were resolute in their conviction that soon a fitting retribution would be exacted upon their enemies. Grand Elder, this sorceress and her minions have ruthlessly slain over 100 of our disciples. You must avenge them. Several wounded disciples promptly knelt before Yin Zhuahao, lamenting their plight. Yin Zhuahao's gaze fell upon the multitude of corpses strewn across the mountainside, igniting a fierce wrath within him. The Celestial Immortal Sect, renowned for its illustrious reputation, had been besieged by a demonic horde. Such disgrace was utterly intolerable. Cursed sorceress, how dare you inflict such suffering upon my disciples? Once I capture you, I shall extract your soul and refine your essence until your demise. You old fool. Let us see what you are truly capable of. Xiaoyueying furrowed her delicate brows, unwilling to yield, and was about to leap forward once more, only to be restrained by Gu Changxian. Little moon shadow, this is beyond your capability. Let me handle it. Chapter 47. The True Celestial Techniques. Xiaoyue Ying pouted in defiance, yet obediently positioned herself behind Gu Changxian. Although she yearned to confront that so-called Grand Elder of the Celestial Sect, she recognized that, at present, she was indeed no match for him. Gu Changxian, with his hands clasped behind his back, gracefully advanced, immediately capturing the attention of all present with his ethereal demeanor. The Grand Elder. This individual is the companion of that witch. It was he who breached our sect's barrier. A disciple of the Celestial Sect whispered to Yin Zhuohao, gesturing toward Gu Changxian with an air of urgency. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhuohao's brow furrowed, and a somber expression overtook his features. Despite his imminent ascension to the sacred spirit realm, he could sense not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from this man. Even he could not guarantee the breach of the sect's barrier. Yet this person had accomplished it. Filled with doubt, Yin Zhuohao knew the undeniable truth of the broken barrier loomed before him, compelling him to tread carefully. Anyone capable of shattering the Celestial Sect's barrier must undoubtedly possess strength surpassing his own. After a moment of hesitation, Yin Zhuohao's expression sharpened, and he raised his right hand high, commanding, "Elders, form the Celestial Techniques array. All disciples, assist in the formation." As his words resonated, the four prominent elders behind Yin Zhuohao soared into the air, each positioning themselves at the cardinal points of the Celestial Sect. The remaining thousands of disciples from the Celestial Sect followed suit, taking their places behind the four elders. The four elders formed a connection at their points, and with them as anchors, the grand array quickly materialized, enveloping Gu Changxian and his companions within its confines. The multitude of disciples stood at the perimeter of the array, each emanating a spiritual glow that intertwined with the grand formation, akin to a thread connecting them to it. Yin Zhuohao, seated cross-legged above the array, assumed command over the entire Celestial Techniques array. At the moment the array was completed, the heavens surged and the clouds swirled, as Yin Zhuohao and the Celestial Sect members could not help but exude expressions of assured triumph. According to their sect leader, this Celestial Techniques array was a precious gift from an upper realm immortal encountered in her youth, far beyond the capabilities of any earthly cultivator. This formation not only gathered the spirits of heaven and earth, but also amalgamated the spiritual energies of all who were part of it, amplifying their celestial might exponentially. The more participants there were, and the higher their cultivation levels, the greater the power of the Celestial Techniques unleashed within the array. With their 5 esteemed elders presiding and the combined strength of thousands of disciples, the might of this array was destined to shake the very heavens, rendering it impervious to opposition. Those who trespassed upon the Celestial Sect and slaughtered our disciples shall undoubtedly face annihilation beneath the celestial might of our array today. Heavenly celestials unite. Myriad techniques converge. The laws of the universe manifest. Yin Zhuohao formed intricate hand seals as dark clouds gathered in the sky, crackling with thunder and lightning. The brilliant flashes illuminated the heavens, and the thunderous roars seemed to rend the very fabric of reality. Bolts of lightning converged under his command, coalescing into a colossal sphere of electric energy within which countless arcs of electricity flickered and shimmered, dazzling to behold. The mere sound of thunder reverberating in the air caused Zhong Guangguan to instinctively draw closer to Gu Changxian, seeking refuge behind him. Xiaoyueying lifted her gaze, intently observing the colossal spherical lightning in the sky, feeling the celestial power it emanated, deepening her understanding of spirit manipulation. When a spiritual energy becomes sufficiently immense, one can command the heavens, evoke extraordinary phenomena, and govern all laws of nature. Celestial arts, thunder, Yin Zhuohao bellowed, sweeping his arm as the gathered spherical lightning, accompanied by the roaring thunder, hurtled towards Gu Changxian. The arcs of electricity dancing upon the surface of the spherical lightning effortlessly shattered the exquisite pavilions of the heavenly immortal sect. Zhong Guangguan, trembling with fear, closed her eyes and lowered her head behind Changxian. While Xiaoyueying maintained a serious demeanor, her eyes narrowed in preparation for the impending confrontation. Only Yi appeared unfazed, regarding the descending spherical lightning with utter disdain. Such a trifling thing could barely scratch the surface of a true master. The celestial arts. It truly invokes a sense of nostalgia within me. As he gazed at the approaching spherical lightning, Changxian's face betrayed a hint of reminiscence. Before he leisurely raised his palm, Yin Zhuahao and the others were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to mockery. What does he intend to do? Does he truly believe he can withstand our combined assault under the celestial arts? Such arrogance. Soon, he shall be consumed by the lightning, his essence obliterated. Amidst the derisive laughter, the rampant spherical lightning, upon contact with Changxian's palm, instantly quelled and dissipated, as if it had never existed. Everyone was left in shock, their faces a tableau of confusion and astonishment. This was a strike fueled by the collective might of tens of thousands of disciples and 5 esteemed elders of the heavenly immortal sect. How could it vanish so inexplicably? What did he just do? It seems that the young girl from days past has indeed inherited some of the teachings I imparted to her, though it appears she has only grasped the surface. The true celestial arts are far more profound than this. As Changxian's foot descended, a divine ripple enveloped him, and a barrier fashioned from spiritual energy rapidly expanded, encasing the entire heavenly immortal sect. Yin Zhuahao and the others widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing upwards at the barrier that enveloped them, their hearts pounding with astonishment. The intricate patterns of the formation revealed that it was indeed the legendary celestial arts formation passed down through their sect. What should require the combined efforts of tens of thousands of disciples, he had conjured single-handedly. Moreover, the barrier he cast was far more expansive, its emanating spiritual energy far more formidable. Their sect's collective celestial arts formation merely enveloped the plaza, while he had encompassed the entirety of the heavenly immortal sect with ease. How could this be possible? The sect master had explicitly stated that even she could not activate this formation alone. Yet, he accomplished it effortlessly. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Changxian slowly extended his palm, the golden celestial lightning swirling within it. From this radiant energy, a vividly lifelike divine dragon, forged from celestial lightning, coiled majestically in the air. The dragon, akin to a living being, fixed its brilliant golden eyes upon the disciples of the celestial fairy sect. The onlookers' gazes followed the dragon's movements, their astonishment rendering them speechless. It is well known that the greater the spiritual power, the more challenging it becomes to refine and control it. Under Yin Zhuahao's manipulation, the thunder gathered by tens of thousands of disciples of the celestial fairy sect could at best barely maintain a rudimentary spherical form. Yet, Changxian effortlessly conjured a celestial lightning dragon with a mere flick of his wrist. As the dragon undulated, the very fabric of the void was instantly torn apart in its wake. From a celestial lightning dragon, all present could distinctly sense an oppressive force far surpassing that of the spherical lightning, causing their forms to tremble in resonance with the thunder, as if a mere touch would reduce them to ashes. Such terrifying celestial might, yet he was able to condense it into a celestial lightning dragon, wielding it with ease. Even those at the sacred spirit realm had never witnessed anyone capable of exerting control over spiritual energy to such an extent. Could this be the true mastery of the myriad laws of the celestial immortals? At this moment, Yin Zhuahao and others suddenly recalled the words spoken by their sect leader long ago. Even with her personal oversight, no one within the celestial fairy sect had been able to truly command the intricate array of the myriad laws of the celestial immortals. Chapter 48. To avenge my daughter with a graceful wave of his hand, Changxian summoned the celestial thunder dragon, which let out a resounding roar that reverberated through the heavens. The mighty dragon ascended rapidly, shattering the myriad formations of the heavenly immortal sect in an instant. The thunderous and draconic sounds resonated across the boundless sky. At the moment the formation was destroyed, tens of thousands of disciples of the heavenly immortal sect were thrown backward, spitting blood as they collapsed to the ground. The key figure maintaining the formation, Yin Zhuohao, along with 4 other elders, suffered a backlash from the formation, violently ejecting blood and being propelled 100 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough, cough. How is this possible? Yin Zhuohao clutched his chest, barely lifting his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His expression one of shock as he gazed at the ethereal figure standing proudly in the center of the heavenly immortal sect's plaza. The grand formation that had gathered the might of countless disciples was effortlessly shattered. He harbored no doubts that had the celestial thunder dragon's formidable power been directed at them instead of breaching the barrier, it would have consumed the tens of thousands of disciples, including himself. What was even more terrifying was that despite unleashing such a terrifying spiritual force, the individual remained composed and at ease, standing there with an air of tranquility. Who on earth is he? Why had he never heard of such a person in this world? Struggling against his injuries, Yin Zhuohao slowly rose, his gaze towards Changxian filled with astonishment and confusion. At this moment, he felt as though his spiritual veins had been severed, his internal organs had sustained tremendous impact, and his abdominal spiritual meridian had been shattered. It could be said that all of his pinnacle cultivation in the celestial spirit realm had been utterly annihilated. In pursuit of breaking through to the sacred spirit realm, he had willingly descended into the demonic path, spending years collecting the essence of demonic women to enhance his cultivation. He even compelled his disciples to gather souls for him, employing soul extraction techniques to solidify his realm. After much toil, he had finally stabilized his pinnacle cultivation, mere steps away from the sacred spirit realm, only to have it obliterated in a single move. All his years of effort had been rendered futile. This was undoubtedly more painful than death. Who exactly is this elder? Why has he targeted my heavenly immortal sect? Yin Zhuohao could not help but voice his inner turmoil, filled with resentment and rage towards Changxian, yet overshadowed by confusion and disbelief. He could not recall a time when the heavenly immortal sect had provoked such a formidable opponent. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that someone from the heavenly immortal sect has bullied my daughter. I have come here to seek justice for her. Changxian slowly approached Yin Zhuohao, and with each step, wisps of spiritual power emanated from him. This seemingly trivial spiritual force exuded an invisible yet terrifying pressure. The disciples of the heavenly immortal sect, who had been barely holding themselves up, suddenly felt as if an invisible mountain had descended upon them, forcing them to prostrate themselves on the ground, rendering their bodies completely immobile. The overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from Pangran was so intense that it nearly suffocated them with dread. It felt as though a slight increase in this pressure would crush them instantly. Wherever Changxian appeared, all present were compelled to prostrate themselves in reverence. And Yin Zhuohao was no exception. The moment he attempted to rise, he was forcefully pinned to the ground by the spiritual pressure, barely managing to lift his eyelids to glimpse the figure of Changxian before him, his pupils flickering with confusion. Your girl. Indeed, it was Xiaoyueying. Noticing Yin Zhuohao's bewilderment, Changxian gently called out to her. At the sound of his voice, Xiaoyueying swiftly leaped to his side. Old rascal, do you request the Wu family to send you demon girls every year? Has Wu Xing mentioned that one is missing? Xiaoyueying's eyes narrowed slightly, her expression teasing and triumphant as she gazed at the prostrate Yin Zhuohao, emboldened by Changxian's presence. Upon hearing her words, Yin Zhuohao's heart sank, and he cast a glance at Xiaoyueying, suddenly recalling her identity as a demon. A realization struck him, and his expression shifted. Each year, he gathered demon girls from various corners of the world for his cultivation needs, with the Wu family being among the suppliers. This morning, when Wu Xing brought over the demon slaves, he indeed mentioned that one was missing and would be sent later, and now this girl happened to be of demon descent. Could it be? Yes, indeed. The one who is missing is me. I have come to find you. Seeing that Yin Zhuohao had deduced her identity, Xiaoyueying curled her lips into a cold smile, her gaze sweeping the surroundings as she coldly inquired, "Where is that Wu Xing?" At her question, a man in the crowd turned pale, lowering his head to hide among the throng, wishing to bury his face in the ground. However, Upon hearing the full context of the situation, others stepped aside to avoid implicating themselves, thereby exposing Wu Xing, who was concealed in the crowd. Alone on the ground, he instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. Xiaoyue Ying smirked mischievously as she strode directly to Wu Xing, young master of the Wu family. "We meet again. Why you?" Wu Xing looked up at Xiaoyue Ying, his face filled with shock. From her earlier words, coupled with that familiar tone and her striking violet eyes, he had already deduced her identity. She was indeed the demon slave who had narrowly escaped from the Wu family just days prior. Xiaoying was remarkably defiant among the other slaves, proving to be exceedingly resistant to training. Even when subjected to various whippings and punishments, she remained silent and steadfast, leaving a profound impression on him. At the time, he had been eager to return to the celestial sect, intending to deliver the trained demon slaves to the elder. Thus he did not personally capture her, but entrusted the task to his subordinates. He had thought that capturing a seemingly defenseless demon slave would be a simple endeavor, and that his subordinates would swiftly apprehend her to bring her to the celestial sect. He never anticipated that she would have such a formidable backing. The extent of that power was beyond what the entire sect could contend with. "Indeed, it is I. I specifically came to find you. The matters between you and me deserve a thorough reckoning. Just the two of us." Xiaoying gazed down at Wu Xing, a glint of coldness flickering in her eyes as she challenged him to a life-and-death duel between them. She harbored no interest in the heinous deeds perpetrated by the heavenly immortal sect. Her ascent to the sect was solely driven by a thirst for vengeance. Now, she possessed unwavering confidence in her ability to surpass Wu Xing. Upon hearing Xiaoyue Ying's words, Wu Xing's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he turned to look at Changxian, who stood a short distance away. Whether to accept the challenge of this duel was not within his purview, but rather rested in the hands of another. Even if he wished to agree to their contest, it would be futile if that person did not acquiesce. Xiaoying also turned to Changxian, her beautiful eyes reflecting a blend of pleading and assured anticipation. Changxian, well acquainted with this girl, understood that she would insist on avenging her grievances personally. With a resigned yet affectionate smile, he gently nodded in agreement. The agreement was made. However, this contest would require an additional wager. Chapter 49. Is this all you are capable of? Bet va. Wu Xing and the rest of the celestial sect displayed expressions of bewilderment, their gazes converging upon Changxian. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Changxian raised a finger and spoke in a languid tone. The contest between this girl and this man will determine the fate of the celestial sect and all of you. Should she emerge victorious, I shall obliterate both you and the celestial sect from existence. If he prevails, I will spare you and cease my pursuit." At this pronouncement, an uproar erupted among those present. The members of the celestial sect turned pale with fear, their faces etched with panic and dread as they looked toward Wu Xing with a mixture of hope and desperation. They had no doubt about the veracity of his words, especially after witnessing the divine dragon he had summoned with such ease. If Wu Xing were to lose, it would not be just his life at stake, but the entirety of the celestial sect. In that moment, their fates were irrevocably intertwined. "This esteemed senior, should I inadvertently slay your girl during our contest, I trust you will not hold it against me?" Wu Xing slowly rose from the ground, a glint of malice hidden in his gaze as he posed the question deliberately. Changxian discerned the provocation in Wu Xing's words, his eyes narrowing slightly, a dismissive smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "If you can manage that, it will indeed be your skill." Rather than feeling anger at Wu Xing's taunts, he found himself amused. It had been quite some time since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner had it not been for his girl's desire for vengeance. Those who dare to speak so boldly would find the sun tomorrow out of reach. With Changxian's affirmation, Wu Xing turned his gaze to the poised Xiaoyueying, drawing forth the spirit sword at his waist, his expression now a mask of unrestrained ferocity. He had no other choice. Refusal to engage in the contest would surely lead to death. Yet, should he accept, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Moreover, with his cultivation level, dispatching a mere demon clan slave should be child's play. "Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me," Wu Xing shouted, his voice cold as he lunged forward. sword in hand, aiming to strike Xiaoyueying with lethal intent. Xiaoyueying merely smiled disdainfully, her posture unwavering. At the moment she raised her hand, the tip of the spirit sword, imbued with brilliance, was firmly grasped in her palm as if it had materialized from thin air. What? Wu Xing's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Disbelief etched across his features. With his earth spirit realm cultivation, Xiaoyueying not only reacted in time, but also effortlessly blocked his strike with a single hand. The barrier of spiritual energy she conjured was astonishingly robust. A mocking smile played on Xiaoyueying's lips as she grasped the spirit sword in Wu Xing's hand, her other hand suddenly swinging toward him with ferocious claws. Wind spirit steps. Wu Xing, taken aback, hastily employed his learned footwork, his figure darting away like the wind. However, even though he reacted at the very first moment, the blade-like wind created by the claws still grazed past his chest. Numerous gory claw marks vividly marred his torso, and the searing pain made him grimace in agony. Gritting his teeth, without granting Wu Xing any moment to catch his breath, Xiaoyueying's gaze turned icy, her knees bending as streaks of flickering lightning coiled around her feet. With a swift crackle of thunder, Xiaoyueying transformed into a bolt of lightning, propelling herself towards Wu Xing with astonishing speed. Wu Xing was taken aback by her incredible velocity, desperately urging the wind beneath him to evade. Yet, to his astonishment, no matter how he dodged, even soaring into the sky on the winds, Xiaoyueying followed, as if she were a bolt of lightning, her speed seemingly ever increasing. The aura of her spiritual power even surpassed his own, who was at the earth spirit realm. Just days ago, she had been nothing more than a powerless slave in his grasp. How could she have achieved such astonishing prowess in such a short span of time? Wu Xing was utterly perplexed, striving to evade Xiaoyueying while continuously wielding his sword to block the onslaught of spiritual blades and claws, his heart filled with disbelief. He had devoted himself to the heavenly immortal sect since childhood, and through his innate talent, he had ascended to the earth's spirit realm, admired and revered by countless individuals. Hailed as an exceptionally rare genius, he had participated in numerous hunts of ferocious beasts and had battled with cultivators of the same realm, priding himself on his unparalleled strength, believing himself to be, without rivals, beneath the same realm. Yet now, reality had dealt him a harsh blow. Although he perceived Xiaoyueying to possess merely the cultivation of the spirit master realm, she was overwhelming him with ease. He could neither dare nor wish to believe it. Could someone truly evolve from a powerless slave to such a formidable level in just 2 days? Before long, under Xiaoyueying's relentless assault, Wu Xing found it increasingly difficult to defend himself, suffering several more claw wounds. Even his sword-wielding right arm was seized by Xiaoyueying and severed with brutal force. Ah, my hand! With his right arm severed, Wu Xing instinctively clutched the stump, howling in excruciating despair. How unbearable! This is what pain feels like. This is far lighter than what you did to others before. Xiaoyueying's face twisted in disdain and annoyance as she coalesced her claw into a powerful strike. Wu Xing, disregarding the injury to his severed arm, raised his left arm to conjure a barrier of spiritual power in defense. Bang! With a resounding impact, the barrier shattered, and Wu Xing was sent flying. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers from the heavenly immortal sect were struck with horror, their hearts sinking as if plunged into an icy abyss. Wu Xing's cultivation at the earth spirit realm ranked among the elite within the disciples of the heavenly immortal sect, his talent exceptional, second only to the 6 elders. Otherwise, he would not have been taken as a direct disciple by the Grand Elder. Yet, here he was, a favored disciple of the Grand Elder, being utterly overpowered by a demonic woman who was clearly only at the Spirit Master realm. It was crucial to note that all their hopes rested solely upon his shoulders. Young Master Wu, surely you possess more than this level of ability? Xiaoyue stood majestically in the square, her expression rife with mockery and disdain as she gazed down upon the fallen Wu Xing. She felt no pressure in confronting him. In fact, it seemed far easier than dealing with that bristly black bear. You, wretched slave of the demon clan, how dare you? I shall never let you escape. Wu Xing slowly struggled to rise, lifting his head to reveal a visage twisted with hatred and fury, his voice a guttural roar. As his words echoed, Wu Xing stealthily retrieved a pitch-black, enigmatic pill from his spiritual ring and swiftly swallowed it. Chapter 50, I reiterate, do not force yourself, Xiaoyueying. Upon consuming the black elixir, Wu Xing suddenly clutched his head and let out a furious roar, his face contorted in a grotesque mask of rage. As ominous and bizarre, demonic energy surged forth from within him. As this dark energy enveloped him, his spiritual power transcended the earth's spirit realm, propelling him directly into the celestial spirit realm. In that moment, he bore no resemblance to a disciple of the righteous sect. Rather, he appeared more akin to a frenzied, demonic acolyte trapped in a dire predicament. The onlookers, including Yin Zhuahao, were electrified with excitement upon witnessing this transformation. The black pill Wu Xing had ingested was none other than the Blood Soul pill, the secret concoction of the Blood Soul sect. This pill, crafted from the flesh and essence of cultivators, granted a substantial and immediate enhancement to one's cultivation when consumed. Originally at the Earth Spirit Realm, Wu Xing had now surged into the Celestial Spirit Realm thanks to the Blood Soul pill. With his newfound power, facing a demoness of the Spirit Master Realm was a challenge he could not possibly lose. You cursed demonic slave, I shall slay you. I will kill you. Wu Xing's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed madly at Xiaoyueying. Born the esteemed heir of the Wu family, he had always been treated with utmost deference, a being naturally exalted above others. After joining the Celestial Immortal sect, he had become the favored disciple of the Grand Elder, eliciting envy and admiration from countless peers, all eager to curry favor with him. Yet now, he found himself subjected to the humiliating torment of a demonic slave, even having lost an arm, a crushing blow to his once proud dignity. His rage simmered with a desire to inflict unspeakable suffering upon Xiaoyueying. Though the Blood Soul pill offered a significant boost in cultivation for a limited time, the cost it exacted was exorbitant. The overwhelming demonic energy would corrode his meridians and spiritual veins, potentially damaging his spiritual acupoints and rendering any future advancement impossible. The giver of the pill had warned against its reckless use unless absolutely necessary. Yet, at this moment, he felt he could no longer afford to heed such caution. After all, defeat meant death. His only desire was to eliminate the wretched demonic slave before him. My lord, that fellow has elevated his cultivation to the celestial spirit realm with the aid of the demonic pill. The crow perched on Changxian's shoulder, its expression tinged with concern. It firmly believed that with Lady Yueying's prowess, she could easily overpower Wu Xing at the Earth Spirit Realm. However, facing him at the Celestial Spirit Realm posed an entirely different challenge. The disparity between cultivation realms was substantial. While Xiaoyueying could dominate those of the Earth Spirit Realm due to her innate gifts and abilities, transcending two realms to confront a celestial spirit was a gap that mere talent could not bridge. Changxian's gaze sharpened, his expression growing grave. The moment Wu Xing ingested the Blood Soul pill, he sensed the anomaly within his body and the overwhelming tainted demonic energy. The ability to forcibly elevate one's cultivation to such heights indicated an unfathomable amount of blood and essence from countless cultivators had been refined within that foul energy. For Xiaoyueying to contend with a celestial spirit realm adversary would indeed be a formidable task. My master, please do not intervene. I can handle this. Xiaoyueying's cold gaze fixated on Wu Xing, who had transformed into an enigmatic figure before her, while she turned her back to Changxian, pleading without looking back. She could distinctly sense that Wu Xing's cultivation had escalated to a new realm, rendering him several times more formidable than before. Yet, she harbored unwavering confidence in herself and in the guidance provided by Changxian during yesterday's training. She believed that even in her current state, she could contend with him. Upon hearing Xiaoyueying's declaration, Changxian, who had been contemplating intervening, could not help but smile wryly, silently withdrawing his thoughts. As you wish, but I must reiterate, do not overexert yourself, little Yueying. Understood, master. Xiaoyueying retorted with a playful snort, her lips curling into a confident smile, her expression resolute. With a surge of energy, she propelled herself forward, charging towards Wuxing, whether for her own vengeance or to validate the teachings of her insufferable master. She possessed an undeniable reason to emerge victorious. That fiend was so powerful. Should she falter, it would force him to intervene, thereby tarnishing his reputation. "I will slay you. I will slay you." As she advanced, Wuxing, wielding his spiritual sword, charged forward with a frenzied expression. The clash of their powers resonated as claw met sword, unleashing a shockwave that shattered the jade tiles beneath them, creating a dent several centimeters deep at the point of impact. Wuxing's dark spiritual energy gradually coalesced around his hands and sword, an overwhelming force pressing down towards Xiaoyueying. Having harnessed demonic energy to elevate his cultivation to the celestial spirit realm, his power had already multiplied several times over. Xiaoyueying gritted her teeth, striving to summon her own spiritual energy to its utmost limit, yet the tide of battle remained unfavorably turned against her. Recognizing that a direct confrontation would yield no advantage, she swiftly recalibrated her strategy, withdrawing her energy to evade Wuxing's descending sword strikes, and instead relied on her lightning speed agility to maneuver around him. Though Wuxing had forcibly breached the celestial spirit realm through the use of elixirs, his newfound strength was still precarious, only amplifying the energy within him. While he could leverage his energy to enhance his speed, his mastery over it paled in comparison to Xiaoyueying's. Thus, despite possessing the cultivation of the celestial spirit realm, he could merely keep pace with her. The two engaged in a relentless dance of pursuit, weaving through the plaza of the heavenly immortal sect and the skies above, their spiritual blades and sword energies intertwining in a dazzling display. The onlookers held their breath, their eyes riveted on the duel unfolding before them. Changxian furrowed his brows, his gaze intensely fixed on Xiaoyueying. Damnable slave! Is she capable only of fleeing? In the skies, after several failed attempts to strike Xiaoyueying with his sword, Wuxing, in a fit of rage and humiliation, bellowed, "If I cannot catch you, you must be the weakest celestial spirit cultivator around." Is this truly the so-called genius heir of the Wu family? Xiaoyueying turned to him, her expression dripping with disdain as she retorted. Realizing that sheer spiritual energy alone would not allow her to surpass Wuxing, she opted to harness her energy with greater efficiency to secure victory. She focused her energy on enhancing her speed, striving to minimize her own energy expenditure to the fullest extent. At this moment, Wuxing was profoundly influenced by the malevolent energy, rendering him exceedingly prone to anger, with no restraint on the consumption of his spiritual power. Once his energy was depleted, his mastery of the celestial spirit realm would become utterly futile. This constituted her strategy for victory. As long as she could infuriate Wuxing and continue to drain his spiritual energy, triumph was not beyond her grasp. Xiaoyueying conceived this notion. Yet she overlooked a crucial detail. The Wuxing, now thoroughly enshrouded by rage and the corrupting aura, might not act in a predictable manner. Following Xiaoyueying's scornful remark, Wuxing erupted in a furious snarl, and with a swift motion of one hand, an array of spiritual swords, previously at the sides and waists of the onlookers, soared into the air in an instant. Tens of thousands of spiritual swords filled the sky, encircling Xiaoyueying within a formidable array. Chapter 51. Indeed, I have proclaimed that there is no need for further exertion. Now, I shall see where you can escape. Prepare to meet your demise. With a ferocious roar filled with triumph, Wuxing swung his arm, unleashing a torrential downpour of thousands of spiritual swords. Xiaoyueying furrowed her delicate brows, acutely aware that evading such a dense barrage of swords was impossible. She promptly spread her arms wide, channeling her spiritual energy without reservation to form a protective barrier. Bang! 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 Each spiritual sword crashed against the barrier with relentless force, the cacophony resembling a tempest beating against a window. Gritting her silver teeth, Xiaoyueying continuously gathered her spiritual energy to sustain the barrier, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Her own spiritual power, rooted in the spirit master realm, was no match for Wu Xing's prowess in the celestial spirit realm. This contest of energy consumption was decidedly unfavorable for her. Before long, as her spiritual energy waned, the barrier began to weaken. The spiritual swords that had previously shattered upon impact now lodged themselves into the barrier. In an instant, the protective field surrounding Xiaoyueying was densely pierced by the swords. Oh, well done, Brother Wu. You are our beacon of hope. Push harder. Eliminate that witch. As the protective barrier neared its collapse, the members of the Changxian sect could not contain their excitement, fervently cheering for Wu Xing, as if the hope of life lay within their reach. Zhong Guangguan clenched her hands tightly, her heart troubled as she gazed anxiously at Xiaoyueying, besieged by countless swords. My lord, the raven-like creature unfurled its wings. Its round, pitch-black eyes turned toward Gu Changxian, seemingly awaiting his permission. Wait, Gu Changxian did not allow the creature to act, instead fixating his gaze intently on Xiaoyueying, surrounded by the myriad swords. The creature seemed to sense something, its eyes widening in surprise as it turned to look in Xiaoyueying's direction. This is the end. Damnable slave of the demon race. A mere servant dares to challenge me. How delusional. Gazing at the imminent shattering of the protective barrier. Wu Xing's face was alight with arrogant glee as he redirected all remaining spiritual swords for a final assault. The barrier, already brimming with swords and teetering on the brink of destruction, shattered explosively at the moment yet another sword struck. At the instant the barrier crumbled, Wu Xing's mouth curled into a triumphant grin. The others, too, leaned forward with eager anticipation, determined to witness this moment of victory. However, as Wu Xing and his companions directed their gaze, the jubilant expressions on their faces froze in disbelief. Before them stood Xiaoyueying, unscathed amidst the remnants of the shattered swords, her body enveloped in a swirling dark, purple, spiritual energy. Her enchanting purple eyes transformed into a fierce crimson, her nails elongated and sharpened, as she curled her lips into a menacing smile, revealing two sharp fangs, her demeanor akin to a bloodthirsty beast. Wu Xing and his companions were taken aback. How could Xiaoyueying, whose spiritual support should have reached its limits, suddenly unleash such astonishing and terrifying power? Moreover, what was this energy? The dark purple aura was infused with demonic and beastly essence, a chaotic and violent force of spiritual energy previously unseen, instilling fear in all who beheld its overwhelming presence. It was as though a bloodthirsty beast, baring its fangs, stood beside me at this very moment. This was not the oppressive aura one would expect from someone at the spirit master level. Wailing like a wild animal, Xiaoying fixed her gaze intently upon Wu Xing. Her form crouched low, poised to pounce like a feral creature. Faced with Xiaoyue Ying's predatory glare, Wu Xing felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being hunted by a beast, a sudden wave of deathly peril washing over him. This feeling of impending doom instilled both fear and an overwhelming surge of rage within him. As the eldest son of the Wu family, a direct disciple of the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Immortal Sect, a prodigy admired by countless individuals, how could he possibly cower before a slave of the demon race? He could not afford to lose. Absolutely not. Perish beneath the storm of swords. Gritting his teeth, Wu Xing transformed his fear into fury, his countenance twisting into a grimace as he let out a roar directed at Xiaoying, launching all remaining spirit swords at her. Thousands of spirit swords soared through the air, merging into a colossal sword that flashed before him. Xiaoying remained unfazed, stepping forward to meet the giant sword formed by the rain of blades. With her sharp claws slicing through the air, multiple razor-like talons cleaved through the space, instantly severing countless spirit swords and causing the giant sword to shatter with a thunderous crash. The remnants of the spirit swords rained down from the sky, their clattering sounds echoing like the final notes of a despairing symphony. Staring in disbelief as all the spirit swords were obliterated, Wu Xing stood frozen, his expression one of incredulity. His cultivation at the celestial spirit level, commanding thousands of spirit swords, had been completely annihilated. How could this be? What had she just done? With no time to ponder further, Xiaoyueying had already traversed the debris of the shattered swords, appearing before him in an instant. Her lethal claws glinting before his eyes. Wu Xing snapped back to reality, instinctively raising his arm to conjure a protective barrier. However, the barrier crumbled before Xing's claws like mere paper, effortlessly torn apart, her sharp talons slashing diagonally across his chest. The spiritual blades pierced through his body, extending 100 meters behind him, severing a resplendent building in half. Boom! The structure collapsed in a thunderous crash. Wu Xing, with an expression of disbelief, stood motionless, his eyes vacant and unseeing. Under the gaze of the onlookers, his body bore faint claw marks, which soon disintegrated into several fragments that tumbled to the ground. At that moment, silence enveloped the arena. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone watched in disbelief at the scene before them. In just one move, Wu Xing, with his celestial spirit-level cultivation, had met a tragic end at the hands of Xiaoyueying. The battle concluded so swiftly that they barely had time to react. It was known that Xiaoyueying was merely at the spirit master level, yet she had transcended 2 realms to vanquish Wu Xing of the celestial spirit level. How magnificent! Lady Xiaoye has triumphed. Gazing at Xiaoyueying standing proudly in the square, Zhong Guangguan's face lit up with joy, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, after slaying Wu Xing, the demonic power within Xiaoyueying not only failed to subside, but surged forth with even greater ferocity. The tumultuous demonic energy enveloped her entire being, dancing and rising like a fiery blaze. Xiaoyueying clenched her silver teeth, tightly embracing her arms. Her body racked with excruciating pain as if countless silver needles were piercing her flesh, her delicate features contorted by agony. The demonic power within her could not be quelled, rampaging through her meridians and spiritual channels. It hurt so much. Just as the pain threatened to render her unconscious, a figure appeared behind her, embracing her in a warm embrace. A gentle golden light gradually enveloped her, instantly calming much of the demonic energy coursing through her, and the sharp pain in her body eased significantly. Shortly thereafter, a soft and refined voice whispered in her ear, "Really, I've already said not to push yourself." Chapter 52. From now on, no matter what happens, do not conceal anything from me. Listening to the familiar voice in her ears and feeling the warmth against her back, Xiaoyueying slightly pouted her lips and gazed up at the handsome and gentle face that always irked her. However, this time, she refrained from responding defiantly and instead nestled obediently in Gu Changxian's embrace. She recognized that she had indeed been overly hard on herself. Moreover, when leaning against Gu Changxian, her demonic power inexplicably subsided, and her physical pain seemed to alleviate. Did I not mention that there is no need to push yourself? Why do you still insist on doing so? Gu Changxian asked with a hint of helplessness and reproach. Xiaoyueying raised her enchanting purple eyes, her expression serious as she fixed her gaze upon Gu Changxian. "Because I do not want to lose." Before Gu Changxian could respond, a playful smile returned to her face. "If I lose, wouldn't that disgrace you, my master?" Upon hearing this, Gu Changxian was momentarily taken aback. When he heard Xiaoyueying's declaration of not wanting to lose, he instinctively thought she was simply exhibiting her stubborn, competitive nature, reminiscent of her past life. He never anticipated she would add that. Truly, now he felt somewhat reluctant to scold her. "You really are something else. Are you still in pain?" Gu Changxian's lips curled into a slight smile as he gently placed his hand on her head, swallowing his reproach and replacing it with tender concern. "Hey, master, do you know that my body hurts?" Xiaoyueying was slightly startled by Gu Changxian's concern. Just moments ago, as she endured the pain from her demonic power, she had gritted her teeth to suppress any sound, yet he had noticed. Of course, it is one of master's responsibilities to care for the well-being of their servant. Gu Changxian smiled gently, his knowing gaze fixed on Xiaoyueying nestled in his arms. He inquired, "You began to feel pain when you practiced lifting the 1,000-gene roundstone, did you not?" Realizing she could not hide anything from Gu Changxian, Xiaoyueying nodded softly, a ripple of emotions stirring within her. It was during her first forced use of demonic power that she felt a slight sting. However, at that time, the discomfort was so mild that she hardly paid it any mind, while he had already been aware. "Why did you not inform me then?" Changxian asked, a note of reproach in his tone. "It was nothing significant. I thought it unnecessary to mention," Xiaoyueying mumbled, her lips pouting as she quietly explained. At that moment, she was unsure whether the sting was a result of her demonic power, and since it was not intense, she figured it would pass with time, hence she did not give it much thought. Little did she know that when she forcibly summoned her demonic power to defeat Wu Xing, it would lead to such pain. Nothing significant? At Xiaoyueying's dismissal of her pain, Changxian furrowed his brow and gently tapped her on the head. "Ouch!" Another head pat. Xiaoyueying turned away in dissatisfaction, pouting as she glared at Changxian. Changxian gazed at her with a serious expression, warning her sternly. "Xiaoyueying, although the demonic power within you is extraordinarily potent, your current cultivation level renders your body ill-equipped to withstand its encroachment. Should you fail to endure this demonic force, you will not only suffer the torment it inflicts within you, but also risk being devoured by it, losing your sanity in the process. Do you still consider this a trivial matter?" It was the first time Xiaoyueying had witnessed such a grave demeanor and solemn tone from Changxian, and she began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. She could only meekly apologize. "Yes, I'm sorry." Changxian smiled with satisfaction, gently ruffling her hair with a tender hand. "It is good that you recognize your mistake. From now on, regardless of the circumstances, do not conceal anything from me. While I am here, there is no need for you to endure anything alone. Remember, you are now my possession. Should anything happen to you, it will be a loss to me." As he spoke, Changxian leaned closer, his deep, luminous eyes locking onto her enchanting purple orbs. Xiaoyueying felt her cheeks flush, quickly averted her gaze, and murmuring softly, I understand." Upon hearing Changxian's words, a feeling of discontent stirred within her. Yet there was also an inexplicable flutter in her heart, a sensation she had never experienced before. At that moment, a wisp of spirit emerged stealthily from the corpse of Wu Xing, glancing at Changxian before swiftly retreating underground, attempting to escape. However, how could such a trivial maneuver elude Changxian's keen perception? "Where do you think you are going? I did not grant you permission to leave." With one arm around Xiaoyueying, Changxian extended his other hand. In an instant, Wu Xing seemed to be ensnared by an immense gravitational force, and despite his desperate attempts, he could not break free, instantly being drawn into Changxian's grasp. "Senior, please spare me." Wu Xing could no longer maintain his previous arrogant demeanor. For the first time, he felt the chilling grip of fear as he frantically pleaded for mercy. When a person dies, if their spirit remains intact, they may descend into reincarnation and gain the opportunity for rebirth. However, should their spirit be extinguished, they lose the chance for reincarnation, effectively being erased from existence. Generally, one cannot harm or touch the spirit, which serves as their last means of survival. Yet, Changxian possessed the power to effortlessly seize Wu Xing's spirit, indicating his ability to obliterate it entirely. The art of refining the soul. Changxian coldly regarded Wu Xing, his expression growing distinctly frosty. The spirit is the consciousness born from the corporeal body. Once this consciousness departs, the individual becomes a soulless, mindless entity, akin to a walking corpse. Similarly, should the spirit leave the body without undergoing refinement, it would naturally dissipate into the cosmos, descending into reincarnation. Only when one reaches a certain level of cultivation and their spirit has undergone repeated refinement can it become powerful enough to remain intact after detachment, preserving its consciousness and even residing within another person or object. Such a mere cultivator of the celestial realm, like Wu Xing, evidently could not preserve his spiritual consciousness upon departing from his physical form. Yet, at this moment, he has achieved just that. From the perspective of his soul, a mingling of malevolent and demonic energies intertwines, with an abundance of inadequately refined spiritual essence amalgamating within him. It is as if he has employed some sinister arcane technique to transform himself into a vengeful spirit endowed with a semblance of consciousness. The primary advantage of this method lies in the ability to retain life in times of peril, subsequently seizing another's corporeal body to attain rebirth. Typically, unless one possesses the means to inflict harm upon the soul, they can only watch helplessly as he escapes. Alas, Wu Xing has encountered his match today. Gu Changxian's gaze sharpened, and a resplendent golden divine flame ignited in his hand. The divine fire scorched him, and Wu Xing instantly emitted a series of anguished cries. His soul contorted and twisted, vanishing into ashes in the blink of an eye. Should he endanger my cherished girl, let him be obliterated entirely, never to return. Chapter 53. The Master of the Celestial Sect, Bai Zhi, gazed upon Gu Changxian, who had just obliterated Wu Xing's soul, leaving all present in a state of sheer astonishment. Although Wu Xing lay dead, the haunting cries and grotesque imagery of his spirit being consumed by divine flames were indelibly etched in the minds of the onlookers, refusing to fade away. The act of extinguishing a life and the utter annihilation of one's soul are entirely disparate concepts. In this world, no one has ever been known to grasp another's soul, let alone incinerate it. Even the most formidable beings at the pinnacle of cultivation, the sacred spirit realm, have never been reported to possess such power. The implications of this person's prowess were unfathomable. Following the wager established at the outset of the contest, it was time for the Celestial Sect to face obliteration. Gu Changxian's gaze shifted towards the members of the Celestial Sect, his indifferent demeanor sending chills down their spines, as fear and despair enveloped their hearts. According to the initial wager made between Xiaoyue Ying and Wu Xing, should Wu Xing lose, the entire Celestial Sect was destined to vanish from existence. Master, the sect is in peril. We implore you to emerge and save us. Yan Zhuahao desperately crushed a sect talisman in his hand, screaming towards the rear mountain of the Celestial Sect. He had prepared for such an eventuality even during the contest between Wu Xing and Xiaoyueying. The talisman he shattered contained a fragment of the Master's divine consciousness. Once the talisman was broken, the Master of the Celestial Sect would be alerted immediately. Years prior, their sect leader had secluded herself in pursuit of a breakthrough to transcend the constraints of the sacred spirit realm, and it was presumed that she had reached a critical juncture, warranting no disturbance unless absolutely necessary. However, with the survival of the sect at stake, he could no longer afford to hesitate. As the talisman shattered, a pair of eyes suddenly opened within the cave dwelling of the rear mountain. A radiant aura burst forth, radiating a spiritual energy far surpassing that of the sacred spirit realm. The Master has emerged. The aura was unmistakable. The Master has successfully broken through. Joy flooded the hearts of the Celestial Sect members as they exclaimed, "We are saved. Master, please rescue us." As the members of the Celestial Sect beheld the brilliant light emanating from the rear mountain, hope surged anew within them. Under the collective gaze, a swift beam of spiritual light soared towards them, accompanied by a resounding voice. Who dares to act recklessly within the Celestial Sect? As the words resonated, a poised woman adorned in a flowing gown, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, gracefully descended before Gu Changxian. The newcomer was none other than Bai Zhi, the founding master of the Celestial Sect. Master, upon the sight of Bai Zhi, the members of the Celestial Sect rejoiced, calling out in elation. Their master ranked among the few sacred realm cultivators of the Eastern Huang Kingdom, recognized as one of the most formidable beings in existence. Having secluded herself in search of a breakthrough for several years, she had finally succeeded at this critical moment. Based on the overwhelming spiritual energy she had just unleashed, it was evident that their master had indeed transcended the shackles of the sacred spirit realm. It is well known that the highest level of cultivation attainable in the mortal realm is that of the sage. Beyond this, further progress becomes exceedingly rare. However, their sect leader has successfully breached the confines of the sacred spirit realm, achieving an unprecedented state within the human world. A breakthrough in the sacred spirit realm signifies that their leader has surpassed all other practitioners of this level, establishing himself as the foremost individual in the current world. If their leader, now successfully transcended, could possibly contend with this formidable figure, there may yet remain a glimmer of hope. The members of the celestial immortal sect harbored such thoughts, placing all their hopes upon Baizhi. Baizhi paid no heed to the fervent greetings from her fellow disciples. Her gaze was firmly fixed on Changxian. Her brows furrowed, and as if struck by a sudden realization, her eyes widened in astonishment. Her expression shifting dramatically as she instinctively exclaimed, "S Senior." "S Senior." Upon hearing Baizhi's expression of surprise and reverence towards Changxian, Yin Zhuahao and the others were momentarily rendered speechless. It was the first time they had witnessed their leader demonstrate such respect and courtesy toward another. This individual bore a status that even their leader deemed worthy of the honorific senior. It seemed that they were even acquainted. "Master, do you know her?" Xiaoyueying, weakly nestled in Changxian's embrace, glanced at Baizhi before looking up at Changxian. "Yes, I am familiar with her. We crossed paths a century ago, and I offered her some guidance," Changxian replied, his gaze serene as he turned towards Baizhi. A century prior, before he succumbed to slumber in the mortal realm in search of a fitting place for secluded meditation, he had traversed various locales, casually disseminating some seeds of his wisdom. In addition to bestowing a bowl of longevity at a humble stall, he had encountered a fledgling maiden along the way. Despite her modest prowess and average talents, which would likely hinder her future achievements, she exhibited an unwavering diligence, tirelessly exhausting her spiritual energy in the woods through relentless practice. She expressed her aspiration to become a powerful cultivator, to establish the preeminent sect in the world, and to be revered as a celestial immortal. Intrigued by her determination, he decided to impart a fragment of his knowledge. He shared with her a celestial technique and enlightened her that this realm was merely one of the 9 heavens and 10 domains. And beyond the mortal plane lay realms of infinite possibilities, urging her to persist in her cultivation, for she might one day ascend to the higher realms. When he first heard the name of the celestial immortal sect from Wusheng, he had not connected it to his past encounter. It was not until he met Zhong Guanguan in the mountains inhabited by spirit beasts, hearing of the sect leader's century-long guidance from an immortal, that he pondered whether she might be the same maiden he had once met. Upon arriving at the celestial immortal sect and witnessing the grand formation of the myriad celestial laws, the answer crystallized in his mind. This sect leader was undoubtedly the girl he had encountered a century ago. 100 years had passed, yet Baizhi still recognized her benefactor. A gentle smile graced Changxian's lips as he gazed deeply at Baizhi. Had it not been for the guidance of my predecessors a century ago, where would I be now as Baizhi? I shall never forget the kindness bestowed upon me by my forebears. Baizhi promptly bowed with clasped hands, her voice imbued with solemn gratitude. Yet, it appears that the counsel I provided you 100 years ago has, in fact, brought you misfortune, Changxian remarked with a nuanced tone. Disappointment and regret subtly entwined in his words. Baizhi's countenance fell abruptly, and she bit her crimson lip, hesitating to respond. The atmosphere grew thick with an eerie silence. Xiaoyueying, her delicate brows furrowed in confusion, cast glances between Changxian and Baizhi, pondering the sudden cessation of their discourse. Why have they suddenly lapsed into silence? After a prolonged pause, a wry smile crept across Baizhi's face as she lifted her gaze to meet Changxian's. "Indeed, I cannot conceal anything from your discerning eyes, esteemed predecessor." With that, a surge of murky spiritual energy enveloped her, and a wave of potent demonic aura erupted from within her being. Chapter 54. Why surrender to decay? Demonic energy. Upon witnessing the sinister aura emanating from Baizhi, Xiaoyueying's expression turned cold, her demeanor unfriendly. Indeed, the leader of the celestial sect was no virtuous being, a rogue among rogues. Zhong Guanguan stood in a daze. Disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at Baizhi standing before her. Although she could not perceive the demonic energy as clearly as Xiaoyueying, she sensed the tainted spiritual power radiating from Baizhi. This aura bore a striking resemblance to that of Wuxing just moments ago. Incredulous, she grappled with the reality that the venerable leader of the celestial sect, whom she had idolized and revered, was also a practitioner of the dark arts. Could this truly be the celestial sect, lauded by the world as the preeminent sect? In that instant, the last vestige of hope that had sustained her ascent within the celestial sect crumbled alongside the demonic energy enveloping Baiji. She had clung to the hope that, even if those who had slaughtered the villagers of Xianyu were indeed disciples of the celestial sect, perhaps they were merely acting under the influence of the elders, concealing their actions from the leader. Yet, the undeniable truth was now laid bare. This esteemed figure, who had founded the most illustrious sect in the realm, was complicit in the darkness. In contrast to the dismayed expressions of Xiaoyueying and Zhongguangguan, Changxian remained serene and composed, feeling no surprise. Despite Baiji's efforts to conceal her demonic energy, he had discerned its presence the moment she appeared. Moreover, even in her absence, he had surmised her inevitable involvement. It was well known that the celestial sect was her creation. As its leader, nearly all her disciples and elders practiced the dark arts. The grandeur of the celestial sect was merely a fade, masking the corruption that festered beneath the surface. It was inconceivable that Baiji, as the leader of the celestial sect, could be oblivious to this reality. The only plausible explanation was that she either participated in the malevolence or tacitly allowed it. "Miss Bai, why do you willingly descend into depravity?" Changxian inquired softly. "Because, to step into the realm beyond, as my esteemed predecessor spoke of, to witness with my own eyes the world of the myriad immortals," Baiji replied earnestly, her gaze fixed on her own hands. "Predecessor, do you know? With the celestial techniques you imparted to me, I broke through to the sacred spirit realm in merely a decade. At that time, I believed I would swiftly transcend the confines of the sacred spirit realm and reach the realm beyond, as you described, soaring into the outer world. However, in the ensuing years, despite my relentless efforts, I found my progress stagnated. Yet, I discovered that by adopting a different approach, I could sense a gradual increase in my cultivation." As she spoke, Baiji clenched her fists, her gaze shifting back to Changxian, her demonic energy intensifying, her spirit growing ever more fervent. "Predecessor, look, I have finally broken through the shackles of the sacred spirit realm." In the face of Baiji, who seemed eager to share her joy, Changxian maintained an expression of serene indifference, his demeanor as tranquil as still water, revealing no hint of emotion. He simply remarked, "Miss Bai, I trust you have come to realize the consequences of succumbing to the demonic path?" Upon hearing these words, Baiji gradually retracted her previously exuberant smile, her expression growing solemn and grave. She understood and had long anticipated this moment. However, Baiji would not easily concede nor submit. Even when confronted by a senior whom she held in high regard, she remained resolute. With that, Baiji altered her hand gestures, channeling her spiritual energy, and conjured several towering spiritual swords that materialized out of thin air. The swords were enveloped in demonic energy, with fierce flames swirling upward. Changxian stood steadfast, unmoving, his countenance unwavering. Baiji's expression grew serious. Without hesitation, she poured all her spiritual energy into the swords beside her. While she knew Changxian was a celestial being from a higher realm, she had never witnessed his strength firsthand, leaving her uncertain of his true power. Thus, she dared not show any signs of complacency or disrespect, resolved to deliver a decisive blow in a single strike. "Senior, I must offend you," Baiji proclaimed. "Celestial arts, sword of heavenly punishment." With a powerful shout, she soared into the air, her arms thrusting the barrage of spiritual swords towards Changxian with great force. Bang! The tips of the swords met a transparent barrier of golden spiritual energy that held firm against their assault. The golden barrier did not waver, as sturdy as a mountain. Baiji's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Although she had suspected Changxian's formidable strength, she had never imagined that even after breaking through the shackles of the sacred spirit realm, her might would be utterly incapable of disturbing his casually summoned barrier. What level of power does he truly possess? As Baiji unleashed her full might, coalesced through celestial arts, Changxian merely furrowed his brow. In an instant, A shattering sound echoed as the spiritual swords disintegrated into nothingness. Bai Ji's face registered shock, her disbelief evident. Yet before she could retreat, an invisible force bore down heavily upon her chest. Cough! Bai Ji spat blood, propelled backward, and crashed to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were filled with astonishment. Bai Ji, who had just transcended the sacred spirit realm and was deemed the strongest in the world, had been so effortlessly vanquished. Throughout the entire encounter, Changxian had remained motionless, not once engaging in combat. Lying flat on the ground, Bai Ji gazed up at the vast sky, her expression a mix of shock and daze, before a self-deprecating smile crept onto her lips. She had been defeated with a mere exertion of spiritual pressure, revealing her utter lack of resistance. Was this the true extent of her senior's strength? How foolish she had been to challenge him. Is this the realm you sought, Miss Bai, even at the cost of descending into darkness? Changxian slowly approached her, his gaze filled with disappointment and a hint of regret. It is not wrong to pursue a greater path, but your haste and approach were misguided. Your talent is rather ordinary, and the only reason you have transcended to the sacred spirit realm over the past decade is due to the celestial techniques bestowed upon you by me. The celestial techniques I have imparted not only allow you to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also enable the tempering of your physical body and meridians, thereby enhancing your constitution. Yet, you have merely regarded these celestial techniques as a means to absorb spiritual energy to elevate your cultivation, employing the refined energy as an offensive tool, completely unaware that the essence of the term celestial being embodies the true significance of this celestial technique. Upon hearing Changxian's words, Bai Ji was momentarily taken aback, an overwhelming sense of emptiness enveloping her, as waves of regret surged forth within her heart. According to the elder's words, her innate talent, relying on the celestial techniques, has already reached its limit at the sacred spirit realm. However, if she were to continue her cultivation with the celestial techniques, gradually refining her spiritual energy to improve herself, her future achievements would undoubtedly exceed her current state. There would be no need to hastily tread the path of demonic cultivation, making one mistake after another. I recall, when she first ascended to the sacred spirit realm, she was unmatched, brimming with confidence, even establishing her own sect, fulfilling her dreams of becoming the foremost celestial sect in the world. At that time, the celestial sect truly took upon itself the noble mission of vanquishing demons and upholding the righteous path, devoted to maintaining peace in the world. Yet all of this was shattered by a single moment of desire. Chapter 55. The Celestial Might, Heavenly Thunder Punishes Evil. Esteemed Elder, is this young lady beside you your disciple? Bai Ji inquired curiously, her gaze fixed on the delicate figure nestled in Changxian's embrace, Xiaoyueying. A century ago, when she first encountered the elder, he was solitary, accompanied only by a lone raven perched upon his shoulder. Now, 100 years later, he was graced by the presence of another. She was intrigued, wondering who this fortunate young girl could be. Upon hearing Bai Ji's seemingly casual question, Changxian's expression momentarily faltered. He gazed down at Xiaoyueying in his arms, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he affectionately patted her head. This girl is both my disciple and a maid I have taken in to serve me. Humph! Xiaoyueying frowned slightly, her annoyance evident as she glared up at Changxian. Why did he always insist on patting her head while speaking? It left her feeling as if she were being treated like a mere pet, a notion that greatly displeased her. Ah, I see. Upon hearing Changxian's introduction, Bai Ji's eyes fixated on Xiaoyueying, an unmistakable envy shimmering within them. Here was a demon girl, fortunate enough to be taken in by the elder. Truly, she was an enviable maiden. Had she been able to stand by the elder's side back then, perhaps her fate would have been different. Yet in this world, there are no what-ifs, and she was destined to atone for her past misdeeds. Elder, might I request to witness the celestial might you spoke of? Bai Ji gazed at Changxian with hopeful eyes, her demeanor calm and resolute, as if she had already prepared herself for the impending revelation. If I were to exert my full strength, humanity would likely face a calamity. However, Allow me to demonstrate a fraction of my celestial arts for you, my dear Bai. Changxian acknowledged her request, raising a finger towards the heavens. In an instant, dark clouds began to swirl ominously overhead, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Golden bolts of lightning erupted from the roiling clouds, illuminating the sky with their brilliant glow, while the booming thunder reverberated through the hearts of all present, as if the very heavens were on the verge of shattering under its might. Everyone stood frozen, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe as they gazed at the divine thunder above, feeling the overwhelming celestial power that descended upon them. With each crack of thunder, it felt as though their very souls were at risk of being shattered. The spectators had never before witnessed such golden, celestial lightning, nor had they ever felt the sheer terror of such divine might. This was the legendary power of the upper realms. In that fleeting moment, a profound dread and unending despair towards Changxian took root within their hearts. Heavenly arts of the celestial, heavenly thunder punishes evil, Changxian intoned softly. Above the churning clouds, swords of thunder coalesced, suspended ominously above the heads of the disciples of the celestial sect. With a gentle sweep of his raised finger, the myriad thunder swords cascaded down like shooting stars. In the blink of an eye, a thunder sword cleaved through the void, striking true and piercing the body of a disciple of the celestial sect. With a thunderous roar, a disciple of the heavenly immortal sect barely had time to utter a cry of despair before being reduced to mere ashes by the lightning sword. All that remained on the ground was a deep pit, exuding a terrifying celestial aura. The remaining members of the heavenly immortal sect were instantly paralyzed by the horrific spectacle, until one among them regained composure and screamed in terror. Ah! Following that piercing scream, the others snapped back to reality, their hearts consumed by a singular thought. Regardless of their injuries, they must flee this place at all costs. Yet, within the confines of the evil-slaying sword formation, escape was an impossibility. Some had barely risen before their bodies were pierced by the lightning sword. Others were flung several meters away, only to be struck down with the precision of a falling star. Many did not even have the chance to rise before being obliterated by divine thunder. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of thunderous explosions intermingled with the desperate cries of the panicked crowd, echoing relentlessly. Hurry, run for your lives. I don't want to die. Spare us, Senior. Lord Sectmaster, save us. Yinzhuahao crawled desperately towards Baiji, extending a trembling arm in supplication. But the next moment, a bolt of divine thunder descended, turning him to ashes and erasing his existence. Baiji raised her gaze, transfixed by the cascading rain of celestial lightning swords, paying no heed to the agonized cries and pleas around her. Her expression revealed profound shock and admiration. Even in her current wounded state, she knew that even at her peak, she could not withstand a single strike from this deluge of divine thunder. This was the true, celestial might she ought to pursue. So beautiful, yet so awe-inspiring. Thank you, Senior. Baiji reluctantly withdrew her gaze from the mesmerizing celestial downpour, her eyes locking on Changxian as she softly expressed her gratitude. Then, with a heart full of regret and remorse, she whispered, I'm sorry, Senior, I have disappointed you. With those words, she gently closed her eyes, her face reflecting a serene acceptance, her heart now devoid of regrets. Boom! A bolt of celestial lightning descended, enveloping Baiji in an instant. Changxian remained composed, feeling a twinge of melancholy within. Sometimes the seeds we casually sow do not always bear good fruit. As the one who planted the seeds, he had the obligation to remove the bad fruit and reclaim the consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Changxian slowly opened his palm, allowing a fragment of Baiji's soul to drift into the cosmos, merging with the universe and dissipating. Though Baiji was entwined with demonic energy, she bore no malice and had never extracted the souls of others. She merely harnessed the dark energy to forcibly elevate her cultivation. Thus, as a result of their fateful encounters, he spared a fragment of her soul in that fleeting moment before the divine lightning struck. After she fell into reincarnation, Perhaps fate would grant them another meeting in the future. As the tempest of celestial lightning sword subsided, the vast expanse of the heavenly immortal sect, save for the square upon which Changxian stood, lay utterly flattened for miles around. The disciples of the celestial immortal sect, along with the malevolent essence buried beneath it, were utterly annihilated and purified by the celestial thunder. Thus, the celestial immortal sect, renowned as the foremost sect in the world, vanished from existence. Zhong Guangguan stood rooted in place, her face a mask of astonishment, unable to regain her composure for quite some time. Even now, she struggled to believe that the celestial immortal sect had simply disappeared before her eyes. What left her even more astounded was the astonishing celestial might displayed by Changxian. The vast celestial immortal sect had vanished effortlessly at his command. She suddenly understood why Changxian had remarked that she had come at an opportune time, while in the demon beast forest. Perhaps her arrival indeed was ill-timed. As Baiji's soul dissipated into the cosmos, Changxian turned his gaze towards the distant horizon, beyond 100 miles. With the celestial immortal sect resolved, it was time to address the lurking pests in the shadows. Chapter 56. Did you think I would not notice your presence? High above the ground, a man clad in a black and red robe stood majestically above a dense grove, gazing intently at the distant Xiaoyueying sect, situated 100 miles away. As he watched the grand Xiaoyueying sect disintegrate under the onslaught of celestial thunder and sword rain, Zhao Heng's face was etched with terror, his heart brimming with disbelief. The so-called foremost celestial sect in the world, the Xiaoyueying sect, had vanished in an instant. Even the sect leader, Baiji, had been utterly powerless before this man, had he not sensed something amiss and fled in advance. He too would have succumbed beneath that tempest of celestial wrath. What kind of formidable being was he, and from whence did he come? Why had he never heard of this individual before? Zhao Heng was engulfed in confusion and shock, coupled with a profound sense of regret. After spending over a decade persuading the elders of the Xiaoyueying sect to join his blood soul sect and embrace the path of demonic cultivation, he had successfully influenced the entire sect's disciples to adopt the cultivation methods provided by his faction. Ultimately, even the esteemed sect leader Baiji had succumbed to temptation, accepting their demonic energy cultivation. Everything had been progressing smoothly, and it seemed that soon the entire Xiaoyueying sect would be under his dominion. Yet, just as he was on the cusp of controlling the entire sect, this extraordinary figure had appeared. This could jeopardize the plans of his blood soul sect. No, he must hasten back to the sect and report this critical situation to the sect leader. Realizing the gravity of the matter, Zhao Heng immediately turned to depart. However, as he spun around, his expression abruptly shifted to one of shock, as if he had encountered a ghost, his eyes widening in disbelief. Were you not observing me all along? Why, upon seeing me now, do you appear so terrified? Changxian hovered in the air, his demeanor indifferent as he fixated on Zhao Heng. During his ascent to the Xiaoyueying sect with Xiaoyueying, he had noticed a small insect stealthily attempting to flee. He had chosen to disregard it, knowing he could easily eliminate it at any moment. Hence there was no urgency to squash it, as the Xiaoyueying sect was renowned as the foremost celestial sect in the world. Such a reputation could not have been fabricated. It was likely that the sect had indeed been as righteous as the rumors suggested, or else it would not have garnered such a claim. However, it was unfathomable that a sect of such esteemed reputation and countless disciples could descend into demonic practices within just a few decades. Such a transformation seemed implausible unless orchestrated by unseen hands. The soul-capturing pearls wielded by the disciples of the Xiaoyueying sect, the demonic pills consumed by Wu Xing, and the soul-extracting cultivation methods employed by the sect were not concoctions easily created by ordinary cultivators. This indicated a deliberate attempt to corrupt the world's preeminent celestial sect into a demonic one. From this fleeing insect, he could distinctly sense the overwhelming aura of demonic energy and hostility that could not be concealed, in stark contrast to the members of the Changxian sect. This insect was a true practitioner of the demonic path. How did you come to be here? Zhao Hong gazed at Gu Changxian with trembling lips and teeth. Just moments ago, he had seen Gu Changxian standing in the square of the celestial immortal sect. Yet in the blink of an eye, he appeared before him like a specter. No, it was far more terrifying than a mere ghost. It must be noted that they were situated a full 100 miles away from the celestial immortal sect, and he had deliberately concealed his aura. How did he discover me? Did you truly believe that this 100-mile distance would render me oblivious to your presence? If so, you have greatly underestimated my capabilities. Gu Changxian stated with an air of indifference. Though his words were calm, they resonated with an astonishing arrogance and confidence. Having witnessed Gu Changxian's terrifying power to manipulate the laws of heaven and earth at will, Zhao Hong was acutely aware that he stood no chance. His mind consumed with thoughts of escape. However, before he could devise a plan, he was horrified to realize that his body had become unresponsive, his limbs immobilized. He had not even seen this person make a move, nor did he comprehend what had transpired. I inquire of you, who are you? Whence do you come? And what is your purpose here? Gu Changxian slowly approached Zhao Hong, his voice devoid of urgency. Zhao Hong's expression was one of dread. Cold sweat cascading down his forehead, leaving him momentarily speechless. Choosing silence, are we? No matter. I possess a certain understanding of soul-forging techniques. Extracting your soul from your body would be a trivial endeavor for me. Even imprisoning you within a soul, capturing Pearl, and subjecting you to eternal flames for a millennium would pose no challenge. I assume you have yet to experience the agony of your soul being seared? Noticing Zhao Heng's silence, Gu Changxian remained patient, conjuring a radiant golden divine fire in his palm. The sight of the divine flames sent Zhao Hong into a deeper panic, involuntarily swallowing hard. He had witnessed the scene where his comrade's soul was refined and annihilated by this individual. This person truly possessed the ability to incinerate souls. To be scorched by such divine fire for a millennium would be akin to suffering a fate worse than death. Senior, I am Zhao Hong, the left envoy of the Blood Soul sect of the Western Barbarians, tasked with monitoring the celestial immortal sect. As the divine flames drew nearer, Zhao Hong could no longer afford to hesitate and hastily spoke. Why? Gu Changxian inquired, maintaining his hold on the divine fire. Because our Blood Soul sect intends to gradually erode and corrupt the celestial immortal sect. Once the celestial immortal sect is entirely under our control, we shall seize dominion over the world. Zhao Hong stammered. As for the specific methods, I am not privy to those details. My role is merely to oversee. Upon hearing this, Gu Changxian silently retracted the golden fire. Zhao Hong, witnessing this, felt a momentary relief, believing he had narrowly escaped disaster. Yet, in the next instant, with a sharp snap of his fingers, Zhao Hong was instantly engulfed by the golden divine flames. Senior. Under the searing torment of the divine fire, Zhao Heng's flesh melted, and his soul twisted, emitting heart-wrenching cries of anguish. In an instant, reducing him to mere ashes was a trivial task for Gu Changxian. Yet, he refrained from doing so, instead deliberately tempering the intensity of the divine flames. For this sorcerer, steeped in malevolent energy and bloodlust, who had undoubtedly taken countless lives and refined countless souls to attain his current prowess, Gu would not so easily allow him to vanish from existence. Moreover, the primary reason lay in the desecration of the seed he had sown a century ago. Amidst the piercing wails of despair, Zhao Hong was entirely reduced to a wisp of dust, and the world fell eerily silent, returning to tranquility. Only Gu Changxian's proud figure remained, standing resolutely against the backdrop of the heavens and the earth. The Western Barbarian Kingdom and the Blood Soul sect. It appears that this mortal realm is poised to become lively once more. As a means to pass the time after awakening, this could prove to be quite entertaining. Chapter 57. Divine Artifacts. Celestial Abode. After effortlessly dispatching a lurking insect, Gu Changxian swiftly returned to the side of Xiaoyueying. Master, where did you just go? Xiaoyueying inquired, casting a curious glance at the returning Gu Changxian. In the blink of an eye, he had silently vanished from her side, only to suddenly reappear. Is it that in my brief absence, Xiaoyueying has begun to miss me? Gu Changxian teased, a playful smirk gracing his handsome visage as he feigned exasperation, opening his arms in a gesture of affection toward Xiaoyueying. You truly are impossible. Come here, she retorted, her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, biting her silver teeth as she glared at him in mock reproach. This insufferable man was once again toying with her. Is that so? What a pity, Gu Changxian remarked, feigning regret while inwardly chuckling at Xiaoyueying's flustered expression. Xiaoyueying pouted, crossing her arms in a huff, casting her gaze away as she silently vowed. This fellow could go wherever he pleased. She would no longer concern herself with him. Meanwhile, Zhong Guangguan stood in a daze, cradling the little girl in her arms, lost in a state of shock, still reeling from the catastrophic downfall of the celestial sect. Miss Zhong? Noticing her stunned demeanor, Gu Changxian approached and called out to her. Startled by his voice, Zhong Guangguan turned her head to see Gu Changxian standing beside her, her expression shifting to one of surprise as she quickly responded, Gu Gongzi, no, it should be Gu Xianzhong, recalling the celestial thunderstorm unleashed by Gu Changxian moments ago. She hastily corrected herself, feeling the weight of her previous indiscretions. There is no need for such formality, Miss Zhong. Just call me Gu Gongzi. Gu Changxian replied with a light-hearted smile, observing her slight unease. Then I shall continue to address you as Gu Gongzi, she said, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, offering a modest bow in gratitude. Despite his formidable prowess, Gu Gongzi bore no airs of superiority. Rather, he exuded an approachable demeanor. Miss Zhong, I regret to inform you that it appears you will no longer be able to join the celestial sect today, Gu Changxian said, casting a glance at the ruins that were once the celestial sect, his tone laced with a hint of remorse. Zhong Guangguan followed his gaze, her heart heavy as she surveyed the devastation surrounding them, slowly shaking her head. There is no need for you to apologize, for it is I who should express my gratitude. Thanks to you, I narrowly escaped the fate of joining the celestial sect. Having spoken, Zhong Guangguan revealed a faint bitter smile, jesting in a self-deprecating manner. Perhaps, as young Master Gu suggested, my arrival is indeed ill-timed. The moment she witnessed the heavenly immortal sect's leader, Bai Ji, candidly confessing to practicing demonic arts. The esteemed image of the heavenly immortal sect she once held in her heart had long since perished. Not joining the heavenly immortal sect may very well be a blessing in disguise. Had she truly become a disciple only to later discover the sect's true nature, she might have found it even more difficult to accept. Miss Zhong, do you still harbor thoughts of pursuing cultivation? Gu Changxian inquired, his gaze fixed intently upon Zhong Guangguan. Taken aback for a moment, Zhong Guangguan then regained her composure, her eyes resolute as she nodded earnestly. Of course, this is my dream. Cultivation is akin to defying the heavens and altering one's fate, a path fraught with challenges, where few can steadfastly maintain their true selves. Even so, do you still wish to embark on this journey? Indeed, regardless of the hardships along the way, I shall persevere, remain true to my heart, and never waver. I will uphold my beliefs and strive to become a formidable guardian of the world. Even without the heavenly immortal sect, I will seek other means to cultivate. Zhong Guangguan's expression was unwavering, her gaze fixed firmly on Gu Changxian as she answered without hesitation. Gu Changxian, upon hearing her words, smiled approvingly. Initially, he had feared that witnessing the downfall of the heavenly immortal sect in her eyes would shake her resolve, but it seemed he had underestimated her. In terms of both her mindset and character, she was far more resilient than he had imagined. Very well then, allow me to accompany you on your journey, Gu Changxian said as he waved his hand lightly. A magnificent celestial palanquin emerged from his celestial ring. The palanquin, unassisted by any beast of burden, resembled a diminutive, ethereal mansion, enveloped in swirling clouds, and hovered gracefully in midair. Although it appeared merely to be a palanquin, it moved with the vivacity of a living creature, joyously soaring back and forth in the air before coming to a steady halt before Gu Changxian, seemingly eager to please its master as it swayed playfully. After Gu Changxian affectionately patted it, the celestial palanquin happily settled down. What is this? Both Xiaoyueying and Zhong gazed in astonishment. Their curiosity piqued as they peered at the suddenly materialized celestial palanquin. In the world, all things possess a spirit. Yet only certain flora and fauna possess the potential for sentience, a phenomenon that can take millennia to develop. Never had they heard of other objects gaining intelligence. This celestial palanquin appeared akin to a horse, yet also reminiscent of a small dog, clearly exhibiting a considerable degree of sentience. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Observing the astonished expressions of Xiaoyueying and Zhong, Yizi proudly raised her neck and began to introduce the palanquin with great ceremony. My Lady Yueying. This object is known as the celestial cloud palanquin, crafted from an ethereal divine wood of the god realm. The moment it took form, it possessed its own sentience. The magnificent celestial carriage, crafted from ethereal divine wood aged for hundreds of thousands of years, has been meticulously shaped by the finest artisans of the divine realm and bestowed with sentience by its master. This extraordinary celestial vehicle is unparalleled across the 9 heavens and 10 realms. Hundreds of thousands of years of divine wood. Upon hearing this, both Xiaoyueying and Zhong were left in awe, their mouths agape, as their hearts were profoundly shaken once more. The notion that such a divine artifact could be forged from wood of such ancient lineage elevates it to a level akin to that of a legendary treasure. Could this truly be? They found themselves in the presence of a fabled divine object in the mortal realm. Although Xiaoyueying and Zhong harbored a sliver of doubt regarding Yizi's claims, the lively celestial carriage before them seemed to dispel their skepticism. Stop dawdling, come aboard. Seeing the two of them frozen in astonishment, Changxian couldn't help but chuckle. He stepped forward to the celestial carriage, and the curtains parted of their own accord, revealing a luminous passage akin to a portal. Young Master Gu, you haven't mentioned our destination yet, Zhong inquired, her curiosity piqued after the initial shock. Xiaoyueying mirrored her inquisitive expression, gazing at Changxian with intrigue. In response to their eager curiosity, Changxian simply turned back with a smile and replied, "Isn't Miss Zhong still seeking further cultivation? I shall take you to the realm of mortal cultivators, where the mundane meets the celestial." Chapter 58. What is this? Wow! As they traversed the ethereal passage and stepped into the celestial carriage, Xiaoyueying and Zhong were immediately astounded by the spectacle before them. From the outside, the celestial carriage appeared small and unremarkable, yet upon entering, it revealed an extraordinary realm. The interior was reminiscent of a grand, celestial residence, with the space they occupied resembling a lavish living room, complete with tables, chairs, and tea sets. To either side of the living area were several doors, each leading to well-furnished rooms, replete with beds, bedding, and various pieces of furniture, all imbued with an ancient charm, resembling a brand-new celestial abode. It was hard to fathom how something that appeared so modest from the outside could be so expansive within. While an ordinary carriage might accommodate no more than 7 or 8 individuals, this one could easily hold dozens. This was their first encounter with such a marvelously enchanting artifact. Xiaoyueying and Zhong were utterly captivated by the layout, moving about the carriage like curious children, exploring every corner. Zhong, holding the little girl, approached the window and, filled with curiosity, opened it. In an instant, a radiant full moon graced their view, unveiling a dazzling night sky adorned with countless stars. Looking down, they noticed that the carriage was soaring above a sea of clouds, akin to a vessel gliding through a celestial ocean. Zhong and the little girl beside her gazed in awe at the star-studded expanse, utterly entranced. "Look, sister, it's beautiful." After a moment of silent admiration, the little girl turned to Xiaoyueying and pointed at the starry night beyond the window. "Indeed, it is quite beautiful." Being affectionately addressed as sister for the first time left Xiaoyueying feeling somewhat awkward, unsure of how to respond, and she could only manage a somewhat mechanical reply. However, seeing the joy on the little girl's face, no longer shadowed by sorrow, brought a genuine smile of relief to Xiaoyueying's countenance. The little girl, named Cui Shaoling, was the daughter of villagers from Xianyu village. In the moment of crisis, her parents had placed her in a water vat for safety. While hiding there, she had heard the horrific sounds of her parents meeting their tragic fate at the hands of Wang Ruwei and others. Thus, she became an orphan. Xiaoyueying felt deep sympathy and sorrow for Cui Xiaoling's plight, yet she was at a loss for words to comfort the child. Now, seeing the girl in a better mood brought Xiaoyueying a heartfelt sense of solace. The expression of relief on her face did not escape the notice of Gu Changxian beside her. When Xiaoyueying turned her head, she was greeted by Gu Changxian's comically affectionate smile. "Why are you looking at me with that strange smile, master?" Xiaoyueying raised her brows slightly, casting an irritated glance at Gu Changxian. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just reflecting on how our little Xiaoyueying has grown and learned to care for others." "It fills me with great pride," Gu Changxian replied, adopting a paternal expression, overwhelmed with emotion. The tone of lamentation, accompanied by an expressive countenance, nearly brought her to tears. "Am I not grown up already? And do not imply that I am indifferent to the feelings of others." Xiaoyueying's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she clenched her delicate fists, rising on her toes to glare at Gu Changxian, vehemently refuting his words. "Yes, yes, yes," Gu Changxian replied indulgently, his affectionate demeanor only deepening Xiaoyueying's irritation. She felt as though she were being treated like a mere child. "Xiaoyueying, is your health improving?" Before she could unleash her frustration once more, Gu Changxian gently inquired. Upon hearing his concern, Xiaoyueying swallowed her discontent and averted her gaze, pridefully. "I've been perfectly fine for a while now." After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoyueying extended her palm and asked, "Master, what level must I attain to fully master the demonic power within me?" After her encounter with Wuxing, she had become acutely aware of the terrifying ferocity of the dormant demonic power within her. Even Wuxing, at the celestial spirit realm, had been defeated by her single claw. Yet, she had distinctly sensed her body slipping further from her control with an insatiable desire for slaughter surging from within. She longed to master this power completely, but feared being consumed by it. "Xiaoyueying, the demonic power within you is innate and will grow as your cultivation progresses. Regardless of the heights you achieve, excessive use of this power will result in backlash." Gu Changxian observed her thoughts and spoke earnestly. Learning that she might never fully control the demonic power, Xiaoyueying furrowed her delicate brows, her expression fraught with difficulty and disappointment. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Is there any way to alleviate the piercing pain caused by the demonic power?" Even when she utilized just a fragment of this power, her body was besieged by a torrent of pain akin to being pricked by countless needles. If she could not fully master the demonic force within, at the very least, finding relief from its torment would allow her spirit to recover. "Indeed, there is a solution," Gu Changxian mused for a moment, a smile gracing his lips as he turned his gaze towards Xiaoyueying. Her heart leapt with hope at his words. "What is the remedy?" "The answer lies within me," Gu Changxian replied with a gentle smile, gesturing to himself. "You." Xiaoyueying's brows knitted in confusion. "Precisely. My spiritual energy is the ancient divine power, inherently capable of suppressing and purifying demonic energy. Did you not notice that when you are near me, the demonic power within you calms, and the pain dissipates?" Xiaoyueying. Her lips parted slightly, and her face fell into a state of stunned silence. Upon careful reflection, it indeed seems, as this fellow has asserted, that whenever she remains nestled in his embrace, the excruciating sting caused by the demonic power dissipates, leaving her with a profound sense of security and comfort. Initially, she believed it to be merely a psychological effect, yet it turns out to be quite genuine. Thus, if she were to experience pain from the demonic force in the future, the sole remedy would be to remain by her master's side. Xiaoyueying's expression was one of astonishment, her disbelief palpable as she inquired. "Indeed, congratulations, Xiaoyueying, you have answered correctly." Gu Changxian responded with a knowing smile, nodding with satisfaction. "Should you wish to avoid residing in my embrace in the future, it is imperative that you learn to master your own demonic power. However, on more positive note, as long as I am present, you may freely channel the demonic energy within you." "Isn't that splendid?" Xiaoyueying stood there, dazed, her eyes blinking in bewilderment. The revelation that the means to alleviate the turmoil caused by her demonic power lay with this insufferable individual was utterly confounding. Once her demonic energy was overexerted, her only recourse would be to nestle against him. What a predicament this was. Chapter 59, Now We Must Eat. Gurgle. At that moment, a faint sound emanated from an unknown source, echoing softly within the tranquil confines of the celestial carriage. Although the noise was subtle, it nevertheless captured the attention of all present. Changxian instinctively turned a glance at the delicate Xiaoyueying beside her. Xiaoyueying's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot a disapproving glare at Changxian. "Why are you looking at me, master? It wasn't me this time, was it not?" Changxian replied, her expression one of surprise, as she then shifted her gaze towards Zhong Guangguan and Cui Xiaoling, who were perched at the window. Zhong Guangguan hastily shook her head, insisting that she was not the source of the sound. Observing this, the group collectively directed their attention to Cui Xiaoling, who, with a reddened face, sheepishly lowered her head. Witnessing this scene, an understanding dawned upon everyone. Each of them possessed a degree of cultivation, and even the least experienced among them, Zhong Guangguan, with her nascent stage of development, could withstand hunger far better than an ordinary mortal. However, the situation was quite different for the mortal Cui Xiaoling. With her petite frame, it was likely that her stomach would soon grumble if she went without food for long. "Is there anything to eat in here?" Xiaoyueying inquired, surveying the interior of the celestial carriage. At this moment, even though there were cooking utensils, without any ingredients, nothing could be prepared. The saying "a clever housewife cannot cook without rice" aptly illustrated their predicament. "I have brought some celestial fruits with me. Feel free to indulge," Changxian said with a gentle smile, waving her sleeve. A variety of fruits, shimmering with ethereal light, appeared on the table. Some were vibrantly red and cherry-sized. Others were pear-shaped, translucent, and glistening, allowing glimpses of the flesh within, and still others resembled green apples, adorned with mysterious tendrils. Gazing at the array of unfamiliar celestial fruits before them, Xiaoyueying and Zhong Guangguan approached the table, their eyes filled with wonder. Although they did not recognize these fruits, the aura of spiritual power emanating from them made it clear that they were far from ordinary. These are celestial fruits harvested from the realms of deities and immortals. Each of these fruits surpasses any earthly elixir. Be grateful. Such treasures are not easily accessible to the likes of us, croaked a crow that had landed on the table. Its long neck stretched proudly. Xiaoyueying and Zhong Guangguan exchanged astonished glances. Could it be true that these precious celestial fruits, plucked from the celestial and divine realms, were available to them in the mortal realm? If what the crow said was accurate, then each fruit here could astonish the world and draw countless admirers. Each of these celestial fruits possessed unique effects, imbued with gentle spiritual energy, ensuring that even if consumed by them, it would be beneficial for their bodies. Nevertheless, one must exercise moderation and never succumb to gluttony. Changxian, while plucking a ripe fruit and handing it to the curious Cui Xiaoling, spoke in a leisurely manner. Cui Xiaoling accepted the fruit with both hands, her eyes wide with curiosity as she inspected it. She then took a small bite, and, at that moment, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Delicious, truly exquisite." She had never tasted such a fragrant and sweet fruit before. With just one bite, an insatiable craving stirred within her. After that small morsel, her hunger dissipated, a warmth enveloped her, and she even felt slightly satiated. Xiaoyueying and Zhong Guangguan swallowed hard, each taking a fruit to savor. As they bit into it, the juice flowed over their lips, and a gentle yet abundant spiritual energy coursed into their bodies. In unison, their eyes brightened, and they could no longer restrain themselves, devouring the fruit with fervor until it was entirely consumed. Merely one fruit filled them up to the brim, as if another bite would burst their stomachs. At that moment, they finally comprehended why Changxian had emphasized the importance of moderation. In contrast to Xiaoyueying and Zhong Guangguan, Yizi stood atop the table, voraciously devouring various celestial fruits. Even a palm-sized fruit was swallowed whole without hesitation. After consuming dozens of celestial fruits, Yizi showed no signs of stopping. Xiaoyueying and Zhong Guangguan watched in astonishment, utterly incredulous. They struggled with a single fruit, while Yizi effortlessly consumed so many. Gazing at the plethora of other untried celestial fruits before them, Xiaoyueying and Zhong Guangguan swallowed nervously, hesitant to indulge further. Observing their demeanor, Changxian smiled faintly, picking up a fruit resembling a coconut. With a gentle yet firm motion, he cracked it open to reveal a thick green pulp inside. This green coconut pulp contained lesser spiritual energy and would not induce fullness as easily. Changxian offered the green coconut pulp to Xiaoyueying and Zhong Guangguan. They exchanged glances at the pulp before frowning in mild distaste, both displaying a look of disdain. Master, is this even edible? Of course. Although this green coconut pulp is low in spiritual energy, consuming it can enhance beauty and purify the skin, earning it a reputation as a beautifying fruit in the celestial realm, Changxian explained leisurely. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyueying and Zhong Guangguan were taken aback, their expressions shifting as they once again gazed at the green coconut pulp with renewed interest. Though it appeared less appetizing, the prospect of beauty enhancement was irresistible. They felt compelled to try it. If you do not wish to partake, I shall consume it myself, Changxian remarked playfully, slowly retracting the green coconut pulp from their reach. Xiaoyueying and Zhong Guangguan were taken aback, hastily seizing the green coconut pulp from Changxian's hands before he could retract it. "Who said we do not like it?" they exclaimed. "Indeed, since you, young Master Gu, have opened it for us, how could we possibly waste it?" Cradling the green coconut pulp as if it were a treasure, Xiaoyueying and Zhong Guangguan earnestly addressed Changxian. As soon as they finished speaking, the two girls eagerly scooped a bit of the green coconut pulp into their mouths, their eyes brightening once again. What appeared to be a thick and unappetizing substance revealed a refreshing and delicate sensation upon tasting, and the flavor was nothing short of delightful. Changxian found the scene amusing, gazing at the two girls, Xiaoyueying and Zhong Guangguan, who were thoroughly enjoying the green coconut pulp with a blend of helplessness and affection. Indeed, anything capable of enhancing beauty and cultivating one's character is simply irresistible to any woman, even if she once held the title of the Demon Empress. Chapter 60. Allow me to assist you in your cultivation after consuming the green coconut fruit pulp. Both Xiaoyueying and Zhong Guangguan reclined on their chairs, emitting a contented belch, their exhalations imbued with strands of spiritual energy. Cui Xiaoling, too, was perched beside them, cradling a few bites of the Zhuli fruit. Before long, an aura of spiritual energy enveloped the three of them in unison. "What is this?" Zhong Guangguan gazed in astonishment at the spiritual energy radiating from her body. She could distinctly sense a torrent of profound spiritual force surging through her meridians, cleansing her entire being. Moreover, she was beginning to faintly perceive the subtle spiritual energy that pervaded the world around her. She had heard of this sensation before. It was a hallmark of entering the spiritual connection realm. Merely by consuming a celestial fruit, she had not only successfully transcended into the spiritual connection realm, but her awareness of the meridians within her body had also become clearer and more invigorating. Xiaoyue Ying experienced a similar transformation, albeit her emanating spiritual energy surged with a more unstoppable momentum, producing a spiritual pressure far beyond what Zhong Guangguan could muster. "Master, I truly broken through." Gazing at the spiritual energy enveloping her, Xiaoying could distinctly feel her internal energy swell exponentially, her excitement prompting her to turn to Changxian. With a gentle smile, Changxian nodded affirmatively. "Congratulations, Xiaoyueying, you have entered the Earth Spirit Realm." After entering the Spirit Control Realm, Xiaoyueying first practiced with the numerous demonic beasts in the forest, then made her way to the Celestial Immortal Sect, ultimately slaying Wu Xing, who had transcended into the Heavenly Spirit Realm. Having exhausted her spiritual energy multiple times, she had already been on the brink of breaking through her realm. This time, after consuming the celestial fruit, which replenished her energy, she instantaneously shattered the bottleneck, stepping into the Earth Spirit Realm. The Earth Spirit Realm, Truly remarkable, Miss Xiaoyue. Upon hearing that Xiaoyueying had successfully entered the Earth Spirit realm, Zhong Guangguan's expression shifted to one of astonishment, quickly followed by joy and envy as she offered her heartfelt congratulations. Although she appeared to be of similar age, Xiaoyueying had already transcended into the Earth Spirit realm. Such talent was almost inconceivable. When she was in the spirit control realm, she could already slay powerful beings in the heavenly spirit realm. Now that she had entered the Earth Spirit realm, one could only wonder at the extent of her newfound strength. Receiving the congratulations from her companions, Xiaoyueying's delicate face displayed a mix of joy and slight embarrassment. Curiosity and confusion led her to inquire of Changxian, Master, what distinguishes the Earth Spirit realm from the Spirit Control realm? Although she had broken through to the Earth Spirit realm, aside from sensing an increase in spiritual energy within her spiritual acupoints, she had not perceived any other changes. In response to Xiaoyueying's inquiry, Changxian smiled gently and posed a question of his own. Xiaoyueying, do you know why the realms following the Spirit Control realm are the Earth and Heaven Spirit realms? Xiaoyueying frowned in deep thought for a moment before shaking her head, conceding her inability to grasp the answer. Zhong Guangguan, standing beside her, also regarded Changxian with a mixture of curiosity and anticipation, awaiting his explanation. Under the attentive gazes of both young women, Changxian did not rush to elucidate, instead slowly extending his palm. In the next moment, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth gradually coalesced in his palm, forming a mystical bird of energy. Have you noticed anything peculiar about the bird I have conjured? It seems rather ordinary. Zhong Guangguan scrutinized the ethereal bird before her, unable to discern any distinguishing features. Xiaoyueying also gazed intently at the bird, yet she had already noticed a remarkable difference when Changxian summoned it. This bird was not formed from your own spiritual energy, but rather from the surrounding spiritual forces. It appears that little Yu Ying has made an insightful discovery. Once one's cultivation reaches the level where one can effortlessly wield their own spiritual energy, the next step is to harness the energies of the universe. Achieving the dual realms of earth and heaven allows one to draw upon the world's spiritual energy, significantly reducing the consumption of one's own reserves. Gathering the power of the earth signifies the earth spirit realm, while consolidating the power of the heavens denotes the heaven spirit realm. Observing Xiaoyueying's successful realization, Changxian felt a flicker of surprise. He had underestimated her, initially thinking her disinclined to engage her intellect. However, considering her previous identity, it was only natural that she would uncover such truths. Xiaoyueying and Zhong Guangguan listened intently, their expressions shifting to one of enlightenment. Through Changxian's demonstration and explanation, they immediately grasped the unique aspects of the Earth Spirit and Heaven Spirit realms. The ability to utilize the spirit of the world greatly minimizes one's own spiritual energy consumption, allowing retained energy to be unleashed at critical moments. Aside from Xiaoyueying and Zhong Guangguan, Cui Xiaoling stood nearby, her eyes wide with earnest attention as she absorbed Changxian's teachings. Although she possessed no cultivation, after consuming the celestial fruit, her body had undergone a transformation, suffused with traces of spiritual energy, only a step away from enlightenment. Xiaoling, do you wish to cultivate like your sister? Seeing Cui Xiaoling's earnestness, Zhong Guangguan curiously squatted beside her and asked with a smile. What began as a playful jest turned out to be answered with a solemn nod from Cui Xiaoling. Yes. Xiaoyueying and Zhong Guangguan were momentarily taken aback, never expecting that Cui Xiaoling would genuinely harbor thoughts of cultivation. The pair exchanged glances, feeling a sense of dilemma, and simultaneously turned to Changxian. They were still navigating their own paths of cultivation, incapable of guiding another in their journey. Undoubtedly, the only one present capable of assisting Cui Xiaoling was Changxian, seated beside them. Xiaoling, may I ask you, why do you wish to cultivate? Changxian inquired softly, gazing at Cui Xiaoling. Because I want to be as formidable as my sister, to protect those like me in the future. Cui Xiaoling hesitated for a moment, then resolutely pointed at Xiaoyueying as she spoke earnestly. This declaration left both Xiaoyue Ying and Zhong Guangguan momentarily stunned, their expressions reflecting astonishment as they regarded Cui Xiaoling. It was difficult to fathom that a child of merely 3 or 4 years could articulate such sentiments. Xiaoyueying felt a complex wave of emotions swell within her. Her pursuit of cultivation was merely a means of vengeance and a way to shield herself from future bullying. She had never aspired to be a paragon of salvation. The act of rescuing Cui Xiaoling was merely an incidental gesture. Yet, Cui Xiaoling viewed her as a role model and wished to embark on the path of cultivation inspired by her. Changxian, noticing the awkward and complex expression on Xiaoying's face, couldn't help but smile subtly. Such a commendable dream. I shall assist you in your quest for enlightenment. With that, Changxian flicked her fingers, and a beam of spiritual light precisely entered Cui Xiaoling's abdomen. Stunned, Cui Xiaoling remained motionless, completely taken aback. As she felt the spiritual energy within her converge, and a luminous spiritual orifice quietly formed above her dantian. Chapter 61. The duckling will sleep with you tonight. My lord, oh dear. Gazing at the ethereal energy coalescing within Cui Xiaoling's abdomen, Zhong Guangguan could not help but widen her mouth in astonishment, immediately recalling her own experience of opening her spiritual acupoints. It had appeared just as it did now. This was indeed the manifestation of energy gathering during the awakening of spiritual acupoints. She had toiled for several months, experimenting on her own before successfully unlocking her acupoints. Yet Cui Xiaoling, with Changxian's assistance, accomplished it so effortlessly. This was rather astonishing. She had never heard of anyone being able to assist another in such a manner to unlock their acupoints so casually, and Changxian seemed to find it all too simple. In contrast to the shocked Zhong Guangguan, the nearby Xiaoyueying felt no surprise whatsoever. Instead, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her heart brimmed with discontent. This fellow had also unlocked her acupoints with ease, albeit through a slightly different method. It was evident that he could have helped Cui Xiaoling without the need to reveal her garments, completing the task with a mere snap of his fingers. What an infuriating man. The mere thought of it made her irate. Big brother, has Xiaoling now become like sister? Cui Xiaoling curiously examined herself. She sensed that something new had emerged above her dantian, yet was oblivious to its nature. I merely assisted you in opening your acupoints. To attain the same level as your sister, you will require extensive cultivation in the future, as the journey of cultivation is not an easy one. Xiaoling understands. I will strive diligently. Cui Xiaoling's face displayed determination as she clenched her small fist and nodded earnestly. Seeing the resolute expression on Cui Xiaoling's face, Changxian smiled warmly and retrieved a drop of body-refining elixir from his celestial ring, letting it fall into his palm. This was a precious liquid capable of refining the body. It merely needed to be infused into water, where one would soak until the water's color dissipated. Miss Zhong Xiaoling, your bodies are relatively frail. This drop of refining elixir will strengthen your physiques and fortify your meridians, greatly benefiting your future cultivation. Young master, is it truly acceptable for us to use such a precious elixir? Zhong Guangguan gazed intently at the body-refining liquid in Changxian's hand, but the thought of its remarkable effects made it difficult for her to accept its use. This elixir has long lost its utility for me, and I possess plenty more, though its potency is rather overwhelming. For you, Miss Zhong and Xiaoling, this single drop is the utmost you can withstand. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, Changxian opened a door, allowing a wooden tub to enter the room. A jade vial hovered above, and a gentle stream of celestial spring flowed into the tub. As the spring neared its brim, Changxian let the drop of body-refining elixir fall into the tub. Merely one drop. Yet the cool celestial spring instantly rose in swirling mist. Thank you, young Master Gu. Zhong Guangguan expressed her gratitude with a deep bow, then took Cui Xiaoling's hand and entered the room. Xiaoling, come. Sister will bathe with you. We must not waste young Master Gu's kind gesture. With a soft thud, the door closed, and the room was soon filled with the sound of rustling garments. Soon a splash echoed, followed by a series of piercing screams akin to those of a pig being slaughtered. It's so hot. So hot. I am burning alive. Gu Changxian sat outside the living room, his back turned to the room, a slight smile gracing his handsome features as he reminded, Miss Zhong, this spirit liquid will inevitably cause a burning sensation as it refines the body. If you cannot endure it, the efficacy will be wasted. What? Upon hearing this, Zhong Guangguan emitted a terrified gasp before gritting her teeth alongside Cui Xiaoling, mustering their courage to submerge themselves once more into the heated water. The sounds of their anguished cries from the scorching heat continuously resonated from within the room. Hiss! Oh! Xiaoyueying, fully aware of the terrifying nature of the body-refining liquid, empathized with the cries of Zhong Guangguan and Cui Xiaoling. She herself had once been subjected to an entire bottle of that liquid poured over her, nearly feeling as if she would dissolve entirely. However, having endured the trial, the results were undeniably remarkable. After approximately an hour, the door creaked open, revealing Zhong Guangguan and Cui Xiaoling stepping out from the room. Having been baptized by the body-refining liquid, both women appeared revitalized, their skin radiant and their beauty enhanced. Zhong Guangguan could distinctly sense her physique had become significantly more robust, and she felt a palpable increase in strength coursing through her hands. Thank you, young Master Gu. Zhong Guangguan bowed deeply in gratitude towards Gu Changxian. Cui Xiaoling followed suit, mimicking her gesture of appreciation. Thank you, big brother. No need for such gratitude. Consider it the fortune of our encounter, Gu Changxian replied lightly. It's getting late. Take this evening to rest and absorb the residual spiritual energy to solidify your cultivation. With that, he rose and walked toward another room. Xiaoyueying trailed alongside Gu Changxian, entering the room to begin tidying the bedding. After a moment's hesitation, Cui Xiaoling timidly inquired, Sister, may I sleep with you tonight? With me? Xiaoyueying turned in surprise at Cui Xiaoling's request. Why, yes. If that's all right. Cui Xiaoling nodded, nervously clasping one hand with the other, her eyes brimming with anticipation. This endearing display of hope mixed with shyness was particularly heartwarming. Xiaoyueying's expression faltered as she glanced at Gu Changxian, acutely aware that, as his personal servant, she could not make such decisions independently. Moreover, she was required to attend to him that night. You have my permission, Gu Changxian, perceiving her concerns, assured her with a gentle smile. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyueying sighed resignedly and walked over to Cui Xiaoling, taking her hand. There was no way around it. After all, she was the one who had saved the girl in the first place. Since she had rescued her, she would have to take responsibility for her care. Then let me join as well. In a shared room, upon witnessing the scene, Zhong Guangguan displayed a knowing smile and squeezed into the space. The next moment, the room was filled with Xiaoyueying's disdainful voice. With so many rooms available, why must you crowd in here? It's much livelier when we all sleep together. No. Listening to the melodious conversations and laughter of the young girl from the adjacent room, Gu Changxian could only shake his head in resignation. Observing that girl becoming acquainted with others brought him a modicum of solace, yet the price was that he would once again be left alone tonight. The crow seemed to perceive Gu Changxian's thoughts, fluttering onto his shoulder and inching closer to his face. My lord, though Lady Yueying is absent tonight, you are not alone. I, the crow, shall keep you company. Tonight, I will sleep with you, my lord. Gu Changxian cast a sidelong glance at the crow perched on his shoulder, gently tapping its head with his folding fan. My lord. Following a shriek, the crow was promptly drawn into the fan. Chapter 62. That fellow is actually quite the tasteless individual. In the depths of the night, as the stars and moon slumbered beneath a shroud of darkness, a solitary pearl night light illuminated the room. On the bed, Cui Xiaoling lay nestled between Xiaoyueying and Zhong Guangguan, her arms tightly clutching Xiaoyueying's as she succumbed to a deep slumber. Xiaoyueying gazed at the girl resting beside her, a hint of exasperation flickering across her expression as she let out a soft sigh. Ultimately, she allowed Cui Xiaoling to snuggle against her side. Suddenly, it struck her that since saving this girl, she had developed an odd sense of becoming a caretaker. Xiaoyueying, it seems that Xiaoling is quite fond of you, Zhong Guangguan remarked, turning slightly to look at Xiaoyueying, a faint smile gracing her lips. Indeed, it appears so, Xiaoyueying replied, her voice tinged with resignation. She found this feeling of being adored and relied upon rather unsettling, a strange sensation lingering in her heart that she could not quite articulate. Xiaoyueying, is young master Gu an immortal from the upper realm? After a moment's hesitation, Zhong Guangguan shifted her position closer to Xiaoyueying, her voice a whisper brimming with curiosity and intrigue. Having witnessed Gu Changxian's unparalleled prowess at the celestial sect, and now having glimpsed the ethereal celestial residence and tasted the divine fruits reserved for the realms of gods, her curiosity towards Gu Changxian grew immensely. Since Xiaoyueying was Gu Changxian's personal servant, she must surely know him well, right? Perhaps? Xiaoyueying pondered for a moment before responding hesitantly. Zhong Guangguan's brow furrowed in confusion at Xiaoyueying's uncertain reply. Xiaoyueying, haven't you been by young Master Gu's side all this time? Don't you know anything? I have only been by that fellow's side for about 4 or 5 days, Xiaoyueying replied nonchalantly. In truth, since being taken in by Gu Changxian, she had scarcely come to know him and had no desire to delve deeper into his life. She simply fulfilled her duties as a servant, assisting him in her cultivation and aiding her quest for vengeance. It was as straightforward as that. Zhong Guangguan's expression transformed into one of disbelief as she stared at Xiaoyueying. Throughout their journey, she had observed Gu Changxian's indulgent demeanor toward Xiaoyueying, leading her to believe that Xiaoyueying had been his servant for quite some time. The atmosphere and conversations between them seemed to suggest a long-standing acquaintance. The revelation that Xiaoyueying had only known Gu Changxian for a mere 4 or 5 days was utterly astonishing. Could such familiarity and intimacy truly develop in such a brief span? Xiaoyueying, how did you come to know young Master Gu? Zhong Guangguan's curiosity seemed to ignite a switch within her, her expression growing increasingly eager as she pressed on. Why do you wish to know this? Xiaoyueying raised an eyebrow, gazing at Zhong Guangguan with a look of perplexity. I am simply curious, Zhong Guangguan replied, her eyes sparkling with fervent interest as she continued to gaze intently at Xiaoyueying. Xiaoyueying, why is this woman so interested in the affairs of others? Xiaoyueying felt utterly speechless, yet, under Zhong Guangguan's eager gaze, she succinctly recounted the circumstances of her encounter with Gu Changxian. Oh, indeed, young Master Gu is truly a remarkable person. Upon learning that it was Gu Changxian who had rescued Xiaoyueying and subsequently taken her under his wing, an expression of admiration blossomed on Zhong Guangguan's face. To be sheltered by such a handsome and formidable cultivator as Gu Changxian, who not only guides her in her cultivation but also attends to her every need, is an encounter that anyone would envy. Observing Zhong Guangguan's starry-eyed admiration for Gu Changxian, Xiaoyueying furrowed her delicate brows and retorted, do not be deceived by that fellow's appearance. He is not as good as he seems. Really? Zhong Guangguan, intrigued and perplexed, inquired further. Could it be that young Master Gu harbored a side unknown to her? Just as Xiaoyueying was about to respond, she suddenly recalled Gu Changxian in the adjacent room. To be cautious, she cast a soundproof barrier before sitting up, her brows knitted, and with a serious expression. She said to Zhong Guangguan, that fellow is actually filled with a wicked sense of humor. Wicked sense of humor. Zhong Guangguan looked puzzled and bewildered. Indeed, that fellow can be incredibly infuriating at times. Moreover, every night, he insists that I warm his bed and serve him, claiming it's a matter of sleeping habits, stating he needs something to hold on to in order to sleep, as if merely holding on were enough. Sometimes his hands and feet are far from well-behaved. Xiaoyueying gritted her teeth, her agitation growing as she poured forth her grievances against Gu Changxian, as if unleashing a torrent of complaints that had long been bottled up within her. However, when she finally glanced up at Zhong Guangguan, she found her covering her cheeks with her hands, staring at her with a lovesick expression, warming the bed, serving him, sleeping together every night. And he touches you. Oh my heavens! Miss Xiaoyu, you have already reached this stage with young Master Gu? Is this something I'm allowed to hear? It's merely sleeping together. Nothing else happened. Gazing at the exuberantly excited Zhong Guangguan, Xiaoyueying felt a sense of disbelief, sensing that her words had been misconstrued. Yet, at that moment, Zhong Guangguan was lost in her own imaginings, oblivious to the conversation. Her cheeks growing increasingly flushed. Xiaoyueying felt utterly exasperated. The more she spoke in frustration, the more excited this foolish woman became. "And why are you blushing?" "Miss Xiao, no. Xiaoyueying, may I call you that?" Zhong Guangguan asked with eager anticipation. Since Xiaoyueying had confided such a secret matter to her, it felt somewhat unfamiliar to continue calling her Miss Xiao. This was a significant leap in their friendship. "No," Xiaoyueying replied with a stern expression, resolutely refusing. She had always disliked being addressed with such endearing terms. The reason for yielding to Gu Changxian was simply that, as the host, she could not refuse him. However, despite her resolute rejection, Zhong Guangguan continued, as if she had not heard, affectionately calling out, "Xiaoying, you can just call me Guangguan from now on. My friends all call me that." Xiaoying couldn't help but cast a disbelieving glance at Zhong Guangguan. It was evident to her that this foolish woman was utterly incapable of understanding human sentiments. First, she had insisted on sharing the same bed, and now she presumptuously addressed her with such an endearing moniker. Xiaoying detested this overly familiar imbecile. "I'm going to sleep now, Miss Zhong. Good night." Xiaoying pulled up the blanket and turned her back to Zhong Guangguan. "But I still have so many things I wish to ask you, Xiaoying." Zhong Guangguan's face displayed regret, and she leaned closer to Xiaoying. "Since you just revealed your secret about Gu Gongzi, allow me to share one of mine as well. When I was 5 years old, I once wet the bed. This is something I'm only telling you, so please don't tell anyone else." Xiaoyueying, with her eyes tightly shut, her delicate brows twitched slightly in exasperation. This was information she had no desire to know at all. In the adjacent room, Gu Changxian lay quietly on his bed, a playful smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Chapter 63. The Mortal and Immortal City. The Mortal and Immortal City, situated in the heart of the human realm, serves as a neutral ground between the Eastern Huang Kingdom and the Western Barbarian Kingdom. This locale is imbued with a more abundant spiritual energy compared to other regions, attracting cultivators from various corners of the world, earning its reputation as a gathering place for mortal practitioners and celestial beings. In addition to cultivators, many ordinary mortals, who either seek enlightenment or have lived here from the beginning, also converge in this city. Thus, it is aptly named the Mortal and Immortal City, signifying both a haven for earthly practitioners and a domain where mortals coexist with immortals. After a night of swift travel, the celestial carriage gracefully descended from the heavens, landing steadily on the bustling street amidst the curious gazes of the crowd. Although flying artifacts are not uncommon in the Mortal and Immortal City, most commonly swords or small boats, the appearance of this splendidly radiant celestial chariot elicited astonishment, and onlookers instinctively cast intrigued glances. As the curtains of the celestial carriage slowly drew open, Gu Changxian stepped forth, his ethereal form captivating the attention of the gathered crowd. Following him were Xiaoying, holding the hand of Cui Shaoling, and Zhong Guangguan, who accompanied them closely. Upon stepping out of the celestial carriage, Xiaoying and her companions were immediately awestruck by the vibrant scene of the Mortal and Immortal City, their eyes widening in amazement. Above them, countless figures soared through the air, while the streets thrummed with the continuous movement of people, creating a lively and prosperous atmosphere. Among the throngs, one could easily spot numerous ordinary mortals devoid of any spiritual aura, alongside cultivators radiating a semblance of power. The marketplace was replete with an array of spiritual elixirs and treasures sought by cultivators, as well as the essential commodities required for the daily lives of ordinary folk. Due to its central location within the human realm, the city was flooded with visitors, resulting in a rich tapestry of cultures and attire from far and wide. Though the majority hailed from the Eastern Huang and Western Barbarian kingdoms, after a century, the city had indeed become much more vibrant. Observe the crow perched upon Gu Changxian's shoulder, who, after surveying the surroundings, spoke. "Indeed, it seems we have arrived at the perfect moment," Gu Changxian replied, admiring the lively and bustling Mortal and Immortal City. Gently waving his hand, he summoned the celestial carriage back into his folding fan and began to stroll forward with Xiaoyue Ying and the others. 100 years ago, he had arrived just in time for the centennial celebration of the Mortal and Immortal City, and now, as the days counted down, another centennial celebration was imminent. The streets were even more animated than before, with the entire city exuding a festive spirit. Xiaoyueying and her companions followed closely behind Changxian, their eyes still filled with curiosity as they took in the sights of this new and unfamiliar city. It was hard to fathom that such a place where mortals and cultivators coexisted could exist in the world. "Is this the place you spoke of for cultivation, young Master Gu?" Zhong Guangguan inquired, walking alongside Changxian, her gaze flitting between the surroundings and the cultivators gliding overhead, her curiosity palpable. As she stepped out of the celestial dwelling, she immediately sensed the rich spiritual energy of this realm, which indeed surpassed that of other places. This is the site of the Mortal Immortal Academy, a place that has long been a sanctuary for practitioners, Changxian remarked leisurely as she walked. Upon hearing the name Mortal Immortal Academy, Zhong Guangguan's expression shifted into one of contemplation. And then her delicate features suddenly brightened with recognition as a rumor from the past resurfaced in her mind. "I remember now. I have heard of this Mortal Immortal Academy. It was said to be an open institution for cultivation, welcoming anyone with a modicum of talent and intent to embark on the path of cultivation, as well as wandering cultivators, provided they were not disciples of other sections. Unlike other sects, where one must pledge loyalty in exchange for membership, it functioned more like a school, entirely voluntary, never retaining nor rejecting anyone. Thus, it earned the esteemed title of the Great Immortal Academy for practitioners of the mortal realm. When she had left home to pursue her cultivation journey, she had chanced upon conversations about the Mortal Immortal Academy. However, at that time, she was unaware of its location, which seemed even more distant compared to the celestial sect, leading her to ultimately choose the latter. Little did she expect that her journey would ultimately bring her to the Mortal Immortal Academy. "Master, are we indeed here to send Xiaoling and the others to the Mortal Immortal Academy?" After hearing Zhong Guangguan's introduction, Xiaoyueying could not help but feel a flicker of curiosity about this academy. An institution open to wandering practitioners, with no stringent requirements, sounded quite remarkable. "Indeed, our purpose is to escort Miss Zhong and her companions to the Mortal Immortal Academy, but it is also to guide you there, Xiaoyueying," Changxian replied with a gentle smile, turning to her. "Me? I am to enter the Mortal Immortal Academy as well?" Xiaoyueying inquired, her delicate brows furrowing in confusion. While she felt a twinge of curiosity about the academy, she had no intention of entering for cultivation. On one hand, she believed that no sect or academy could surpass the personal guidance of Changxian. She felt no need to pursue any other institution. On the other hand, after witnessing the true nature of the celestial sect, the foremost sect in the realm, she had developed a disdain and lack of interest in other sections. Noticing the look of reluctance on Xiaoyueying's face, Changxian offered a reassuring smile and said, "The Mortal Immortal Academy houses an artifact of great significance, one that can assist you in surpassing your current realm. When you achieve the Holy Spirit level, you may depart." "How wonderful! We can still spend some more time together." Xiaoyueying, hearing that Changxian intended to bring Xiaoyueying along to the Mortal Immortal Academy, Zhong Guangguan's expression lit up with delight as she eagerly approached her side. Next to her, Cui Xiaoling grasped Xiaoyueying's hand, her large, sparkling eyes filled with anticipation and joy. Xiaoyueying furrowed her brows once more and, with a resigned sigh, accepted her fate. With no other option, she reluctantly decided to remain with them for a while longer, considering it a necessary sacrifice for her future cultivation. After all, once she transcended to the saint spirit realm, she would depart from this place. If there were to be any blame, it would lie in her initial decision to meddle and rescue the two, one large and one small. Observing the exasperated expression of Xiaoyueying beside her, Changxian couldn't help but smile knowingly. Encouraging this girl to interact more with others and forge friendships seemed quite beneficial. Noticing the smile gracing Changxian's face, Xiaoyueying shot him a disgruntled glance. She was nearly at her wit's end, and this insufferable fellow was reveling in her misfortune. Chapter 64. The child's rare visit deserves a try outside the gates of the ordinary Immortal Academy. Although the ordinary Immortal City, bears the name of a city. Its expanse is as vast as a small province. At the heart of the city rises a majestic mountain range, jutting forth like a dagger amidst the ordinary immortal city. The ordinary immortal academy is established atop this continuous chain of mountains. Standing at the entrance of the academy and gazing upwards, one can behold numerous pavilions and halls that rise amidst the trees, harmonizing with the mountains and soaring birds. Wow! Zhong Guangguan lifted her head, her eyes wide with astonishment at the grandiosity of the ordinary immortal academy. Her knowledge of the academy was only derived from hearsay, as she had never truly witnessed it before. Now, standing for the first time at the gates of the academy, she was profoundly shaken by the sight before her, her heart racing with excitement. A cursory glance revealed that the scale of the ordinary immortal academy was comparable, if not superior, to that of the foremost celestial sect, the heavenly immortal sect. The number of aspirants eager to enter the academy far exceeded the scenes she had previously observed at the heavenly immortal sect, with the queue extending into the streets, an unmistakable testament to the academy's allure. At the entrance of the ordinary immortal academy, the gates stood wide open, with disciples seated at a table adorned with numerous spirit-resonant stones. People from all corners of the world formed an orderly line at the table, taking turns to undergo the assessment of their spiritual aptitude. This scene mirrored the recruitment of disciples at the heavenly immortal sect. It was indeed the entrance examination of the ordinary immortal academy. The distinction lay in the relative simplicity of the academy's testing requirements. One need only establish a spiritual resonance with the stone to confirm their aptitude for cultivation. The levels of spiritual affinity, indicated by the intensity of the stone's glow, are categorized into 5 ranks: celestial, earthly, spiritual, mysterious, and ordinary. The ordinary rank, as one might expect, signifies an affinity nearly indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, destined never to tread the path of cultivation. The mysterious rank, on the other hand, is a slight enhancement over the ordinary, suggesting that with diligent effort, one might barely embark on the journey of cultivation, albeit with little hope for significant achievement in this lifetime. Generally, only those with a spiritual rank or higher are accepted by other sects. However, the ordinary immortal academy permits entry to those of mysterious rank and above. Furthermore, unlike other sects that open their doors for recruitment once a year or even once every few years, the ordinary immortal academy remains perpetually open for enrollment throughout the year, drawing a considerable number of visitors daily. The vibrancy and prosperity of the ordinary immortal city owe much to the presence of the academy, which attracts individuals from all walks of life. Changxian, accompanied by Xiaoyueying and others, joined the queue for the assessment. Given the simplicity and efficiency of the test, each aspirant took only a few seconds. Despite the lengthy line, those at the front were swiftly diminishing. In no time, the queue reached Zhong Guangguan, who took a deep breath, her gaze resolute, brimming with both excitement and trepidation as she stepped confidently to the testing table, gently placing her palm upon the spirit-resonant stone. She had never specifically tested her spiritual talent with this stone and was uncertain if she could qualify for admission to the Mortal Immortal Academy. Under the watchful gaze of Zhong Guangguan, filled with both trepidation and anticipation, the sensing stone radiated an overwhelming brilliance, the dazzling light nearly blinding everyone present. In an instant, incredulity washed over the faces of all those gathered, their eyes fixated on Zhong Guangguan, standing before the sensing stone. Yin, seated at the testing table, shielded his eyes with his hands, his expression one of utter astonishment. Having conducted tests for countless individuals daily, he had never witnessed anyone capable of eliciting such a resplendent glow from the sensing stone. Undeniably, this extraordinary luminosity indicated that her spiritual talent had reached the legendary celestial level. Furthermore, he could perceive the flow of spiritual energy emanating from Zhong Guangguan in resonance with the stone. The spiritual energy had indeed reached the spirit communication realm. Spirit communication realm. Spiritual talent. Celestial level. Yin announced in amazement. A wave of astonishment erupted among the onlookers. Pairs of envious and awestruck eyes turned toward Zhong Guangguan. This young girl, not only possessing the cultivation of the spirit communication realm, but also a celestial-level spiritual talent, was destined for remarkable accomplishments. This young lady, you have qualified for admission to my Mortal Immortal Academy. Here is your token of passage. With this, you may henceforth enter the academy at your leisure. He Yin said with a smile, politely handing a Mortal Immortal token to Zhong Guangguan. With her talent and cultivation, she was certain to become a formidable force in the future, making it prudent to foster a favorable relationship. Zhong Guangguan accepted the Mortal Immortal token, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at it, eagerly turning to wave and share the news with Gu Changxian and the others. Gu Gongzi, Xiaoyueying, I have passed. Congratulations. Miss Zhong, Gu Changxian replied with a gentle smile. Xiaoyueying, however, wore an expression of disbelief. It's just entering the Mortal Immortal Academy. Why is this foolish girl so elated? Following Zhong Guangguan, it was now Cui Xiaoling's turn. The petite Cui Xiaoling stood beneath the testing table, barely visible. He glanced at the empty space before him, a frown creasing his brow. Next, where is she? I'm here. A sweet, childish voice piped up. He leaned forward, peering under the table, and finally noticed the small figure of Cui Xiaoling standing there. The two stared at each other, one tall and one small, exchanging wide-eyed looks. He raised an eyebrow, perplexed and astonished. In all his time conducting tests, this was the first instance he encountered a child of 3 or 4 years wishing to enter the Mortal Immortal Academy. What a rarity today. Little one, this is not a candy store. He waved his hand, adopting a tone meant to soothe the child. I'm here to take the test. Kui Xiaoling pouted, her tiny voice ringing out defiantly. With that sound, everyone was momentarily stunned, followed by a chorus of hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! Whose child is this? This little one is quite adorable. At such a tender age, already aspiring to enter the Mortal Immortal Academy. Truly remarkable. Laughter erupted once more. The child has made the effort to come here. Let her give a try. But if she finds it uninteresting, she will surely leave. Amidst the jovial teasing, He displayed a tender affection, taking the sensing spirit stone from the table and presenting it before Cui Xiaoling. All right then, let this little one have her chance. But remember, you can only try once. Once it's over, you must obediently return home. Cui Xiaoling furrowed her brow, her expression resolute, as her small hand pressed firmly against the sensing spirit stone. He couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Did this child truly believe that pressing the stone with force would yield spiritual light? Such innocence and charm. The spiritual light emanated from one's innate talents and spiritual veins. It could not simply be forced out. The others around shared the same affectionate amusement, quietly observing the earnest expression on Cui Xiaoling's face. However, in the next moment, the indulgent smiles on their faces abruptly froze. They beheld as the sensing spirit stone beneath Cui Xiaoling's little hand began to radiate a brilliant light. Chapter 65. Can we really blame her? Am I seeing things? I seem to be imagining things as well. This radiant light, is it truly? As they gazed upon the magnificent glow emanating from the spiritual stone in Cui Xiaoling's hand, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. Some could hardly believe their eyes, rubbing them in disbelief, fearing they were merely victims of an illusion. A mere child of 3 or 4 years could exhibit such affinity with the celestial energies. Although the brilliance of the spiritual power did not rival that of Zhong Guangguan moments ago, it was evident that this resplendent light had indeed reached the celestial level. Such a talent for spiritual veins far surpassed that of the vast majority of individuals in the world. It was likely that not many present could compare to her extraordinary endowment. He&'s eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized the spiritual stone in Cui Xiaoling's hand, questioning whether something was amiss with the stone itself. It was worth noting that in the past few years, he had not encountered a single individual with a heavenly-level spiritual vein talent. Yet, here he was witnessing 2 celestial-level women in succession. It was utterly unbelievable. However, the surprises did not end there. Upon witnessing the strands of spiritual energy flowing into Cui Xiaoling's body, converging towards her abdomen, He-Yan's expression shifted dramatically. The circulation of energy in her abdomen clearly indicated that she had opened her spiritual orifices. The realm of awakening. Spiritual affinity. Celestial level. Ian could no longer contain his astonishment and exclaimed loudly, "Wow!" At this declaration, the atmosphere erupted once more into a cacophony of gasps and exclamations. Another individual with celestial talent. My heavens! What kind of day is this? This little girl's aptitude surpasses that of all of us. To achieve the awakening realm at such a tender age is truly unimaginable. To be frank, this young girl's cultivation exceeds my own. Observing the stunned crowd, Yazi perched upon Gu Changxian's shoulder, her expression rife with disdain. Truly, they were a collection of ignorant mortals devoid of insight. Xiaoyueying had consumed the celestial fruits harvested from the realms of deities, her entire being having undergone refinement through spiritual power and further tempered by the divine elixir gifted by the elders, rendering her physique unparalleled. In a mortal realm, such celestial-level spiritual vein talent could only attain the saintly realm, which was wholly inadequate to assess her current endowment. Xiaoyueying slowly withdrew her hand from the spiritual stone, disregarding Yin entirely, and took a common celestial token from the table before striding past him. The crowd collectively watched in astonishment as she approached Zhongguangguan, still unable to comprehend the unfolding events. "Is it as simple as placing my hand upon the stone?" Xiaoyueying inquired, disdain evident on her delicate features as she regarded the spiritual stone before her. With her current earthly level cultivation, gaining admission to the Celestial Academy through such a test was hardly a challenge. To her, this seemingly futile examination was an unnecessary endeavor. Upon hearing her haughty voice, Ian shifted his gaze back from Xiaoyueying, only to be momentarily entranced by the exquisite figure and stunning beauty of Xiaoyueying standing before him. The recently passed Zhongguangguan, both in stature and appearance, could be described as exceptionally graceful, yet the woman before him was exponentially more stunning. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that she surpassed any woman he had ever encountered in his testing endeavors. However, it appeared she belonged to the demon race. Upon noticing the enchanting violet eyes of Xiaoyueying, Ian abruptly snapped back to reality, instinctively exclaiming, demon race." At Hian's words, the crowd was taken aback, their gazes converging upon Xiaoyueying. Among them were several who frowned, displaying visible displeasure. The Fanxian was a melting pot of individuals from various realms, and while some demons were present, it was well known that both cultivators and ordinary mortals harbored a profound animosity towards the demon race. Consequently, demons typically remained in the shadows, living cautiously and discreetly, rather than brazenly presenting themselves as Xiaoyueying did, let alone attempting to enter the Fanxian Academy. To date, no demon had ever participated in the Academy's admission tests. Is it possible that demons are barred from entering the? Sensing the hostility from those around her, Xiaoyueying frowned slightly, her demeanor dismissive as she inquired with a hint of confusion. "Well, there isn't such a regulation." Ian pondered the rules of the Fanxian Academy and confirmed that there was indeed no prohibition against demons entering. Thus he had no choice but to allow Xiaoyueying to proceed with the test. "Please." Without further ado, Xiaoyueying raised her hand and gently pressed it against the spirit stone. In the next moment, a dazzling, vibrant purple light erupted from the stone, and a potent surge of spiritual energy radiated from Xiaoyueying, expanding and intensifying continuously. The sudden brilliance compelled the onlookers to shield their eyes instinctively, while the overwhelming aura of spiritual power sent a tremor through their hearts. This formidable energy surpassed that of Zhongguangguan and Xiaoyueying, far beyond what could be achieved at the ordinary spiritual or refining stages. With a loud crack, the mesmerizing purple glow and the overwhelming spiritual energy vanished instantaneously. As the crowd slowly opened their eyes in confusion, they were met with an astonishing sight. Xiaoyueying had reduced the spirit stone to mere powder. The spirit stone, unable to withstand the force of her energy, had crumbled into dust. This was unprecedented. What magnitude of power must one possess to achieve such a feat? Does this mean I passed?" Xiaoyueying stood there, hand extended, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she asked, her confidence waning. She had not anticipated that merely pressing her hand against the stone would lead to such fragility and sudden destruction. Surely, this could not be her fault. Well, I suppose it counts. He stared at the pile of powder before him, utterly bewildered, his mind at a loss for words. Today has truly been extraordinary. First, I encountered two individuals of celestial caliber. And now I have come across a being of remarkable, innate magical prowess from the demonic clan. Each of these three individuals is more astonishing than the last. Here is the mortal immortal token. Please accept it. He took a mortal immortal token and, trembling, handed it to Xiaoyueying. Although the resonance stone was damaged, it was undeniable that Xiaoyueying had indeed caused it to resonate. That exceptionally potent and strange violet light, coupled with her formidable spiritual energy, completely surpassed him, thereby fulfilling the entrance examination criteria for the Mortal Immortal Academy. He had no grounds to refuse. As Xiaoyueying reached out to accept the Mortal Immortal token and was about to step forward to join Zhong Guangguan and the others, a gruff voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Wait, since when has the mere demonic clan been allowed to cultivate alongside us? The cultivators? Chapter 66 Master. May I kill him? Upon hearing the voice, Xiaoye's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she turned to observe the group of several individuals emerging from the crowd behind her. At the forefront stood a burly man with a thick beard, his face adorned with an expression of arrogance and disdain as he fixated his gaze upon Xiaoye. He then surveyed the other attendees present, using his booming voice to incite the crowd deliberately. Ladies and gentlemen, to my knowledge, no demon has ever set foot in the Mortal Immortal Academy. If we allow that demon woman to enter, it would be an affront to all of us righteous cultivators. Would it not? Indeed. Well said. How could such a lowly demon have the right to step into our Mortal Immortal Academy? Who knows what wickedness the demon race intends to learn here, potentially wreaking havoc upon the world. Absolutely. She must not be allowed entry. As the man's words echoed, numerous individuals in attendance raised their arms in fervent agreement, their faces flushed with righteous indignation. The burly man, witnessing their reaction, turned to Xiaoye with a smug expression. Upon hearing the hostility and slander directed at Xia, Zhong Guangguan, who had been waiting at the entrance, felt a surge of anger. She stepped forward to argue her case. There is no rule at the Mortal Immortal Academy prohibiting demons from entering. Xiaoye passed the entrance examination. On what grounds do you expel her? Simply because she is a demon. She has no right to stand here, the burly man replied. His deep voice seemingly intended to intimidate Zhong Guangguan into silence. However, she stood her ground, glaring back at him defiantly. Though Xiaoye is a demon, she is truly kind. She has even saved me. She has never committed any heinous acts. Previously, she had harbored fear and aversion towards demons. But after spending 2 days with Xiaoye and witnessing the so-called righteous sex, she had come to realize a profound truth. Not all demons are irredeemably wicked, and the so-called righteous sex may not be as trustworthy as they appear. Ha ha ha! You dare claim a demon is virtuous? That is the finest joke I have heard all year. The burly man laughed heartily. Then his eyes narrowed as he sternly rebuked Zhong Guangguan. I see you are a compatriot of that demon. How else could you be so protective of her? You two must have conspired to enter the Mortal Immortal Academy with ulterior motives. With that accusation, the crowd turned their hostile gazes towards Zhong Guangguan. You! Zhong Guangguan was so furious she could hardly contain herself, ready to retort, but Xiaoye raised her hand to halt her. Enough! There's no need to waste breath on such individuals. With that, Xiaoye fixed her cold gaze upon the burly man, raising her hand and curling her lips into a scornful smile. Dealing with people like him is best accomplished by silencing him with action. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted, revealing their displeasure. Arrogant. This is truly outrageous. In a place like the Mortal Immortal Academy, a gathering of cultivators, a demon had the audacity to openly declare her intent to resort to violence. This was unprecedented. Among the gathered crowd, there were many solitary cultivators, each possessing a certain level of cultivation. Xiaoyueying's words were nothing short of a provocation, completely disregarding their presence. The burly man was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into boisterous laughter. This demoness was foolish enough to dare incite the crowd. Ha ha ha! Did you all hear that? She even has the audacity to strike. It is evident that the nature of the demon race is as such. Should she be allowed to enter the Mortal Immortal Academy for training, she will undoubtedly become a calamity for the world. I propose we execute her here and now, thus ridding the world of scourge. With that, the burly man's eyes narrowed, his expression mocking as he pointed a finger at Xiaoyueying, loudly inciting the crowd to take action. The few subordinates trailing behind him echoed his sentiments, exclaiming, "Yes, let us kill her and eliminate this menace from the world. How can we tolerate such arrogance from mere demons in our human realm?" With each call to arms, the onlookers' expressions hardened, the atmosphere thickening with tension, as if swords were drawn. Yin, caught off guard, turned to the woman seated at the table overseeing another examination team. "Senior Sister Qin, what should we do now?" The woman, addressed as Senior Sister Qin, donned agile attire that accentuated her form. Despite being a woman, she exuded a valiant demeanor that rivaled that of any man. "Go summon the dean. I shall handle this for the time being." Sensing the escalating tension, Qin Zhao's brow furrowed as she first instructed Yin, then rose to admonish the crowd. "Have you all forgotten the rules of the Mortal Immortal Academy?" At her words, the crowd displayed signs of trepidation, lowering their heads and retracting their hostility. Within the Mortal Immortal Academy, there exists a rule that all must adhere to. Under no circumstances should one engage in combat within the Academy's premises. Violators face expulsion at best and execution at worst. This is also why some demons have managed to survive within the Academy. As a neutral sanctuary, the Mortal Immortal Academy, under its governance, staunchly forbids any disruption of its rules. And you, Peng Yin, whether the Academy accepts demons is a matter for the dean to decide, not for you. Should you dare instigate trouble outside the Academy again, do not blame the Academy for expelling you. Qin Zhao turned her gaze towards the burly man, her brow knitting as she admonished him sharply. Peng Yin frowned, a look of displeasure crossing his face. But considering the loss of the opportunity to cultivate in the Academy if expelled, he begrudgingly swallowed his anger. Very well. If your Mortal Immortal Academy truly permits this demoness to enter, it will be a laughingstock for the world. We shall take our leave." With that, Peng Yin turned to lead his group away. The crowd believed the matter had reached its conclusion, yet unexpectedly, Xiaoyueying suddenly spoke up. "Wait, I did not permit you to leave." At her proclamation, astonishment washed over the faces of those present. Given Peng Yin's temperament, it was already remarkable that he would back down and depart. Yet this demoness not only refused to relent, but had the audacity to demand that they stay. Qin Zhao furrowed her brow, a look of confusion etched on her face as she turned to Xiaoyueying. After all her efforts to quell the situation, how could she dare to instigate further trouble? It was imperative to remember that Peng Yin possessed formidable strength at the Earth Spirit level. Even if the Immortal City temporarily shielded her, danger loomed the moment she stepped outside its protective boundaries. Peng Yin halted his steps and turned to face Xiaoyueying, his expression replete with disdain and mockery. "What? Do you genuinely intend to lay a hand on me?" Ignoring Peng Yin's derision, Xiaoyueying shifted her gaze to Changxian standing nearby, her eyes ablaze with a bloodthirsty intent. "Master, may I eliminate him?" Chapter 67. Allow me to avenge you when one is bullied. It is only reasonable to retaliate. However, do exercise restraint so as not to frighten others. Changxian smiled gently and softly acquiesced. "Understood, master." With the permission granted, Xiaoyueying's lips curled into an excited smile. In an instant, she transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before Peng Yin in the blink of an eye. Peng Yin was taken aback, never anticipating that Xiaoyueying would dare to take action, let alone execute her approach with such swiftness. Instinctively sensing the imminent threat, he unleashed a powerful punch. Xiaoyueying deftly tilted her head to evade. Seizing his arm and with a forceful twist, a sharp crack echoed, accompanied by a pained wail that resonated through the crowd. This was not the end. After snapping Peng Yan's arm, Xiaoyueying offered him no respite. Her fist clenched tightly, she delivered a heavy blow to his chest. With a resounding thud, Pang Yan's chest caved in, and he was propelled backward like a bowstring released, crashing to the ground 100 meters away, motionless thereafter. The entire sequence unfolded in a flash, seamless and swift. At this moment, silence enveloped the crowd, their expressions frozen in terror. None dared utter a word, nor did they risk mocking her again. Even those who had previously threatened to kill Xiaoyueying withdrew their heads into their chests, silenced by fear. No one could have predicted that Xiaoyueying would audaciously disregard the rules of the immortal realm and strike without hesitation. Even more astonishing was her ability to vanquish Pang Yan, who possessed the strength of the Earth Spirit realm, with a single blow. Pang Yan, perhaps until the moment he lost consciousness, could not fathom that he would be defeated in such a manner. Finally, it seems I can enjoy some peace and quiet. Xiaoyueying cast a disdainful glance at the half-conscious Pang Yan on the ground, retracting her fist. The rules of the immortal realm prohibiting violence meant nothing to her, as long as Changxian permitted it. Qin Zhao's eyes narrowed, her gaze fixated on Xiaoyueying in astonishment. This woman was decisive and ruthless, showing no hesitation whatsoever. Judging by the fluctuations of spiritual energy she exhibited during her attack, it was evident she possessed Earth Spirit realm cultivation. Yet even another of the same caliber, Pang Yan, was defeated in a mere exchange, and this was with her holding back. Otherwise, the outcome would have been swifter, and Pang Yan would likely have already become a lifeless corpse. An inner voice warned her that even she could not triumph over this woman. Will you not kill him? Observing Xiaoyueying as she returned to his side, Changxian felt a tinge of surprise. At this moment, Pang Yan lay on the ground, half alive, still clinging to life. He had expected this girl to tear him apart, as she had done previously. Did you not instruct me to be somewhat restrained? Xiaoyueying shot a glance at Changxian, her tone tinged with irritation. Upon hearing this, Changxian's expression momentarily faltered, surprised once again. Previously, whenever he had urged her to temper her actions, she had never heeded his words. This time, he seemed to have become quite obedient. Although he claimed otherwise, he never truly believed she would comply so readily. His intent was merely to suggest that Xiaoyueying should exercise restraint, not to imply that she was forbidden from taking his life. Even if Xiaoyueying were to kill him, he would not hold it against her. Changxian explained in a tone tinged with affection. Why not say so earlier? Xiaoyueying shot him an annoyed glance before turning her attention to the half-dead Pang Yan on the ground. After a moment's hesitation, she shook her head. Forget it. There's no point in killing him now. Oh, it appears our Xiaoyueying has indeed become much gentler. Seeing that Xiaoyueying chose not to strike, a tender smile graced Changxian's face. What do you mean by that? Xiaoyueying's cheeks flushed as she frowned discontentedly at Changxian. It was as if he suggested her sparing lives was a rare display of gentleness. Nothing much. Consider it a compliment to you, Xiaoyueying. In response to her inquiry, Changxian merely smiled with a hint of indulgence, saying lightly, as a reward, I shall take care of the remaining grievances for you. No sooner had he spoken than, without any warning, everyone present who had previously insulted or slandered Xiaoyueying simultaneously spat out blood. In an instant, brilliant blossoms of crimson erupted in the air. Under the horrified gazes of the onlookers, those nearby writhed and struggled on the ground, moaning in agony. I can't move. My spiritual apertures are shattered. My cultivation. What on earth just happened? This sudden turn of events left the others in the vicinity utterly dumbfounded, their astonished eyes fixed on Changxian. Changxian stood there, calm and composed, having made no visible move, yet dozens had simultaneously lost their cultivation, some even rendered disabled. They were utterly bewildered by what transpired. Qin Zhao stood frozen in shock, her terrified gaze shifting from Xiaoyueying to Changxian. She had thought Xiaoyueying's single strike against Pang Yan was astonishing, only to realize that Changxian, standing beside her, was the true enigma. In the blink of an eye, he had silently incapacitated dozens, including those of comparable cultivation to Pang Yan. What terrifying power could achieve such a feat? Xiaoyueying's actions had not frightened the crowd. Rather, It was Gu Changxian's that instilled fear. Zhong Guangguan stood beside Cui Xiaoling, both stunned, gazing at the duo of Xiaoyueying and Gu Changxian. Master Gu truly dotes on Xiaoyueying. Without hesitation, he had punished all who spoke ill of her. Gu Changxian remained standing, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the fallen. As her master, if he could not defend his own servant when she was wronged, he would be failing in his duty as a master. At that moment, Yin, who had just been summoned to call the dean, hurriedly arrived with Hu Lin, the dean of the Fanjin Academy. Upon witnessing the scene of fallen individuals moaning on the ground, Hu Lin was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Who was responsible for this? He inquired solemnly, surveying the crowd. The fearful gazes of those present swiftly converged upon Gu Changxian and Xiaoyueying, who remained silent, daunted by the situation. However, some individuals, upon seeing Hu Lin's arrival, felt a surge of confidence, their eyes glinting with mockery and anticipation as they eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. As the esteemed lord of Fanjian City and the head of the Fanjian Academy, Hu Lin had always been unwaveringly strict with anyone who dared to disrupt the established order, meting out severe punishments. His cultivation had reached the realm of saints, making him one of the most formidable beings in the world. Should he intervene, he would undoubtedly subdue the two who had instigated this chaos. Following the direction of the crowd's gaze, Hu Lin's attention was immediately drawn to the figure of Gu Changxian, his expression transforming into one of sheer shock as his eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 68. Another acquaintance? Upon encountering Hu Lin, who stood frozen in astonishment, gazing at Gu Changxian with a look of sheer shock, the crowd could not help but feel a sense of bewilderment. Under the curious scrutiny of those around them, Hu Lin strode directly to Gu Changxian, performing an action that none had anticipated. Hu Lin had met the elder before. He respectfully clasped his hands and bowed deeply in greeting. At this revelation, the onlookers who had anticipated a spectacle were taken aback. Who is Hu Lin? He is the lord of the city of Ordinary Immortals and the founder of the Ordinary Immortal Academy, a rare powerhouse of the sacred spirit realm. Such a top-tier figure commands reverence wherever he goes, occupying the status of a distinguished guest. Yet, here he was, bowing and displaying utmost respect before this man. Master, is this yet another acquaintance of yours? Seeing Hu Lin's deference toward Gu Changxian, reminiscent of the earlier encounter with Bai Ji, the leader of the celestial sect, Xiaoyueying raised her eyebrows in silent inquiry towards Gu Changxian. Indeed, this individual is the head of the Ordinary Immortal Academy, and we have crossed paths before. Gu Changxian replied with a gentle smile and a slight nod. A century ago, during his wanderings in the city of Ordinary Immortals, he had indeed visited the academy. However, at that time, the city was far from the bustling hub it is today, and the academy held little renown, with scarcely 100 practitioners within its walls. During his visit, he had a conversation with Hu Lin, who had shared his noble aspiration of establishing a sanctuary of absolute neutrality and tranquility, as well as his intent to create the academy as a refuge for any gifted wanderers seeking a place for cultivation. Upon hearing of such grand and selfless ambitions, Gu Changxian had taken a modest interest and left behind an item to aid him. Now, observing the flourishing Ordinary Immortal Academy and Hu Lin's achievements, it was evident that the seed sown a century ago had borne remarkable fruit. Xiaoyueying cast a knowing glance at Gu Changxian, her expression reflecting her realization of his penchant for leaving traces of his influence wherever he goes. Unfazed, Gu Changxian turned his gaze back to Hu Lin, softly responding, "Director Hu, it has been a long time. Indeed, it has been over a century since your last visit, esteemed elder. I am profoundly honored to have the privilege of seeing you again." Hu Lin's face brightened with a warm smile, his words imbued with respect and joy. Yet, upon noticing the disheveled state of the individuals sprawled on the ground, a look of confusion crossed his features. "Esteemed elder, may I inquire what transpired here? These individuals spoke disrespectfully towards me, so I merely administered a slight reprimand," Gu Changxian replied nonchalantly. At his words, the remaining crowd felt a chill of trepidation wash over them. This was no mere reprimand. The individuals lying on the ground were all left with shattered meridians and destroyed spiritual orifices, condemned to a life of helplessness, forever severed from the path of cultivation. For these cultivators, who once possessed considerable prowess, their current plight could be described as a fate worse than death. One of Peng Yan's subordinates, despite enduring grievous injuries, gritted his teeth and pointed accusingly at Changxian and Xiaoyueying, exclaiming in indignation, "How dare they disregard the rules of the mortal and celestial realms and inflict such venomous harm upon us? Dean, you must stand up for Lord Peng and us." Silence. The fact that you still draw breath after offending a senior is a testament to their forbearance. Do not dare to act defiantly. Upon hearing these words, Hu Lin felt a tightening in his chest, his expression darkening as he sternly rebuked Peng Yan's subordinate. This scathing reprimand left not only Peng Yan's men, but also Qin Zhao and others nearby utterly astonished. They were well aware of Hu Lin's character. He was known for his merciless punishment of those who violated the rules of the mortal and celestial realms, even when Peng Yan and his companions caused trouble. As long as they refrained from physical altercations, Hu Lin would merely offer them a warning. Yet this time, it was evident that Xiaoyueying and Changxian had struck first, yet he displayed no intention of reprimanding them. Instead, he directed his ire at Peng Yan and his associates. But this was not the end. Hu Lin then delivered a stern command for all to hear. From this day forth, anyone who offends a senior here shall be permanently barred from entering the Mortal and Celestial Academy. This proclamation left everyone present in shock. Since its establishment, the Academy had never discriminated against anyone who passed the entrance examination, regardless of sect affiliation, nor had it ever expelled anyone. Yet today, Peng Yan and his companions faced the unrelenting decree of permanent expulsion solely for provoking this man. It was crucial to note that most who gathered at the Mortal and Celestial Academy did so with the aspiration of entering its hallowed halls. Hu Lin's command effectively severed any future opportunity for Peng Yan to pursue cultivation within the academy, a punishment unprecedented in its severity. What manner of person could command such respect that the esteemed Dean Hu Lin would act in this manner? Dean Huai, Peng Yan's subordinate, incredulous, attempted to argue but was promptly silenced by Hu Lin's authoritative voice. "Do not linger. Would you like me to take action against you?" Faced with the prospect of Hu Lin's wrath, Peng Yan's subordinate dared not hesitate any longer, nor did he question further. He swallowed his indignation and, with great effort, helped the unconscious Peng Yan retreat. "I sincerely apologize for the disturbance caused to the senior." After expelling Peng Yan and his entourage, Hu Lin swiftly turned to Changxian, offering his sincere apologies. "Had I known of your visit, I would have personally come to greet you. Dean Hu, you are too courteous. I merely accompanied this girl for a brief visit," Changxian said, gently placing his hand atop Xiaoyueying's head. She pouted slightly, her delicate face reflecting dissatisfaction. Yet she chose to remain silent. She had gradually grown accustomed to his occasional gestures of affection, such as patting her head or resting his hand upon it. It is indeed an honor for the Mortal and Celestial Academy to host a senior like you. The Xiaoyueying Institute owes its current stature to the esteemed predecessors. We warmly welcome their presence for as long as they desire to stay. Hu Lin bowed slightly, offering a gentle smile. "Then I shall trouble you, Director Hu. Might I inquire if the treasures I left behind still remain here?" "Indeed, the precious artifacts you bequeathed a century ago are still preserved within our Xiaoyueying Institute," Hu Lin replied, eager to show respect. "Please, allow me to guide you." With utmost diligence, Hu Lin led the way, bowing as he invited Changxian and Xiaoyueying, along with their companions, to enter the gates of the Xiaoyueying Institute. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their minds reeling, unable to articulate their astonishment. As they gazed at Changxian's receding figure, Qin Zhao's eyes flickered with contemplation, his expression hinting at deeper thoughts. Chapter 69. Are these two your wives and children? Within the confines of the Immortal Academy, after traversing the entrance at the foot of the mountain and stepping along the winding forest path, one enters a long corridor adorned with the lush beauty of the surrounding woodlands. Changxian and Xiaoyueying walk side by side, while Chui Xiaoling gently holds Xiaoyue's hand, obediently following beside her. Senior, may I inquire if these two are your wives and children? Hu Lin asked politely, curiosity evident in his tone. Wife. At this remark, Xiaoyueying was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Zhong Guangguan felt her cheeks flush rapidly, her gaze flitting back and forth among Gu Changxian and the two girls. From their initial meeting, she had sensed a certain intimacy resembling that of a couple between Gu Changxian and Xiaoyueying. Now, with Hu Lin's comment and Chui Xiaoling by their side, it indeed evoked the impression of a family of three, perched on Gu Changxian's shoulder. The crow also cast a gaze of approval towards Hu Lin. It relished such compliments. Regaining her composure, Xiaoyueying's cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she quickly retorted, I'm not his wife. He is merely my master. Master? Hu Lin's gaze flickered between Gu Changxian and Xiaoyueying, puzzled. This girl is a servant whom I keep by my side, while Xiaoling is an orphan I rescued, Gu Changxian explained with a light chuckle. I see. How remiss of me. I deeply apologize for the misunderstanding. Hu Lin quickly bowed his head in contrition upon realizing his error. Standing together, Gu Changxian and Xiaoyueying presented a striking contrast. One exuded refined elegance, while the other was a breathtaking beauty. The atmosphere between them bore no semblance of a master-servant dynamic, leaving Hu Lin genuinely astonished that they were in such a relationship. Coupled with Chui Xiaoling's affectionate grip on Xiaoyueying's hand, he instinctively assumed they were companions. Xiaoyueying averted her gaze, letting out a discontented huff. She felt quite displeased that Hu Lin mistakenly regarded her as Gu Changxian's wife. Though she had agreed to serve him as an eternal servant, the distinction between a slave and a wife was monumental. Glancing at Chui Xiaoling clinging to Xiaoyueying and then at the guiding Hu Lin, Gu Changxian's mind began to churn with thoughts. He then asked, It has been a century. May I inquire if director who has a wife and family? I have never entertained such thoughts, Hu Lin replied jovially, shaking his head. For the past century, I have been wholly occupied with the affairs of the Immortal Academy, leaving no room for anything else. Moreover, as I approach the twilight of my years, I have no intention of marrying or having children. Oh, that is truly splendid. Upon hearing this, Gu Changxian's face broke into a perfectly delighted smile. Hu Lin appeared taken aback. Confusion etched across his face. Why was the senior so pleased to learn he had no plans for marriage or children? Zhong Guangguan and the crow exchanged glances, both at a loss for words as they regarded Gu Changxian. Young Master Gu, the elder said, Your words are rather excessive. I wonder what you truly mean? Hu Lin inquired, his expression laced with confusion. Gu Changxian smiled faintly, casting his gaze toward the side where Chui Xiaoling stood. Since director who has no intention of marrying or having children in this lifetime, might he consider adopting a child? His original plan was to leave Zhong Guangguan and Chui Xiaoling at the Immortal Academy, where Zhong Guangguan would look after Chui Xiaoling as they cultivated together. Now, upon learning that Hu Lin had no intentions of marrying, he felt that having Hu Lin adopt Chui Xiaoling might be a more fitting arrangement. Compared to the youthful and naive Zhong Guangguan, a mature elder would be far more suitable to care for a child. Hu Lin's unwavering dedication to the immortal capital and the academy for a century speaks volumes of his character. Upon hearing Gu Changxian's words, the crowd quickly grasped his intention, their gazes shifting to Chui Xiaoling. Gripping Xiaoyueying's hand tightly, Chui Xiaoling lifted her small face to look at her. Xiaoyueying, her eyes fixed on Chui Xiaoling, contemplated deeply before offering her an encouraging nod. She would inevitably have to leave this place soon. The path of revenge would not allow her to carry Chui Xiaoling with her forever. The Immortal Academy appeared to be a much better environment than the Heavenly Immortal Sect, and Hu Lin seemed to be a decent person. Remaining here might be more suitable for her. With Hu Lin, the head of the academy, there was little to fear regarding bullying in the future. Encouraged by Xiaoyueying's gaze, Chui Xiaoling reluctantly released her hand and slowly approached Hu Lin. Hu Lin knelt down, his wise eyes carefully assessing the young girl before him. A gentle smile gracing his face. Little girl, what is your name? Xiaoling, Chui Xiaoling, she replied softly, her sparkling eyes meeting Hu Lin's gaze. Xiaoling, do you wish to be my child? Hu Lin asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. He pondered Gu Changxian's words, recognizing the weight of their significance. Although he was willing to devote his life to the mortal-immortal capital and the academy, he knew that someone must inherit his legacy in the future. Rather than leaving it to uncertain hands upon his passing, it would be wiser to entrust it to someone he could nurture and trust. Moreover, after so many years of solitude, the silence around him felt overwhelming. Perhaps a child could bring a touch of warmth and joy to his days. Yes, Xiaoling is willing. Cui Xiaoling glanced back at Xiaoyueying before nodding earnestly, determined not to burden her sister any further. Ha ha! Wonderful, wonderful! Upon hearing Cui Xiaoling's agreement, Hu Lin's face lit up with joy, the delight evident as he exclaimed thrice in excitement. It had been long since he had felt such happiness. In his later years, the joy of gaining a child brought him unparalleled contentment. Director Hu, I entrust Xiaoling to you from now on. This child holds a special place in my heart, so please do not let her down. Gazing at the serene and reassuring expression in Xiaoyueying's eyes, Gu Changxian smiled faintly and admonished Hu Lin. When Gu Changxian directly revealed her inner thoughts, Xiaoyueying's charming face flushed slightly, and she shot an indignant glare at him. Meanwhile, Zhong Guangguan stifled a laugh from aside. Although Xiaoyueying consistently maintained a seemingly indifferent attitude towards Cui Xiaoling, any discerning person could easily perceive her underlying concern for her. She simply chose not to express it openly. Hu Lin took Cui Xiaoling's small hand and solemnly assured Gu Changxian, "Rest assured, Senior, I shall treat and care for Xiaoling as if she were my own granddaughter, ensuring she suffers no slight whatsoever." "That is splendid," Gu Changxian replied with a satisfied smile, turning his gaze to Xiaoyueying beside him. "Are you now at ease, little Mooning?" He had already discerned her unease when she inquired about leaving Zhong Guangguan and Cui Xiaoling behind. "I never said I was worried about such matters," Xiaoyueying retorted, her cheeks still slightly flushed. She turned her head away in a haughty manner, feigning nonchalance, yet her eyes frequently darted toward Cui Xiaoling. Observing this, Gu Changxian couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile. This girl truly lacks transparency. But then again, that is quintessentially her. Chapter 70. The stone statue of the celestial deity in the inner courtyard of the ordinary immortal academy, as one traverses the verdant corridor and steps into the expansive square. A breathtaking panorama unfolds, a labyrinthine assembly of pavilions and halls seamlessly integrated with the mountainside. The air is filled with the lively sounds of laughter and conversation, while practitioners gracefully soar through the skies. Some demonstrate newly acquired celestial techniques to their peers. Others skillfully glide through the air, showcasing their mastery of sword flight. And yet others engage in mutual sparring, drawing a crowd that erupts into applause and cheers, painting a vivid picture of exuberance. Zhong Guangguan surveyed the surroundings of the ordinary immortal academy, absorbing the vibrant atmosphere of cultivation, her eyes brimming with anticipation. This was the very pursuit of cultivation she had longed for. Under the guidance of Hu Lin, the group swiftly arrived at the central square of the academy, where a striking stone statue stood prominently. The statue, grand and towering, brandished a stone sword, pointing defiantly towards the heavens, its posture exuding an air of sovereign authority over the world. One awe-inspiring statue. As Zhong Guangguan approached the base of the statue, she gazed up in admiration at its lofty form, feeling diminutive in comparison, and could not help but exclaim in wonder. Xiaoyueying soon joined her at the statue's foot, her beautiful eyes fixating on the four prominent characters engraved on the stone pedestal, softly uttering, "Celestial deity of the nine heavens." For reasons unknown, these words stirred a profound sense of familiarity within her, particularly as she spoke them aloud, the sensation intensifying. Hu Lin, looking up at the statue, revealed a deep admiration in his expression. This was indeed the statue of the celestial deity of the nine heavens. Legend has it that 100,000 years ago, realms intertwined, where gods, demons, and mortals coexisted amidst perpetual strife and calamity. The human realm, being the weakest, was utterly powerless against the incursions of various factions, leading to countless deaths as they fled from the chaos, nearly facing extinction. until this great figure emerged. It is said that this venerable being wielded a divine sword, cleaving through the realms and halting the turmoil, thus establishing the 9 heavens and 10 realms. From that moment on, humanity was spared from the ravages of invasion, leading to the world we know today. Henceforth, he was revered as the celestial deity of the 9 heavens. The presence of this statue serves to commemorate and perpetuate the legacy of this illustrious figure. Oh, upon hearing Hu Lin's account, Zhong Guangguan could not help but gasp in astonishment. This was her first encounter with such tales, and as she looked once more at the statue, she felt a profound sense of awe. So this was how the human realm and the legendary realms beyond came to be. To possess the power to cleave through the realms and establish the 9 heavens and 10 realms is beyond imagination, a testament to unparalleled divine prowess. Indeed, quite remarkable, though the craftsmanship could be refined to better embody the celestial deity's unparalleled majesty. The achievement of a mere mortal in creating such a statue is commendable in its own right. The raven perched upon Changxian's shoulder, its head held high, its round, glossy black eyes surveying the stone statue before it with evident satisfaction as it offered a compliment to Hu Lin. This avian creature was not one to frequently extol the virtues of others, especially not of beings as insignificant as humans. Witnessing that there still existed individuals who remembered the legendary tales of the master from 100,000 years past, and who had gone so far as to carve a statue for veneration, filled its heart with immense contentment. It even believed that all mortals should take a page from Hu Lin's book, showing such reverence and respect for the magnificent and transcendent master. Thank you. This tale has been passed down through generation from my ancestors, ultimately reaching my ears. Hu Lin responded humbly, a slight smile gracing his lips as he accepted the raven's praise. A century ago, when he first encountered Changxian, he had already seen this eloquent crow. While talking beasts were indeed rare, it was not enough to warrant such courtesy from him. However, this particular raven was different. It appeared unremarkable, yet eluded his understanding entirely, indicating that it possessed an inscrutable depth akin to that of the venerable predecessors. Why then does this statue lack a face? Xiaoyueying looked up at the sky, suddenly noticing that the statue bore no facial features, its visage entirely smooth and blank, prompting her to voice her confusion. It truly has no face. Zhong Guangguan followed suit, gazing at the statue's countenance, her expression reflecting curiosity and astonishment. Every aspect of the statue was meticulously crafted, yet its face remained uncarved, maintaining an expressionless facade. Typically, statues are erected to commemorate or admire an individual, celebrating their remarkable deeds. Hence, the likeness of the face is of paramount importance. How else could one be remembered? In response to the bewilderment of Xiaoyue Ying and Zhong Guangguan, Hu Lin sighed softly and explained with candor. The statue of the Lord of the 9 heavens lacks a visage not due to a reluctance to carve, but rather an inability to do so. Inability? Xiaoyue Ying inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Indeed, Hu Lin nodded gently, his expression tinged with both reflection and regret. While I can endeavor to sculpt the magnificent form of the Lord of the 9 heavens based on the lore, I have never beheld his true countenance. It has been 100,000 years since the Lord of the 9 heavens opened the 9 heavens and 10 realms. Who among the living today has witnessed his true visage? Without having seen it, it is impossible to depict the Lord's appearance. After such a long passage of time, even those who once gazed upon the Lord's true form have likely long since departed from this world. As time progresses, it is probable that the vast majority of people today have never heard of the creation myth surrounding the opening of the 9 heavens and 10 realms, let alone find someone who has seen the Lord's true visage. Thus, I have erected this statue of the Lord of the 9 heavens to perpetuate this tale, ensuring that more souls in this world may come to know it. Alas, without the true countenance of the Lord, the statue remains imperfect. This is a profound regret that lingers in my heart. Xiaoyue Ying and Zhong Guangguan, upon hearing this, understood why Hu Lin had been unable to carve the likeness of the statue. It is impossible to depict the visage of someone never seen before. Should one rashly rely on imagination to create such a representation, it would indeed be a profound disrespect to the esteemed deity of the nine heavens. The craftsmanship is commendable, Gu Changxian remarked as he stood beneath the statue, quietly admiring its form. After expressing his praise, he turned gracefully and departed. Xiaoyueying shifted her gaze from the statue, turning to observe Gu Changxian's retreating figure, her delicate brows furrowing in contemplation. Was it merely her imagination, or did she sense a striking resemblance between him and the statue before her? That inexplicable discomfort she felt was equally present. Chapter 71. A trivial bauble of no use to the true self within the inner sanctum of the mortal immortal academy, towering peaks encircle a vast valley, where an array of pavilions and residences stand in meticulous alignment, intricately interwoven to form winding paths, culminating in a valley town. At the heart of this valley town, a magnificent 9-story pagoda soars into the clouds, strikingly prominent. Adorned with crimson carvings and jade embellishments, bathed in ethereal light, the pagoda exudes an air of grandeur and magnificence. Under Hu Lin's guidance, Gu Changxian and his companions stepped into the valley town, their eyes immediately drawn to the resplendent 9-story pagoda, embraced by the surrounding mountains. Zhong Guangguan and Xiaoyueying were instantly captivated, deeply impressed by the pagoda's opulent exterior and the shimmering spiritual aura enveloping it. Even from a distance, standing beneath the pagoda, one could feel the pure and vast spiritual energy emanating from above. Senior, this is the ninefold spirit tower you bestowed upon me long ago. As per your wishes, I have kept it here for the benefit of all who enter the mortal immortal academy to cultivate, Hu Lin explained, gazing at the distant tower and the bustling town before him, his expression revealing profound pride and gratitude. A century prior, this locale was nothing more than a barren valley. Now, it has transformed into a town rivaling any metropolis. When he founded the Mortal Immortal Academy, his aspiration was to create an open sanctuary for cultivators, dedicated to enabling wandering practitioners to progress on their journey and fostering prosperity among mortal cultivators. However, mere passion and ambition proved futile. As an open cultivation academy, the Mortal Immortal Academy lacked the spiritual stones necessary for resources, the scriptures for cultivation, and the treasures or elixirs to attract visitors. Nothing more than a serene haven for quiet practice. Consequently, in the Academy's nascent days, it garnered little attention, with only a handful of visitors. Even he had contemplated abandoning this impractical dream. Yet, fate intervened. Just as he was on the verge of surrender, he encountered Gu Changxian, who had unwittingly stepped into the Mortal Immortal Academy. Initially, he assumed Gu was merely a curious visitor drawn by reputation, but after a casual conversation, he was unexpectedly gifted a token. This very gift laid the foundation for the now world-renowned Mortal Immortal Academy, attracting countless practitioners from afar. This remarkable gift was none other than the very ninefold spirit tower that now stood before them. For any sect to thrive in the long run, the most crucial element is not the scriptures or magical artifacts, but the abundance of spiritual stones. Only with ample spiritual stones as resources can a sect attract disciples and flourish. The Mortal Immortal Academy, as an open institution, lacked the cohesive operational structure of other sects and suffered from a dearth of spiritual stone support, which had hindered its ability to draw in others. The resources of spiritual stones in the world are inherently scarce. Relying solely on himself, he could not provide spiritual stones for the cultivation of every individual entering the academy. However, the emergence of the 9-tiered spiritual tower has transformed this situation. This magnificent tower has the ability to absorb and collect the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, purifying and refining it within its confines, thus generating a powerful spiritual pressure that cascades downwards, permeating every level. As the 9-tiered spiritual tower is open to the public, a portion of the released spiritual energy reintegrates with the natural world, establishing a continuous cycle of vitality. In contrast to traditional sects, which recruit a limited number of disciples annually or biennially to ensure sufficient spiritual stone resources, the Common Celestial Academy remains perpetually open. With the presence of a nine-tiered spiritual tower, every visiting cultivator can find a sanctum for their practice under its spiritual pressure. It is precisely due to this tower that wandering cultivators from all corners of the world flock to the academy, leading to the gradual dissemination of its esteemed reputation and the vibrant prosperity we witness today. As the number of gathered individuals increases, a market naturally emerges. Presently, whether it be spiritual pills, magical artifacts, or materials, one can procure them within this valley. The thriving nature of both the common celestial academy and the valley town is intrinsically linked to the influence of the nine-tiered spiritual tower. So, this tower belongs to young Master Gu. Upon hearing Hu Lin's words, Zhong Guangguan was momentarily taken aback. Such a tower, capable of providing cultivation opportunities for countless individuals each day, must be an invaluable treasure. Surely, it is a coveted gem desired by any sect in the world. Yet, young Master Gu, he seems to have carelessly discarded it. Merely a trifling item of no use to me. Gu Changxian smiled nonchalantly and proceeded directly towards the nine-tiered spiritual tower. Hu Lin and the others stood in stunned silence, gazing in disbelief at Gu Changxian's graceful figure. Such a worldly treasure, and yet he referred to it as nothing more than a useless trinket. A century ago, when he first encountered Gu Changxian, he sensed an extraordinary aura about him, entirely inscrutable in terms of cultivation. Upon witnessing the gift of the nine-tiered spiritual tower, his conviction in this impression deepened. It now seems he may have underestimated this enigmatic elder. Dean, upon Hu Lin's arrival, the crowd along the path respectfully parted to the sides, greeting him with deference. Hu Lin, as a formidable figure of the sacred spirit realm, warranted respect from any sect in the world, especially considering he established the common celestial academy, providing a free haven for countless cultivators. He has offered an invaluable opportunity to those wandering cultivators and aspirants seeking the path of cultivation. Nearly everyone within the academy holds deep gratitude and respect for Hu Lin. In return for the opportunities he has provided, many individuals voluntarily identify themselves as disciples of the common celestial academy, selflessly maintaining its operations and tranquility. With a gentle smile, Hu Lin nodded in acknowledgement, responding to the greetings along the way. Upon witnessing Hu Lin respectfully and courteously trailing behind Gu Changxian, the onlookers were taken aback, their expressions betraying a mix of astonishment and confusion. Hu Lin, a rare powerhouse of the holy spirit realm and the esteemed head of the ordinary immortal academy, held a status that ranked among the pinnacle of society. Who could possibly command such deference from him? In that moment, a multitude of curious eyes turned their attention to Gu Changxian. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Gu Changxian, accompanied by Xiaoyueying, approached the vicinity of the nine-tiered spirit tower. Yet, before reaching the base of the tower, the air was already filled with the distant echoes of heated arguments and commotion. Chapter 72. I am eager to witness the true prowess of this nine-tiered spirit tower. Beneath the nine-tiered spirit tower, a multitude gathered, all eyes lifted towards the tower's apex. Their expressions animated and exhilarated, with shouts of encouragement echoing through the air, creating an atmosphere of raucous excitement intertwined with a hint of competitive tension. The crowd could be largely categorized into two factions, one comprised of the lightly clad citizens of the Eastern Huang Kingdom, and the other of the robustly built individuals from the Western Barbarian Kingdom, adorned in coarse linen garments. The Eastern Huang and Western Barbarian Kingdoms share a contentious border, historically marred by conflict and animosity. The realm of the mortal immortals lies at the neutral juncture of these two nations, drawing a considerable assembly of cultivators from both sides. Neither faction yielded to the other, their voices rising in a cacophony, each striving to overshadow the other's clamor. Go, Your Highness Qinlan, Master Manjia, surpass him. Gu Changxian, accompanied by Xiaoyue Ying and others, melded into the throng. As they listened to the fervent cheers around them, Xiaoyueying and her companions couldn't help but gaze curiously towards the pinnacle of the nine-tiered spirit tower. At that moment, two men ascended the staircase side by side towards the tower's seventh tier. One was clad in resplendent garments, his short hair framing a countenance marked by determination and strength, while the other donned a fur cloak, adorned with distinctive bone jewelry emblematic of the Western barbarian kingdom. The two men regarded one another with cold hostility, each step forward accompanied by palpable tension. Before long, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, they reached the staircase leading to the 7th level of the 9-tiered spirit tower. Here, their earlier ease vanished, replaced by the strain evident on their faces, sweat beading upon their brows as they struggled against an invisible weight, as if a mountain pressed down upon them, making further progress arduous. Gritting his teeth, Qianlong forced himself to take another step upward. Only 2 or 3 steps remained to reach the 7th tier, and he found himself 1 step ahead of Manjia. Witnessing this scene, the citizens of the Eastern Huang Kingdom erupted in fervor, their spirits soaring. "Well done, Your Highness Qianlong. Charge forth to the 7th tier." With that, the Eastern Huang crowd cast triumphant, mocking glances at their counterparts from the Western barbarian kingdom. Infuriated, the Western barbarian crowd shouted defiantly, "Master Manjia, you cannot allow yourself to be outdone by those Eastern monkeys." As their voices rose in fervent support, Manjia clenched his teeth, unwilling to be overshadowed, and felt his spiritual energy surge, hastening to match Qianlong's pace. Almost simultaneously, both men reached the 7th tier. The Western barbarian crowd erupted in enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Huzzah! I see it. Master Manjia has ascended to the 7th tier first. Master Manjia is invincible." Laughter erupted. How could a mere monkey from the Eastern Huang Kingdom possibly compare to us from the West? Preposterous. Clearly, it was Lord Qianlong who reached the 7th tier first. Have the wild men of the West lost their sight? How ridiculous! Upon hearing this, the Eastern Huang crowd furrowed their brows, displeasure evident in their demeanor. The two parties gathered closely, swords drawn and tension palpable, the atmosphere thick with the scent of impending conflict, as if a mere spark could ignite the powder keg. "What do you intend to do?" Hu Lin's thunderous voice rang out from behind the crowd, dousing the imminent flames of hostility like a bucket of cold water. "Dean." Upon seeing Hu Lin arrive, the people of Dongwang Kingdom hastily released their grips on their sword hilts, lowering their heads in apology. In stark contrast, the representatives from Shimon Kingdom merely scoffed and turned away in disdain. "I apologize for the disturbance, esteemed senior," Hu Lin said to Gu Changxian, his expression tinged with embarrassment. As the reputation of the Fanxian Academy spread, an increasing number of wandering cultivators from across the realm came to train there. With the influx of individuals, conflicts and misunderstandings became inevitable. No matter who are those 2 individuals above. Gu Changxian cast a casual glance at the representatives from Shimon Kingdom before looking up at Qianlong and Man Jie atop the 9-fold spirit tower. "Senior, those 2 are the crowned Prince Qianlong of Dongwang Kingdom and Prince Man Jie of Shimon Kingdom. They are among the most gifted cultivators of this generation and currently the most accomplished in the Fanxian Academy, having both reached the celestial spirit realm at a remarkably young age." Hu Lin gazed at Qianlong and Man Jie as they ascended, his expression one of admiration. "It took me 50 years to reach the celestial spirit realm, yet they have achieved it in just over 20 years. While their success is largely attributed to the assistance of the 9-fold spirit tower, it is also a testament to their extraordinary innate talents." The celestial spirit realm? Upon hearing of Qianlong and Man Jie's accomplishments, Xiaoyueying was taken aback, expressing her skepticism. If ascending this tower requires such effort at the celestial spirit realm, isn't that rather weak? At her words, both the Dongwang and Shimon representatives ceased their bickering, turning their gazes in unison toward Xiaoyueying, their eyes brimming with hostility and displeasure. Zhong Guangguan, frightened, took a step back and hid behind Xiaoyueying, tugging at her sleeve and whispering, "Xiaoyueying, it seems you have angered them. So what?" She retorted dismissively, "I speak only the truth." Her brazen attitude further incited the ire and animosity of those present. Xiaoyueying, the 9-fold spirit tower, gathers the spirits of heaven and earth, condensing spiritual power into spiritual pressure. The higher one ascends, the more potent the spiritual pressure becomes, cascading down from above. Do not underestimate the spiritual pressure concentrated within this tower. Gu Changxian smiled slightly as he explained to Xiaoyueying. This spiritual pressure can permeate one's limbs and meridians, assisting the entrant in breaking through their limitations under the right conditions. Conversely, if one's body cannot withstand this spiritual pressure, it can cause damage to their internal meridians, posing great danger. Xiaoyueying furrowed her delicate brows, immediately comprehending why Gu Changxian had deliberately brought her to the Immortal Academy. Master, do you wish for me to ascend this spirit tower as well? Indeed, Gu Changxian replied with a gentle nod. Originally, he had left the 9-tiered spirit tower here solely to assist Hu Lin in fulfilling his aspirations. However, it now conveniently served as the next phase of training for Xiaoyueying. You should have mentioned it earlier. I am eager to discover the true prowess of this 9-tiered spirit tower. With a confident smile gracing her lips, Xiaoyueying leaped forward without hesitation, soaring directly into the tower amidst the gaze of the onlookers. Chapter 73. Ascending the 8-story spirit tower. I cannot fathom where this girl hails from. Her audacity is truly unfathomable. A mere demon, so brazen. I surmise she only dares to speak so boldly because Dean Hu is present. I shall see how many levels she can ascend. I predict she will soon return in utter disgrace. As Xiaoyueying stepped into the 9-tier spirit tower, the onlookers erupted in a chorus of mockery, eagerly anticipating her downfall. Yet, scarcely had their derisive words faded when their expressions turned to one of stupefaction. Each level of the 9-tier spirit tower, and even the staircases between them, were fitted with windows, allowing those below to glimpse the ascendant's progress. At that moment, Xiaoyueying appeared to ascend leisurely, her demeanor relaxed and carefree, devoid of any semblance of pressure. In the blink of an eye, she had reached the 5th level, showing no inclination to halt. The crowd gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. 5 levels already. She has ascended so swiftly to the 5th level. Look, it seems she has no intention of stopping. 6 levels. Could it be that she aspires to reach the same height as Qianlan and Manjia? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Xiaoyueying continued her ascent toward the 7th level. Upon reaching this height, she finally sensed a slight pressure from the spiritual aura permeating her being, a subtle weight that enveloped her. Yet, this minor degree of pressure was utterly insufficient to impede her progress. Radiating her own spiritual energy, Xiaoyueying manifested an invisible barrier that countered the spiritual pressure exerted by the tower, boldly stepping onto the 7th level. Qianlan and Manjia, who had barely managed to rest on the 7th level, were taken aback by the sudden appearance of Xiaoyueying at the staircase. The two, both of whom had just achieved the 7th level, were astonished to see this unfamiliar woman, seemingly emerging from nowhere, reach the same elevation as them. The crowd below was equally dumbfounded, murmuring in disbelief. She has reached the 7th level. To attain such a height, one must possess at least the cultivation of the heavenly spirit realm, right? Could it be that she is also a formidable practitioner of the heavenly spirit realm? Hu Lin's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Xiaoyueying, his astonishment barely concealed. He could discern that her cultivation was merely at the earth spirit realm. Yet the aura of spiritual energy she emanated was profoundly rich and overwhelming, even hinting at a fierce and sharp edge concealed within. This very essence of spiritual energy was on par with his own. Such a presence he had never encountered in any earth spirit realm practitioner before. Hu Lin's heart swelled with shock as his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Gu Changxian, who stood silently beside him. Upon reflection, it is hardly surprising that a disciple trained by such a venerable master possesses astonishing spiritual prowess. After all, this master is capable of casually casting aside treasures like the 9-tiered spirit tower. Within the tower, under the bewildered and astonished gazes of Qianlan and Manjia, Xiaoyueying gracefully approached them. The two had reached the 7th tier, nearly exhausted, unable to advance another step. Even merely sitting on the 7th tier weighed heavily upon them, their persistence solely for the sake of maintaining dignity. In stark contrast, Xiaoyueying strode effortlessly to their side, appearing utterly unfazed by any limitations. Upon reaching Qinlan and Manjia, she lightly furrowed her brows and stated calmly, "Please step aside. Your presence here is obstructing the path." Qinlan, Manya. A palpable awkwardness enveloped the air as they fell into a silence. Both were esteemed princes, endowed with remarkable talents. Their abilities and statuses commanded respect wherever they went. Previously, it had always been the case that people would yield to them, yet today they found themselves being asked to step aside by a woman, no less, a member of the demon race. After a brief moment of silence, with furrowed brows, Qinlan and Man Jie reluctantly shifted aside, creating a small passage. The spiritual pressure on the 8th tier was exponentially greater than that of the 7th, even beyond the capacity of heavenly spirit realm cultivators. Should this demoness attempt to ascend, she would soon find herself retreating in failure. As Qinlan and Man Jie stepped aside, Xiaoyueying stood tall, passing by them and making her way directly to the 8th tier. The onlookers below, peering through the windows leading to the 8th tier, could hardly contain their astonishment at her ascent. She was still climbing. Good heavens! No one, apart from the esteemed headmaster, had ever succeeded in reaching the 8th tier. But do not be hasty. She has yet to reach the 8th tier. Surely only a saintly figure like the headmaster could tread upon such heights. It is impossible for her to succeed. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Xiaoyueying steadily ascended the steps toward the 8th tier. Compared to her earlier pace, her movements had slowed considerably. With each step, the surge of spiritual pressure intensified dramatically. The weight of this pressure far surpassed that of the 7th tier, as if invisible mountains were pressing down upon her. Yet this was insufficient to hinder her resolve. With a determined gaze, Xiaoyueying continued her ascent, each step radiating formidable spiritual energy. Moments later, as she placed her final foot upon the last step, her figure emerged triumphantly at the window of the 8th tier. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd below was rendered speechless, gazing upward in awe at Xiaoyueying on the 8th tier. Surely, I must be mistaken. She has reached the 8th tier. She has truly succeeded. It has been quite some time since anyone at the Ordinary Immortal Academy reached the 8th level, has it not? It appears she just entered the academy today. Upon learning that Xiaoyueying had arrived at the Ordinary Immortal Academy merely on her first day, the crowd was rendered even more astonished. To ascend the tower for the very first time and shatter the record for the younger generation within the academy is nothing short of remarkable. As they beheld Xiaoyueying at the 8th level, Hu Lin was left utterly speechless. He was acutely aware of the formidable spiritual pressure that resided at the 8th level. Having barely managed to ascend there himself with his Holy Spirit realm cultivation. Yet, Xiaoyueying, with her Earth Spirit realm cultivation, achieved this feat, an unprecedented occurrence. Amid the collective astonishment and bewilderment of the crowd, only Zhong Guanguan and Shui Xiaoling displayed expressions of elation, joyfully bouncing with excitement. How wonderful! Xiaoyueying has surpassed everyone else. Indeed, Sister Xiao is truly impressive. Just as the two girls celebrated Xiaoyueying's success, a powerful and radiant surge of spiritual light erupted from the 8th level. Chapter 74. That woman has yet to descend. Atop the 8th level of the ninefold spirit tower, Xiaoyueying slowly approached the staircase leading to the 9th level, determined to ascend to its pinnacle in one uninterrupted motion. However, as she took a step forward, she felt an invisible barrier formed by spiritual pressure obstructing her path, rendering her unable to proceed. The sheer magnitude of the vertical spiritual pressure had created an intangible shield. With her brow furrowed, Xiaoyueying clenched her hand into a claw and forcefully slashed at the spiritual pressure barrier before her. As her claw descended, a faint tear was made in the barrier. Yet, before she could revel in her momentary success, the invisible barrier swiftly mended itself, restoring its original state. After several attempts, Xiaoyueying found herself panting, her frustration palpable as she glared at the spiritual pressure barrier, feeling utterly helpless. She was compelled to constantly resist the pressure from the 8th level while simultaneously attempting to breach the barrier of the 9th level, a task that proved to be exceedingly arduous. Given her current level of cultivation, such a feat seemed nearly impossible. To shatter the barrier leading to the 9th level, she would have to advance her cultivation further. Realizing her insufficient prowess, Xiaoyueying promptly seated herself cross-legged on the 8th level, closing her eyes. She focused on channeling every fiber of her being to withstand the spiritual pressure while simultaneously drawing in the spiritual energy from above the 8th level. Each tier of the tower resembled a pressure cooker brimming with spiritual pressure, relentlessly exerting its force upon her body, penetrating every limb and sinew, and forcibly infiltrating every meridian and conduit within her. This method often allowed for rapid absorption of spiritual energy into oneself, while the high pressure facilitated the easy breaking of bottlenecks. Of course, the prerequisite for this was that one's physical body and meridians could endure the onslaught of spiritual pressure prior to breaking through. Fortunately, this was not an issue for Xiaoyueying. Having undergone the baptism of the body-tempering elixir, both her physique and meridians far surpassed those of her peers by several folds. Under the 8th level's spiritual pressure, the influx of energy into her body would not cause harm to her meridians. Rather, it surged rapidly throughout her body, further cleansing her meridians until it ultimately converged into her spiritual acupoint. Not long after settling into her meditative position, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from within Xiaoyueying's body. Threads of spiritual energy began to coalesce around her, flowing like gentle streams as the spiritual essence rippled in the air due to the fluctuations of her own spiritual energy. This extraordinary phenomenon of the gathering spiritual energy within the ninefold spirit tower instantly captivated the attention of everyone within the ordinary Immortal Academy. Almost everyone sensed the fluctuations of the spiritual energy, collectively turning their gazes towards the direction of the ninefold spirit tower, their expressions filled with astonishment. This unusual manifestation of spiritual energy indicated that someone was on the verge of a breakthrough within the ninefold spirit tower. The rippling of the spiritual energy and the resonance with the heavens clearly signified the precursor to a breakthrough into the heavenly spirit realm. Judging by the height and direction of the shimmering spiritual light, it was evidently emanating from the 8th level of the ninefold spirit tower. Someone had stepped onto the 8th level and was poised to achieve a breakthrough. Under the towering ninefold spirit tower, Hu Lin and his companions gazed at the swirling spiritual energy above, their expressions once again filled with profound astonishment. It had only been a brief moment since their ascent, and already she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Such extraordinary speed was indeed remarkable. Young Master Gu, is Xiaoyueying all right? Concern creased Zhong Guangguan's brow as she looked up at the majestic tower. There is no need for concern, Miss Zhong. Xiaoyueying is perfectly fine. However, she may need to remain up there for some time, likely not returning until evening, Gu Changxian replied, a smile illuminating his face, devoid of any anxiety. Every step that Xiaoyueying took was within the framework of his cultivation plan. The mere 8th level of spiritual pressure posed no challenge to her. A being of demonic essence, further refined by the body-tempering elixir. For her, breaking through to the Holy Spirit realm with the aid of the ninefold spirit tower's pressure was merely a matter of time. Witnessing Xiaoyueying's rapid progression at the 8th level stirred a fervent determination within the onlookers, inspiring them greatly. She had just arrived and was already advancing in her cultivation. How could they afford to linger and waste time? Perhaps, with a little extra effort, they too could ascend to higher floors and achieve a swift breakthrough. Exchanging glances, the crowd swiftly took flight towards the interior of the ninefold spirit tower. Even those who were resting or engaged elsewhere within the Academy of Mortal Immortals could not resist joining the fray. In an instant, a wave of eager participants surged into the tower. Observing the throngs of individuals rushing by, eager to enter the spirit tower, Zhong Guangguan and Cui Xiaoling found themselves momentarily at a loss. Miss Zhong, Xiaoling, you should also venture into the tower and give it a try. The lower levels of the tower will greatly benefit your cultivation as well, Gu Changxian encouraged with a gentle smile towards the hesitant duo. Indeed, Zhong Guangguan nodded solemnly and then took Cui Xiaoling's hand, leading her towards the ninefold spirit tower. Xiaoling, let us go in together. We must not let Xiaoyueying leave us behind. Yes, we must catch up with Sister Xiao. Xiaoying clenched her fists, her gaze resolute. As the crowd, fueled by their determination to break through, entered the ninefold spirit tower, the air soon filled with the sound of anguished cries and groans emanating from its various levels. No, I can't go on. I can't move anymore. The pressure on the fourth level is so overwhelming, I can't even stand. Someone, please lend a hand. I feel like my bones are about to snap. I may have overestimated myself. I feel the same. Perhaps I should challenge it another time. Excuse me. As individuals were carried out from the ninefold spirit tower, Hu Lin could only shake his head with a wry smile. The spiritual pressure on each level of the ninefold spirit tower escalated exponentially, and the challenges of the upper levels should not be underestimated. It was clear that one could not rely solely on fervor and ambition to surpass their limits. Upon witnessing Xiaoye ascend to the 8th level unscathed, a sudden wave of confidence washed over everyone. Yet they remained blissfully unaware of the vast chasm that separated their abilities from hers. The ninefold spirit tower was not a challenge to be taken lightly. Even he had yet to successfully tread upon the 9th level. Before long, waves of individuals began to withdraw from the ninefold spirit tower, unable to endure the trials within. As dusk approached, nearly all those who had entered after her had retreated. Zhong Guangguan and Shui Xiaoling, having remained on the 2nd level, seized the opportunity to break through a realm, yet they too could no longer persevere and exited the tower. Even Qinlan and Manjia, who had reached the 7th level, found themselves depleted of their medicinal resources, unable to withstand the oppressive spirit pressure, and simultaneously withdrew from the ninefold spirit tower. As the two emerged, they noticed the assembly of onlookers gazing upward at the tower, prompting a furrow of confusion upon their brows. What are they staring at? The palace has returned, Qinlan inquired as she approached one of her subordinates, her curiosity tinged with dissatisfaction. Your Highness, the subordinate, startled back to reality, promptly greeted Qinlan and then raised a trembling hand toward the pinnacle of the ninefold spirit tower, stammering that woman has yet to descend. Chapter 75, The Indomitable Spirit of That Girl. What? Upon hearing the words of his subordinate, Qinlan and Manjia were taken aback, simultaneously raising their heads to gaze at the 8th level of the 9-tiered spirit tower. They had witnessed Xiaoying ascend to the 8th level right beside them, but they never anticipated that she could endure for such an extended period there. Within the 9-tiered spirit tower, every individual present had personally experienced the intensity of the spiritual pressure on each level, particularly the overwhelming force that escalated significantly on the higher tiers, rendering it formidable. Many had recklessly attempted to challenge their limits and surge towards the upper levels. Yet nearly all had to retreat due to their bodies being unable to withstand the spiritual pressure, with some even carried out due to their inability to cope. Even for the two of them, preparing thoroughly was essential just to reach the 7th level, utilizing spiritual herbs to replenish their depleted spiritual energy and stabilize their meridians, barely managing to stay on the 7th level until now. Yet, Xiaoying had remained on the 8th level for more than half a day. How could her body endure such prolonged exposure to the spiritual pressure of the 8th level? Could it be that she had perished up there? Under the 8th level's spiritual pressure, it was entirely possible that she had not been able to escape in time. Indeed, otherwise, how could she have remained for so long? Should we ascend to check on her? Who, besides the dean, could withstand the 8th level's spiritual pressure? As they gazed at the gradually tranquil 8th level of the tower, the crowd below began to voice their speculations. Zhong Guangguan and Shui Xiaoling also displayed their concern, nervously clenching their fists. Some time had passed since the surge of spiritual energy triggered by Xiaoyue Ying on the 8th level, and the current silence of the 8th tier was disconcerting. Senior, should I ascend to investigate? Hu Lin inquired, worry etched on his face as he turned to Gu Changxian. Even with his cultivation at the Holy Spirit level, enduring the spiritual pressure of the 8th tier for such a duration would likely push him to his limits, let alone Xiaoyueying, who only possessed earth spirit cultivation. Do not fret, that girl is far from fragile. She is likely on the verge of a breakthrough. In contrast to the anxious crowd, Changxian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing confidently at the 8th level of the tower with a serene smile. Just as his words fell, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted once more from the 8th level of the spirit tower. Boom! A wave of spiritual force radiated outward from the center where Xiaoyueying stood, momentarily dispelling the pressure imposed by the 8th level. A celestial force began to permeate from above the 8th tier. This is it. She has succeeded. She has successfully broken through to the celestial spirit realm. It turns out she is truly unscathed. As they observed the rippling waves of spiritual energy emanating from the 8th level, the crowd was astonished, their faces reflecting a mix of shock and envy. The celestial spirit realm was a level of cultivation that many would find unattainable in their lifetime. Qinlan and Manjia were particularly struck with disbelief, their expressions betraying their astonishment. As the two of them relied on various elixirs for support and protection during their breakthrough into the celestial spirit realm, they spent a full month on the 6th floor of the spirit tower before achieving success. In stark contrast, Xiaoyueying, before the gathered crowd, managed to ascend to the 8th floor and break through within a mere half-day. The two, acclaimed as the pride of the world, appeared utterly insignificant in her presence. Such extraordinary talent exists in the world. On the 8th floor of the spirit tower, Xiaoyueying gradually opened her enchanting violet eyes, a smile of excitement and joy gracing her lips. This spirit tower seems remarkably effective. Just last night, she successfully broke through to the earth spirit realm, and today, under the pressure of the spirit tower, she has achieved a breakthrough to the celestial spirit realm. The efficiency of this advancement was almost beyond her imagination. Now, standing once again on this 8th floor, she could sense that the spiritual pressure was no longer as burdensome as before. With this newfound confidence, she boldly approached the staircase leading to the 9th floor. Inserting her hands into the intangible barrier of spiritual pressure before her, she exerted herself to tear it apart. Successfully shattering the first barrier, Xiaoyue Ying's face lit up with joy, believing she had cleared a path to the 9th floor and stepped onto the staircase. However, as soon as she took a step, an invisible barrier of spiritual pressure on the 2nd step repelled her forcefully. Caught off guard, she was sent tumbling backwards, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Gritting her teeth in indignation, Xiaoyue Ying, unwilling to be defeated, ascended the 9th staircase once more. This time, fully prepared, she approached the barriers with a fierce determination and rage, swiftly tearing through several layers of spiritual pressure. Though the staircase to the 9th floor comprised only a dozen steps, each was fortified by an invisible barrier that grew increasingly formidable with each ascent. Xiaoyueying managed to conquer several steps in quick succession, yet as she progressed, breaching the subsequent barriers became increasingly strenuous. Even with her teeth clenched, channeling her entire spiritual energy, the claws of spirit she conjured struggled to tear through the next barrier. With a sudden loss of strength, she was once again thrust back by the barrier, tumbling down to the 8th floor. The barriers she had previously dismantled restored themselves to their original state, signifying that she would have to start anew. Furrowing her delicate brows in frustration, Xiaoyueying hesitated momentarily before summoning forth a surge of dark, purple, demonic energy. She refused to believe that this tower posed such a challenge. Empowered by the demonic force, Xiaoyueying rapidly tore through the initial barriers once again, ascending the staircase to the 9th floor at an astonishing speed. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers below held their breath, their eyes wide with astonishment. She dares to challenge the ascent to the 9th floor? No one has yet managed to reach the 9th level. The spiritual energy emanating from her is truly astounding and formidable. Is this the essence of the demonic realm? Gazing at the silhouette advancing towards the 9th level of the spirit tower, Changxian could not help but display a resigned smile. This girl's indomitable spirit has resurfaced. Under the astonished gaze of the onlookers, Xiaoyueying surged forward with relentless determination, shattering the spiritual barriers of the 10 steps before her with ease. At this moment, she could perceive the 9th level, with only a few final steps remaining to reach it. Yet these last few steps once again impeded her progress. The spiritual barriers on these final steps seemed to coalesce, forming an even denser and more formidable barrier. Despite channeling the full force of her demonic power, she could merely create a narrow fissure. Moreover, due to her prior depletion of spiritual energy and the excessive exertion of her demonic strength, she felt a renewed sting of erosion from the demonic energy, causing her hands to weaken helplessly, and she was once more thrust backward. This time, with her spiritual energy nearly exhausted and her body rendered weak, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to withstand the pressure of the 8th level. As the spectators witnessed Xiaoyueying being repelled, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. At that moment, Changxian sprang into action, lightly stepping forward, silently positioning himself behind Xiaoyueying and securely catching her as she fell. Chapter 76. I dislike it immensely. Oh. The crowd beneath the tower gasped in astonishment at this sudden turn of events. Who is that person? I have never seen them before. They seem to be accompanying the witch, perhaps a guest of the esteemed headmaster. I noticed the headmaster was just beside this individual moments ago. How could they possibly withstand the spiritual pressure of the 8th level? As the onlookers focused their gaze, they were astonished to discover that the ethereal figure who caught Xiaoyueying was none other than Changxian, who had just moments ago stood at the foot of the tower. Yet now he had instantaneously ascended to the 8th level, seemingly unscathed, as if completely impervious to the pressure surrounding him. Hu Lin turned his head, only to be taken aback to find that Changxian had vanished from his side and had ascended to the 8th level of the spiritual tower. Even with his cultivation at the Holy Spirit realm, he was entirely unaware of Changxian's disappearance. Atop the tower, Xiaoyueying, exhausted and powerless, once again nestled into Changxian's embrace. Though she was reluctant to admit it, every time she found herself in this fellow's arms, the stinging sensation caused by the corruption of demonic power would suddenly diminish, enveloping her in an inexplicable warmth and comfort. With this person by her side, it seemed that even excessive use of demonic power was inconsequential. Just as Xiaoyueying was lost in the blissful and cozy embrace, a hand descended, striking her rear with a soft yet startling sound. Ah! At that instant, Xiaoyueying instinctively let out a delicate exclamation, her body tensing to its utmost. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her silver teeth clenched as she shot an indignant glare at Changxian, resembling a fierce creature ready to bite. That insufferable rogue. He dared to slap her bottom. It was not the pain of the impact that shocked her, but the sensation that coursed through her body, igniting a wave of embarrassment. Throughout her life, she had never been subjected to such an indignity. Never. Little Yueying, while I indeed allowed you to ascend to the pinnacle of this spiritual tower, I did not permit you to wield demonic power. The demonic power is merely a manifestation of your spiritual energy, triggered by your bloodline, and will naturally grow alongside your cultivation level, significantly enhancing your strength. However, it will not aid you in breaking through your cultivation bottleneck. To achieve any real advancement, you must rely on your own spiritual energy. Do you understand? Changxian said, holding Xiaoyueying firmly under his arm, his tone tinged with reproach. Yet in the next moment, he leaned closer to her face, a devilish smile gracing his lips as he said meaningfully, or perhaps, little Yueying, you intentionally overexerted your demonic power, waiting to fall into my embrace. If that is the case, you need not be so coy. My arms are always open for you. And no, how could that be? Who would want to be in your embrace, you narcissist? I absolutely dislike it. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyueying's lovely face turned a deeper shade of red with anger, and she hurriedly protested. Is that so? Since you seem to dislike being in my embrace, you must exercise control over your demonic powers. Do you understand? Otherwise, you will inevitably find yourself in my arms again. Oof. Xiaoyueying crossed her arms, pouting with a huff, displaying an expression of sulking discontent, unwilling to engage. Upon noticing this, Changxian raised his hand once more, prompting Xiaoyueying to obediently respond, I understand. I understand. Alas, in her current state of depleted spiritual energy and physical weakness, she found herself utterly unable to escape Changxian's grasp. Even the thought of struggling was beyond her strength. Rather than face another slap, it would be wiser to humbly admit her fault. As long as you understand, Let us leave matters here for today. Satisfied with her response, Gu Changxian withdrew his hand, and in an instant, he and Xiaoyueying reappeared before the crowd at the foot of the tower. Curious gazes filled with intrigue and speculation scrutinized the pair, as the union of cultivators and demons was an exceedingly rare sight, typically involving demons raised as guardians by cultivators. While they had heard Xiaoyueying refer to Gu Changxian as master, the intimacy of their relationship appeared far more affectionate than that of mere master and servant, or guardian and ward. As Gu Changxian descended with Xiaoyueying in tow, Zhong Guangguan blushed slightly, her face a mix of envy and gossip, gazing at the duo. The scene, reminiscent of a hero saving a damsel in distress, was simply enchanting. It was precisely the kind of encounter she had envisioned after embarking on her cultivation journey. Indeed, no matter how one looked at it, Gu Gongzi and Xiaoyueying seemed quite the perfect match. Gu Changxian paid no heed to the peculiar stares of those around him. Instead, smiling at Hu Lin, he inquired, "Director Hu, is there a bathhouse within the academy?" Oh, there's a celestial pool on the back mountain of the inner courtyard, if that would suffice." Awakened by Gu Changxian's call, Hu Lin hastily gestured toward a peak behind the 9-tiered spirit tower. "That will do." Gu Changxian nodded lightly, turning gracefully with Xiaoyueying in tow, heading toward the back mountain. "Hey, why are we going to the celestial pool?" Xiaoyueying, nestled under his arm, turned her head in confusion. To help Xiaoyueying recover her health, Gu Changxian replied coolly without glancing back, gradually disappearing into the woods as the crowd looked on with curiosity and intrigue. Among the onlookers, several pairs of eyes observed Gu Changxian and Xiaoyueying's retreating figures with a significant gaze. Once Gu Changxian vanished from sight, Qinlan withdrew her gaze, directing it toward Man Jie and a similarly adorned gentleman beside him, whose luxurious attire exuded opulence. Her expression darkened slightly as she approached them. "Second brother, you truly stop at nothing. You are utterly unworthy of being the second prince of the Eastern Huang Kingdom, let alone worthy of becoming its new emperor." As Qinlan passed by Man Jie and his companion, she deliberately paused, icily uttering a remark before striding away decisively. The man beside Man Jie did not turn to look at Qinlan, yet his face betrayed an uncontrollable expression of malevolent rage as he clenched his fists tightly, muttering to himself, "Just wait and see, big brother." Man Jie turned his gaze, coldly regarding the retreating figure of Qinlan, a disdainful smirk curling at the corners of his lips. At that moment, one of his subordinates hurriedly approached his side, whispering urgently, "Lord Man Jie, there has been an incident at the Celestial Sect." Chapter 77. The Fall of the Celestial Sect, Shocking the World. In the Grand Hall of the Blood Soul Sect within the Western Barbarian Kingdom, over 100 cultivators clad in the garb of various sects gathered, seated on either side. At the elevated dais sat a middle-aged man with a crimson complexion and a shadowy demeanor. "Esteemed guests, the moment has arrived. On the day of the Celestial Festival, we shall seize control of the Celestial Capital, flatten the Eastern Huang, and unify the realm." At this proclamation, Wan Ke surveyed the assembly with fervor, raising his goblet high and passionately rallying, "Let's work together, sharing the world." The attendees rose, lifting their cups in reverence, bowing deeply, and responding with fervent enthusiasm. Each countenance radiated exhilaration and joy, as if victory were already within their grasp. Observing their reverent welcome, Wan Ke could not suppress a sense of prideful arrogance. The entire royal family of the Western Barbarian Kingdom had already pledged allegiance to his Blood Soul sect, and nearly all sects within the realm had declared their loyalty to him. At this moment, if he could conquer the mighty Eastern Huang, no nation or sect would stand in his way of unifying the world. Soon, all spiritual minds and the sacred lands of the celestial capital would belong to his Blood Soul sect. As Wan Ke indulged in dreams of becoming the sovereign of the world, a hurried and frantic voice echoed from outside the hall, drawing nearer and resonating within the hearts of all present. "Report! Report! Sect Master! News from the Eastern Huang. The celestial sect has been annihilated." A Blood Soul sect disciple, in a state of panic, rushed into the hall and knelt to deliver the report. "What? Annihilated?" Upon hearing this news, Wan Ke and the assembly were struck with astonishment, their gazes fixed upon the trembling disciple. Yes, indeed, the entire celestial sect has been destroyed, its grounds reduced to ruins. There is not a single survivor. The news is spread across the realm, and many have confirmed it. The disciple quaked, continuing his report with trepidation. What? Wan Ke, aghast, could no longer remain seated and stood abruptly. As the foremost sect in the realm, the celestial sect boasted over 10,000 disciples and formidable power, while its leader, Bai Ji, was on the verge of breaking through to the Holy Spirit realm, potentially surpassing even him. Not even the entirety of his blood soul sect would dare to claim the ability to obliterate the celestial sect, let alone achieve such a feat in silence, and in such a short span of time. Do you know who is responsible? Wan Ke inquired, his brow furrowing in inquiry. And no, I do not. When we discovered it, the celestial sect had already been reduced to ruins, with not a soul remaining. Well, the right protector, Xiaoyueying. Where is he? Why did he not report to our sect in a timely manner? In response to the esteemed lord of the sect and the right protector, it appears he has also vanished, and I am unable to establish contact with him. The subordinate, trembling with trepidation, dared not articulate the implications of his words too plainly, lest he incite the displeasure of Wan Quebec. Anyone with functioning ears could decipher the underlying message in his statement. The sudden downfall of the celestial sect, coupled with the disappearance of Xiaoyueying, who served as the liaison between the celestial sect and the blood soul sect, was all too evident. It was unmistakably implied that he had been erased from existence. Xiaoyueying, a figure at the pinnacle of the spirit realm, possessed strength far surpassing many present here. Yet he too had been annihilated. Who could possess the power to not only eliminate Xiaoyueying, but also bring about the obliteration of an entire sect? At that moment, the faces of those present were devoid of any semblance of joy, each expression gravely burdened with concern. Bancas bro furuba deeply, reflecting an unprecedented blend of displeasure and gravity. In his pursuit of annexing the Eastern Huang Kingdom, he had not hesitated to employ means over several decades, subtly engaging with the disciples and elders of the celestial sect, enticing them to practice the blood soul techniques and join his ranks. Years of meticulous planning had allowed him to gradually erode the celestial sect from within, ultimately bringing the entire sect under the auspices of the blood soul sect. Just as he stood on the precipice of achieving his goal, ready to seize control of the celestial sect through the blood soul techniques and engulf the entire Eastern Huang Kingdom, this unforeseen calamity had emerged. All his decades of careful scheming lay to waste. However, even though he had failed to dominate the celestial sect, its disappearance would still be advantageous for the blood soul sect. Without the celestial sect, no other faction in the Eastern Huang Kingdom could rival his power. Yet, the mysterious individual capable of annihilating the celestial sect and slaying his right protector instilled him with profound unease. To eliminate an entire sect and dispatch his formidable aid was a feat not to be underestimated. The sudden emergence of such a powerful figure within Eastern Huang, just as his plans were about to unfold, was an unsettling prospect. Lord Wan, your worries are somewhat excessive. It is merely the obliteration of a minor sect. Interjected an individual seated on the opposite side of the hall, his tone dripping with disdain. As he spoke, all eyes turned towards him. A man reclined in his chair, legs crossed and one arm propped lazily on the armrest, his countenance exuding an air of arrogance and contempt. Behind him sat several subordinates, each cradling a woman in their arms, their hands wandering inappropriately, their demeanor languid and mocking, embodying an attitude of utter disregard. In such a critical assembly, this display of nonchalance should have provoked the ire of Wan Ke, the lord of the blood soul sect. Yet instead of anger, he wore a mask of obsequiousness. What young Master Chao says is indeed true. Who in this world could possibly rival the esteemed young Master Chao? Yes, with young Master Chao as assistance, success is assured. In this realm, no one can stand against Lord Chao. The remaining individuals present wore expressions of ingratiation and respect, each voicing their flattery. As leaders of various sects, they unhesitatingly lowered themselves in servitude, for the figure before them was not merely a mortal cultivator, but a celestial being from the upper realms. The might of such upper realm entities is beyond the comprehension of earthly practitioners. With the assistance of Chao Feng and his cohorts, they need not fear who might extinguish the members of the celestial sect. Master Wan, continue with the plan as intended. When the time comes, anyone who obstructs our endeavors shall be dealt with by me personally. Just remember our agreement, or the consequences will be clear to you. Chao Feng rose slowly, leaving behind these words before striding out of the grand hall with his subordinates. Should anyone else dare to treat him, the esteemed leader of the Blood Soul sect, with such indignity, he would not hesitate to annihilate them. Yet, in the face of Chao Feng and his companions, Wan Ke could only bow and extend his hands in respectful farewell. Rest assured, young Master Chao, after the success of our venture, I shall offer the treasures from Immortal Academy with both hands. Chapter 78. The first shared bath as night enveloped the tranquil mountain forest. The celestial pool lay surrounded by verdant stones, its waters crystal clear and still. Changxian gently led the frail Xiaoyueying to the edge of the pool. With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, he effortlessly removed all the water, leaving behind an empty, pristine basin. Under Xiaoyueying's curious gaze, Changxian slowly poured the celestial spring and the body-tempering elixir into the hollow, filling the pool to the brim. Within moments, a mist of steam rose from the surface, enveloping the area in a dreamlike haze. Yazi, ensure that no one else approaches this place, Changxian instructed, his eyes fixed on the pool before him. Yes, my lord. Yazi seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation, offering a knowing smile before taking flight. Vanishing into the night sky. Once Yazi had departed, Changxian gently set Xiaoyueying down. This pool will replenish the spiritual energy you have expended and further enhance your constitution and spiritual veins. Seize the moment before the elixir's effects dissipate. Step in. Having learned from previous experiences, Xiaoyueying hesitated no longer. Turning her back to Changxian, she began to shed her garments. At the instant her dress fell to the ground. The silver moon, veiled by clouds, could not resist peeking through, casting its silvery light upon the scene, revealing a delicate and exquisite silhouette before Changxian's eyes. Xiaoyueying felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks, casting a sidelong glance at Changxian before stepping gracefully into the pool. With a splash, the tranquility of the moonlit forest was momentarily shattered as her bare form submerged into the warm embrace of the waters. A soft, melodic sigh escaped her lips as she savored the pool's enveloping warmth, feeling waves of comfort and vitality coursing through her. Immersed in the celestial spring, she sensed the spiritual energy seeping into her, rapidly restoring her essence. The damage inflicted by the prolonged spiritual pressure within the 9-tiered spirit tower was also swiftly mending under the effects of the elixir. Indeed, as Changxian had foretold, her body and spiritual veins felt increasingly robust. With her eyes gently closed, she surrendered to the blissful sensations the waters provided. The experience of bathing in this expansive pool was profoundly different from that in the small wooden tub. Yet she pondered, why had he chosen a grand bath this time instead of the ancient wooden tub crafted from a millennium-old divine tree? Just as she contemplated this, Changxian's actions offer an answer. With another splash, he entered the water. A sudden awareness of another presence jolted Xiaoyueying from her reverie. She opened her eyes in astonishment, her gaze falling upon the newcomer. Without a doubt, it was Changxian. At that moment, he was clad only in a white scarf draped around his waist, his bare torso exposed in its entirety. Why have you come in as well? Xiaoyueying exclaimed, her countenance a blend of shock and embarrassment. This place is borrowed by me, and the bathing water is drawn from my celestial spring. Why should I not enter? Changxian immersed himself in the heavenly pool, extending his arms and leaning against the azure stone, a playful smile gracing his handsome face. Xiaoyueying was left speechless, glaring at Changxian with a mix of embarrassment and anger, her heart filled with frustration. Indeed, this heavenly pool was borrowed from Hulin, and the water within was sourced from his celestial spring, even infused with numerous body-tempering elixirs. Moreover, as a slave, she had neither the authority nor the excuse to expel him from his rightful place. Xiaoyueying crossed her arms over her chest, slowly rising from the water, intent on leaving. If she could not drive him away, she could certainly take her leave. Little Xiaoyueying, your depleted spiritual energy has yet to fully recover. If you leave now, you would waste the benefits of this celestial spring. Gu Changxian's voice drifted lazily from behind. Xiaoyueying, upon hearing this, the half-step she had taken froze in place. And after a moment of hesitation, she ultimately retracted her foot and silently submerged herself back into the water, repeatedly reassuring herself. For the sake of cultivation. For the sake of cultivation. For the sake of cultivation. Alas, to avoid squandering the efficacy of this celestial spring, she would have to endure. It was merely a matter of sharing the same pool. It was not a significant issue. She had seen it all before. Seeing Xiaoyueying obediently return to the water, Gu Changxian could not help but smile slightly, turning his back to her and saying, "Little Xiaoyueying, come over and massage my shoulders." Upon hearing Gu Changxian's request, Xiaoyueying's delicate face paled in shock, and a flush crept up her cheeks. "It is merely a matter of massaging my shoulders. What is there to be surprised about? Surely, you can manage such a trivial task?" Gu Changxian teased, glancing back at the blushing and stunned Xiaoyueying. Xiaoyueying clenched her teeth, glaring angrily at Gu Changxian, then slowly swam to his back, her slender fingers gently resting on his shoulders and beginning to knead. Gu Changxian closed his eyes, savoring the tender ministrations, occasionally suggesting improvements. "Too light. When you struck me earlier, it was not with such delicacy." Xiaoyueying raised an eyebrow, veins throbbing on her forehead, and immediately exerted all her strength. This insufferable fellow, he had merely struck her once before and had yet to forget it. Since he favored a firmer touch, she would not hold back. "I'll crush you. This pressure is just about right." Gu Changxian emitted a comfortable sigh, feeling the strength in her hands. A bit lower, a bit firmer Xiaoyueying. Meanwhile, Zhong Guangguan, accompanied by Cui Shaoling, ventured into the forest. "I wonder how little Xiaoyueying is faring. Is she all right?" Zhong Guangguan muttered to herself as she walked. After Gu Changxian took Xiaoyueying away, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern, prompting her to come and take a look. However, it seemed she had lost her way once more, utterly clueless as to the whereabouts of the heavenly pool. As Zhong Guangguan gazed around in confusion, a series of soft murmurs and exertive sounds drifted from a nearby thicket. Startled, Zhong Guangguan approached the source of the sounds with utmost curiosity. There she found Yazi, crouched within the foliage, intently focused on something ahead. "Yazi?" Zhong Guangguan called out softly. "Sure." Yazi jumped, quickly turning around and signaling for silence with a wing at her lips, then pointed towards the thicket's depths. Zhong Guangguan's brow furrowed in confusion as she crouched down beside the shrubbery, gently parting the weeds before her. In an instant, a scene unfolded before her eyes that left her utterly astonished. Amidst the hazy mist, two figures were closely entwined, engaged in an intimate activity, punctuated by the occasional soft sigh and the man's exertions. The man's voice was unmistakably familiar. It was Gu Changxian. As for the woman, there could be no doubt. It was Xiaoyueying. What on earth were they doing in the heavenly pool? Was this something she was meant to witness? Zhong Guangguan's cheeks flushed crimson, nearly gasping in shock until Yazi quickly covered her mouth with a wing. Yazi's expression was one of delight and anticipation as it gazed at the misty pool, seemingly eager to witness a momentous event. The master was bathing with Lady Xiaoyueying. This was the first time he had shared such an experience with a woman. Could it be that it would finally witness the scene it had longed to see? Zhong Guangguan slowly removed Yazi's wing from her mouth, covering her own lips in astonishment, striving to suppress any sound. She had always known that the relationship between Xiaoyueying and young Master Gu was anything but simple. Indeed, it was true. Regrettably, the mist was too thick to discern anything clearly. If only she could get a little closer. "Zhongjia, did you find Sister Xiaoye?" At that moment, Cui Shaoling approached from behind, her small face etched with confusion as she followed Zhong Guangguan's gaze. "Little Ling, you are too young to witness such matters," Zhong Guangguan exclaimed, her face paling as she hurriedly covered Cui Shaoling's eyes while her own widened in astonished fixation on the direction of the heavenly pool. Realizing that her earlier utterance might have drawn attention, Zhong Guangguan dared not linger. grasping Yazi in one hand and cradling Xiaoyueying in the other. She dove down the mountain. Did someone just arrive? Xiaoying, engaged in a playful tussle with Changxian, seemed to catch a faint sound. Glancing warily towards the nearby woods, Changxian, with his eyes tightly shut, wore a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Perhaps it's just a lost little creature. Chapter 79. Idling away the next day, beneath the ninefold spirit tower, a new dawn welcomed a continuous stream of challengers eager to test their mettle. Changxian, accompanied by Xiaoyueying and others, once again arrived at the foot of the tower. Meanwhile, Zhong Guangguan's gaze flitted back and forth between Changxian and Xiaoyueying, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment at the mere recollection of the events from the previous night. Noticing the peculiar attention from Zhong Guangguan, Xiaoyueying inquired with curiosity, "Is something the matter? You've been staring at me since earlier." "And no, it's nothing," Zhong Guangguan stammered, quickly waving her hands while lowering her head, her face still aflame. Such personal matters were far too embarrassing for her to articulate. Seeing Zhong Guangguan's odd demeanor, Xiaoyueying furrowed her brows in confusion. What on earth is wrong with this silly girl this early in the day? So strange. Aside from Zhong Guangguan, the crow, Yazi, secretly observed Changxian and Xiaoyueying with an expression of intrigue, wondering if anything had transpired between the two the previous night. Yet it dared not voice its curiosity, fearing it might be shoved back into the confines of a fan again. What an enigma it found itself in. At that moment, Changxian distributed some spirit stones among Xiaoyueying and the others, shattering the delicate atmosphere. "Xiaoyueying, Miss Zhong, please take these spirit stones. Under the pressure of the tower, they will aid in the rapid absorption and refinement of their energy," he stated. Xiaoyueying cradled dozens of magic spirit stones, while Zhong Guangguan and Cui Shaoling received a few celestial spirit stones each. They would remain at the Immortal Academy, where their primary practice would involve ascending the ninefold spirit tower, striving to reach higher levels repeatedly. These celestial stones would suffice for them to eventually attain the Holy Spirit realm. "Thank you, young Master Gu." Zhong Guangguan and Cui Shaoling expressed their heartfelt gratitude, their faces alight with joy. Changxian smiled faintly before casting a glance at Xiaoyueying, as if conveying a hidden message. Xiaoyueying's cheeks flushed as she shyly responded, "Thank you, Master." With those words, seemingly to mask her embarrassment, Xiaoyueying swiftly turned and disappeared into the ninefold spirit tower. This time, she ascended with astonishing speed, nearly racing up to the 8th floor. Her remarkable ascent left the onlookers on each level utterly astonished. The floors they had painstakingly reached with great effort, she glided past, as if in flight. Changxian stood at the base of the ninefold spirit tower, quietly observing Xiaoyueying as she climbed. Yazi followed suit, gazing up at her with admiration. "In just one night, Lady Yueying has surpassed her previous performance," it exclaimed. "With her innate talent, it is likely she will break through to the Holy Spirit realm and reach the 9th level in just a few days." "Days? You underestimate this girl," Changxian replied. "One day, merely one day will suffice. By the end of today, she will stand upon the 9th level." Changxian bore a gentle smile, his words brimming with unwavering confidence and affirmation for Xiaoyueying. To transcend from the celestial spirit realm to the sacred spirit realm in merely a day, amidst such fragile spiritual energy in the mortal realm, truly speaks volumes of Lord Yueying's prowess. Upon hearing Changxian's unequivocal praise, Yazi looked up once more, her eyes wide with awe. There existed not a shred of doubt in her mind regarding Changxian's assertion. If the esteemed one has proclaimed it, then it is certain that Lord Yueying shall indeed ascend to the sacred spirit realm and reach the 9th tier today. Amidst this astonishment, a flicker of concern crossed Yazi's dark, round eyes. "Esteemed one, if this continues, it may not be long before Lord Yueying regains her former strength. Fear not, for this girl will not revert to her previous self," Changxian stated with a calm assurance, his words, though simple, resonating with undeniable confidence. The reason behind such conviction lay in the fact that this girl had been personally nurtured by him in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, Yazi's expression turned contemplative. Yet she chose not to voice any further concerns. With the esteemed one guiding and correcting, Lord Xiaoyueying should not become as she once was. However, a lingering worry remained in her heart. What if, one day in the future, Lord Xiaoyueying's memories were to awaken unexpectedly? Moreover, with the esteemed one personally instructing Lord Xiaoyueying in her cultivation, Yazi could not help but fret. What if Lord Xiaoyueying exceeded the esteemed one in skill? At that moment, Qinlan, the prince of Dongwang Kingdom, approached Changxian with his entourage. After a brief self-introduction, he courteously bowed and extended an invitation. Esteemed one, I have matters to discuss with you. Might you accompany me for a conversation? Very well. I find myself with nothing pressing at the moment. Changxian replied with a faint smile, accepting the invitation graciously. After all, Xiaoyueying was to remain in the spirit tower for a day, leaving him with ample time to spare. One of Qinlan's subordinates furrowed his brow, displeased with Changxian's apparent casualness towards the prince. Your Highness, this individual is exceedingly disrespectful. Do not speak out of turn. Qinlan interjected, raising a hand to silence his subordinate, then gestured for Changxian to follow him. Esteemed one, please come with me. Under Qinlan's guidance, Changxian was led into a private chamber within the Immortal Academy. Once inside, Qinlan swiftly conjured a soundproof barrier and, with a serious demeanor, instructed his subordinates, I have urgent matters to discuss with the esteemed one. You are to withdraw and ensure no one approaches this place. Yes. Following Qinlan's command, several subordinates exited the room, dispersing to maintain vigilance outside. Esteemed one, please take a seat, Qinlan invited, gesturing for Changxian to sit, then produced a chessboard from his spatial ring, placing it before them. I wonder how well-versed you are in chess. Would you be interested in a friendly match? Please, take the first move. Changxian replied leisurely as he settled into his seat, the white pieces of the chess set gracefully sliding before him, both boxes opening on their own accord. Since the esteemed one has graciously offered, I shall not hold back. Qinlan's brow furrowed slightly as he picked up a black piece and placed it on the board. Changxian similarly picked up a chess piece and placed it down, the crisp sound of pieces landing resonating throughout the room in a rhythmic cadence. With each move, Changxian exhibited no hesitation whatsoever, while beads of sweat began to trickle down Qinlan's forehead, who found himself indecisive time and again. Truly, he was a master, exhibiting unparalleled chess skills. Gazing at the intricately woven chessboard before him, Qinlan, holding a piece in hand, could not help but raise his eyes to the composed Changxian, offering a compliment. Playing chess is merely one of the pastimes I indulge in to pass the time. Changxian replied modestly with a gentle smile. The crow perched on his shoulder cast a scornful glance at Qinlan. This fool dares to challenge the master with such meager skills. The master has spent 100,000 years honing his craft, not merely idling away the time. There is nothing in this world that can truly confound the master. Chess is but a triviality. If this lad wishes to pose a challenge in chess, he would need to practice for several tens of thousands of years. Noticing the crow's unabashed disdain, Qinlan couldn't help but feel bewildered. Was it merely his imagination, or did it seem as though the bird regarded him with utter contempt? Being looked down upon by a bird was indeed a first for him. Senior, what is it that draws you to chess? After much hesitation, Qinlan finally placed his black piece down and promptly inquired. It is simply a diversion during my leisure, Changxian replied without a moment's pause, immediately placing a white piece as if he had already anticipated Qinlan's move. Qinlan picked up another black piece from the box, examining the board intently as he spoke. For you, senior, chess may be just a pastime, yet for me, it holds a different significance. I enjoy chess because the game mirrors the world itself. When playing, I can wield control over the board. The more pieces I possess, the more advantageous it becomes for me. However, merely having a sufficient number of pieces is not enough. Sometimes, a single pivotal piece can alter the entire game. Recognizing that vital piece is of utmost importance for any player. At present, I have identified a piece that is crucial to the entire game. With that, Qinlan decisively placed his black piece down with a sharp click, then raised his head to gaze earnestly at Gu Changxian, asking, Senior, would you be willing to serve me? Chapter 80. The true self has never been accustomed to serving others. Ah, foolish mortals, so ignorant of the vastness of the heavens. That single utterance of yours is sufficient to render you utterly obliterated from this realm. The crow, filled with ire, extended its wings to point accusingly at Qianlan, nearly ready to consume him in a single bite. You, to be so publicly humiliated by a mere bird, left Qianlan seething with indignation. Esteemed Senior, your avian companion appears rather impudent. This bird of mine has always been candid. Its words, though blunt, bear a significant truth. Just based on your previous statement, I possess the power to extinguish your very soul, Gu Changxian remarked, his gaze fixed upon the chessboard before him as he deftly placed a piece. With a crisp sound, the piece struck the board, resonating deeply within Qianlan, as if the impact reverberated not merely on the board, but directly within his heart. A wave of trepidation washed over Qianlan. His grip on the chess piece involuntarily quivered. Did this esteemed elder truly intend to eliminate him here? Moreover, an inexplicable yet overwhelming sensation gripped him. Should this individual choose to act, he would be powerless to resist. Fear not, for in consideration of your company in this game, I shall refrain from taking action, Gu Changxian assured him, a gentle and refined smile gracing his features. It is your turn. Noticing that Gu Changxian indeed seemed disinclined to act, Qianlan's fear somewhat subsided. Yet, as he prepared to make his next move, he remained undeterred, pledging earnestly, Esteemed Senior, my father is of advanced age and gravely ill, with little time remaining. My second brother has colluded with the Western barbarians, seeking to seize the Eastern Huang kingdom in this moment of weakness. As the Prince of Eastern Huang, I cannot stand idly by. If you would consent to lend your aid, once I ascend as the new emperor of Eastern Huang, I shall bestow upon you all the spiritual stone veins within the kingdom. Whether it be wealth, beauty, or status, I shall grant it all. Furthermore, I shall commission statues of you to be erected across the realm, so that the world may revere and sing praises of you as the immortal founder of our nation, your legacy enduring through the ages. As he spoke, Qianlan's fervor intensified, his eyes ablaze with determination as they locked onto Gu Changxian. In a bid to win over Gu Changxian, he set aside his noble status as a grand prince for the first time, offering his utmost sincerity and promises. Curiosity had gripped him since Gu Changxian's sudden arrival at the Mortal Immortal Academy, prompting him to mobilize all his resources for an investigation. Yet he uncovered nothing. It was as if this individual had materialized from thin air, shrouded in mystery. All he knew was that upon his arrival at the academy, Gu Changxian had incapacitated numerous individuals outside, and rather than facing repercussions from Hulin, he was met with deep respect and even personally guided. It is worth noting that even as the Grand Prince of the Eastern Huang Kingdom, one of its most promising heirs, he had never received such treatment. The special attention from Hulin alone spoke volumes of this individual's extraordinary nature. This was precisely why he was willing to lower himself and propose various generous rewards and conditions. Should this individual offer their assistance, he would possess unwavering confidence in seizing the imperial throne. In response to the various lavish conditions proposed by Qianlan, Gu Changxian's expression remained utterly impassive, completely unmoved. He merely remarked with a hint of indifference, "What a remarkable inability to remain unconcerned. Your father lies gravely ill on the brink of death. Yet rather than first inquiring whether I might possess a remedy for his affliction, you wish for my intervention against your second brother?" The weight of these words struck true. Qianlan was momentarily taken aback. Her lips parted, but words failed her, leaving her speechless. Gu Changxian offered a faint smile, his profound and tranquil gaze fixed upon Qianlan. As he continued, I have never cultivated the habit of serving others. Across the vast expanse of the 9 heavens and 10 realms, no one has ever possessed the merit to command my allegiance. The spiritual stone mine you speak of, along with the promise of wealth and glory, is trifling in my sight. As for your suggestion to erect a statue in my honor to perpetuate my name, That is entirely unnecessary. I cannot afford such indignity. There already exists a statue dedicated to me, and that suffices." As he listened to Gu Changxian's words, Yi lifted his long neck, his face brimming with reverence and pride. In terms of spiritual stone mines, the divine realm of the master boasts countless deposits, any single one of which could astonish the 9 heavens and 10 realms. Given the exalted status of the esteemed master, what need is there for wealth or beauty? If the master desires, they are boundless. As for the notion of erecting statues, it is beneath the master's consideration. What has the master accomplished in the past? He has forged the 9 heavens and 10 realms, subdued the celestial domains, and repelled the demonic forces from beyond. Assisting a mere mortal in ascending to the throne of a nation is a task as effortless as a wave of the hand for the master. And even unifying the realm would pose no challenge. Yet, when compared to the master's monumental achievements, such an endeavor is utterly insignificant. Should the master be celebrated for this act, and word of it spread to the other realms, it would tarnish the illustrious legacy he has built. Attempting to sway the master with fame and fortune is a futile endeavor, and could even be construed as an affront. Based on years of loyal service alongside the master, it is clear that the sole prerequisite for obtaining his assistance is this: to be found pleasing in his eyes. Any other conditions are mere illusions in his presence. If the master takes a liking to you and finds your pursuits intriguing, all else becomes negotiable. Your name is Qin Lan, is it not? I have a question for you. Gu Changxian picked a piece from the chess box, but did not hastily place it down. Instead, he suddenly inquired. "Please, esteemed one." "Ask away," Qin Lan responded, seated upright with decorum and politeness. "If you were to become the new emperor, how would you govern the realm?" Gu Changxian lifted his gaze to Qin Lan, casually posing the question. Qin Lan's expression darkened in contemplation. After a moment of furrowed brows, she boldly declared her answer. "Those who follow me shall thrive, while those who oppose me shall perish. As a sovereign, I shall rule with strength, instilling awe throughout the world." Upon hearing this, Gu Changxian merely smiled faintly, allowing the white piece to fall upon the board. "You have lost." Having spoken, Gu Changxian slowly rose to his feet and elegantly departed the room with the crow. Qin Lan stood in a daze, watching Gu Changxian's retreating figure, before turning her gaze back to the go board. Her brow furrowed as she slowly released the black stone clutched in her hand. With a clatter, the stone fell to the ground, the sound resonating starkly within the stillness of the room. "Your Highness." After Gu Changxian's departure, a subordinate who had been waiting outside entered the room. Noticing Qin Lan's fixation on the go board, he gently called out to her. Snapping back to reality, Qin Lan hesitated for a moment before her expression firmed, her eyes flashing with a hint of cold resolve. It seemed she had made a definitive decision in her heart. She instructed her subordinate, "Immediately relay my orders to summon all soldiers stationed at the borders and any sects willing to pledge allegiance to this palace. Inform them that there are those who harbor treasonous intentions. They must hasten to aid the throne." "Yes, Your Highness." The subordinate bowed in acknowledgement and swiftly exited the room. Qin Lan gradually rose to her feet, her gaze piercing through the window towards the distant horizon, her face a portrait of tenacity and determination. He is not yet lost. Chapter 81. In return for gratitude, I shall present a grand gesture after leaving the room. Gu Changxian strolled leisurely through the Immortal Academy, heading towards the ninefold spirit tower. However, after just a few steps, he halted and turned his gaze towards the thicket by the roadside, speaking in a calm tone. "Come out. You have been waiting for me there for quite some time, haven't you?" As his words fell, a servant emerged from the woods, wearing a fawning expression, bowing deeply as he spoke. "My lord, my master holds you in great esteem and has arranged a banquet at the tavern, specifically sending me to invite you as his guest." Gu Changxian glanced at the servant before directing his gaze towards the ninefold spirit tower. "Very well. I have some time before that girl concludes her affairs. Please, my lord, follow me," the servant replied, stepping aside to gesture an invitation. Under the servant's guidance, Gu Changxian exited the Immortal Academy and arrived at a tavern in the Immortal capital. The establishment was entirely reserved, devoid of any patrons during the day, exuding an air of emptiness and silence. "My lord, my master is awaiting you on the second floor. Please," the servant announced, pausing at the base of the tavern staircase and gesturing for Gu Changxian to ascend. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Changxian ascended the stairs with an air of nonchalance, hands clasped behind his back. On the second floor, a slender figure clad in splendid attire sat by the railing, a lavish banquet spread across the table before him. His subordinates, armed with swords and weapons, stood vigilantly beside him. A cursory glance revealed over a dozen guards on the second floor, each possessing formidable strength. "Senior, you have arrived," Qin Yang exclaimed, rising from his seat and extending an invitation for Gu Changxian to sit. Gu Changxian took a seat directly opposite him. "Speak. What business do you have with me?" "Senior, your forthrightness is refreshing. I, Qin Yang, take great pleasure in befriending individuals such as yourself." Qin Yang replied with a broad smile, personally pouring wine from the jug before him into Gu Changxian's cup. "If I am not mistaken, you have just come from my elder brother, correct? To be candid, my brother wishes to win you over, and I share that intention. Regardless of what conditions he may have offered you, I am prepared to present tenfold here. What say you, senior?" With that, Qin Yang set down the wine jug, raising his cup in anticipation of a toast with Gu Changxian. The incident involving Gu Changxian and the demoness Xiaoyueying outside the gates of the Mortal Immortal Academy had already become common knowledge within the academy. A mysterious figure accompanied by a demon woman had suddenly appeared, his unfathomable prowess commanding the respect of even the academy's esteemed headmaster. Furthermore, the women by his side were all exceptionally gifted. Particularly notable was the demoness, who, upon her arrival, ascended to the 8th level of the spirit tower before the eyes of many, shattering the tower's record, and subsequently broke through to the heavenly spirit realm in plain sight. Such remarkable abilities were bound to pique curiosity. Currently, the struggle for the throne of the Eastern Huang Kingdom had reached a fever pitch, poised to erupt at any moment. Regardless of the party involved, should either side manage to recruit a peerless powerhouse of equal prowess to Hu Lin at this moment, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable weapon in their hands. Earlier today, he had already discreetly dispatched individuals to observe Gu Changxian, intending to extend an invitation. However, he was a step too late, as his elder brother, Qin Lan, had already seized the opportunity. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, for he was brimming with confidence. Convinced that victory was within his grasp, he believed that no one could refuse the generous terms he would offer. Indifferent to the olive branch extended by Qin Yang, Gu Changxian had anticipated this offer and felt no surprise, merely responding with a disdainful tone. "In my view, you are even inferior to your elder brother." Upon hearing this, Qin Yang appeared as if he had been struck at a tender spot, crushing the wine glass in his hand and glaring at Gu Changxian with a mixture of anger and humiliation. He detested more than anything to be compared unfavorably to his brother. "Speaking of which, I just recall that I had someone prepare a gift for you this morning. Hiniang continuet. It would be quite disrespectful to meet you without presenting a token of sincerity." Suppressing his fury, Qin Yang's lips curled into a mocking smile as he clapped his hands and commanded, "Bring forth the gift." As the words left his mouth, a subordinate approached, holding a delicate brocade box before Gu Changxian. The moment the box was set down, a pungent smell of blood wafted through the air, and crimson liquid began to seep from the seams of the box. Gu Changxian cast a nonchalant glance at the brocade box, which then sprang open on its own. In an instant, the bloodied head of Pang Yin appeared within. This Pang Yin was one of my associates. Upon learning yesterday that he had offended you, I had him executed immediately and personally delivered his head today as an apology, Qin Yang proclaimed. "I hope you find this satisfactory?" Seeing the severed head of Pang Yin, the atmosphere turned frigid and a fierce killing intent flickered in Gu Changxian's eyes. While it was presented as an act of atonement for offending a superior, it felt more like an overt threat. To dare threaten a superior is a foolhardy act, he warned. "I advise you to contemplate your decisions carefully, lest you regret them in the future. My brother commands merely a motley crew of lowly individuals and the 100,000 troops at the border, while my supporters are countless. The next emperor of the Eastern Huang Kingdom shall undoubtedly be me. With arms outstretched, Qin Yang radiated an air of triumph, as if the throne of the Eastern Huang Kingdom was already within his grasp. Just then, a powerful surge of spiritual light erupted from the nine-tiered spirit tower within the Changxian Academy, visible from afar. It seems that girl is nearing the end. It is time for me to return, Changxian thought, turning his gaze toward the nine-tiered spirit tower, entirely disregarding Qin Yang's intentions as he stood up to depart. Seeing Changxian's blatant disregard for him, Qin Yang's expression soured significantly, and he glanced at the guards beside him. Understanding the unspoken command, the guards' expressions hardened, their hands instinctively moving to their weapons. Your gift has been greatly cherished. In return, I must offer a grand gesture, lest rumors circulate that I am lacking in generosity. Changxian's lips curled into a disdainful smirk as her delicate fingers waved lightly, causing the wine in the goblet to drift like a gossamer silk, weaving its way past the necks of the assembled guards. In that instant, the guards' eyes widened, their expressions blank, rendered motionless in shock. Qin Yang furrowed his brow, confusion etched upon his face. It was only after Changxian, his ethereal figure, gracefully descended the staircase and vanished from sight that the heads of all the guards on the second floor tumbled to the ground. The headless corpses fell with a resounding thud. Qin Yang's face was a mask of terror, his eyes quivering uncontrollably. The bodyguards present were all elite warriors he had recruited at great expense, yet they had perished in the blink of an eye at the hands of that individual. Chapter 82. His fate was already sealed. Qin Yang sat in his seat, his face etched with terror, gripping his trembling arms in a futile attempt to quell the fear that surged within him. Yet his body continued to shake uncontrollably. The effortless display of power by Changxian earlier made it abundantly clear that even if he were to be slain alongside him, it would be an inconsequential act. He felt as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, never having been so close to the abyss before. Creak! A private room on the second floor slowly opened, and Man Jie stepped out. Upon surveying the decapitated bodies strewn across the floor and the blood that pooled beneath them, his brow furrowed, his expression growing grave. Over a dozen formidable beings from the Earth Spirit and Celestial Spirit realms had perished without a hint of resistance at the hands of that individual. Such mastery was far beyond what an ordinary sacred spirit could attain. This detestable fiend, how dare he threaten me? I am the prince of Dongwang Kingdom, destined to be its future emperor. I shall not let him go unpunished. Absolutely not. Emerging from his shock, Qin Yang felt an unprecedented humiliation wash over him, transforming his fear into a seething rage. With a face twisted in fury, he turned to Man Jie. Man Jie, I can no longer wait. You must immediately dispatch troops from the Western Barbarian Kingdom, summon the members of the Celestial Immortal Sect and the Blood Soul Sect. I will seize Dongwang Kingdom, reclaim what is rightfully mine, and have everyone kill that wretch. Man Jie turned his gaze to Qin Yang, a flicker of disdain and scorn crossing his eyes. Yet he remained composed as he replied coolly, I received word yesterday that the Celestial Immortal Sect has been inexplicably annihilated. What? Annihilated? At this shocking revelation, Qin Yang's expression shifted dramatically, springing to his feet in alarm, his earlier fury replaced by sheer terror and concern. What shall I do now? Did you not assure me that the plan was foolproof? You promised to assist me in seizing the throne. His agreement to collaborate with the Western Barbarian Kingdom had primarily stemmed from their commitment to mobilize their entire nation in support of him, coupled with the knowledge that the Blood Soul Sect had covertly taken control of the Celestial Immortal Sect, rendering other sects within Dongwang Kingdom incapable of resistance. Yet now, the sudden news of the Celestial Immortal Sect's destruction had deprived him of a crucial weapon in his arsenal. Observing Qin Yang, who was consumed by anxiety and yet only knew how to blame others while remaining utterly inept himself, Man Jie could no longer suppress a hint of contempt. What a useless waste. However, there was little choice. Had this fellow been anything but a fool, they would not have chosen him. Supporting this individual to become the emperor of Dongwang Kingdom was the most advantageous course for the Western Barbarian Kingdom. Do not fret. The loss of the Celestial Immortal Sect is merely a minor setback. It will not significantly impact the plan. The original strategy was simply to prevent the celestial immortal sect from aiding Dongwang Kingdom. Their downfall is inconsequential to us. Plans proceed as usual. My Western Barbarian Kingdom is prepared to deploy troops. At that time, the Blood Soul sect, along with the myriad sects within my kingdom, will join forces, seizing the immortal capital to assist you in ascending to the throne of the Eastern Huang Kingdom will pose no challenge whatsoever. Manier nesti proclimeto oinyan. Excellent. Excellent. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang's eyes sparkled, his face instantly radiating joy and pride, as though the throne of the Eastern Huang Kingdom was already within his grasp. However, recalling Gu Changxian's earlier presence, Qin Yang's smile abruptly faded, replaced by a look of concern and trepidation directed towards Man Jia. What about that fellow? He seems even more formidable than that old wretch Hu Lin. Man Jia, lost in thought, slowly approached the railing, his gaze drifting towards Gu Changxian, who strolled leisurely down the street. A confident and proud smile crept upon his lips. There is no need for concern. Once the plan commences, there will be dedicated individuals to deal with him. No matter how powerful this person may be, can he truly surpass the celestial beings from the higher realms? On the street, my lord, that ant dared to show you such disrespect. Why did you not eliminate him as well? If you find it beneath you to dirty your hands, allow me, Yizi, to return and deal with him. Yes, Xiaoyu. I will eradicate his very soul without a trace. Yizi perched upon Gu Changxian's shoulder, agitated and unrelenting in whispering his grievances. Yizi felt immense fury and dissatisfaction with Qin Yang's earlier attitude towards his master. Had it not been for his master's restraint, he would have incinerated that and along with the entire establishment in an instant. Such a fate would hardly suffice to quench his thirst for vengeance. Even if my master does not intervene, his fate is already sealed. In contrast to the outraged Yizi, Gu Changxian maintained a serene smile, completely unaffected, dismissing Qin Yang as inconsequential. It was akin to an insignificant ant, no larger than a speck of dust, barking threats at you. A mere breath could extinguish it, leaving you indifferent to its futile rage. One might even find its futile yapping endearing. For him, eliminating Qin Yang would require little more than a glance, capable of erasing him from existence. The reason he refrained from swiftly disposing of him was simply that a more fitting conclusion awaited this doomed individual. Very well, my lord. Upon hearing Gu Changxian's words, Yizi reluctantly set aside his anger and dissatisfaction. Since his master stated that the ant's fate was already determined, it was certain that the creature would not endure much longer. Perhaps his master had some newfound interest in keeping that ant alive. After a leisurely stroll, Gu Changxian, accompanied by Yizi, stepped into the Immortal Academy. At that moment, a wave of spiritual energy emanated from the direction of the nine-tiered spirit tower, a dazzling radiance shooting up to the heavens. In an instant, not only the people within the Immortal Academy, but everyone throughout the entire Immortal Capital gazed skyward in disbelief, their attention drawn to the nine-tiered spirit tower. Another one has come. I recall someone just broke through yesterday. Is it possible that yet another has achieved a breakthrough today? Observing the source of the spiritual waves, it appears to emanate from the 8th level of the spirit tower. This surge of spiritual energy is even more immense than yesterday. The essence of this power is indicative of a breakthrough into the sacred spirit realm. Could it possibly be that sorceress again? The members of the Common Immortal Academy have gathered beneath the ninefold spirit tower, each gazing upward in disbelief. Within the academy, the only individuals capable of ascending to the 8th level of the spirit tower, aside from Hu Lin, are Xiaoyue Ying, who only yesterday achieved a breakthrough into the celestial spirit realm. Yet today, she is attempting to transcend into the sacred spirit realm. Such speed is indeed astonishing. Amidst the awestruck gazes of the crowd, Gu Changxian slowly approached the base of the spirit tower, a knowing smile of anticipation gracing his face. As he had predicted, this girl is poised to break through into the sacred spirit realm today. Chapter 83. Breaking Records and Reaching the Pinnacle of the Spirit Tower. Upon the steps leading to the 9th level of the Spirit Tower, Xiaoyueying sat cross-legged, her eyes firmly shut, surrounded by a swirling array of magic spirit stones. The spiritual pressure emanating from the stairs to the 9th level far exceeded that of the 8th level, accelerating the flow of spiritual energy within her body and facilitating the absorption process. Naturally, absorbing and refining spiritual energy under such intense pressure carried a certain risk. However, she was imbued with absolute confidence in her physical prowess. Having successfully broken through to the celestial spirit realm and undergone further enhancement through the body-tempering elixir, her physical constitution had achieved a new pinnacle. The spiritual pressure cascading down the steps was not unbearable. As time passed, the magic spirit stones gradually dissolved, transforming into streams of pure purple energy that surged into Xiaoyue Ying's body. Under the immense spiritual pressure, what might have taken around 2 hours to fully absorb was accomplished in merely half an hour upon the steps leading to the 9th level. The rate of absorption was several-fold faster. After approximately 2 to 3 hours, she had completely absorbed dozens of magic spirit stones, all of which had coalesced into spiritual energy flowing into her being. At this moment, she could distinctly feel her meridians brimming with a torrent of spiritual energy, surging like a flood within her pathways, ultimately converging at the spiritual orifice in her abdomen. The sea of energy within the orifice roiled, repeatedly crashing against an invisible barrier, as if attempting to break through. This represented the barrier of the celestial spirit realm. Harnessing the spiritual pressure from the tower and the colossal energy already gathered within her orifice, Xiaoyueying surged forward, condensing the tumultuous energy into spiraling torrents that struck against the invisible barrier. Bang! The vortex of concentrated spiritual energy collided fiercely with the barrier, causing a tremor to ripple through the orifice as the barrier shattered with a resounding crack. With the barrier broken, the orifice expanded, and the once churning energy within settled into tranquil harmony. Simultaneously, as she sat in serene meditation, a dazzling wave of purple energy erupted from her orifice, shooting skyward. In that instant, she had transcended the pinnacle of mortal cultivation, the celestial spirit realm. Xiaoyueying slowly opened her eyes, savoring the fullness of her newfound power. A smile graced her delicate features as she gazed upward at the remaining steps leading to the 9th level. Her expression then shifted to one of resolve, and she confidently took her first step. The overwhelming spiritual pressure cascading down the steps was counterbalanced by the energy radiating from her, and after breaking through the celestial spirit realm, she felt almost none of the previous sense of weakness or oppression. Instead, she ascended step by step with her head held high. As she reached the last few steps, facing the final, formidable barrier of spiritual pressure, Xiaoyueying again sensed the weighty oppression settling upon her shoulders. If the earlier spiritual pressure had felt like an invisible mountain pressing down upon her, this final barrier was not only a weight upon her shoulders, but also stood resolutely before her. Relying solely on the ethereal barrier emanating from her own spirit power was insufficient to alleviate the oppressive sensation weighing down upon her. To ascend to the 9th level, one must not only endure the spiritual pressure upon their shoulders, but also tear through the dense, intangible barrier of spiritual force before them. Xiaoyue Ying's gaze sharpened, her hands coalescing spirit energy into sharp, claw-like appendages that clung to her palms like iron talons, deeply embedding themselves into the invisible barrier of spiritual pressure ahead. Muffled growls escaped her clenched teeth as she exerted her spirit energy to resist the pressure on her shoulders while simultaneously channeling more energy into her claws, ensuring they remained intact. Such claws, forged from spirit energy, would negate each other upon contact with other spiritual forces. Only a more solid and stable concentration could maintain their form. Therefore, as she endeavored to rend the barrier before her, she had to meticulously refine her claws at every moment to prevent them from dissipating. This demanded an exceptionally high level of control over her spirit energy and its reserves. As the crowd gathered beneath the spirit tower grew larger, all eyes were fixated on Xiaoyueying, who was attempting to reach the pinnacle of the 9th level. Hu Lin had previously ascended to the 8th layer, yet no one had ever set foot on the 9th in a century. If she truly shattered the barrier leading to the 9th level, she would set a record for the 9-story spirit tower that had yet to be broken. Hu Lin stood at the base of the tower, gazing up in awe at Xiaoyueying, his expression one of utter astonishment. Over the past century, he had attempted to reach the 9th level countless times, each time failing miserably. He understood better than anyone how formidable the spiritual pressure barrier was. Just yesterday, Xiaoyueying had broken through to the celestial spirit realm, and today she had already ascended to the sacred spirit realm, daring to challenge the summit of the 9th level immediately after her breakthrough. Moreover, it appeared she truly had a chance to breach the barrier and ascend. With a fierce cry, Xiaoyueying unleashed a powerful roar as her claws reached their ultimate refinement, slowly tearing through the barrier of spiritual pressure before her. Many spectators, filled with excitement, soared into the air, their astonished gazes converging upon her through the windows. Under the collective watch of the crowd, Xiaoyueying fully extended her arms, forcefully ripping apart the barrier of spiritual pressure, and with a determined step forward, she stood tall upon the 9th level of the 9-story spirit tower. Oh my! She has truly ascended to the 9th level. Good heavens! I am the first person from the ordinary Immortal Academy to reach the 9th level. This is something even the esteemed Dean has not accomplished. What an extraordinary talent and terrifying strength she possesses. Witnessing the scene, the onlookers could not help but exclaim in awe, their gazes toward Xiaoyueying devoid of the previous hostility and disdain. The 9-story spirit tower had stood in the ordinary Immortal Academy for a century, and never had anyone stepped foot on the 9th level. Even Hu Lin, a sacred spirit realm practitioner, had failed to do so, yet Xiaoyueying, having arrived only 2 days prior, had already set a record for reaching the tower's pinnacle. Without relying on any medicinal aids, upon successfully ascending to the 9th level, Xiaoyueying did not linger. Instead, with a captivating smile illuminating her face, she leaped gracefully from the window. Her ethereal figure traced a beautiful arc in the air, landing steadily beneath the spirit tower amidst the astonished admiration of the onlookers. Xiaoyueying, Sister Xiaoyue, how impressive! Exclaimed Zhong Guangguan and Cui Shaoling, immediately surrounding her, their faces alight with joy and admiration. It was merely a matter of reaching the top of that dilapidated tower. It's nothing remarkable, Xiaoyueying responded with a high-bridged nose, waving her hand dismissively, feigning modesty. As she spoke, her enchanting purple eyes scanned the crowd, seemingly in search of a familiar figure. Soon, a graceful silhouette, standing with hands clasped behind, emerged in her line of sight, slowly making its way toward her. Upon recognizing the person, Xiaoyueying's lips involuntarily curved into a smile. With a swift step, she approached Changxian, proudly lifting her snow-white neck. Master, did you see? I have successfully reached the pinnacle of that wretched tower. It wasn't difficult at all. Well done. Changxian replied with a fond smile, reaching out to tousle her hair. Tomorrow marks the centennial celebration of the mortals and immortals, and as a reward, I shall take you for a stroll. Displeased by her tousled hair, Xiaoyueying pouted. However, considering that this fellow was taking her out the next day, she chose to overlook it. Meanwhile, Zhong Guangguan observed the interaction between Changxian and Xiaoyueying, a hint of wistful amusement crossing her face. Indeed, young Master Gu dotes on Xiaoyueying immensely. Chapter 84. Regardless, Master, you will certainly find me the next day. The grand centennial celebration of the mortal immortal city commenced as scheduled. Within the city, a sea of people surged, and the air was filled with vibrant sounds and bustling crowds. The streets were alive with the cacophony of laughter and the crackling of firecrackers, permeated by the fragrant essence of festivity. In the sky above, numerous cultivators soared gracefully on their swords, performing splendid aerial swordplay, a sight beyond compare in any other realm. Some cultivators even held colorful fireworks, weaving through the air, using the vast azure sky as their canvas, painting intricate patterns and celebratory characters with the brilliance of their pyrotechnics. Amidst the throng, Changxian and Xiaoyueying melded into the jubilant crowd, accompanied by the crow perched upon Changxian's shoulder. As the dense flow of people surged, Xiaoyueying and Changxian nearly became separated. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Gu Changxian firmly grasped Xiaoyueying's hand, drawing her back to his side. Xiaoyueying stared blankly at their joined hands, feeling the warmth of their skin touching, her heart racing slightly. She had never held anyone's hand before, not even in dreams. The sensation of being held for the first time stirred an inexplicable feeling within her, akin to the warmth and comfort she experienced when resting in his embrace at night. "Do hold my hand. Do not wander off. If you get lost, little Xiaoyueying, you may never find me again," Gu Changxian said, offering her a gentle smile. His tender words snapped Xiaoyueying back to reality, causing a faint blush to rise on her cheeks. She retorted playfully, "Even if I cannot find you, surely you will find me." As soon as the words left her lips, she belatedly realized they sounded somewhat ambiguous. Gu Changxian's expression flickered with surprise, a teasing smile gracing his features. "Indeed, but do not misunderstand my intent. I merely meant that with your abilities, you would undoubtedly be able to find me." Xiaoyueying's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly defended herself. Gu Changxian, as usual, acquiesced to her sentiments, nodding in agreement. Yes, I understand." Xiaoyueying gazed at Gu Changxian, who wore an expression of indulgence, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, biting her lip in frustration. No matter how many times this occurred, his demeanor always irked her. Little Xiaoyueying, the grilled rice cakes over there seemed delightful. "Would you like to try some?" Gu Changxian suggested, pointing toward the vendor selling the delectable treats. Ignoring Xiaoyueying's playful glare, he remained unfazed. Upon hearing of a food she had yet to try, Xiaoyueying's eyes sparkled with excitement as she immediately tugged him towards the stall, purchasing a generous amount of rice cakes. Ever since receiving pocket money from Gu Changxian, she could now buy whatever she desired. "Here, I shall offer a piece to the crow and another for the master." After acquiring an abundant supply of rice cakes, Xiaoyueying generously shared a piece with the crow before presenting another to Gu Changxian. Despite his irritable demeanor, she chose to overlook his behavior. As Gu Changxian leaned in to take a bite from the rice cake held before him, Xiaoyueying was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson as she glared at him in indignation. How could you just bite into it like that?" Initially, she intended to offer him a taste, but his boldness in using his mouth instead of his hands was unexpected. It appeared as though she was feeding him directly. What was even more infuriating was that she hadn't even had a bite herself, yet he had the audacity to take such a large piece. "Isn't it you, Xiaoyueying, who wishes to feed me?" Gu Changxian replied innocently to her accusation. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyueying's delicate chest rose in frustration. "I merely intended to give you some, not to feed you. Is there a difference?" He countered with righteous indignation. "Of course there is. I wanted you to take it with your hands, not bite into it." Xiaoyueying's brows furrowed in discontent. Yet, as a devoted servant to her master, should it not be expected for her to assist him in such matters? Gu Changxian remained unfazed and retorted, prompting Xiaoyueying into silence. Her teeth clenched in resentment as she gazed fiercely at him. Indeed, as a servant, it was only natural for her to feed him. Observing Gu Changxian devour the treat with such fervor, the crow couldn't help but express admiration. How fearsome was Lady Yu Ying's reputation in the past, instilling dread across the vast realms. Only a great figure could have subdued her, and even now, in her reincarnation, she remained firmly under his dominance. It seemed that in the presence of such a master, Lady Yu Ying displayed a docile demeanor. Perhaps the crow's concerns were unwarranted. As she chewed, her cheeks puffed out in exasperation, Gu Changxian chuckled softly, his gaze wandering over the bustling crowds of the street. On this festive day, the number of visitors to the mortal and celestial realms had increased significantly, with a particularly notable presence of individuals from the Western barbarians, all of whom seemed to deliberately conceal their formidable powers, which were considerable among mortals. Moreover, from behind the throngs of people, several pairs of eyes had been fixated on him from the very beginning. How intriguing! It appeared this year's celebration in the mortal and celestial realms would be even livelier. As Gu Changxian ambled through the streets with Xiaoyueying, a figure approached them directly. "Senior, what a delightful coincidence to encounter you here." Qin Zhao greeted with a warm smile, addressing Gu Changxian. Xiaoyueying took a bite of the rice cake. her delicate brows furrowing as she regarded Qin Zhao with a look of perplexity. "Who are you?" Qin Zhao was momentarily taken aback, caught in an awkward pause. She had prepared countless conversation starters, yet she had not anticipated Xiaoyueying's sudden query. She had completely forgotten about her. Changxian couldn't help but chuckle, assisting Xiaoyueying in her recollection. Little Yueying, she was one of the individuals responsible for the testing at the entrance, and even spoke on your behalf. "Oh, it's you." Upon hearing Changxian's words, Xiaoyueying's memory stirred, and she finally recognized Qin Zhao standing before her. Generally, she paid little mind to those she deemed unimportant, and someone like Qin Zhao, whom she'd only met once, had long been dismissed from her thoughts. "Senior, Miss Xiao, allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Qin Zhao, and I'm also a member of the Ordinary Immortal Academy. It's quite a surprise to encounter you here," Qin Zhao said with a warm smile, taking the initiative to introduce herself. At this, Changxian's lips curled into a knowing smile. "Indeed, Miss Qin has accompanied our esteemed presence all along. What a coincidence it is to meet here." Qin Zhao remained silent, caught in the unexpected turn of events. Chapter 85. Regrettably, someone has preceded you. Qin Zhao fell into an awkward silence once more. What was the matter with these two? Their words left her at a loss for how to respond. Did they not understand that some things should be feigned ignorance, even if known? Upon realizing that Qin Zhao had been discreetly following them all along, Xiaoyueying's gaze sharpened, revealing a hint of displeasure. Coughing lightly to mask her embarrassment, Qin Zhao began to explain, "I merely chanced upon Senior and Miss Xiao on the street, and, out of curiosity, followed behind without any ill intent." Xiaoyueying scrutinized Qin Zhao with narrowed eyes, her skepticism evident. Meanwhile, Changxian wore a knowing smile, as if he had already discerned everything. "On this rare occasion of the Mortal Immortal Festival, I have brought Xiaoyueying here to wander about and savor the local delicacies," he remarked. "Ah, I see," Qin Zhao replied, her eyes brightening with enthusiasm. "There is an inn within the Mortal Immortal City renowned for its delectable dishes. Might I take you both to experience it?" "It would be my pleasure, Miss Qin," Changxian responded with a gracious smile, accepting her invitation. Guided by Qin Zhao, the group ventured to a private room deep within the restaurant. In stark contrast to the bustling noise outside, the interior of the room was much quieter. Once the door was closed, only faint sound from the outside could be heard. Qin Zhao generously ordered a variety of dishes, and soon the table was laden with an array of culinary delights. "Senior, Miss Xiao, please do not hesitate. I shall cover all expenses today," she declared. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyueying wasted no time, eagerly indulging in the sumptuous feast. After all, with someone else footing the bill, there was no reason to decline. "Senior, please," Qin Zhao offered, pouring a cup of wine for Changxian and raising her glass in a gesture of utmost respect. After both had sipped their drinks, Qin Zhao set down her cup and casually inquired, "Might I ask where you and Miss Xiao hail from? Which sect do you belong to?" "Neither sect nor affiliation. Merely a wandering cultivator," Changxian replied, gently lowering his glass and gazing at Qin Zhao with a light smile. "Since Miss Qin has gone to such lengths to invite me here, I trust it is not merely for a meal? My invitation stems from my respect and admiration for you, Senior," Qin Zhao admitted. "However, I do wish to discuss a matter with you." Realizing her thoughts had been laid bare, she no longer concealed her intentions. "What is it?" Changxian inquired, his tone calm. Qin Zhao hesitated, her gaze shifting to Xiaoyueying, who was engrossed in her meal. Noticing Qin Zhao's look, Xiaoyueying paused, furrowing her brow, swallowed her food, and then, lifting a dish of duck from the table, stood up to exit the room. "I have no interest in your discussion," she declared. "Miss Yueying, while you may lack interest, I certainly do not." In the embrace of Xiaoyueying, Yazi still struggled to break free, yet was forcibly drawn out of the room. Once Xiaoyueying and Yazi departed, Qin Zhao immediately cast a soundproof barrier, enveloping the entire room. After completing this, she turned her serious gaze toward Changxian. "Surely, the esteemed elder has already deduced my identity, has she not? With the surname Qin, belonging to the royal family of the Eastern Huang Kingdom, I presume that Miss Qin is the third princess of Eastern Huang." Gu Changxian spoke leisurely and unhurriedly. Indeed, that is correct. If I am not mistaken, my two elder brothers must have already sought your esteemed guidance. Have they not? Qin Zhao nodded, affirming her identity, her eyes fixed intently on Gu Changxian. Yes, Gu Changxian gently acknowledged with a nod. Might I inquire if the elder has allied herself with my two brothers? Upon posing this question, Qin Zhao's gaze sharpened, her heart brimming with anxiety. I would never join any faction. Under Qin Zhao's anxious stare, Gu Changxian slowly shook her head. Upon learning that Gu Changxian had not allied with Qin Lan and Qin Yang, Qin Zhao's eyes brightened, her spirits soaring as if hope had been reignited. Would the esteemed elder be willing to lend me a hand? Once my endeavor is successful, I shall fulfill any request you may have. This sentiment sounds familiar. Your two brothers made similar promises when they sought my assistance. One pledged to offer me a vein of spirit stones and endless wealth, while the other proposed to reward me tenfold for my efforts, yet both were declined. Miss Qin, on what grounds do you believe that your proposal would be any more appealing? Gu Changxian raised her gaze to Qin Zhao and asked blandly. Qin Zhao fell into silence, her expression contemplative. If the bountiful offers made by her elder brother Qin Lan and second brother Qin Yang failed to sway Gu Changxian, then her own propositions would surely hold no allure either. However, she possessed something her brothers could not provide. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Zhao rose, her countenance resolute. And without hesitation, she untied the silk ribbon at her waist, shedding the outer garments draped over her shoulders. Esteemed elder, I remain unblemished in body. Should you assist me, I am willing to devote myself to you. Once my aspirations are realized, I shall become the Empress of Eastern Huang, and as an Empress, I shall serve you. Would that suffice? As long as you promise not to interfere in the affairs of Eastern Huang, my body shall forever belong to you. As she spoke, Qin Zhao slowly drew closer to Gu Changxian, reaching to remove the last piece of clothing that shielded her modesty. However, in the next moment, she was horrified to find herself as if immobilized, unable to move a single limb. Regrettably, Miss Qin, someone has already taken the lead. I am already attended to by another, and do not require an additional servant. In terms of status, she surpasses you. In talent and strength, she excels beyond you. And in beauty and grace, well, she certainly eclipses you. Gu Changxian meticulously scrutinized Qin Zhao's appearance and figure. With a gentle wave of his finger, the garments that Qin Zhao had shed magically returned to drape over her. Qin Zhao's expression shifted to one of surprise, and as a thought crossed her mind, her gaze turned toward the enchanting Xiaoyueying, who stood vigil outside the room. A bittersweet smile of realization emerged on her face. So that was it. She had believed that her future status as empress would render her virtually irresistible to those who served her. However, it appeared she had overestimated both her identity and beauty. In comparison to Xiaoyueying's unparalleled and beguiling allure, her own appearance and status seemed utterly trivial. Surrounded by such exquisite and captivating women as Xiaoyueying, how could she ever hope to command respect? Yet, apart from her physical form, she could hardly conceive of any other commendable qualities to sway Gu Changxian's heart. Chapter 86. What a shameless woman! After Gu Changxian was freed from her confinement, Qin Zhao, with a melancholic expression, quietly fastened her clothing and sincerely apologized. I deeply regret my boldness, esteemed elder. It is of no consequence. Gu Changxian gently shook her head, indicating her indifference. She then casually inquired, I'm rather curious. Why would Miss Qin go so far as to agree to any request I make, even at the cost of herself? Qin Zhao paused, momentarily taken aback, before her demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as she replied earnestly, esteemed elder. Our Eastern Huang Kingdom is the foremost power in the world today because every citizen reveres martial arts and cultivation. Countless heroes roam the Jianghu, and sects and academies abound. However, this has led to a deficiency in proper moral teachings. Local governments either expand their own power or collude with regional sects to exploit the common folk, resulting in frequent unrest. I aspire to become the new sovereign of Eastern Huang, to govern with virtue and wisdom, to uphold the principles of benevolence and righteousness. to promote rights and music, to advocate for education and benevolent governance, to honor virtue and esteem the worthy, to reform societal customs, and to use laws to eliminate violence and restore peace, thus winning the hearts of the people and uniting the realms, establishing harmony among all nations. An intriguing ambition, Gu Changxian remarked, a look of approval gracing her features as she nodded lightly. She then rose and approached the door, turning her back to Qin Zhao and leaving behind a meaningful expression of gratitude. Thank you, Miss Qin, for your hospitality. Do not forget your words today. Qin Zhao stood in a daze, perplexed by the elder's sudden question and the significance of her parting words. Outside the room, Xiaoyueying leaned against the wall with a plate in hand, quietly eating while she waited. A crow perched on her shoulder, first glancing back at the room before hopping to her ear. Lady Wang, are you not curious about what the elder and that girl are doing inside? What is there to be curious about? Their conversation is none of my concern, Xiaoyueying replied, glancing at the door with a look of disinterest. However, the crow was brimming with curiosity and could not resist flying to the door, gently pecking a small hole to peek inside, simultaneously reporting to Xiaoyueying in real time. Upon witnessing Qin Zhao removing her outer garments before Gu Changxian, the crow's eyes widened in shock, and it exclaimed, Lady Xiaoyueying, this is not good. That girl is undressing. Huh, undressing. Xiaoyueying, startled, sprayed the drink she had just sipped, her expression shifting to one of incredulity as she looked at the crow, momentarily forgetting her meal. Crow, you mustn't speak such nonsense. What woman would undress before a man in broad daylight? No, wait, the master is still inside. It is true, Lady Xiaoyueying. If you do not believe me, come and see for yourself. The crow insisted, looking innocent as it stepped aside from the small hole. After several moments of hesitation, Xiaoyueying ultimately turned around, opting not to investigate further. It was merely the act of shedding garments, not completely disrobing. Perhaps it was simply the warmth from the wine that prompted her to remove her outer layer for a moment's relief. Nothing to warrant such astonishment. However, my Lord Moonshadow, she has pressed herself right before you. It seems she truly intends to disrobe entirely. Noticing that Xiaoyueying remained unfazed, Yazi grew anxious. Peering once more into the room, she beheld Qin Zhao inching closer to Gu Changxian, even contemplating the removal of her last piece of undergarment. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyueying could no longer remain seated. She cast aside her plate and swiftly positioned herself at the door, forcefully moving Yazi aside to press her own eye against the small opening. Before her stood Qin Zhao, clad only in a snug bodice, standing intimately close to Gu Changxian, effectively concealing him while revealing only a smooth, delicate back secured by a slender string. What a brazenly shameless woman. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoyueying's cheeks flushed crimson, her silver teeth biting down on her thumbnail, her voice laced with indignation. In broad daylight, under the vast heavens, how could anyone engage in such behavior within a private room of a tavern? No wonder this woman had orchestrated a chance encounter and chosen a secluded chamber. It was all for this purpose. Does she not feel any shame? Seeing Qin Zhao remain motionless within the chamber, Xiaoyueying furrowed her brow in confusion, inching closer to the door, eager to discern the conversation unfolding inside. Alas! The soundproof barrier ensconced within the room rendered her ears deaf to all. My Lord Moonshadow, allow me to listen in on their discourse, Yazi offered, moving beside Xiaoyueying. Yazi, can you hear what they're saying within? Xiaoyueying inquired, her expression revealing curiosity as she turned to glance at Yazi perched on her shoulder. Of course, my Lord Moonshadow. Yazi proudly lifted her chin, explaining, for one of my cultivation level and your own, such a rudimentary soundproof barrier formed by spiritual power can be easily discerned, even without breaching it. Xiaoyueying. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyueying froze momentarily, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. If that were the case, then all the disparaging remarks she had furtively uttered that night must have been clearly overheard by that individual. My Lord Moonshadow, I just overheard that girl proclaiming herself to be the third princess of the Eastern Huang Kingdom, wishing to offer herself in exchange for your assistance. Yazi relayed what she had gleaned. The princess of the Eastern Huang Kingdom dares to engage in such actions. This woman is utterly shameless. Upon learning that Qin Zhao was the princess, Xiaoyue Ying's face displayed a mixture of disdain and outrage. Yazi turned her head, casting a meaningful glance at the indignant Xiaoyueying. My Lord Moonshadow, have you forgotten that you too once expressed a willingness to offer yourself to remain by the Lord's side? Your status is far more exalted than hers, so it seems rather inappropriate to make such comparisons. Of course, this thought remained unspoken in Yazi's mind, for she dared not voice it aloud. Well, did that individual agree? With a heart full of trepidation, Xiaoyueying hastily inquired of the raven perched upon her shoulder. The raven pressed closely against the soundproof barrier, seemingly catching a whisper of something, and a mischievous smirk danced upon its beak. My lady, it conveyed. He mentioned that he already has someone to serve him, someone who surpasses you by 1,000,000-fold. One is sufficient for him. He requires no other. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyueying's expression faltered, her delicate features swiftly flushed with a rosy hue, her heart racing with an inexplicable flutter. It was evident that she could guess the identity of the person he referred to as his attendant. Had she truly held such a high regard in his heart? Just as Xiaoyueying was lost in her reverie, the door swung open unexpectedly. Gazing at her bent form, with her exquisite figure pressed against the door, Changxian was momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Little Ying, where you up to? And nothing. I was just bored, bending down outside to stretch a bit. Ha ha! In a bid to mask her embarrassment, Xiaoyueying quickly laughed it off, feigning a stretch. However, the blush adorning her cheeks betrayed her true feelings. Changxian turned to glance at the small hole left in the door, instantly grasping the situation. And a knowing smile graced his lips. Little Ying, eavesdropping is not a commendable habit, you know. Xiaoyueying, realizing she had been exposed, felt her face flush anew. After a moment of awkwardness, she swiftly pointed to the raven on her shoulder. I wasn't eavesdropping. It was the raven that insisted I accompany it to listen. The raven, upon hearing this, opened its beak wide, letting out a cry of protest. It was clearly you, my lady. After hearing Lord Qin Zhao's enticing whispers, insisted on squeezing in to listen. How did it suddenly become me dragging you along? Chapter 87. Who indulges in such wicked pleasures? As night fell, the festivities in the mortal realm grew increasingly vibrant and boisterous. The starry sky, adorned with splendid fireworks, illuminated the heavens, while fleeting figures traversed the darkened expanse like shooting stars. After a day filled with merriment, Changxian strolled towards the mortal academy, carrying Xiaoyueying on his back, while the raven was once again tucked away within his folding fan. The reason for carrying Xiaoyueying was quite simple. After a day of indulgence, she could scarcely move. What a lively scene it is. Xiaoyueying wrapped her arms around Changxian's neck, gazing upwards at the breathtaking display of fireworks. A sense of emotion stirring within her. Even as the night deepened, the throngs of people on the streets beyond the walls and the myriad figures flitting through the air continued unabated, their laughter and joy transcending the high barriers to reach their ears. In the past, she had always felt that such revelry had little to do with her, and she had never cared for it. However, after immersing herself in the festive atmosphere for an entire day, she found it surprisingly delightful, a sensation of wanting more lingering within her. Do you enjoy this lively atmosphere, Xiaoyueying? Changxian casually inquired. Not really, Xiaoyueying replied nonchalantly. Then, as if seeking rest, she leaned forward, her cheek resting against Changxian's back. Really? It's still early. If you like, I could take you to explore other places, Changxian said, glancing back with a gentle smile. Xiaoyueying hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. Perhaps not. Are you certain? There are still many delectable treats within the mortal academy that you haven't tried, Changxian teased playfully. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyueying frowned and straightened up. Please, master. Do not always assume that I am insatiably greedy. This girl had consumed at least 100 kinds of food along the way, sweeping through several streets, devouring whatever she encountered. Her protestations were hardly convincing. Changxian, accustomed to her stubbornness, merely smiled indulgently, choosing not to confront her directly. Instead, he left her with a thought-provoking remark. If you don't eat now, Xiaoyueying, there may not be another opportunity next time. I'm not particularly interested. Xiaoyueying huffed, turning her head away with an air of indifference, though inwardly she pondered the implications of Gu Changxian's words. What did he mean? Was he suggesting that the festivities in the Mortal Academy would soon conclude? Or was he alluding to her recent breakthrough into the sacred spirit realm, implying that she would soon be departing from his place? Xiaoyueying found herself puzzled, but quickly chose to set those thoughts aside. For there was something more pressing she wished to ascertain. Master, about that night in the Celestial Pavilion, did you hear any sounds? After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiaoyueying cautiously probed Gu Changxian. According to what Yazi said, if the soundproof barrier set by Qin Zhao cannot prevent Yazi's words from being heard, then it is even less likely that Gu Changxian could be shielded from her secrets that night. Does that imply that everything she said in ill humor was likely overheard by him? Given this fellow's petty nature, he had held a grudge ever since she had struck him last time. One could never dismiss the possibility that he had been waiting for an opportunity to make her uncomfortable. Voices? Could it be that you, Xiaoyueying, and Miss Zhong engaged in some clandestine activities that were not meant for my ears? Observing Xiaoyueying's cautious demeanor, Gu Changxian couldn't help but chuckle, teasing her playfully. Xiaoyueying was momentarily taken aback, instinctively thinking that her secret had been exposed. But upon seeing Gu Changxian's mischievous grin, she suddenly recalled something, her face turning crimson with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. That is not what happened. I have no such peculiar interests. I never specified what kind of matter it was. Why are you so eager to defend yourself? Gu Changxian feigned confusion, his face adorned with a satisfied smile. Xiaoyueying. Her anger had solidified her resolve, her fists clenched tightly. This infuriating man, once again, he was scheming against her. He was indeed a creature of devilish humor. With a slight furrow of her brow and a twitch of her forehead, she unconsciously tightened her fists, striving to control her impulsiveness. Although his words were as irritating as ever, it seemed he had not actually overheard her disparaging remarks from that night. With this thought, Xiaoyueying gradually relaxed her grip, feeling somewhat reassured. The embarrassment of having spoken ill of someone behind their back, only to have them hear it, was indeed uncomfortable, especially given that this man was her master. Upon returning to their abode at the Immortal Academy, Gu Changxian gently set Xiaoyueying down from his back, turned to face the bed, and smiled warmly at her, opening his arms invitingly. Xiaoyueying approached quietly, skillfully helping Gu Changxian remove his outer garments and hanging them neatly. Then, she undressed herself down to her undergarments and slipped beneath the covers. She had become quite adept at the duties of warming the bed for him. Gu Changxian lay down beside her, naturally wrapping his arms around her delicate waist. The warmth of their bodies soon enveloped them, and in that moment when she felt his embrace tighten around her waist, Xiaoyueying instinctively trembled slightly, but quickly regained her composure, leaning into his chest. Having shared a few nights of slumber in each other's arms, she had gradually grown accustomed to being held by Gu Changxian. Since he had a habit of sleeping with someone close, she figured it was fine to let him do so. After all, it was not a significant issue. Feeling the warmth of his body against her back, Xiaoyueying soon closed her eyes softly. However, in the next moment, she felt a hand slip beneath her garment, gently resting on her abdomen. Xiaoyueying's eyes snapped open, her cheeks blushing in the darkness, yet she stubbornly chose to ignore it and quietly closed her eyes once more. It was merely resting upon her abdomen, nothing more. Just as Xiaoyueying once again gently closed her eyes, she suddenly felt an unexpected sensation. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Turning her back to Gu Changxian, she gritted her teeth and said, "Master, your hand. What is it?" Gu Changxian inquired, eyes still shut, his tone laced with confusion. This very perplexity only served to infuriate Xiaoyueying further. "Please, master, refrain from moving your hand so indiscriminately." With that, she discreetly pulled his wandering hand back to her abdomen. Gu Changxian smiled faintly, leaning closer to Xiaoyueying's ear, whispering a sultry remark. "What can I say? It is simply in my nature to indulge in wicked amusement." Xiaoyueying was taken aback, her delicate features betraying her shock as she involuntarily tensed her body. This man had indeed overheard her words from that fateful night. Was this his form of retribution against her? Chapter 88. Eliminate all who dare to strike against you on the second day of the celebration. The atmosphere in the realm of mortals and immortals remained fervently vibrant. In contrast to the first day, today's festivities included a segment dedicated to friendly sparring among various sections. This segment not only served to enhance the celebratory ambience, but also provided an opportunity for different sects to showcase their unique techniques and attract potential disciples. It is noteworthy that the realm of mortals and immortals hosts a considerable number of wandering cultivators, many of whom possess exceptional talents. By demonstrating their sex prowess on the platform, sects can entice wandering cultivators to join their ranks. Likewise, when wandering cultivators exhibit their capabilities, they may catch the attention of established sects, allowing them to ascend from mere wanderers to influential members of a sect, thereby graduating from the Academy of Mortals and Immortals. In fact, most wandering cultivators who depart from the Academy ultimately find their way into various sections. Furthermore, the sparring matches among cultivators present a rare spectacle for common folk, attracting countless spectators eager to witness the events. The arenas throughout the realm were nearly overflowing with enthusiastic crowds, a sea of humanity buzzing with excitement. Despite the overwhelming congestion, the fervor of the people was unyielding. Changxian, accompanied by Xiaoyue Ying and others, stood atop a viewing tower, gazing at the sparring arenas in the distance. Alongside them were Hu Lin, who was with Cui Xiaoling, and Zhong Guangguan. How tedious! I would fare better if I participated myself, Xiaoyueying lamented, resting her chin on her hand and displaying a look of utter boredom. Initially, she had looked forward to the sparring matches, only to discover they resembled mere child's play, utterly lacking in thrill. It was far less engaging than yesterday's excursion for shopping and dining. Little Xiaoyue, if you were to participate, I fear no one would survive the day, Changxian teased with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhong Guangguan could not suppress a giggle. Xiaoyueying flushed with indignation, shooting an annoyed glance at Changxian. I have already learned to temper my strength, you know. I spare those few from when I entered the academy, she retorted, her cheeks flushed with pride, as if she had accomplished something truly remarkable. Changxian couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Just then, a man dressed as a eunuch approached from behind, respectfully addressing Changxian in a raspy voice. Esteemed sir, my master invites you to the courtyard for a discussion. Xiaoyue Ying and the others turned to look at the unidentified eunuch with curiosity, while Changxian appeared to have anticipated this encounter. Hu Lin seemed to discern the identity of the visitor, casting a bewildered glance at Changxian, filled with intrigue and questions. Why would the master of this eunuch extend an invitation to a senior on such a day? Changxian murmured to himself, ruffling Xiaoyueying's hair and gently advising, Little Xiaoyue, wait here for me. Soon, this place will be bustling with activity. Remember, if anything occurs, feel free to eliminate anyone who dares to harm you. I grant you permission. With that, Changxian leisurely made his way toward the eunuch. As he passed by Hu Lin, he suddenly halted, casting a meaningful glance at him. By the way, Director Hu, the realm of mortals has enjoyed tranquility for too long. One must remain vigilant. Upon finishing his words, Changxian swiftly vanished at the staircase of the watchtower, guided by the eunuch. Xiaoyueying glared with her violet eyes, her expression rife with dissatisfaction and confusion as she watched Changxian depart. His words, always shrouded in mystery, left her somewhat bewildered. Could he have foreseen what was about to unfold? Hu Lin pondered over Changxian's statement, his expression contemplative. Suddenly, as if he had deduced something, his countenance shifted in shock. He gazed down from the watchtower, observing the numerous foreign cultivators from the Western barbarians surrounding the area, and his brows furrowed in realization. The upcoming celebration in the realm of mortals would not proceed peacefully. In the realm of mortals, nestled within a tranquil corner, lies the peony bamboo courtyard. This elegant estate is adorned with spacious residences, reminiscent of a small palace, while the corridors are lined with vibrant peonies, and the inner bamboo grove stands lush and serene, starkly contrasting with the surrounding clamor of the realm. Encircling the courtyard, armored guards wielding swords stand tall at every corner, meticulously guarding the premises with unwavering vigilance, leaving no corner unattended. Each guard possesses a certain level of cultivation. Under the eunuch's guidance, Changxian stepped into the courtyard, passing by countless guards as he advanced to the innermost depths. Upon reaching the secluded chamber, the eunuch finally halted, respectfully bowing and announcing, "Your Majesty, the person has arrived." A frail, ancient voice resonated from within the room. "Esteemed elder, please enter." With a creak, two guards at the door opened it and respectfully stepped aside. Changxian entered the dimly lit room alone. Once inside, the guards gently closed the door behind him, as several maidens ignited the oil lamps. The once gloomy room was illuminated, revealing its interior. In the spacious hall sat a frail, white-haired elder, his demeanor aged and weak. Yet within his deep-set eyes lingered remnants of past pride and determination. Beside him stood another elderly figure with a white beard, bearing a long sword at his waist. His presence significantly more vigorous and sharp compared to the seated elder. The seated elder waved dismissively to the maidens, fixing his intense gaze upon Changxian, a kind smile breaking through his aged features. "Thank you for gracing us with your presence, esteemed elder. I am immensely grateful. I am the Emperor of the Eastern Huang, Xiaoyueying, currently recuperating from ailments. My invitation to you, esteemed elder, holds no ulterior motives. I simply wish to make your acquaintance. Your unexpected presence has truly astonished me. I have ruled over the Eastern Huang for more than a century, yet I had no inkling that figures of your caliber existed within my realm. If I am not mistaken, it was indeed you who brought about the downfall of the celestial sect, correct?" Indeed, Changxian softly acknowledged, his deep, tranquil eyes betraying a flicker of intrigue as they turned towards Xiaoyueying. "You also come as quite a surprise to me. The seemingly frail and ailing emperor of the Eastern Huang is, in truth, a practitioner of the sacred spirit realm." Chapter 89. Let the next sovereign of the Eastern Huang nation be a woman. As Changxian uttered these words, the atmosphere within the room suddenly grew tense. Xiaoyue and Gao Xingfeng, standing beside him, exchanged incredulous glances, their attention fixated on Changxian. Since he had concealed his cultivation and ascended to the throne of the Eastern Huang nation over a century ago, no one had ever discerned his true abilities. Not even the leaders and elders of various sects, nor Baiji, the head of the heavenly immortal sect, had seen through his facade. The world believed him to be nothing more than an ordinary mortal emperor. No one would have imagined that this seemingly frail and decrepit old man harbored the prowess of Saint Spirit. Yet, Changxian had seen right through him. This individual was indeed extraordinary, truly deserving of the title of a senior, possessing an eye as keen as a pearl. Realizing his cultivation had been unveiled, Xiaoyue decided to abandon any pretense of concealment. He retracted the sickly demeanor that had clouded his face, and his once dim eyes sparkled with a hint of vitality, his complexion brightening considerably. "Once, I was the sole prince of the Eastern Huang nation, but I relinquished my claim to pursue the path of immortality." "Relinquished? Then why do you still reign as the emperor of the Eastern Huang nation?" The question hung in the air, and the young man quickly discerned the inconsistency. Xiaoyue's gaze turned to him, revealing a deep, weary smile etched into his aged features. "Because in the end I returned." With those words, Xiaoyue's expression shifted to one of profound sorrow and nostalgia. "In my quest for enlightenment, I forged many friendships and encountered a beloved. I journeyed alongside them, traversing the world, battling ferocious beasts and opposing the dark forces, seizing the opportunities that fate presented. I reached the pinnacle of cultivation in this realm. Yet my friends have long since departed, and my beloved is no more, leaving me solitary in the end. Moreover, having suffered severe injuries, my body has deteriorated, and knowing my time is limited, I return to inherit the Eastern Huang nation. A century has passed, and my frail form seems to be nearing its end. You summoned me, perhaps hoping for me to cure your ailments? If I were to intervene, I could swiftly eradicate the afflictions plaguing you." After listening to Xiaoyue's poignant recollections, Changxian asked with genuine curiosity. Xiaoyue was momentarily taken aback, contemplating his decrepit body in silence, before a look of acceptance spread across his weathered face. Thank you for your kind offer, esteemed senior, but it is unnecessary. I have experienced the grand adventures of the path of cultivation and tasted the opulence of imperial life. Now, I seek no more from the world. I wish only to spend the remainder of my days in the simplicity of a mortal existence. I invited you here for but one matter. With that, Qin Aogu's eyes suddenly sharpened, locking onto Gu Changxian with intensity as he inquired solemnly, having met my 3 children, which of them do you deem most suitable to inherit my position and become the new sovereign of the Eastern Huang nation? As Qin Aogu's voice fell, the atmosphere abruptly turned frigid, and faint rustlings could be heard from outside the room. The sound resembled the subtle clinks of armor colliding, akin to the careful tread of someone in battle boots, cautiously navigating a lawn. At that moment, outside the room, hundreds of elite guards clad in heavy armor had encircled it, their expressions grim and their weapons drawn. Inside, Gao Xingfeng, standing behind Qin Aogu, fixed his gaze intently on Gu Changxian, his hand slowly reaching for the hilt of his sword. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Gu Changxian's lips, a faint aura of spiritual pressure emanating from him. Suddenly, the clattering of armor hitting the ground resonated from outside the room. One by one, heavily armored guards collapsed, as if an invisible hand had pressed them firmly to the ground, rendering them immobile. In the blink of an eye, scores of guards lay sprawled outside the room. Qin Aogu and Gao Xingfeng were taken aback, and before they could react, they too were pinned to the ground by the terrifying spiritual pressure, prostrating before Gu Changxian. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief and fear. Despite their initial intentions to exhaust Gu Changxian's spiritual energy using the palace guards, they had anticipated that the ultimate confrontation would lie with their own powers as Holy Spirit realm cultivators. However, the reality far exceeded their expectations. Merely a wave of spiritual pressure had rendered them and hundreds of guards utterly powerless. Though he was gravely ill, his cultivation in the Holy Spirit realm was no mere fade. He would dare to claim he could fight fiercely against any other cultivator of that level. His companion, renowned as the Sword Saint, was a formidable figure, once considered equal to the leader of the Celestial Sect, by Ji, and was regarded as the closest to ascension. Yet, before this person, they found themselves with no means of resistance. At this moment, Qin Aogu finally realized the gravity of the situation. He had significantly underestimated the individual before him. This person was no ordinary human. "Senior, who are you, and from where do you come?" Qin Aogu asked, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. Even in the face of impending death, he sought clarity. "I am Gu Changxian, traversing the 9 heavens and 10 realms. Few in this world are familiar with my name. People have come to refer to me as the divine sovereign of the 9 heavens." Gu Changxian replied indifferently, "The divine sovereign of the 9 heavens." Upon hearing this title, Qin Aogu and Gao Xingfeng's eyes widened in shock. You have heard of my name?" Gu Changxian observed their astonished expressions with mild surprise. It was rare for anyone in the mortal realm, aside from Hulin, to recognize his name. "Qin Aogu, Gao Xingfeng. We have encountered the divine sovereign of the 9 heavens. We were blind and disrespectful towards the divine sovereign. Please forgive our transgressions." With a thud, Qin Aogu and Gao Xingfeng prostrated themselves on the ground, bowing their heads in reverence. In the grand realm of Dongwang, the sovereign and the legendary sword saint found themselves, at this moment, trembling in reverence before Gu Changxian. "You have yet to address my query. Have you heard of my esteemed title?" Replying to the illustrious Lord of the 9 heavens, the current head of the Mortal Immortal Academy, Hulin, is an old acquaintance of mine. "I have heard tales of your renown from him." "Ah, I see," Gu Changxian responded, enlightenment dawning upon him. He had pondered how, after such an extensive passage of time, there were still those in the mortal realm who recognized him, only to realize it was Hulin who had conveyed his legacy. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed from beyond the chamber, signaling the commencement of an event. It was time for him to return to the girl. Unfazed by the explosion, Gu Changxian cast a glance at Qin Aogu and inquired, "Has there ever been an empress in Dongwang?" "Never," Qin Aogu replied, lifting his gaze. Confusion etched upon his features as he pondered the significance of Gu Changxian's question. Yet, shortly after, a flicker of realization crossed his mind. With a slight smile, Gu Changxian casually remarked, "In that case, let the next ruler of Dongwang be a woman." With that, he clasped his hands behind his back, his ethereal figure gradually fading from the sight of Qin Aogua and Gao Xingfen. Stunned, Qin Aogua slowly rose to his feet, contemplating deeply for a moment before his piercing gaze sharpened, and he declared in a resolute tone, "Summon someone." Draft a decree. Chapter 90. The Sudden Transformation of the Mortal Immortals. Within the Mortal Immortal Academy, following Gu Changxian's departure, Hu Lin promptly summoned his trusted confidants, his demeanor grave as he whispered a multitude of instructions. The disciple, taken aback by the orders, dared not hesitate and immediately nodded in acknowledgement, swiftly returning to the academy. Both Zhong Guangguan and Xiaoyueying sensed that the celebratory atmosphere left by Gu Changxian's words had inexplicably turned somber, as if an ominous event loomed on the horizon. Yet, the specifics remained unknown to them. At that moment, an unexpected incident transpired during the competitive exhibition on the arena. After one contender was defeated and exited, Man Jie suddenly leaped onto the stage. This was not unusual, as anyone wishing to participate in the Mortal Immortal Academy's celebratory events was permitted to engage in the duels. Participants hailed from all corners of the world, including those from the Western Barbarian Kingdom, who were equally qualified to compete. However, upon ascending the stage, Man Jie cast a chilling and arrogant gaze upon the audience, disregarding the other man on stage entirely. According to the rules of engagement, combatants were expected to greet one another with a respectful clasp of fists before commencing their duel. Noticing Man Jie's reluctance to reciprocate the greeting, the other man initiated the customary salute. "I am." Suddenly, before the man could complete his introduction, Man Jie swung his arm, drawing his spiritual sword with lightning speed, and in a singular motion, he fatally struck his opponent. The sword pierced cleanly through the man's body, the blade stained with crimson, hovering momentarily in the air beside him. In an instant, the once raucous arena fell into an eerie silence, with all eyes fixed in disbelief upon Man Jie. Was this a new form of entertainment? Surely, it couldn't be an actual murder. Yet, one might concede that this performance was convincingly realistic. The scent of blood was palpable. However, no one had heard of such show before. The audience erupted into hushed murmurs, their whispered conversations inevitably reaching Man Jie's ears. Hearing their discourse, a smirk crept across his face, and with a disdainful gaze, he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed a performance, but it is the final act of the day. I, Man Jie, shall be the protagonist, presenting to you the ultimate spectacle, massacre." With that declaration, while the crowd remained momentarily stunned, Man Jie unleashed his spiritual sword, darting through the throngs of spectators with terrifying speed. Wherever the blade passed, blood sprayed forth, and lifeless bodies fell in succession. It was only when the blood splattered upon others' faces and corpses lay at their feet that the audience grasped the grim reality. This was not a performance, but a genuine slaughter. A piercing scream of terror from a young girl echoed across the skies of the Mortal Immortal Academy as panicked individuals fled in every direction, desperately seeking escape. "Ha ha ha! Run, run! Let us see where you can hide!" Man Jie exclaimed, exhilarated, as he raised his hand to unleash a spiritual orb into the heavens. As the spirit sphere exploded across the sky, the inhabitants of the Shimon Kingdom in the corners of every street in Fangxiandu revealed sinister smiles, drawing their weapons without mercy to slaughter those around them. Anyone who was not from the Shimon Kingdom, regardless of reason or identity, was mercilessly cut down. In an instant, the entire Fangxiandu was engulfed in an endless inferno and chaos, the sounds of wailing and cries intertwining in a cacophony. "Madir, Madir, Sobi, Sobi." A frightened little boy stood helplessly on the street, weeping uncontrollably as he called out for his lost loved ones. Behind him, a cultivator from the Shimon Kingdom approached, his face twisted with malice as he slowly raised his bloodied long knife. Just as the knife was about to fall, a delicate hand rested upon his head. The The Shimon cultivator froze in surprise, and in the next moment, with a sickening crunch, his skull was crushed by a claw. Oomph. Now, this is indeed becoming more interesting. Xiaoyueying shook her bloodied hand, her icy gaze fixed upon the Shimon kingdom's people wreaking havoc before her, a bloodthirsty smirk curling at the corners of her lips. At this moment, she understood what Changxian meant when he allowed her to kill at will before his departure. This was precisely to her liking. Xiaoyueying, what's happening? Zhong Guangguan leapt down from the watchtower, having repelled the Shimon cultivator beside her, and hurried to Xiaoyueying's side. Her face was filled with panic as she surveyed the chaotic scene of slaughter around her, utterly at a loss. She had never even killed a chicken in her life, let alone a person. She had only managed to repel a Shimon cultivator, not daring to take a life. Meanwhile, the Shimon cultivator she had spared was now raising his knife behind her. Xiaoyueying's cold eyes narrowed, and her hand sliced through the air directly above Zhong Guangguan's head. Startled, Zhong Guangguan jumped as the Shimon cultivator who had almost ambushed her collapsed into a half-dead corpse. If you show mercy to these people, you may very well be the one to perish. Xiaoyueying warned sternly, her expression serious, as she addressed the still-dazed Zhong Guangguan. I understand. Zhong Guangguan lowered her head in shame, her expression conflicted. She comprehended this truth. If she wished to become a competent cultivator in the future, especially a powerful one like Xiaoyueying who could stand alone, she would inevitably have to stain her hands with blood. This was a step she must take. Yet, in her heart, she was not prepared to take a life. Forget it. You should hurry back to the dean. He will protect you. Noticing Zhong Guangguan's troubled expression, Xiaoyueying recognized that this naive woman was not cut out for killing. This foolish girl was different from her. She did not wish to force her into taking lives. It was perfectly fine for this naive girl to remain as she was. After all, she was not like Xiaoyueying, a demon born to kill. As Xiaoyueying turned to confront other Shimon cultivators, a spirit sword swiftly flew past her cheek, piercing the heart of a nearby Shimon cultivator. Xiaoyueying turned her head in mild surprise to gaze at Zhong Guangguan, who was skillfully wielding her sword with 2 fingers. It was her first experience with taking a life, and for a moment, Zhong Guangguan stood there in a daze. However, she quickly collected herself, a flicker of determination gleaming in her eyes. She realized that these villains were unworthy of her sympathy or hesitation. Xiaoyueying could save her once or twice, but it was impossible for her to always be there in times of peril. If she aspired to become a competent cultivator, mere practice would not suffice. She must also learn to battle alongside others and embrace the act of killing. Was that not achievable? Xiaoyueying began to regard Zhong Guangguan with newfound respect, a smile of approval unconsciously gracing her lips. In turn, Zhong Guangguan also revealed a smile. Meanwhile, in the brief interlude of their conversation, the number of cultivators from the Western barbarians gathering around them continued to increase. Chapter 91, An Unexpected Foe. A piercing scream echoed through the air as yet another cultivator from the Western barbarian nation met a gruesome end at the hands of Xiaoyueying. Standing amidst the lifeless bodies of her adversaries, her expression was steeped in disdain and boredom. Ever since she ascended to the sacred spirit realm, she found these individuals to be increasingly feeble, so fragile that they perished at the slightest touch. She hadn't even begun to exert herself fully before it was all over. How tedious! Miss Xiaoye, Miss Zhong, please escort Xiao Ling back to the Immortal Academy. I have instructed my subordinates to activate the barrier within the academy. It will provide a safer haven. Hu Lin, alongside Cui Xiaoling, approached Xiaoyueying and Zhong Guangguan. With a flick of his sleeve, several razor-sharp wind blades instantly decimated the approaching cultivators from the Western barbarian nation. However, just as he finished speaking, a resounding explosion erupted within the Immortal Academy, and the previously erected barrier suddenly vanished. Simultaneously, the barrier enveloping the entire Immortal capital began to dissipate as well. The formation was compromised. Hulin's expression shifted to one of alarm. The destruction of the Academy's barrier clearly indicated that this upheaval had been meticulously orchestrated for some time. Director, none of you shall leave today. Man Jie emerged from a nearby alley, a mocking glint in his eyes as he regarded Hu Lin and the others. Following closely behind him were several guards. Unlike typical protectors, these individuals bore a defiant demeanor, their gazes toward Hu Lin and the others brimming with contempt. Man Jie, how dare you and the Western barbarian nation commit such acts within the mortal immortal capital? I shall not forgive you or your nation. Upon seeing Man Jie, Hu Lin's fury ignited. He leaped forward, aiming to subdue him with a powerful strike. Man Jie remained rooted in place, regarding Hu Lin with a look of disdain, devoid of any hint of fear. Under normal circumstances, he would never have dared to stand before Hu Lin, a cultivator of the sacred spirit realm, but alas, today it was different. One of the men positioned behind Man Jie let out a derisive snicker, stepping forward in an instant to confront Hu Lin, delivering a heavy blow to his chest. Poof! Hu Lin spat out a mouthful of blood, hurtling backward to land heavily beside Xiaoyue Ying and the others. Director Hu, Zhong Guangguan and Shui Shaoling gasped in shock, rushing forward to support the gravely injured Hu Lin. Cough, cough. I'm Fine. Hu Lin managed to choke out, forcing himself to stand despite the pain, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the man who had struck him. The speed of the attack had been so swift that even he, possessing the prowess of the sacred spirit realm, had failed to discern the movements. This indicated that the assailant's cultivation was undoubtedly above the sacred spirit realm, and standing behind Man Jie were several more individuals of similar formidable strength. It was inconceivable for so many to exist who surpassed the sacred spirit realm. The only explanation was that these beings were not cultivators of this world, but rather from the upper realms. No wonder Man Jie had the audacity to launch an assault on the mortal immortal capital. It was clear that he had such powerful allies backing him. Esteemed individuals, the coveted treasures of the ordinary immortal academy, lie within its inner sanctum. This individual is the headmaster of the academy. Eliminate him, and the treasures shall belong to you. Man Jie respectfully addressed the assembly behind him, bowing slightly. Is that so? Then let us resolve this swiftly. Chowda, the leader, Chao Dan, coldly commanded the man who had just acted. 30 seconds will suffice to deal with such insignificant mortals. The man named Chao let out a sinister chuckle, swaggering towards Hu Lin and the others with an air of arrogance. Flee at once. I shall hold them off. Hu Lin's expression was unusually grave, his heart bracing for the inevitable sacrifice. Yet, Xiaoyueying flashed past him, boldly charging towards Chao dismissed her with contempt, not regarding her as a threat, and made no effort to defend himself. In his estimation, how formidable could a mere mortal woman be? However, when Xiaoyueying's claw came slicing through the air, Chao was momentarily stunned, sensing an overwhelming and lethal aura, a palpable threat of death. Reactively, he raised his right arm to conjure a barrier of spiritual energy. Sizzle, the claw sliced through the air, tearing apart the barrier before leaving a bloody gash across his right arm. Feeling the sharp sting radiating from his injury, Chao Da's expression shifted to one of shock as he quickly retreated, increasing the distance between himself and Xiaoyueying. This is wrong. Something is amiss. How could a mere mortal woman possess such a terrifying and fierce spiritual power? She was able to rip through my barrier with ease. Staring at his bloodied arm, Chao was astounded and looked up at Xiaoyueying. His companions, witnessing the scene, also wiped the smirch from their faces, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Though Chao was only at the spirit realm level, he was far beyond what any mortal cultivator could hope to achieve. Mortal cultivators barely reached the spirit master level, and against a spirit realm practitioner, they would be unable to withstand even a single strike, let alone inflict any harm. Yet, Xiaoyueying had accomplished just that. TC, it didn't sever my claw. Xiaoyueying, gripping her claw, coldly surveyed Chao, a trace of disappointment flickering across her face. Wretched woman, that was merely my carelessness. Don't get too pleased with yourself. Chao Da's eyes narrowed as he retrieved a hefty cleaver from his spatial ring, leaping forward in a fit of rage to strike at Xiaoyueying. Xiaoyueying deftly evaded, her slender form gracefully soaring amidst Chao Da's furious onslaught, her speed matching his every move. The bystanders, witnessing her ability to hold her ground against a spirit realm practitioner, were left dumbfounded. Xiao Dan and the others furrowed their brows, their displeasure evident. Xiaoyue Ying, despite being merely at the spirit master level, possessed a depth of spiritual energy capable of contending with Xiao Da's spirit realm strength. In the entire spirit realm, they had never encountered such a prodigy. How could such an anomaly exist within the meager mortal realm? This individual must not be allowed to live. Xiao Dan's single eye gleamed with murderous intent as he coldly commanded the woman beside him. Xiao Ying, you too. Yes. Seizing the moment while Xiaoyueying evaded Xiao Da's strike, Xiao Ying swiftly leaped forth, her spirit sword poised for a surprise attack from the side. Xiaoyue, be careful, Zhong Guanguan exclaimed in alarm, hastily warning her. In the face of Xiao Ying's sudden ambush, Xiaoyueying had already anticipated this move. With a deft maneuver, she arched backward, causing the blade to slice through the air mere inches from her face. Xiao Ying was taken aback. This woman, while engaged with Xiao Da, had not forgotten to guard against her. Humph, so she can no longer sit idly by and plans to join the fray? After narrowly escaping the perilous strike, Xiaoyueying cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Da and his companions, although a hint of seriousness crept in her eyes. Though she was unaware of the true cultivation levels of these individuals, it was evident that each possessed formidable strength, all at least at the holy spirit realm. Hadn't that fellow claimed her prowess was unmatched among mortals? Where had these formidable adversaries emerged from? At this critical juncture, that individual had vanished without a trace. How infuriating! Xiaoyueying couldn't help but silently berate him in her heart. Chapter 92. Leave the rest to me when dealing with a witch like you. There is no need for fairness or righteousness. Everyone attacked together. Xiao Dan furrowed his brow and immediately commanded everyone beside him to take action. A mocking smile crept across the faces of Xiao Da and his companions as they brandished their weapons and slowly approached Xiaoyueying and the others. Although Xiaoyueying's strength exceeded their expectations, she could at most contend with only one of them, and there was no way she could withstand the combined assault of them all. Xiaoyueying's expression grew serious, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Zhong Guanguan and the others behind her. If the enemy were but one, she would unleash her demonic power without reservation, for she had absolute confidence in defeating Xiao Da. However, each of her adversaries matched Xiao Da in strength. Even if she unleashed her full demonic might, it would be exceedingly difficult to confront so many at once. More importantly, if they all attacked simultaneously, she would have to divide her focus to protect Zhong Guanguan and the others. Having more people to safeguard was far more challenging than merely exerting herself to eliminate these foes. Xiaoyueying, do not worry about us. You must escape. Zhong Guanguan discerned the dire situation and urged Xiaoyueying to leave without hesitation. If Xiaoyueying were to take them with her, there would be no chance of escaping these assailants. But if she acted alone, Zhong Guanguan believed firmly in her ability to flee successfully. After all, their lives had been saved by Xiaoyueying, and she did not wish to continue being a burden. Sister Xiao, do not mind me. You must hurry. Cui Shaolin gazed at Xiaoyueying with her bright, watery eyes, her expression resolute and no longer reflecting the fear she had shown in Xianyu village. Only conviction and gratitude remained. TSK, how exasperating. Hearing Zhong Guanguan and Cui Shaoling's words, Xiaoyueying couldn't help but click her tongue in resignation. As she lifted her gaze to Xiao Dan and his group, a determined light shone in her eyes. With such words, how could I possibly bring myself to leave? To be honest, she had indeed contemplated whether to disregard Zhong Guanguan and the others, fully committing herself to the battle against Xiao Dan or simply fleeing. After all, she harbored unresolved grievances and had only recently met Zhong Guanguan. There was no necessity for her to sacrifice herself for their sake. Yet, their insistence made her feel a sense of obligation that was hard to shake off. If she abandoned them like this, she would feel utterly ashamed. Retreating at such a critical moment was not in her character. Moreover, she was trained by that individual. If she were to return to him in disgrace, she would undoubtedly become the subject of his ridicule. The last thing she wanted was to be looked down upon by him. Come then, let us see who cannot leave today. A sharp, cold glimmer flashed in Xiaoyueying's purple eyes as she assumed a fighting stance. prepared to engage in a desperate struggle against Xiao Dan and his companions. Overestimating oneself. Manjia, standing behind Xiao Dan, let out a derisive snort. Although he was astonished that Xiaoyueying could contend with Xiao Da single-handedly, that was where his admiration ended. There are several formidable individuals akin to Xiao Da, among whom Xiao Dan possesses even greater prowess than Xiao Da himself. Any one of them alone could dominate the world. In the face of such a powerful assembly, it is inconceivable that anyone could stand as a rival. With Xiao Dan and his companions present, the plan to seize the immortal capital from the Western Barbarian Kingdom is undoubtedly foolproof, with no room for error. Let's first eliminate you. Xiao Dan regarded Xiaoyueying with a sneer. As his words echoed, Xiao Da and the others grinned menacingly, brandishing their weapons and leaping forward. Xiaoyueying, with her hands poised as claws and her delicate features taut, prepared to unleash her demon power in response. At that moment, a familiar croaky voice resonated in her ear. Crow kick. As the words fell, a fleeting shadow zipped through the air. The crow spread its wings and delivered a powerful kick to Xiao Da's forehead. With a resounding thud, Xiao Da was propelled hundreds of meters into the air, crashing through wall after wall, ultimately embedding himself within a building, lifeless on the spot. This sudden turn of events left the remaining members of Xiao Dan's group in stunned disbelief, their eyes wide as they turned to regard the distant corpse of Xiao Da. Although he was not the strongest among them, he possessed the cultivation of the spirit realm, sufficient to dominate the mortal realm alone, yet was dispatched by a mere bird with a single kick. Is the pinnacle of mortal cultivation not the spirit master realm? How could such a beast possess such strength? Not only Xiao Dan and his companions, but even Hu Lin and Zhong Guanguan stood in a daze, gazing at the crow that had gracefully landed on Xiaoyueying's shoulder after retracting its wings. They were aware of the bird's intelligence, yet never anticipated its power to be so terrifying. A cultivator from the higher realms was so casually vanquished by a single kick. The crow. Xiaoyueying turned her head, astonished as she looked at the spirited crow perched upon her shoulder. She had witnessed its prowess in driving beasts from the forest, yet never expected it to be so formidable. The Xiao Da she had struggled against could not withstand even a single blow from it. However, the crow's appearance here indicates that the master has returned. With this thought, Xiaoyueying turned her gaze and soon spotted Gu Changxian's elegant figure gracefully making his way down the street. Upon seeing Gu Changxian, both Xiaoyueying and Zhong Guanguan could not suppress their joy, their earlier unease dissipating in an instant. Such a lively scene. It seems the master has returned just in time. Gu Changxian approached Xiaoyueying, his hands behind his back, a charming smile gracing his face. Too late. Master. Xiaoyueying huffed, turning her head away in dissatisfaction. Too late? Yet, I sense that you seem quite pleased at my arrival, little Xiaoyueying. No, not at all. Xiaoyueying's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly suppressed the involuntary smile that had crept onto her lips, casting a playful glare at Gu Changxian. Gu Changxian smiled gently, affectionately ruffling Xiaoyueying's hair, before striding directly to Hu Lin under her playful yet discontented gaze. Senior, you have arrived. Hu Lin leaned against the wall, gravely injured, yet a weak smile of reassurance graced his countenance. Gu Changxian cast a fleeting glance at Hu Lin, sighed gently, and a golden, luminescent pill soared into his mouth. Director Hu, remain here to recuperate and tend to your wounds. I shall take care of the rest, he declared, before turning away with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly making his way towards Xiao Dan and the others. Xiao Dan and his companions furrowed their brows, their expressions etched with gravity as they regarded the unexpectedly arrived Gu Changxian. Despite their own cultivation levels, they found themselves utterly unable to discern the depth of the man's prowess. Moreover, for reasons unknown, they sensed an inexplicable aura of oppression emanating from him, an impression entirely absent from Hu Lin and Xiaoyueying, and a sensation they had never encountered until now. Chapter 93. There exists no one who can escape my wrath, esteemed elder. You have finally arrived. I was beginning to think you had fled. As the atmosphere grew tense under the watchful gazes of Xiao Dan and his companions, Man Jie strode forward with an air of nonchalance, a mocking glint in his eyes as he regarded Changxian. He had specifically summoned Xiao Dan and the others, not only to confront Hu Lin, but primarily to deal with Changxian. Since the moment Changxian effortlessly dispatched Qin Yang's personal guard, he had not dared to underestimate him, requesting the assistance of a powerful figure from the upper realm before launching his scheme. Regardless of the strength of this individual, could he truly contend with so many formidable cultivators from the upper realm? Flee? Upon hearing Man Jia's words, Changxian could not help but chuckle, his voice dripping with pride and confidence as he replied, even throughout the entire 9 heavens and 10 realms. No one has ever instilled fear in me to the point of retreat, nor has anyone ever escaped from my grasp. Oomph. To speak such bravado when death is imminent. Man Jia scoffed derisively, his face a mask of disdain, and immediately turned to Xiao Dan, addressing him with feigned respect, "My lord. This individual is one of those I implored you to deal with. I will be grateful for your intervention." Xiao Dan furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze intently on Changxian. Instead of engaging directly, he cautiously instructed Xiaoyueying at his side. "Yingzi, you go. Xiaoyueying's face reflected her astonishment as she looked at Xiao Dan's unwaveringly serious demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, she gripped her spiritual sword tightly and steeled herself to step forward, repeatedly reminding herself, "It is merely a confrontation with a mortal cultivator. There is nothing to fear." With their level of cultivation, who among them was not above the pinnacle of mortal capabilities, untouchable by such a being? How could they possibly be intimidated by a mere mortal? Heavenly Sword Wind Spirit. Xiaoyueying formed intricate hand seals, her spiritual sword hovering upright before her, as she swiftly channeled the natural spiritual energies into the sword's blade. A torrent of majestic spiritual power coalesced into a slender sword several meters long, enveloping the sword's essence, which then transformed into fierce, swirling winds. Hu Lin frowned deeply, gazing in shock at Xiaoyueying's execution of the Heavenly Sword Wind Spirit technique. She had not only gathered the energies of heaven and earth, but had also infused the entirety of her own spiritual power into the sword. The spiritual energy compressed and converged into a tempest upon the blade. This strike could be deemed the culmination of her prowess. As Xiaoyueying unleashed the Heavenly Sword Wind Spirit, the expressions of the other figures behind Xiao Dan shifted to ones of admiration and pride. Sister Yingzi's mastery of the technique had improved even further, given the strength she could muster at her spiritual level. Even a powerful spirit king might struggle to withstand this strike. How could anyone in the mortal realm hope to endure such a blow? That individual was undoubtedly doomed. Amidst their self-satisfied chatter, the Heavenly Sword Wind Spirit had reached its full potential, the spiritual energy coalescing into a tangible form. A new wind spirit sword several meters in length, fully enveloping the original blade. A smile of triumph curled at the corners of Xiaoyueying's mouth, her eyes glinting with a chilling resolve. "Oomph. Prepare to meet your end." Boom! Before Xiaoyueying could finish her words, Changxian's eyes narrowed disdainfully, and in an instant, Xiaoyueying, along with the Heavenly Sword Wind Spirit she had summoned, was crushed by an invisible force. The ground beneath her collapsed vertically, leaving only a pool of blood in the pit. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, everyone present was rendered speechless, the air around them thick with disbelief. If they had found it hard to believe that the crow had killed Xiaoda with a single kick, Changxian's abrupt annihilation of Xiaoyueying was nothing short of staggering. They had not even seen Changxian make a move. It was as though an unseen hand had swatted a mosquito, effortlessly ending Xiaoyueying's life on the spot. It must be noted that Xiaoyueying possessed the cultivation strength of the spirit realm. Xiao Dan and the others stared wide-eyed, trembling in horror, as if they had encountered a ghost, their gaze fixated on Changxian. When Changxian's gaze fell upon them, an immediate chill gripped their hearts, as if the hand of death had clasped tightly around their very souls. They wished to move, to flee, but found their bodies utterly paralyzed, unable even to utter a sound. In the presence of this individual, any notion of resistance was utterly futile. Changxian extended a single finger, pressing it downwards into the air. With a soft pop, Xiao Dan and the others met the same fate as Xiaoyueying, instantly crushed and reduced to mere pools of blood in the pit. Until their last breath, they could hardly comprehend the reality of their demise. They had initially believed the task to be exceedingly simple, convinced that no one in the mortal realm could rival them. They had come to the lower realm merely for leisure and enjoyment. How could it have turned into this? Xiao Dan stared blankly at the pools of blood beside him, still unable to process what had just transpired. How could they have vanished in the blink of an eye? Zhong Guangguan and Xiaoyueying had previously witnessed Gu Changxian's terrifying celestial might when he effortlessly obliterated the entire heavenly immortal sect. So while they were shocked at his swift extermination of Xiao Dan and the others, they were not particularly surprised. However, Hu Lin had never witnessed Gu Changxian in action. At this moment, Hu Lin's eyes widened in terror, his fear comparable to that of the stunned man, Jie, standing nearby. Although he could surmise that Gu Changxian's strength was extraordinary, the scene before him had far exceeded his expectations. Any one of Xiao Dan's group could have easily inflicted serious harm upon him, yet Gu Changxian had effortlessly annihilated them all. The sheer magnitude of his power was astonishing. Who, exactly, is this esteemed figure? Gu Changxian slowly approached the paralyzed man Jie, his steps causing both blood and dust on the ground to part and dissipate. You, don't come any closer. As Gu Changxian approached, man Jie snapped back to reality from his terror and, in a panic, fell to the ground. He could never have anticipated that the individuals from the upper realm, including Xiao Dan, would be effortlessly annihilated by the person before him. The plan was supposed to be foolproof. You cannot kill me. I am the prince of the Western barbarians. If you spare my life, I can immediately command the Western barbarians to cease their assault on the immortal city and the Eastern Empire. With a face marked by terror, man Jie pleaded desperately, attempting to negotiate. In this world, there exists no one whom I cannot slay. Gu Changxian scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the prostrate man Jie. In the next moment, man Jie's body dissolved into dust at an astonishing speed. My body. Senior, I was wrong. Please spare my life. As he witnessed his form vanish like scattered dust, man Jie was engulfed in fear, tears streaming down as he continued to implore Gu Changxian. Yet, his desperate cries were ultimately swept away by a gentle breeze, leaving no trace in the vastness of the world. Chapter 94. Do you mean for me to commit patricide? In the realm of Changxian City, the cacophony of battle and the echoes of explosions reverberated continuously as flames erupted and thick smoke enveloped the city, casting it into a shroud of war and chaos. Within a courtyard, Qin Zhao donned battle armor, wielding a slender sword, exuding a valor that rivaled that of any man. Inside the residence, a handful of loyal confidants stood guard nearby. Your Highness Qin Zhao, the border forces belonging to His Highness Qin Lan have already mobilized, numbering a staggering 100,000. Some vanguards are nearing the outskirts of Changxian City, accompanied by various sects from our eastern Huang realm. Report. The Western barbarian nation's army, exceeding 100,000, has arrived at the city gates of Changxian. As urgent missives poured in, the atmosphere within the room grew increasingly grave, the situation turning dire for them. At that moment, another messenger hurried into the room, breathless and flustered, urgently reporting. Urgent news. His Highness Qin Yang has led his confidants towards the peony bamboo garden where His Majesty resides. What? Upon hearing this news, the assembled individuals could no longer remain seated, their faces marked by shock. A general named Jiang Jin stepped forward, his expression serious as he counseled. Your Highness Qin Zhao, we can no longer hesitate. The Crown Prince's subordinates are about to arrive at the outskirts of Changxian City. Should they breach the city, they will surely pressure His Majesty to abdicate in favor of him. Furthermore, the second prince intends to launch a direct assault on His Majesty's peony bamboo garden amidst the chaos, seeking to usurp the throne of the Eastern Huang realm. Whether it be your elder brother, His Highness Qin Lan, or your younger brother, His Highness Qin Yang, should either seize the throne, they will undoubtedly not spare you or us. We cannot remain idle any longer. As he finished speaking, the others in the room turned their gazes toward Qin Zhao, awaiting her command. What do you believe I should do? Qin Zhao furrowed her brow, looking towards the assembled company. There remains but one course of action. We must ensure that His Highness Qin Lan and His Highness Qin Yang seize the throne first. His Highness Qin Lan is still rallying forces, while His Highness Qin Yang is engaged in battle with His Majesty's Imperial Guard. We can take advantage of the chaos to infiltrate from the rear and meet His Majesty, persuading him to abdicate in favor of Your Highness Qin Zhao. Once you ascend as the new sovereign of the Eastern Huang realm, you can rightfully summon the armies from all corners to quell the rebels. Jiang Jin proposed earnestly. Upon hearing this, the others contemplated in silence. One among them quickly identified a critical flaw in the plan. What if His Majesty does not intend to abdicate to Your Highness Qin Zhao? At this utterance, a heavy silence fell upon the group, all eyes shifting back to Jiang Jin. Qin Zhao too regarded him intently. The plan appeared sound. Yet the most challenging and pivotal aspect was not merely the act of infiltrating the peony bamboo garden to meet her father, but rather whether her father would be willing to yield the throne to her. For centuries, the Eastern Huang Kingdom has never witnessed a woman ascend to the throne. Her audacious actions can be likened to the treacherous maneuvers of Qin Lan and Qin Yang, tantamount to a palace coup. Given her profound understanding of her father, she knew he was not one to be easily coerced. Under the weight of the audience's gaze, a glint of cold ferocity flickered in Jiang Jin's eyes as he slowly traced his hand across his neck and solemnly declared words that resonated deeply with all present. At this juncture, whether the emperor consents or not, he must comply. We shall proclaim that His Majesty succumbed to illness in the peony bamboo garden due to the turmoil instigated by the two princes. As long as we can seize the emperor's imperial sword and jade seal, His Royal Highness Qin Zhao shall remain the legitimate new emperor of the Eastern Huang Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the sharp sound of a sword being drawn echoed in the air as Qin Zhao unsheathed her slender blade, its tip directed at Jiang Jin's throat. Her expression icy. Are you suggesting that I commit regicide? A palace coup might merely result in some murmurs among the populace. But to slay my father and usurp the throne is an entirely different matter. Even if I were to become the new emperor of the Eastern Huang Kingdom, how would the ministers and the common people regard me? No matter how many accomplishments I achieve thereafter, the eternal stain of patricide would forever mark my name, an indelible burden of infamy. Moreover, despite her father's lack of affection throughout her childhood, he had never treated her unjustly. How could she possibly contemplate such an unthinkable act against him? Gazing at the sword poised before her, fear flickered across Jiang Jin's face. Yet he endeavored to maintain his composure. Your Highness, all of this is for you, for the greater good. This is your last chance, as well as ours. Please, think carefully. Even if you hesitate, your elder and younger brothers will not. The remaining individuals in the room turned their hesitant gazes toward Qin Zhao, their expressions fraught with uncertainty. While many might agree to the notion of a palace coup, the idea of joining the ranks of regicides weighed heavily on their hearts. You all may leave. Allow me time to contemplate. Qin Zhao sheathed her sword, her countenance grave as she sank into her seat. Yes. The others bowed and exited the chamber in obedience. As the door closed behind them, only Qin Zhao remained, accompanied solely by the flickering light of a solitary lamp. Her eyes were fixed upon the flame swaying in the breeze, her thoughts deep in contemplation. Her elder brother, Qin Lan, as the crown prince, commanded the support of both civil and military officials, with generals commanding the vast border armies being his loyal confidants. In contrast, her second brother, Qin Yang, conspired with the Western barbarians, harboring intentions of direct regicide, backed by formidable forces. As the third princess, she found herself with but a handful of supporters, her power utterly eclipsed by that of her brothers. Her solitary hope of allying with Changxian had also come to naught. Now, she found herself ensnared in a dire predicament, with her only glimmer of hope lying in what Jiang Jin had suggested, to seize the peony bamboo garden before the others could and claim the throne for herself. Yet, if she were to do so, how would she differ from her brothers? After all, he was her own father. As the doors of Qin Zhao remained closed in hesitation, The individuals waiting outside were akin to ants scurrying on a hot pan, filled with an acute sense of anxiety. Time was of the essence. With each passing moment, the fate of their aspirations hung precariously in the balance. Should they linger even a heartbeat longer, the outcome would solidify, leaving them bereft of any opportunity. Some among them could not suppress their growing doubts, while others were already entertaining divergent thoughts. Many chose to follow Qin Zhao not out of loyalty, but rather due to their own insignificance, having been overlooked by Qin Lan and Qin Yang, compelling them to seek refuge in the faintest glimmer of hope. Now, with hope seemingly extinguished, it was only natural for them to consider alternative paths. Chapter 95. The decision of Qin Zhao. Outside the courtyard, Jiang Jin, with a grave expression, gathered several other generals together and whispered, "Gentlemen, Her Highness Qin Zhao is ultimately a woman, indecisive and incapable of achieving significant power. She has become unreliable. Whether it is the first Prince Qin Lan or the second Prince Qin Yang who seizes the throne, we shall inevitably face reckoning." Upon hearing this, fear and hesitation spread across the faces of the assembly. Among the three heirs of the Eastern Huang Kingdom, Qin Zhao was already the weakest faction, so much so that both Qin Lan and Qin Yang did not regard her as a contender. In this chaotic realm, the situation seemed increasingly unfavorable for Qin Zhao, instilling greater terror in their hearts. "Should we escape while we still can?" one suggested after a moment of contemplation, speaking softly, although the others remained silent. Their faces betrayed their desire to retreat. Jiang Jin scoffed derisively. "Flee? Oof. Even if you could escape now, do you think that in the future, when either His Highness Qin Lan or His Highness Qin Yang ascends the throne of the Eastern Huang Kingdom, they would let us off the hook? Moreover, where'd you run to? Do you intend to live a life of perpetual flight? Neither fleeing nor staying is an option. What should we do?" Despair and helplessness clouded their expressions, and they cast hopeful glances toward Jiang Jin. "General Jiang has called us here. Surely he has a scheme in mind?" Jiang Jin's eyes narrowed, a fierce glint emerging as he glanced toward the room where Qin Zhao resided. Lowering his voice, he continued, "Prince Qin Yang has the backing of the Western Barbarian Kingdom, making him the strongest and the most likely candidate to become the new emperor of Eastern Huang. If we kill Qin Zhao and present her head to Prince Qin Yang, we shall undoubtedly win his favor, and rising to prominence would not be beyond our reach. Kill Her Highness Qin Zhao." The assembly gasped in shock, taken aback by Jiang Jin's proposal. He regarded them with cold disdain. "What are you afraid of? This is our only remaining path to survival. Her Highness Qin Zhao's cultivation and talent are far inferior to those of Prince Qin Lan and Prince Qin Yang. Together, we can easily accomplish this." The generals exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before their expressions hardened, and they solemnly nodded in agreement. Under Jiang Jin's leadership, they marched resolutely toward the inner courtyard where Qin Zhao resided, their hands poised on the hilts of their blades. "General Jiang." At the entrance, a guard raised a hand to stop Jiang Jin and his men, but in the next moment, a sharp blade pierced through the guard's chest. The guard stationed outside the door sensed the commotion, but before they could react, several flying swords sliced through the air, striking them down in an instant. The guards assigned to protect the inner courtyard were swiftly dispatched by Jiang Jin and his companions. With a steady stride, Jiang Jin led the group toward the room, casually pulling the bloody blade from the corpse of a fallen guard as they approached the dwelling. Yet, before they could fully approach the door, a cold gleam suddenly shot out from within the house, as a slender sword darted like a serpent across the necks of Jiang Jin and his companions. The sudden attack left them utterly defenseless. They clutched their throbbing necks, blood gushing forth, eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at the house before them. Each of them possessed the strength of the Spirit Master realm and the Earth Spirit realm, a commendable feat among the ranks of commanders. Yet, they were completely caught off guard, their throats severed in an instant. Who could have done this? Was it not just Qin Zhao inside the house? With a creak, the door swung open. Under the bewildered gazes of Jiang Jin and his companions, Qin Zhao emerged gracefully from within, the flying sword swirling around her before gently returning to her hand, her aura radiating the unmistakable power of the pinnacle of the celestial spirit realm. Witnessing this scene, Jiang and his companions were instantly rendered speechless. The crown prince, Qin Lan, boasted the finest spiritual veins, having achieved the early stages of the celestial spirit realm at a young age, while the second prince lagged slightly behind, possessing only the earth spirit realm. In contrast, Qin Zhao's cultivation talent was the weakest among the three princes, merely at the spirit master realm. This was common knowledge throughout the eastern Huang kingdom. Yet now, standing before them, Qin Zhao exuded an aura that surpassed even Qin Lan. What could this mean? In that moment, a shared incredulity blossomed in the minds of Jiang and his companions, only to swiftly transform into understanding, their expressions shifting to one of realization. The only explanation was that Qin Zhao had been deliberately concealing her true strength all along. A pinnacle of the celestial spirit realm hidden from all until now. What a scheming woman. Clang! The swords fell from their hands, hitting the ground with a resounding clang. As Jiang and his companions sank to their knees, eyes wide with regret, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. At this moment, others stationed in the outer courtyard, alerted by the commotion, rushed over, their expressions turning to shock upon seeing the bodies of Jiang and the guards within the inner courtyard. Those with sharp eyes quickly deduced what had transpired and looked up in astonishment at Qin Zhao standing in the doorway. Upon witnessing her aura of the pinnacle of the celestial spirit realm, their faces were filled with disbelief. How had the least skilled Princess Qin Zhao suddenly become a formidable master of the celestial spirit realm? Jiang and his companions had been slain without a shred of resistance. Qin Zhao cast a cold glance at the corpses of Jiang and his companions, stepping over the bodies and blood as she approached the crowd. Fear etched on their faces, they instinctively parted to the sides, making way for her. Clutching her slender sword, Qin Zhao walked past them, her gaze resolutely fixed on the direction of the peony bamboo courtyard. As she neared the exit of the courtyard, she paused, turning her cheek towards her few loyal confidants, declaring, "I, Qin Zhao, shall never be the one to commit the ungrateful act of patricide to usurp the throne. At this moment, I shall venture to the peony bamboo garden to rescue my father, the emperor. Those willing to accompany me may do so. Those who are not may leave freely, for I shall not compel anyone." After a period of quiet contemplation within the confines of the room, she recalled the words left by Gu Changxian in the tavern, urging her to remember her own aspirations. If she were to truly commit patricide and usurp the throne, she would be no different from her two brothers. How could she then enact the principles of benevolence and righteousness, inspiring the world to revere her? As long as she could save her father and thwart the ambitions of her brothers, the situation could still be salvaged. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's declaration, the assembled crowd exchanged glances, and soon the air was filled with the resounding sounds of drawn swords. One by one, they unsheathed their weapons, determination etched upon their faces, and unitedly shouted, "We are willing to follow His Highness, Qin Zhao." Chapter 96. It seems you still do not comprehend. Within the peony bamboo courtyard, the resplendent peonies have been entirely consumed by flames, the bamboo grove engulfed by a raging inferno. Corpses float upon the lakeside, and the corridors are stained a vivid crimson with blood. Accompanied by explosions and the thunderous cries of battle, the clashing of swords reverberates incessantly. The once serene and tranquil peony bamboo courtyard has now descended into a veritable battleground, where both sides, in a fervor of fervent zeal, wield their weapons until one falls. Yet, even when one side collapses, a swift blade soon follows, piercing the chest of the victor. Listen well. Whoever can slay my father and bring forth his head shall be rewarded with vast wealth, titles of nobility, and the favor of beautiful concubines, Qin Yang declared, driving his sword through the chest of a royal guard, kicking the body aside. He raised his bloodied blade high, his countenance a blend of fervor and ferocity, rallying his men. Oh! Upon hearing these words, Qin Yang's subordinates erupted in excitement, their spirits soaring as they charged toward the depths of the peony bamboo courtyard. With his long sword in hand, Qin Yang strode forward with an air of confidence, treading upon the path of blood and corpses. His elder brother, Qin Lan, had already been obstructed by men sent by the barbarian Jie, and his army of 100,000 was likewise hindered by the forces of the Western barbarians beyond the borders. As for his ineffectual third sister, she posed no threat, lacking both the qualifications and the resources to compete with him. Now, he needed only to reach his aging father, slay him, and seize the imperial sword and seal. He would then ascend as the new emperor of the Eastern Huang Kingdom. These royal guards could not possibly impede his advance. Soon, Qin Yang breached the inner sanctum of the peony bamboo courtyard, with only a final stretch of less than 100 meters of bluestone path remaining before the door. In his eyes, this was the threshold to his path as the new sovereign of Eastern Huang. Gazing upon the final royal guard standing before the entrance, Qin Yang arrogantly raised his long sword, pointing it forward. "Kill! Anyone who dares to obstruct this prince shall be slain." With Qin Yang's command, his followers surged forth, immediately engaging in a chaotic melee with the royal guards. The sounds of battle and furious shouts mingled with the clanging of metal, echoing in everyone's ears. Inside the chamber, Xiaoyueying, draped in a light robe and gripping the hilt of his sword, sat solemnly in the center, eyes closed in deep contemplation. Gao Xingfeng stood quietly by his side. With a crash, a royal guard's lifeless body smashed through the door, tumbling into the room. "Father, it has been far too long since we last met. Your son has come to pay his respects." Qin Yang stepped confidently into the room, a mocking gleam in his eyes as he regarded the seated Xiaoyueying. Though he noted a slight change in his father's demeanor, he dismissed it as mere fleeting vitality before death. Xiaoyueying gradually opened his eyes, his sharp gaze fixated on Qin Yang, disappointment evident in his expression. "Young heir, you have truly disappointed me beyond measure. Your Majesty, such words are not to be uttered. My actions today are a direct consequence of your own shortcomings. Had you bestowed the throne upon me sooner, I would not have been compelled to resort to this. However, it is not too late. Father, if you obediently issue a decree to pass the throne to me now, you shall still remain my father. Yes, Xiaoyu, I will guarantee you a life of comfort and ease for the remainder of your days." Qin Yang jestingly advised Qin Aoguo. Though it mattered little whether Qin Aoguo acquiesced or not, he felt compelled to offer this final counsel. After all, it would be advantageous for him to avoid the stigma of patricide when he ultimately ascended as the new emperor of Dongwuan. Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Qin Aoguo could not help but feel a mix of anger and amusement as he slowly rose, gripping the hilt of his sword. "I have contemplated passing the throne to Qin Lan, and even considered Qin Zhao, but never once have I thought to grant it to you. Do you not understand why? What could the reason be if not your bias? Do you truly believe I am unaware? You favor Qin Lan and Qin Zhao, constantly deeming me inferior to them. In your eyes, I am nothing but a source of discontent, and naturally, your thoughts are solely for them." Qin Yang seethed with rage. His visage contorted as he shouted furiously at Qin Aoguo. He had anticipated that Qin Aoguo might ultimately pass the throne to Qin Lan, for her cultivation and talents surpassed his own, and she excelled in nearly every aspect. Yet, he never imagined that Qin Aoguo would prefer to bestow the throne upon the woman, Qin Zhao, rather than him. It was clear that despite his superior cultivation talent compared to Qin Zhao, he was entirely disregarded. "It appears you still fail to comprehend. My decision not to consider you for the throne is the wisest choice." Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Qin Aoguo's eyes once again betrayed his disappointment. "The wisest choice? That is your most foolish decision. It is this very choice that shall lead to your demise today." A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Yang's eyes, and without further ado, he gestured to his subordinates with a wave of his hand, uttering coldly, "Kill." As the command echoed, Qin Yang's followers brandished their weapons and rushed towards Qin Aoguo with fervor. Positioned behind Qin Aoguo, Gao Xingfeng's expression hardened, and drawing his spiritual sword, he unleashed a sweeping arc of cold light. In an instant, the spiritual blades cleaved through all who advanced, severing them in two. Qin Yang and the remaining followers were taken aback, their expressions shifting in shock. Gao Xingfeng's formidable spiritual energy surged forth, radiating with the essence of a saintly realm. This individual was a practitioner of the saint spirit realm. In the contemporary world, there exists but one such master of sword intent, Gao Xingfeng, the sword saint, who had long since vanished from society. The revelation that this sword saint had concealed his identity and remained by his father's side was utterly unforeseen. Alas, father, it seems you have indeed kept this card close to your chest. However, it is all in vain. For today, I have made ample preparations. As Qin Yang gradually regained his composure from a shock, he bellowed, "Esteemed left protector, I implore you to take action." Upon the conclusion of his plea, the left protector of the Blood Soul sect, Jia Shu, leapt forth and landed beside Qin Yang. The moment he beheld the formidable figure of the sword saint, Gao Xingfeng, brandishing a 3-foot azure blade, a look of concern etched itself upon Jia Shu's face. "Your Highness Qin Yang, this sword saint is not to be trifled with." Although he had ascended to the sacred spirit realm through the cultivation of the sect's refined demonic orbs, he had merely just crossed the threshold and still lagged behind the renowned sword saint, Gao Xingfeng, by a considerable margin. "Dear protector, if you can merely delay him for a short while, it shall suffice." Qin Yang's gaze remained fixed upon Qin Aogua as he boldly promised, "Whatever you desire afterward, I shall grant you." Though Gao Xingfeng was formidable, as long as he could first eliminate Qin Aogua and seize the imperial seal, the larger scheme would be secured. With the arrival of Manjia and his reinforcements imminent, the sword saint was not a formidable adversary to be feared. Chapter 97. Allow me to personally accompany my wayward son on his journey. Your Highness Qin Yang, please do hurry. Upon hearing the request to hold Hai Xingfeng momentarily, Jia Shu hesitated for a brief moment, then retrieved several blood soul pills and swallowed them resolutely. Now, having attained the sacred spirit realm, coupled with the temporary enhancement from the blood soul pills, he believed he could indeed contend with Hai Xingfeng. "My old friend, the others are in your care." Qin Aogu slowly drew the ornate royal sword from his waist, his gaze cool and indifferent as it settled upon Qin Yang before him. "You can manage alone, can't you?" Hai Xingfeng, sword in hand, cast a nonchalant glance at Jia Shu, jesting without turning around. Qin Aogu smiled with confidence. "Dealing with my inept son is something I can certainly handle." Seeing Qin Aogu's assurance, Hai Xingfeng responded with a slight smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Gripping his sword, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, striking at Jia Shu and the Blood Soul sect members. "Charge! Kill him! Whoever slays him first shall reap the rewards." Seizing the opportunity while Jia Shu engaged with Hai Xingfeng, Qin Yang wasted no time and raised his long knife, pointing it menacingly at Qin Aogu. His face contorted with rage. The remaining loyalists around him brandished their weapons, shouting as they rushed towards Qin Aogu. To them, Qin Aogu was merely a frail old man on the brink of death, easily dispatchable. Such a significant achievement could not be overlooked. As he beheld the oncoming assailants and heard Qin Yang's audacious words, Qin Aogu's disappointment in Qin Yang reached its zenith, and he silently tightened his grip on the sword. "Your Majesty, prepare to meet your end." One of the subordinates was the first to reach Qin Aogu, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he raised his long knife to strike. At this sight, a victorious joy initially spread across Qin Yang's face. Yet in the next instant, that joy froze, replaced by disbelief. With a swift motion, Qin Aogu swung his arm, a flash of cold light glimmering as the assailant froze in shock, his head rolling to the ground. In that moment, everyone, including Qin Yang, stood stupefied, their expressions a mix of incredulity. Wasn't Qin Aogu merely a dying old man? How could he effortlessly slay a subordinate of the spirit manipulation realm with a single sword strike? As the shock settled over them, Qin Aogu calmly advanced, wielding his sword to methodically eliminate Qin Yang's remaining followers, one after another, until he stood bloodied sword in hand before Qin Yang, his cold gaze piercing into him. In that moment, he no longer resembled the frail figure of before. Qin Yang stood frozen, a profound fear washing over him as he took hesitant steps backward, only to stumble over a corpse and fall to the ground. It was at this moment he understood the truth. He had been deceived. His father, Qin Aogu, was far from an ordinary old man. He was a formidable powerhouse of the sacred spirit realm. My son, I may be old and ill, but I am neither deaf nor blind, and certainly not useless. In terms of talent, character, and ambition, you fall woefully short of your elder brother and sister. Your actions today, committing regicide and parricide, have deeply disappointed me. Yes, I apologize, father. It is indeed my fault. I have been ensnared by the deceitful words of the Western barbarians. Please, grant me your mercy just this once. I shall not dare to transgress again. Faced with the overwhelming pressure of the Qin Ao kingdom, Qin Yang, terrified, fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head and weeping profusely. King Ao's bro fuhovid, a hint of hesitation crossing his pale countenance. In that fleeting moment of uncertainty, the once supplicating Qin Yang suddenly contorted his face into a grotesque snarl. Swiftly retrieving a dagger from his sleeve and plunging it fiercely into Qin Ao's abdomen. Enduring the searing pain, Qin Ao struck out forcefully, sending Qin Yang flying. Blood spewed from Qin Yang's mouth as he soared backward, yet his face bore a triumphant smirk, brimming with exhilaration. Father, you were too careless. You have been poisoned by the Blood Soul sect's venomous dagger, tainted with their deadly toxin. Your fate is sealed. If you comply and abdicate the throne to me, I might, out of old affection, still provide you with the antidote to prolong your life for a few more days. Gazing at the darkening wound on his abdomen, Qin Ao's expression radiated profound disappointment and helplessness. This stab was not merely a physical assault. It pierced his heart, shattering the last vestige of hope he harbored for Qin Yang. He had long been aware of Qin Yang's collusion with the Western barbarians. Yet he had chosen silence and restraint, even allowing his biological son one last opportunity. But now, that final chance had been irrevocably destroyed by Qin Yang's own treachery. Qin Ao had bestowed upon Qin Yang countless opportunities, all of which were squandered, leading to repeated disillusionment. Had Qin Yang chosen to repent sincerely and amend his ways, perhaps he would have spared his life, allowing him to live out his days in a distant corner of the world. But now his resolve had shifted. With a steely gaze, Qin Ao steeled himself against the agony of his wound, grasping his sword and slowly advancing toward Qin Yang. Noticing the chilling intent emanating from Qin Ao, Qin Yang instinctively recoiled in fear. Father, you wouldn't take my life before you perish, would you? Don't you desire the antidote? There is no need for such drastic measures. Relinquishing the throne would benefit us both. Qin Ao paid no heed to Qin Yang's pleas, silently dragging his injured, aged form closer. As it became apparent that Qin Ao was truly intent on retribution, Qin Yang finally succumbed to terror. Left, my Lord Protector. Come my aid. There's no need to shout, Prince Qin Yang. They have already departed before you, came the cold response from Gao Xingfeng, who stood before the lifeless bodies of several Blood Soul sect disciples, holding the severed head of Jia Shu in his hand. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yang was left utterly dumbfounded.